In a distinct world of Naruto, the narrative unfolds with intriguing twists. Vibrant jutsu, the clash of convictions, and the intertwining of destinies. The origins of the enigmatic Ōtsutsuki clan. The ancient era of the Naruto world. The genesis of the samurai way. The sinister implications behind Hidan's malevolent deity. The secrets of the three great holy sites. All shall be gradually unveiled by the protagonist. Within the underground refuge of Konoha, an infant listens quietly to the cries surrounding him, his eyes reflecting a gaze that seems to penetrate the depths of the human heart. Indeed, I have not perished, but what is this place? Why does everyone speak in Japanese? Am I in Japan? In the year 48 of Konoha, the Nine Tails attacked the village, leading to the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, while the third Hokage resumed his duties. A pervasive atmosphere of sorrow enveloped Konoha, with ruins scattered throughout. After several days of the third Hokage's efforts, the somber mood gradually began to dissipate. In a ward of Konoha Hospital, the cries of infants echoed from their cribs. These were the children orphaned by their parents' heroic sacrifice during the attack. Through intermittent moments of consciousness over the past few days, Wangzhou learned that he had inexplicably traversed into the world of Naruto. Fortunately, I have watched the Naruto anime and read the manga. Although my memory is not entirely clear, I do recall much of the main plot. I remember that after the Nine Tails attack, Konoha enjoyed a rare period of peace. Thank goodness it was not during a time of war, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I would have perished. As Wangzhou contemplated his next course of action, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. Indeed, my body is still too small, I can barely sustain short periods of thought. Just as Wangzhou succumbed to slumber, the door to the ward creaked open, revealing four figures. The last to enter was a man exuding a chilling aura, seemingly in his 30s. Ahead of him were two masked ninjas of indeterminate age and an elderly doctor. Had Wangzhou remained awake, he would have recognized that the man with the frigid demeanor was none other than Danzo, a pivotal character throughout the Naruto storyline and the founder of the Root organization. Danzo remained silent as he observed the slumbering infants in the ward. The elderly doctor leaned in to speak softly to him. Lord Danzo, aside from those who have family and relatives that have already been taken, the rest are all children of ninja parents who perished in the line of duty. Danzo nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice to the two masked ninjas. You two, select the most promising children and take them to the base. With a glance out the window at the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes before he turned and departed. The two ninjas, under the doctor's guidance, began to examine each infant individually using chakra. The extraction of chakra relies on mental energy and cellular vitality, making physical foundation and mental acuity essential determinants of a ninja's future achievements. Wangzhou, due to his transmigration, found his spirit not yet fully aligned with his body, resulting in unstable mental energy. Fortunately, he was not selected otherwise. Entering Danzo's route would mean not only potential brainwashing and curse seals, but also enduring the brutal experiments, the survival of which was uncertain. As infants are in a rapid growth phase, they tend to be quite lethargic. When Wangzhou awoke once more, it was already evening. Straining to sense his own body with mental energy, he thought, it seems my body and spirit have yet to fully harmonize. Luckily, the original owner was merely a newborn, his mental energy exceptionally pure and significantly weakened by the Nine Tails influence. In due time, I shall completely merge with this body. Since fate has granted me a second chance at life, I shall pursue extraordinary power and eternal existence. At this moment, within the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage Sarutobi and Danzo discussed the infant Naruto cradled in swaddling clothes. Danzo remarked, Sarutobi, how do you intend to handle Naruto? I believe he should be entrusted to us en route for his upbringing. After all, he harbors the Nine Tails within him, posing a grave danger to the village. Such power must be firmly controlled by Konoha. The third Hokage gazed at Naruto's tiny face, marked by 6 scars, recalling the scene of his parents falling before the Nine Tails. He thought to himself, Minato, rest assured, I shall raise Naruto to become a hero of Konoha. He then turned to Danzo and the others, declaring, I will personally take care of Naruto. Danzo, do you have any objections? Understanding the determination in the third Hokage's eyes, Danzo remained silent, and the other elders, mindful of Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself for the village, refrained from voicing dissent. Since there are no objections, this shall be decided. If there are no further matters, I urge everyone to return to their duties. There remains much work to be done in rebuilding Konoha. As the third Hokage prepared to conclude the meeting, Danzo interjected. Wait, there is a matter of greater import than the current rebuilding of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, entrusted with security, has been utterly ineffective during the Nine-Tails assault and must face severe punishment. Moreover, we have suffered great losses according to intelligence from Root. The Uchiha clan is already stirring. I believe we should take preemptive action. Currently, Konoha is in a state of disarray following the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine-Tails incident. If internal strife erupts now, it would fundamentally harm Konoha. I oppose taking action against the Uchiha clan at this time, but we must still issue a warning regarding their inaction. The third Hokage replied after a moment's contemplation. Danzo vehemently countered. Have you forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage? The Uchiha clan is not to be trusted. Do you not recall how the first Hokage met his end? Instead of waiting for them to revolt and inflict further pain upon Konoha, it is better for us to act first to prevent even greater losses. That is unacceptable. What Konoha needs now is peace, not war. We require a new generation to carry on the will of fire. We are aging, Danzo. The third Hokage gazed at Danzo with weary eyes. Sarutobi, you have lost the sharpness you once had on the battlefield. I will handle this matter. I hope you do not obstruct me. Konoha requires long-term stability. With that, Danzo turned and departed. After Danzo left, Mito, Koharu, and the other elders approached the third Hokage, stating, "We share Danzo's sentiments and hope you will prepare accordingly." Sigh. I hope Konoha does not fall into ruin on our watch. The third Hokage lamented, gazing at the reconstruction of Konoha. At last, I can live independently, free from the torment of childish games with a group of toddlers. It is sheer torture to coexist with those so much younger than I. Soon, I shall learn jutsu and relish this new life. Ha ha ha. Gazing at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Wangzhou grinned foolishly after completing his enrollment. According to Konoha's regulations, orphans whose parents were ninjas and sacrificed themselves for the village may attend ninja school for free upon reaching the age of 8, provided they meet the basic qualifications. Due to Wang's consistently mature demeanor in the orphanage, coupled with his age, the staff could no longer withstand his daily pestering. Finally, when Wangzhou turned 7, they agreed to let him return to the small courtyard that belonged to his parents. Fortunately, his parents' home had not been destroyed by the Nine-Tails. After observing him for a time and confirming his ability to live independently, the staff permitted him to reside outside, though he still needed to visit the orphanage daily to collect food provisions. As Wangzhou stood at the entrance, grinning, he suddenly noticed a small boy with golden hair staring at him with a bemused expression. He thought, this is somewhat awkward. Observing the boy's confused gaze, Wangzhou decided to take the initiative. Hey, who are you? Wangzhou called out to the child without reservation. Aren't you afraid of me? The boy seemed surprised rather than offended by Wangzhou's tone. Typically, people reacted with fear or disdain upon seeing him, yet this person showed no trepidation. Wangzhou, noticing the boy's golden hair and the 6 scars on his face, realized he was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, one of the 2 main protagonists in the series. He casually inquired, "Why should I be afraid of you? I'm the leader of the East District Orphanage. What's your name?" The fact that this person isn't afraid of me, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a new student. Please take care of me. Indeed, it is Naruto. How fortuitous to encounter the protagonist so easily, Wangzhou thought to himself, suppressing his excitement. He continued to question, Naruto Uzumaki? I haven't heard of you. Where are your parents? At the mention of his parents, Naruto's expression shifted to one of mixed melancholy and pride. Grandpa Sarutobi said my parents sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha. They are heroes of the village. I want to become a hero of Konoha just like them. After saying this, Naruto looked at Wangzhou with sparkling eyes and asked, Usually, no one talks to me. You're different. What is your name? Indeed, Naruto is quite pitiable. He seems so elated simply by the presence of conversation. However, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him, as it may prove advantageous when I become involved in the unfolding narrative. He then adopted a somewhat despondent demeanor and introduced himself. I am Wangzhou. I look forward to your guidance. My parents were also ninjas of Konoha, and tragically, they lost their lives to the Nine-Tails while protecting the village. I am all alone now. Would you care to visit my home? I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. Sure, Naruto replied eagerly. Indeed, Naruto is quite the simpleton. It is far too easy to manipulate him. Wangzhou, who is also just a child, couldn't help but think. Follow me, Wangzhou said, leading Naruto home. In the distance, hidden atop the rooftops, members of the Umbu, masked and vigilant, continued to shadow Naruto from the shadows. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard not far from the school. "This is my home, please, come in," Wangs was said as he opened the door. Upon entering, they were greeted by a courtyard featuring a 10-meter-high cherry blossom tree, followed by a traditional Japanese house. The main room was quite minimalist, with a single table and 2 cushions. Wangs addressed Naruto. "Please have a seat, and wait a moment, I will heat up the takeout I purchased." "All right," Naruto said, sitting and curiously surveying his surroundings. "Fortunately, there is enough takeout from lunchtime. But how to ingratiate myself with Naruto, or rather, how to establish a good rapport? The third Hokage must have sent someone to watch. He might even be spying through a crystal ball. I must not give myself away. It is best not to be too overt. After all, Naruto is quite easygoing." With the takeout now warmed, Wangs returned to the main room, where he found Naruto restlessly moving about. Despite having faced the resistance of those around him, making him somewhat more mature than most children, he was still just a child. "Hey, Naruto, it's time to eat. By the way, you don't seem old enough to enroll yet, do you?" As Naruto continued to munch on his food, he mumbled, "I'm not sure. The third Hokage took me to enroll, but he had something to attend to today and left early." Wangs observed Naruto devouring the takeout as if he had never eaten before, thinking to himself, "Indeed, the protagonist receives exceptional treatment. He is permitted to attend school early despite not being of age. Yet at such a young age, he has already been shaped by the third Hokage and is such a bright individual. It must be part of Naruto's innate character. If I were so disliked, I would likely harbor no fondness for Konoha. Nevertheless, such tranquil days are truly delightful. You are fortunate you have family to care for you," Wangs remarked, striving to appear despondent. Noticing Wangs' sorrowful expression, Naruto quickly exclaimed, "Don't worry. From now on, you are my friend. If anyone bullies you at school, just come to me. My grandpa, the third Hokage, is a big deal." In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, third Hokage, we have gathered information about the child who interacted with Naruto. His name is Wangzua. His father, Yuzua, was a commoner jonin, and his mother, Yume, was also a jonin. They hail from the Wang family, which is affiliated with the Senju clan. His mother was the last ninja of the Wang family, and both parents perished during the Nine Tails incident 7 years ago. As he has no living relatives, he was raised in an orphanage, reported a silver-haired man with an animal mask, his eyes devoid of vitality. Upon hearing Kakashi mention the Nine Tails, the third Hokage was reminded of the fourth Hokage, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Kakashi, it seems your emotions are becoming increasingly numb. It is time for you to leave the Umbu. I will assign you other tasks later. This child has a pure lineage and shares a good relationship with Naruto. Please arrange for him to be placed in Irika's class." "Understood, third Hokage," Kakashi replied, and with that he vanished in an instant. Sighing, the third Hokage gazed out the window. "Ah, Minato, I hope your son can become like you." Chapter 2. The Ninja Academy. On the following morning, Wangzua arrived at the Ninja Academy, eagerly awaiting class assignments. Naruto, spotting Wangzua, rushed over to his side, inquiring, "Wangzua, do you think we can be in the same class?" Nonchalantly, Wangzua replied, "I don't know," while internally contemplating, "Based on my performance yesterday and my unblemished background, coupled with the third Hokage's regard and remorse towards Naruto, it is highly probable that I will be placed in the same class as him. Perhaps I will even be specially trained to protect Naruto." However, Wangzua was indulging in fanciful thoughts. In the eyes of the third Hokage, he was merely a child. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of individuals like Kakashi or Itachi, who began their training at a young age and surpassed many ordinary ninjas. Therefore, placing Wangzua in the same class as Naruto was merely an attempt to alleviate the Hokage's feelings of inadequacy in looking after Naruto, while also intending to bring some joy to him, with Wangzua's impeccable background being a significant factor. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The class assignment list is out. Hurry and take a look." Upon hearing this, Naruto hurriedly followed suit. Wangzua, unperturbed, strolled leisurely towards the announcement board. Whether he and Naruto were in the same class was of little consequence to Wangzua. After all, having already met Naruto, it would not be difficult to intertwine himself in the unfolding narrative. Before he could reach the board, he noticed Naruto approaching with a beaming smile. "Haha, we are in the same class. Let's head to the classroom together." Without waiting for Wangzua's response, Naruto led the way to a classroom. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a man with a warm smile and a horizontal scar across his face, standing at the front of the room, while a few students were scattered in their seats. Wangzua cast a cursory glance around. The disheartened figure slumped over in disinterest was likely Nara Shikamaru, one of the legendary 12 of Konoha, and the plump boy next to him must be a Kimichi Choji. Two girls, one with pink hair and the other with blonde, appeared to be Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, who seemed quite close. He did not spot anyone resembling Sasuke, indicating he had yet to arrive. You must be Naruto and Wang Zhua, correct? Please find a seat and settle down. We will begin the lesson once everyone is present, Irika said, his demeanor gentle. All right, teacher, Wang Zhua replied, promptly choosing a seat in the middle by the window. Naruto, initially intending to sit beside Wang Zhua, felt his friend was positioned too far back. For Naruto, who was determined to study diligently and become Hokage, this was somewhat vexing. He had planned to sit in the front row with Wang Zhua, but after some contemplation, he opted for a seat directly in front of him. Before long, students began to trickle into the classroom. Wang Zhua feigned disinterest, leaning over while discreetly observing everyone. The 12 of Konoha were soon to be assembled, yet no one chose to sit beside Naruto. Some children from civilian families were apprehensive of him, while those from clans tended to sit with familiar peers. Oblivious to this, Naruto remained immersed in the excitement of attending school, perhaps even contemplating the prospect of becoming Hokage and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Suddenly, a timid voice broke through the atmosphere beside Wang Zhua. May I sit next to you? In that moment, focused as he was, Wang Zhua could hardly hear the voice amidst the bustling environment, a sound that would have been lost on anyone else. Wang Zhua nonchalantly remarked, all right, and upon turning his head, he beheld a little girl with ebony hair and a flushed visage, her striking white eyes betraying a profound shyness. Could it be Hinata Hyuga? It appeared she was indeed quite bashful. Wang Zhua gently greeted the girl. Hello, I am Shangchuan Wang Zhua. You may call me Wang Zhua. I look forward to your guidance. The girl, seemingly ill at ease with communication, blushed deeply and stammered, I am Hinata Hyuga. Please be kind to me. Indeed, it was Hinata Hyuga, her timidity in speech utterly captivating. Then I shall call you Hinata from now on, Wang Zhua said with a smile, glancing at her. Hinata, sensing his gaze, lowered her head, appearing as though she might weep from embarrassment. Truly, she embodied the legend of shyness. It seemed prudent not to tease her further, as she appeared ready to burrow into the ground. Wang Zhua then turned his attention to the last individual entering the classroom. As Wang Zhua's gaze shifted, Hinata finally lifted her head, pondering. This person is quite peculiar. The final entrant was Sasuke, donned in the unmistakable attire of the Uchiha clan, his countenance youthful yet proud. It seemed Sasuke had yet to experience the anguish of his clan's annihilation, sharing much in common with typical children, save for his strikingly youthful appearance. Wang Zhua felt a twinge of envy. After all, his own looks were passable, albeit imbued with an air of adult-like maturity due to his developed mindset, which often imparted a sense of aloofness to his peers. This, naturally, created a chasm of understanding, save for Naruto, whose bluntness rendered him oblivious. With little seating available upon Sasuke's arrival, he promptly took a place beside Naruto. Once Irika confirmed the presence of all students, he cheerfully announced, Hello, everyone, I am Irika, your teacher from now on. Before we begin our lessons, let us take a moment for self-introductions and to share our dreams, starting from the left. Suddenly, Wang Zhua sensed a chilling presence not far off. Glancing outside, he spotted a youth perched upon a large tree, strikingly similar to Sasuke, adorned in the Uchiha family garb. This must be Itachi Uchiha. Such an icy aura emanated from him. Could this be the power of the Sharingan? Indeed, it was formidable as Wang Zhua pondered this. He abruptly felt a gaze fixate upon him, prompting him to feign interest in the scenery outside before returning his attention to those introducing themselves. Meanwhile, atop the tree, Itachi was observing his younger brother. Suddenly, he sensed a prickle of awareness, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. He mused that it must be the hidden Umbu shinobi safeguarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's getting late. I should return to the Umbu for my report, he thought as Wang Zhua felt the chilling sensation gradually dissipate. It was clear that Itachi had departed. He realized he must exercise caution in the future. If his spiritual sensitivity could not detect even the elite Umbu assigned to protect Naruto, yet Itachi could perceive him, it was a testament to the Uchiha clan's mastery over the Sharingan. He wondered just how powerful the Mangekyou Sharingan could be, and what of the eternal Mangekyou and Rinnegan? The anticipation of this intriguing world was palpable in the midst of daydreaming. Wang Zhua was abruptly awakened by the boisterous exclamations of Naruto, who declared, I am Uzumaki Naruto, a lover of ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage. Naruto stood on his seat, exuberantly shouting. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Wang Zhua rose, delivering a playful slap atop Naruto's head, admonishing him, You interrupted my reverie. Sit down at once. You're making a mess of the chairs, and there are others waiting to introduce themselves. Ouch! Naruto yelped in pain, hastily complying with Wang's command, thereby dissipating the earlier awkward atmosphere. The next individual to introduce himself was Sasuke, who stood up with an air of pride and stated, "I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I cherish moments spent with my brother. My aspiration is to become a genius like him." Indeed, a brother complex, Wang's mused with a hint of mischief. Soon, it was Wang's turn. "I am Shangchuan Wang's, fond of interesting pursuits, averse to troublesome matters, and my dream is to live happily." Irika internally reflected that this bore no semblance to a child's spirited enthusiasm. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, surprised to find a kindred spirit among them. Next was Hinata, who stood up, her head bowed, crimson with embarrassment, clutching the hem of her garment, struggling to find her voice, which led to yet another moment of discomfort. It was time for his own introduction. Wang's gently patted Hinata's shoulder, murmuring words of encouragement. Hinata's cheeks flushed even deeper, resembling a ripe apple, as Wang's hand had inadvertently landed on her rear. Yet, this act seemed to dispel her shyness, and filled with indignation towards Wang's, she muttered softly. "I am Hyuga Hinata, and my dream is to gain my father's approval," before hurriedly sitting down and ignoring Wang's thereafter. It appeared she was upset. Indeed, she was just a child. However, Wang's thought to himself that he did not intend to take advantage of her innocence. It was merely a hasty decision given the circumstances, and he resolved to find an opportunity to apologize later. Feeling like a villain under the disdainful gazes of those around him, including Naruto, Wang's sighed inwardly. Before long, everyone had introduced themselves, while Wang's continued to ponder. He recalled that little Hinata as a child could not compare to Sakura and Ino, one with golden hair and the other with pink, both adorned with delightful accessories that made them particularly charming and vivacious, thus capturing the attention of most. In contrast, Hinata's appearance lacked flair and was marked by her shyness and introversion, which explained Naruto's infatuation with Sakura. However, they were all merely 6-year-old Lolas. He was not particularly inclined towards such youthful charms, finding himself more captivated by the allure of mature beauties like Tsunade or the sunset hues. He wondered whether they truly resembled their animated counterparts as he drifted further into his daydreams. Very well, everyone has introduced themselves. We shall now commence the formal lesson. Today, we will primarily delve into the history of ninjas and the fundamentals of chakra refinement. First, Irika spoke slowly from the podium, prompting Wang's to immediately focus, his attention fully engaged. The classroom was largely attentive, yet there was a distinction. While Naruto and others were enthralled by their first exposure to ninja techniques, Sasuke and Hinata, being offspring of esteemed clans, were diligently listening due to their upbringing. Time seemed to fly by swiftly during the lessons, and before one realized it, the day's classes had come to an end. Wang's parted ways with Naruto at the school gate, each heading home. Wang's had intended to apologize to Hinata, yet before the class had concluded, she was taken away by her family, leaving him with no opportunity to do so. Eager to return home and experiment with the chakra refining technique learned in class, Wang's trotted along, but as he passed a small park, he suddenly noticed 3 boys bullying a girl, faint sobs echoing in the air. Tio Wang's Their teasing seemed merely typical childish taunts, yet the girl's tears compelled him to investigate further. Upon approaching, he was taken aback to discover that the crying girl was none other than Hinata, who had returned home early. Confounded, he pondered how the heiress of the Hyuga clan could find herself alone and bullied in such a manner. It simply defied logic. Regardless of his confusion, he stepped forward and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you picking on this little girl? Isn't that shameful?" One of the boys, seemingly struck by Wang's words, retorted indignantly. With no time to engage in childish antics, Wang's shoved the boy aside and glared fiercely at the trio, declaring, "If you don't leave, you're asking for a fight." Startled by Wang's fierce demeanor, the 2 younger boys hastily helped their fallen companion and fled. Yet, Hinata continued to weep. "Stop crying. They've been driven off," Wang's said helplessly. However, it seemed Hinata was oblivious to his words, still lost in her sorrow. Exasperated, Wang's resorted to threatening her. "If you keep crying, I'll spank you." Miraculously, his warning had an immediate effect. Hinata ceased her tears and glared at him in annoyance. Faced with the ire of such a young girl, Wang's felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and quickly added, "I came to apologize. I intended to help you during class. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. What are you doing here all alone? Didn't you return home early?" Upon hearing Wang's mention home, Hinata's expression shifted to one of impending tears once more. "Please don't cry. Otherwise, people will think I'm the one bullying you," Wang's urged, desperate to prevent another bout of tears. Hinata, observing Wang's anxious demeanor, inadvertently broke into a smile, but it was fleeting as she recalled another sorrowful memory. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "Today, my father had me compete against my sister. I lost, and he expressed great disappointment in me, scolding me a bit before I ran away." After listening, Wangzhou couldn't help but sigh, wondering if a mere reprimand warranted such profound sadness. Indeed, she was just a child. "Aren't you much like me?" Hinata retorted sharply. Wangzhou found himself at a loss for words when suddenly someone called out, "Wangzhou, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he was surprised to see Naruto, who was supposed to be heading home. Had he inadvertently altered the course of events reminiscent of a childhood tale where Naruto heroically saved Hinata, only to be scolded and subsequently win her affection? Wangzhou was taken aback by the thought. "Ah, Hinata, you're here too. Has Wangzhou apologized to you? He was quite out of line during class, but I'm certain he meant well. Please forgive him." Naruto's words jolted Wangzhou from his stupor. Upon catching sight of Naruto approaching, Hinata reverted to her bashful demeanor, softly replying, "It's nothing. Wangzhou-kun has already apologized to me." Curiously, Wangzhou inquired, "Naruto, didn't you go home? What brings you here?" "I just ran out of supplies at home, so I came to buy some," Naruto explained. Suddenly, several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headbands appeared. Addressing Hinata, "Miss, the head of the family has sent us to escort you home." Hinata nodded and said to Wangzhou and Naruto, "I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow." "Goodbye." Wangzhou and Naruto waved to the departing Hinata. On her way home, the lead ninja among the group spoke to Hinata, saying, "Miss, I hope you will keep your distance from that golden-haired boy, and also from that commoner ninja. If the head of the family finds out, he will hold you accountable." "Understood," Hinata replied, though her thoughts lingered on how pleasant Wangzhou and Naruto were. Naruto was quite polite, and Wangzhou had an intriguing personality, albeit somewhat lacking in decorum. Noticing that Hinata hadn't taken their warning to heart, the lead ninja chose not to elaborate further, knowing they could not govern the family's heiress and would merely return to inform the head of the family. "At the park?" Naruto asked. "Would you like to come over to my house?" "No, I must return to my training." "See you tomorrow," he replied hastily before rushing off to the store. Wangzhou suddenly remembered he needed to experiment with chakra refining and turned to run home as well. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Eternal Sage Mode. Upon returning home, Wangzhou immediately began preparing to refine his chakra. At last, he could commence his training, a pursuit for extraordinary power that every man dreams of. Sitting cross-legged on his mat, Wangzhou focused his mind, following Irika's teachings to sense the energy within his body. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energies controlled by the human body. It serves as the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or creating bindings to restrain opponents or sever materials composed of chakra. This energy is derived from the bodily and mental energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells within the human body. Wangzhou was also aware of a unique cultivation method in the world of Naruto known as Sage Mode, which combines natural energy with one's own energy. This not only enhances the potency of ninjutsu, but also continuously refines the body. Improving physical prowess is a mainstream power utilized by Naruto in the later stages of the series. Aside from the formidable mental strength bestowed upon him by his rebirth, Wangzhou possessed no bloodline limit, thus he must master Sage Mode. Otherwise, when faced with an overwhelming number of ninjutsu users later on, he would not only find it difficult to keep pace with Naruto and others, but also jeopardize his own life. As his mind settled into tranquility, leveraging the powerful mental strength he had acquired through his journey, Wangzhou soon felt the energy contained within his cells. Ordinarily, the next step would be to extract this energy. However, Wangzhou had no intention of doing so. Given that he had encountered chakra refining techniques later than the clan heirs like Sasuke, and realizing that Irika's methods were likely inferior to those of the clan, Wangzhou resolved to merge natural energy from the outset and train in tandem. Due to his formidable mental prowess, Wangzhou was able to discern that his chakra affinity was dual, encompassing both earth and lightning attributes. Regrettably, he did not possess the wind attribute akin to Naruto. However, the earth attribute proved to be crucial, as his perceptive abilities indicated that the energy of the earth attribute harmonized more readily with the natural energies of the external world. Had it not been for his inherent earth affinity, Wangzhou would not have initially resolved to experiment with the fusion of natural attributes. From Wangzhou's understanding, Naruto's subsequent Sage Mode was learned from Myaboku Mountain, likely pertaining to the natural energy associated with the earth attribute, as unstable absorption could lead to petrification. The challenge of Sage Mode lies in maintaining a balance among the three types of energy: natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy, each constituting 1/3 for activation. Exceeding one-third would result in being consumed by natural forces, while falling short of one-third would preclude the activation of Sage Mode. Ōtsutsuki devoted himself to sensing the natural energy that flowed through the external world, a task fraught with difficulty. Generally, overcoming this hurdle, combined with careful effort, would allow one to merge with natural energy, as it typically required either immense mental strength or prolonged immersion in the essence of nature to perceive and refine natural energy. Ōtsutsuki estimated that his mental prowess had slightly surpassed the 3 tomo, nearing the level of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, this offered little practical utility, granting him only a robust memory and heightened perception. For Ōtsutsuki had not studied ninjutsu nor possessed the Sharingan, which could directly harness mental energy and continually enhance it as it evolved. After approximately an hour, Ōtsutsuki finally sensed the natural energy from the external environment. It was now time to take a leap of faith. Although he was confident with an 80% certainty, it was not an absolute guarantee. He began to draw the earth attribute-laden natural energy into his body. As this energy entered, his form gradually succumbed to petrification, and Ōtsutsuk's consciousness began to dissolve within the essence of nature. He felt as though he were merging with the natural world, his emotions fading away, devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, losing all sense of time in the external realm. The petrification of Ōtsutsuk's body accelerated, creeping upwards rapidly until it seemed that everything below his neck had turned to stone. Just as he was on the verge of complete oblivion, a familiar sensation surged within his mind. His mental energy appeared to locate its origin point, swiftly converging from its scattered state. The state of unity with nature felt astonishingly familiar. As his mental energy coalesced, he began to regulate the balance of the 3 forces within him, and the petrification gradually receded. By evening, the petrification had completely vanished, and the once vibrant natural energy within Ōtsutsuki had grown exceedingly tranquil. Through introspection facilitated by his mental energy, he discovered a golden lake within his body, a clear sign of success. The next step was to refine chakra, merging the 2 energies to extract Sage Chakra. The process of chakra refinement proved considerably easier than that of natural energy. Following the extraction method taught by Irika, it wasn't long before Ōtsutsuki successfully refined chakra, manifesting droplets of blue water within his body. He then integrated these droplets into the golden lake, which gradually transformed into a golden mist that infused Ōtsutsuk's form, thereby enhancing his physical capabilities. Ōtsutsuk's Sage Mode differs significantly from that of Naruto and his companions. The perfection of a user's Sage Mode can be assessed through the Sage face patterns, which indicate their control over natural energy. Aside from Ōtsutsuk's appearance becoming slightly more refined, there are no other notable changes. Owing to the blessings of his past life, where he mastered Taoist practices and reached a state of unity with nature, Ōtsutsuki embodies the epitome of Sage Mode. Typically, Sage Mode can only be cultivated by individuals with an immense chakra reserve. As those with lesser chakra find it challenging to harness natural energy, the stronger the chakra, the greater the amount of natural energy one can absorb, making them prone to being overwhelmed by it. Ōtsutsuki, however, first utilizes his mental prowess to absorb and control natural energy, subsequently merging a small portion of chakra to regulate it, effectively allowing him to directly wield natural energy. He exists in a perpetual Sage Mode. Nevertheless, there are evident drawbacks. With insufficient chakra, the amount of natural energy he can access is limited. Currently, Ōtsutsuk's chakra reserves are inadequate even to perform a basic fireball technique. Even if he possessed Naruto's extraordinary chakra, it would be of little use, as the true measure of their abilities extends beyond mere chakra quantity and encompasses overall combat prowess. Upon completing his training, Ōtsutsuki discovered that dawn had arrived. Despite an entire night of rigorous practice, he felt no trace of fatigue, but rather an invigorating vitality. This is the benefit of natural energy, which not only accelerates his chakra refinement, but also enhances his physical constitution. For a ninja, physical constitution is paramount, as it determines the capacity for chakra storage. A prime example of this is the 8 gates technique, which can only be fully executed by one with an exceptionally strong constitution, allowing for an explosive release of all stored chakra, the tremendous power stemming from the accumulation of chakra as one's physical condition improves. Irika announced that today he would teach the 3-body technique, substitution, clone, and transformation techniques, prompting Ōtsutsuki to hastily make his way to school, lest he miss out due to tardiness. After a brief wash-up, he hurried towards the academy. Running at full speed, Ōtsutsuki managed to arrive on time. Discovering that he felt no fatigue, this is yet another advantage of chakra training. Just as he settled into his seat, Irika entered the classroom, declaring that they would be learning the most fundamental 3-body technique today. First, they would focus on hand seals, a method to control chakra usage. Following this, the class was instructed to head to the playground for practical attempts. Standing on the playground, Ōtsutsuki did not rush to practice like the others. Instead, he took a moment to ponder Irika's words. He was not the only one remaining still. Sasuke, having already mastered the three-body technique and currently studying fire release, found the environment unsuitable for practice and, free from familial vendettas, opted to slack off. After a while, Ōtsutsuki finally grasped the flow of chakra for the three-body technique. The next step was to perform the hand seals, which are quite simple. Requiring only 2. For someone with a strong mental fortitude like Ōtsutsuki, this was merely a trivial task. He swiftly formed the hand seals and declared, "Clone technique." Instantly, an indistinct entity materialized beside him. It appears to be a failure, however, in contrast to others who are at a similar novice stage. Ōtsutsuki has at least made preliminary progress in his practice of hand seals. Feeling the dwindling chakra within him, Ōtsutsuki has no choice but to focus on practicing hand seals, as the ability to perform one-handed seals or to unleash techniques instantaneously can provide a significant advantage in battle. While Ōtsutsuki diligently practices, he observes Naruto fervently training in a corner. Yet, due to the tumultuous influence of the Nine-Tails chakra within him, Naruto finds himself utterly incapable of controlling the flow of chakra in his body, resulting in no progress whatsoever. Faced with this predicament, Ōtsutsuki can only offer encouragement to Naruto. Chapter 4. Uchiha Sasuke. In the year 56 of Konoha, 2 years swiftly pass. With Ōtsutsuk's unwavering dedication and immersion in training, he has completely mastered the body flicker technique through relentless practice. He has developed the ability to directly manipulate the chakra within his body using his formidable mental strength, successfully achieving the formless and instantaneous body flicker technique. His proficiency in fundamental skills, such as shuriken throwing, has also become remarkably adept. Simultaneously, Ōtsutsuki discovers why high-ranking ninjas seldom resort to the body flicker technique. On one hand, it is easily discernible by opponents, and on the other, the usage of the technique necessitates special tools. Consequently, high-level ninjas often prefer to utilize advanced ninjutsu that aligns with their inherent affinities, as it conserves chakra and confounds adversaries, such as Zabuza's water clone or the third Hokage's earth clone. Ōtsutsuki frequently trains alongside Naruto, providing him with intermittent encouragement, thus preventing Naruto from resorting to mischief to garner attention, as depicted in the story. Through their relentless joint training and study, although Naruto still struggles to control the chakra within him, he has developed a solid foundation in other basic skills. Particularly, under Ōtsutsuk's long-term guidance, the extraordinary physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan becomes evident, showcasing a recovery ability akin to Ōtsutsuk's sage body, nourished by natural energy. With no other ninjutsu available for study, Ōtsutsuki resorts to physical training, akin to Rock Lee, while also learning some fundamental taijutsu from Hinata. Speaking of Hinata, under Ōtsutsuk's gentle guidance and encouragement, she has become capable of engaging in normal conversations with others and has formed a close bond with Ōtsutsuki. However, she still exhibits considerable shyness whenever she encounters Naruto. This evokes a sense of wonder in Ōtsutsuki regarding the formidable nature of fate. Without the conventional hero-saving beauty narrative, she still harbors affection for Naruto. Yet, Ōtsutsuki has misinterpreted the situation. This is not an animated tale but the reality of the world of Naruto. There exists no love or hatred without cause. Hinata's demeanor toward Naruto stems from a blend of fear and reluctance to converse with him, influenced by her father's warnings. Ideally, the narrative would have unfolded with Naruto rescuing her, thereby altering her perception of him, and gradually fostering affection through his persistent efforts. However, due to Ōtsutsuk's interference, her feelings toward Naruto remain tinged with fear, leading Ōtsutsuki to mistakenly perceive her shyness. Nevertheless, as Ōtsutsuki trains alongside Naruto daily, Hinata's opinion of him begins to shift positively, recognizing Naruto as a diligent and hardworking individual, far from the fearsome figure her father depicted. Due to the strict management within her family, Hinata could only practice alongside Ōtsutsuki during class hours. Seizing this opportunity, Ōtsutsuki learned quite a bit about the fundamental taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Upon discovering this, Hinata's father, the clan leader, expressed indifference, recognizing that Hinata was the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga family and that her associations were trivial. Most importantly, Ōtsutsuki showed no inclination to grow overly close to Hinata. The study of taijutsu greatly benefited Ōtsutsuki, and coupled with his previous training in military combat techniques learned from his uncle, who had served, his strength had barely reached the level of an ordinary genin. However, most genin typically mastered 1 or 2 C-rank jutsu. So in situations beyond close combat, Ōtsutsuki's chances of success were only twofold. Sitting at home, he gazed at the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, contemplating a significant event that seemed to have occurred this year. It struck him, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's awakening, and Itachi Uchiha's betrayal. In no wonder he had sensed an increasing presence of village guards and a surge of wandering ninjas. It appeared that Konoha was poised to take action against the Uchiha clan. What benefits could he possibly glean from this situation? After much deliberation, he concluded that his strength was insufficient. Without adequate power, he could secure no gains. Yet, this presented a prime opportunity to draw closer to Sasuke, especially since he was currently lacking in the study of jutsu. All such resources were held by these prominent clans, and if he could cultivate a good relationship with Sasuke, he might gain access to the jutsu preserved by the Uchiha clan. If all else failed, he could potentially acquire information from Orochimaru's collection through Sasuke in the future. It was worth a try. Otherwise, he would have to wait 2 years until he could learn other jutsu from a jounin instructor assigned to lead a team, and he could not afford to wait that long. Falling behind even a single step would lead to a cascade of setbacks, especially since Naruto and the others were progressing rapidly. The following day, Wangzua arrived at school only to find that Sasuke had not shown up. It seemed the complex dynamics of brotherhood were about to unfold, and he was eager to witness Itachi Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. As he gazed out the window, he was surprised to see Naruto appearing somewhat distracted. Could it be that his bond with his best friend sensed Wangzua's malicious conjectures? Turning to Naruto, he inquired, "What troubles you today? You look rather out of sorts. Did you overexert yourself in training last night?" "No," Naruto replied. "I saw Sasuke sitting alone by the river, and when I called out to him, he ignored me. He seems quite sorrowful, reminiscent of how I used to feel. Let us go check on him after class." Naruto stared vacantly out the window. As dusk fell, Naruto led Wangzua to the riverbank, where they found Sasuke sitting alone, staring blankly at the water, his face streaked with tears. Naruto approached him, asking, "Sasuke, are you all right? Irika-sensei informed us about your situation." Sasuke remained silent, still gazing at the river's surface. Noticing Sasuke's dazed demeanor, Wangzua stepped forward and delivered a punch to Sasuke's face, knocking him to the ground. "How can you seek vengeance like this? You appear as a coward," Wangzua exclaimed. The remark seemed to ignite something within Sasuke, prompting him to rise and retaliate against Wangzua, declaring, "I am not a coward." Wangzua effortlessly sidestepped the punch thrown by Sasuke, pivoting to deliver a kick that sent Sasuke sprawling. "With your current state, even I could defeat you. How do you expect to exact revenge?" Sasuke quickly regained his footing, his eyes transforming into a fiery crimson, the pupils vanishing to reveal a single tomo. He glared fiercely at Wangzua and skillfully formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Wangzua. Too slow, he thought, as he noticed Wangzua had already materialized beside him. A powerful fist struck Sasuke in the abdomen, causing him to collapse. The fireball collided with Wangzua, who had transformed into a wooden dummy. Substitution technique. How could this be? My Sharingan didn't even catch him forming the seals. If I can't even defeat him, how can I hope to triumph over that person? Sasuke lay in a daze on the ground, the Sharingan fading, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. Is this how you give up? Truly a coward. How can you uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan like this? How did you ever hope to surpass the so-called genius, Uchiha Itachi? Wangzua seized Sasuke by the arm. "Do not utter his name," Sasuke roared, attempting to break free from Wangzua's grip, yet his chakra was entirely depleted, rendering him powerless. "Then you must rise and invigorate yourself. Tears will not resolve anything. What you require is strength, the will to grow stronger." Wangzua released Sasuke, allowing him to collapse onto the ground. "I must become stronger. I must personally slay him," Sasuke shouted toward the heavens from his kneeling position. "Becoming stronger is not merely a matter of words," Wangzua remarked coldly from the side. "What must I do?" Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixed upon Wangzua, who had previously seemed to him just an ordinary passerby close to the Hyuga clan's heiress. With average grades in school tests, he never anticipated that this individual, hailed as another genius succeeding Uchiha Itachi, would completely overshadow him. Unbeknownst to him, Wangzua had concealed his true strength, without sufficient ability and lacking the backing of the Uchiha clan. He understood that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Of course, diligent training is essential. We have yet to graduate, and cannot receive guidance from a Jonin teacher. For now, train alongside Naruto and me. We can challenge each other and learn together. If you wish for vengeance, you must first surpass both of us. Do you possess such courage?" Wangzua pointed at Naruto, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. "All right. I will surely surpass you soon," Sasuke exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes as he regarded Wangzua. "Oh, not waste time. Let us begin. Start with a few laps to warm up," Wangzua encouraged, patting the dumbfounded Naruto on the back. Sasuke promptly joined Wang Zhua and Naruto, the glow of dusk illuminating the faces of the trio as Sasuke gazed at Naruto and Wang's were ahead of him, silently expressing his gratitude. Hey, Naruto, no slacking off. Come here. Wang's called out to the exhausted Naruto sprawled on the ground. Sasuke, you come over too, he beckoned, as the practicing shuriken user Sasuke approached without delay. Wang's addressed the two of them. Today, we will learn water walking and tree climbing. This will enhance our control over chakra, especially you, Naruto. Your chakra control is abysmal, so focus on that. Wang's shamelessly borrowed Kakashi's teaching methods. Naruto responded with a sense of helplessness, while Sasuke nodded and promptly began to make his attempts. Observing this, Naruto also felt an uplift in his spirit, resolute not to be left behind. Gritting his teeth, he embarked on a journey filled with repeated failures. Wang's stood atop a tree, gazing down at the tranquil hidden leaf village, the curtain about to rise on an anticipated encounter with formidable opponents. As he sat cross-legged, extracting chakra, he pondered his current advantages. A robust physique and the possession of sage chakra. While recognizing his shortcomings, insufficient chakra reserves, he must learn the 8 Gates technique or Tsunade's 100 Healings technique, the latter being rather cumbersome, while the former would rely on Naruto's assistance. Indeed, he would need to guide him. For at present, it seemed Naruto might not be easily deceived by Mizuki. As the trio trained together, they attracted the attention of some onlookers, causing Wang Zhua to reveal a modicum of his strength in the eyes of the third Hokage and others. However, unbeknownst to them, even Naruto remained oblivious to the full extent of Wang Zhua's abilities, as he primarily focused on taijutsu when with Naruto and Sasuke. After observing for a while, the third Hokage noted no significant concerns, merely acknowledging Wang Zhua's commendable talent in taijutsu, albeit inferior to that of the once prodigious Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi, thus dismissing him from further scrutiny. Through Sasuke, Wang Zhua acquired a wealth of training experiences passed down from the Uchiha clan, greatly enhancing his chakra refinement speed and understanding. However, he did not manage to learn the ninjutsu or the unique shuriken throwing techniques archived by the Uchiha. Should Wang Zhua request Sasuke to teach him, Sasuke might acquiesce, but such an action would inevitably draw the third Hokage's attention, leading to unnecessary suspicion and potentially hindering Sasuke's progress. Consequently, Wang Zhua opted to express his yearning for ninjutsu through subtle hints while firmly declining Sasuke's offer to directly view the Uchiha clan's collection of ninjutsu. Ultimately, his perseverance bore fruit as he acquired the D-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, decapitation technique. According to Sasuke, this was the lowest rank ninjutsu he could uncover in his family's records, and fortunately, Wang Zhua possessed both earth and lightning affinities. Whether this was entirely truthful mattered little to him, for it was likely that what the hidden leaf could offer Sasuke was not particularly exceptional. However, Wang Zhua did not anticipate that even a D-rank ninjutsu would capture the attention of the third Hokage. With a hint of interest, the third Hokage mused that Wang Zhua was quite remarkable, not only adept at utilizing available resources but also possessing an understanding of what actions were advisable or not. Such wisdom at a young age, coupled with his decent talent in taijutsu, made him a candidate worth considering for the Umbu in the future. At that moment, oblivious to all, Wang Zhua diligently practiced the Earth Release, decapitation technique. Through his studies, he discovered that this technique also involved the art of burrowing into the earth and concealing one's presence, proving to be more intricate than a mere D-rank ninjutsu. After a period of experimentation, Wang Zhua successfully developed a simple yet practical earth-based concealment technique built upon the foundation of this ninjutsu. Utilizing predominantly earth-based natural energy allowed him to remain submerged in the ground for extended periods while traversing beneath the surface. Evading sensory-type ninjas. As Wang Zhua's strength grew and his research into ninjutsu deepened, he believed that the effectiveness and range of his concealment would only continue to improve. Since Naruto and the others, upon entering Sage mode, have taken to calling all ninjutsu Sage techniques, I shall name my move Earth Style. Divine concealment. It may be simple, but Wang Zhua is unbothered by such trivialities. Chapter 5. Naruto's Peculiar Examination Konoha. Year 60. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball hurtles towards Wang Zhua, yet he nimbly sidesteps to the side, effortlessly evading it. So slow. You can't touch me, Sasuke. In an instant, Wang Zhua closes the distance to Sasuke, launching a punch that strikes true, transforming Sasuke into a mere wooden figure. I was waiting for you to come closer. Prepare yourself for my lion's barrage. Suddenly, the already activated Sharingan Sasuke appears behind Wang Zhua, delivering a powerful kick that sends him soaring into the air, swiftly following him to rain down punches. Sasuke, that new move of yours is quite impressive, but it won't be enough to defeat me. Wang Zhua easily grasped Sasuke's descending fists, redirecting his momentum downward, only for the fallen Sasuke to dissipate into white mist. Shadow clone technique. Before the words have even left his lips, a swarm of fiery bird-shaped flames engulfs Wangzua from all sides. Fire style, Phoenix Fire. Taijutsu, Whirlwind Leaf Drop. Wangzua raises his leg, swiftly sweeping towards the firebirds and creating a powerful gust that scatters them. I lost again. Sasuke laments, this time by a hair's breadth. If only my chakra were sufficient. I wouldn't have been unable to dispel your firebirds, and remember, the Uchiha clan's true strength lies in those eyes. Keep striving. Wangzua approaches and pats Sasuke on the back, but I can hardly wait. Every night I find myself thinking of his eyes, while I still haven't even bested you. Though I have grown significantly stronger, it is still not enough. I crave greater power, the kind of eyes he possesses. Sasuke growls under his breath. Wangzua softly reassures him, soon, very soon, you will grow even stronger, but I hope you can survive. Sasuke looks at Wangzua, puzzled. Remember, Naruto and I are your friends. If you ever need help, do not hesitate to call us. Today is the graduation exam, so let us find Naruto. I wonder where he has wandered off to. Wangzua hastily changes the subject. Naruto meanders aimlessly through the streets, having just witnessed the match between Sasuke and Wangzua. Feeling increasingly inadequate as he reflects on their growing prowess, he laments, I am still utterly useless. Although I can now successfully perform the three-body technique, I still cannot execute even a D-rank hand-seal ninjutsu. How can I ever hope to become Hokage? As he walks with his head bowed, he suddenly collides with someone and quickly exclaims, I'm sorry. It turns out to be Mizuki. Naruto looks up, Hi, Teacher Mizuki. I truly apologize for my distraction, and no matter. You seem quite downcast. Are you worried about the graduation exam? Mizuki inquires gently. Naruto hastily replies, No, I just feel utterly useless. I can never control my chakra properly. Mizuki encourages him, One must not be disheartened. I hear your dream is to become Hokage. How can you let small obstacles defeat you? Yes, you are right, teacher. I am destined to become Hokage. I cannot give up, Naruto exclaims with unwavering determination. Shueimu gazed at Naruto with a sense of satisfaction. Just in time. The esteemed Hokage has summoned me to assign you a task if you successfully complete it. Not only will you graduate directly, but you will also acquire formidable ninjutsu. Tonight, you must stealthily infiltrate the office of the third Hokage, procure a certain book, and then deliver it to me in the western woods. Remember, do not let anyone discover you. This is a special trial set forth by the third Hokage himself. Though Shueimu's demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar, Naruto, driven by trust in his teacher, responded with an enthusiastic, All right, at the Ninja Academy, Naruto's absence was noted. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? I couldn't find him just now, Sasuke inquired, glancing at Wangzua. Perhaps the third Hokage has summoned him for something, and no need to worry. Your turn will come soon. You should go ahead and take the exam, Wangzua thought to himself, reflecting on the unreliable nature of the plot. However, it was odd that Shueimu had not yet arrived for the graduation assessment. It seemed Naruto had indeed been duped into stealing a forbidden scroll, but with the third Hokage secretly watching, there was little cause for concern. Before long, both Sasuke and Wangzua passed the examination, successfully obtaining the Leaf Village Forehead Protector, marking Wangzua's ascent to the rank of Genin. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of team assignments. The groupings in the animation appeared to be predetermined, and now he found himself as an anomaly. It should typically consist of 2 males and 1 female, forming a combination of support and offensive roles. However, considering the chaos of the current narrative, he thought, whatever. I'll just go find Naruto. He should still be preparing to head to the Hokage's office. Sasuke, you should return to your training. I'll go search for Naruto, Wangzua stated. Do you not need my assistance? Sasuke inquired. Not at all. I know where he is, Wangzua replied, and with that, he leaped into action, making his way towards the Hokage's office. As he soared through the air, he savored the shifting scenery around him, occasionally utilizing rooftops or trees for leverage. Wangzua marveled at the exhilarating sensation of freedom beneath the blue sky and white clouds, traversing the eaves and walls with ease. Soon, he arrived near the Hokage's office, a grand structure resembling a gourd, adorned with the stone carvings of the faces of past Hokages etched into the cliffside. Night had fallen. Naruto must be preparing to act soon. I must feign a casual encounter while wandering around the perimeter. Moonlight bathed the ground, and suddenly, a figure burst forth from the Hokage's office, racing towards the western woods. Wangzua immediately sensed this and swiftly intercepted. Naruto, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you all day. Why haven't you gone to take the graduation exam? Upon seeing Wangzua, Naruto felt relieved and explained, Shomu-sensei said that Grandpa Third has given me a task, asking me to take this scroll to the Western Woods. Realizing that the third Hokage had been monitoring Naruto the entire time, Wangzhou pretended to be perplexed. Is that so? But why wouldn't the Hokage inform you directly or have someone nearby convey the message? I sense something amiss with Shuemu. I will accompany you to investigate. Naruto, already feeling a sense of unease, quickly grasped the implications of Wangzhou's words, and the two hastened towards the Western Woods. Upon reaching the designated location, Naruto looked around, puzzled. Where is Shuemu-sensei? Fully armed, Mizuki emerged from the woods, disregarding Wangzhou beside him. With a smile on his face, he said, "Excellent, Naruto. You have successfully completed the mission. Lord Third will undoubtedly be very pleased. Now, hand over the scroll to me." Naruto suddenly refused, declaring, "No, I must deliver it to Lord Third personally." Mizuki's expression darkened instantly. "If that is the case, then both of you shall perish here." Before Naruto could react, a massive shuriken flew from Mizuki's hand. Wangzhou sensed Irika-sensei hiding nearby and feigned ignorance. The colossal shuriken stirred up dust, and as the smoke enveloped Naruto and Wangzhou, Mizuki twisted his face into a grotesque grin, exclaiming, "As long as I obtain the scroll, I can once again serve under Lord Orochimaru." Suddenly, Mizuki's demeanor shifted. The dust began to clear, revealing the gigantic shuriken embedded in Irika's body. Pale and bloodied, Irika shouted to Naruto and Wangzhou, "Run! Quickly find Lord Third. This scroll contains highly dangerous jutsu. It must not fall into his hands." Mizuki, gazing at the fallen Irika, taunted, "None of you shall escape. You pitiful do-gooder, what can someone as weak as you possibly achieve? You will never comprehend the beauty of power." Irika pulled the shuriken from his back, rising to stand protectively before Naruto and Wangzhou, resolutely declaring, "I will not allow you to harm my students." He then drew a kunai and charged at Mizuki. The two engaging in a fierce battle. Naruto appeared stunned, prompting Wangzhou to urgently shake him awake. "Irika-sensei is gravely injured. He won't last long. I will hold them off. You must go find Lord Third." Heeding Wangzhou's words, Naruto instinctively prepared to leave, but then halted. "You have always protected me. I can no longer continue to evade my own weakness. I must protect you too." An idea struck Naruto as he opened the forbidden jutsu scroll, revealing the technique for the shadow clone jutsu. The method was straightforward, and the hand sign simple. Wangzhou, watching the clash between Irika and Mizuki, diverted his attention to Naruto, quickly memorizing the easy-to-execute jutsu. At that moment, Irika had been knocked to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Mizuki, wielding a blood-stained kunai, glared at Wangzhou and Naruto with murderous intent, declaring, "Now it is your turn." Witnessing Irika lying in a pool of blood ignited a fierce rage within Naruto. Feeling an overwhelming surge of chakra, he formed hand signs and roared, "You will pay for this, shadow clone jutsu." In an instant, the area was filled with numerous shadowy figures of Naruto. Mizuki appeared momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught of thousands of Narutos. Seizing the opportunity, Wangzhou summoned hands from beneath the ground, ensnaring Mizuki's lower body and immobilizing him with the earth release. Inner decapitation technique. Simultaneously, Naruto shouted, "Farewell," unleashing a barrage of kunai, Naruto's Thousand Shadow Barrage. A multitude of Narutos surged towards Mizuki, overwhelming him. After a tumultuous brawl, Shuemu lay on the ground, unconscious and teetering between life and death. Wangzhou, with one hand supporting the exhausted Naruto and the other cradling the scroll, prepared to depart, bearing the injured and unconscious Irika on his back. Suddenly, a group of masked ninjas appeared beside them. "Leave this to us. You take Naruto and the scroll to see Lord Third." Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto had already regained much of his strength. Truly, he was deserving of his title as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, augmented by the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Wangzhou mused that once Naruto mastered Sage Mode, his recovery abilities would undoubtedly surpass his own. The third Hokage, adorned with his signature conical hat, entered the room. He appeared significantly aged, yet Wangzhou could still sense the robust chakra emanating from him. "Grandfather Third," Naruto greeted warmly, "I heard you two managed to defeat a Chunin together. Well done." The third stroked his white beard. Naruto, however, immediately fell into despondency, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Irika-sensei wouldn't have been injured." The third chuckled, "Well, let this serve as a lesson for next time. Irika has received treatment and is not in serious condition. Identifying the infiltrators within Konoha is a significant achievement. What reward do you desire?" Wangzhou thought to himself, surprised that the third did not mention Naruto's theft of the Forbidden Scroll. Clearly, there was a plan in place. Such a vital item could not have been so easily pilfered. Upon hearing that Irika was fine, Naruto sighed in relief. Grandfather Third, I didn't participate in the graduation exam, and Irika-sensei must be quite disappointed. Therefore, I wish to retake the exam to become a genin. That would surely make Irika-sensei very happy. Very well, but you need not retake the exam. After all, you have already defeated the Chunin, Shui Mu. Tomorrow, simply take your forehead protector and visit Irika at the hospital. The third replied, before turning his sharp gaze towards Wang Zhuo. And what reward do you seek, Wang Zhuo? In the presence of such a cunning figure as the third, honesty was the best policy. Wang Zhuo unabashedly stated, I have heard that Konoha possesses a formidable technique known as the 8 Gates. I wish to learn it. Initially, Wang Zhuo had contemplated requesting to become the third's apprentice. However, given the deep wounds inflicted by Orochimaru, the third might not be inclined to accept a student. Furthermore, becoming his apprentice would entail numerous complications. The likes of Danzo were not to be trifled with, and the Elder Council could pose their own challenges, not to mention facing the third's own trials. Thus, it seemed more prudent to seek immediate benefits. After reflecting for a moment, the third remarked, the 8 Gates is a forbidden technique that inflicts significant harm upon the body. It is not something a mere genin can master. I cannot recommend that path. Perhaps you should consider a different request. Unbeknownst to the third, Wang Zhuo's recovery abilities and physical condition had significantly improved under the influence of Sage Mode. Yet, he could not reveal all his secrets to the third. Thus, he replied, Lord Third, I wish to learn Earth-style ninjutsu. The third inquired, are you of the Earth chakra nature? Yes, Lord Third, Wang Zhuo responded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked towards the third. Wang Zhuo, having adopted a strategy of retreat as a means to advance, understood that the third Hokage would undoubtedly refrain from personally instructing him, given the latter's considerable obligations. Therefore, he could only acquiesce to a request or offer something of equivalent value. After all, he was the Hokage and could not afford to betray the trust of a child. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before retrieving a scroll from the bookshelf behind him, stating, this contains some earth release techniques and my insights on training. However, do not be overly ambitious. The techniques of B rank or above are exceedingly difficult and beyond the grasp of a mere genin. Wang Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, not out of dissatisfaction, but rather profound contentment. Although it did not possess the immediacy of the 8 Gates technique, it was far more suitable for him in the long run. After all, these were the teachings of the revered third Hokage, known as the Professor and the God of Ninjutsu, which would significantly aid Wang Zhuo in mastering earth release and delving into the intricacies of ninjutsu. He hastily accepted the scroll, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Third. Very well, you may return now. Remember to check on Irika after class tomorrow, the third Hokage instructed. Understood, Lord Third Grandpa Third. Wang Zhuo and Naruto replied joyfully as they departed from the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, Wang Zhuo eagerly unrolled the scroll, immersing himself in the vast ocean of ninjutsu knowledge. Chapter 6. An unexpected class assignment in a state of fervent dedication that rendered him oblivious to the passage of time. Wang Zhuo recalled his previous life. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his uncle, a retired Special Forces soldier, who instilled in him a deep passion for the pursuit of extraordinary power. He initially sought masters from various martial arts schools, studying both internal and external styles, only to discover that no matter how hard he trained, he could not transcend the limits of the human body to achieve his aspirations. Consequently, he became enamored with the pursuit of immortality and the Taoist philosophy. After extensively studying Taoist teachings, Wang Zhuo found solace in his mindset. Even upon realizing that concepts such as true qi and the golden elixir were but ethereal illusions, he persisted in his studies, exploring Buddhist and Taoist texts. He first withdrew into the mountains and rivers, later retreating from the mundane world, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the Taoist ideal of unity between heaven and man. Yet, possessing only the concept without the requisite strength led him to become overly absorbed in these ideas, resulting in a loss of his spirit, ultimately transporting him to the world of Naruto. On the following morning, the third Hokage proved himself to be the god of ninjutsu. Having lived through the information explosion of the 21st century and studied various texts, Wang Zhuo gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu principles through the insights of the third Hokage. If I dedicate more time to practice, I should be able to master the transformation of chakra properties. At that point, I could quickly learn the Rasengan by following Jiraiya's teachings to Naruto. Wang Zhuo thought, brimming with confidence. Realizing time was of the essence, Wang Zhuo prepared for school, where they would assign students into groups of 3 based on their performance in the graduation exam. Wondering how he would be grouped, he placed the scroll aside, secured his Genin forehead protector on his right arm, and set off for school. You think I could be in the same group as Sasuke? Sakura, with a dreamy expression, inquired of Ino, who shrugged dismissively. What's so great about Sasuke? Sure, he is handsome, but he always wears that cold, expressionless face and dedicates himself to relentless training. He is not interesting at all. It was uncertain whether it was Wang's influence or simply the inherent reality of the Naruto world. Though the overarching narrative remained unchanged, many details were indeed transformed in Wang's perspective. He leans towards the latter, as he has come to understand that the history here diverges significantly from that depicted in the animation. For instance, Tsunade has never engaged in romantic pursuits. As the princess of the Senju clan, she has been devoid of the leisure for such affairs. The profound grief stemming from her brother's demise, coupled with the burdens of responsibility that accompany the rise of the Senju clan, ultimately compelled her to forsake Konoha in search of escape. Furthermore, the Senju clan has not been reduced to Tsunade alone. Rather, they have suffered the losses of their top-tier shinobi, including the first and second Hokage. Due to the successive ninja world wars and the defection of certain Uchiha clan members, led by Uchiha Madara, leading them to retreat into obscurity. Through his observations of Ino and Sakura's demeanor, Wang's becomes increasingly convinced that this iteration of Naruto is not entirely congruent with the anime. For example, Ino, raised under the stringent tutelage of a prominent family, does not exhibit the same infatuation as Sakura. Instead, she displays a maturity surpassing that of her peers, which fosters a commendable rapport between the two, unmarred by jealousy over Sasuke, as depicted in the original narrative. Wang's ponders these reflections. Naruto, adorned with his forehead protector, barges in with a carefree demeanor. Inuzuka Kiba immediately leaps from his seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "Naruto, weren't you absent from the exam? How have you become a genin?" With a sense of pride, Naruto fondly touches his forehead protector, replying, "It's a secret." Just as Kiba prepares to inquire further, the classroom door swings open, and a man chewing on a cigarette strides in, announcing, "I am Asuma Sarutobi, the instructor for Team 10. When I call your name, please follow me. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino." Sakura interjects, "I'm off now. Best of luck, Ino," as the trio follows Asuma out. Kiba and Naruto, too preoccupied with thoughts of their prospective instructors, lose interest in their conversation, and an instant silence envelopes the classroom. Sasuke maintains his usual aloof demeanor, while Wang's rests his head on the desk, contemplating the insights on ninjutsu he had gleaned the previous night. Sakura gazes dreamily at Sasuke, and Hinata appears lost in her thoughts, troubled by her own concerns. Before long, a stunningly beautiful woman enters, instantly capturing Wang's attention. With fiery red eyes, a striking figure, and an aura of competence, she is in a league entirely separate from the still youthful Hinata and Sakura. Observing Wang's captivated expression, Hinata inadvertently steps on his foot. Wang's yelps in pain, prompting the woman to chuckle and say, "Hello everyone, I am Yuhi Kurenai, the instructor for Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, please follow me." Upon hearing her name, Hinata's expression shifts to disappointment as she casts a glare at Wang's before departing with Kurenai. Wang's left in a state of confusion, muses about the unexpected strength behind Kurenai's seemingly gentle demeanor. Gradually, the classroom empties, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, Wang's and Sakura. Just as Wang's contemplates the bizarre turn of events, two individuals enter the room. "Who among you is Wang's? Come, let us embrace the vigor of youth," proclaims a figure clad in an eccentric green ensemble, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Could it be? Is this Might Guy? Shouldn't he be instructing Tintin, Niji, and Lee? How is it that he is here to teach me? Wang's mind spirals into disarray. Another individual, with a head of silver hair and donning a mask, exuded an air of languor as he succinctly addressed, "Kakashi, Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, follow me." Both Naruto and Sakura wore expressions of elation, with Naruto reveling in the prospect of being in the same team as Sakura, oblivious to the fact that Sakura was equally thrilled to be paired with Sasuke. Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi intently, sensing an immense strength in him, coupled with a familiar aura. Wang's also sensed it, a formidable killing intent, reminiscent of what he had experienced from his brother. Naruto, Sasuke, and Wang's trailed Kakashi as he departed, while Wang's, feeling resigned, followed Guy towards the training grounds. Guy flashed a row of gleaming white teeth at Wang's, proclaiming, "Lord Third said your taijutsu is commendable. If you wish to learn the 8 gates, just call upon me to instruct you, and I shall have you join my 3 students for this year's Chunin exams." Indeed, the third Hokage had been monitoring both me and Sasuke, aware of Naruto's training and cognizant of a portion of my strength. He did not allow me to form a proper team with others, showing such care for me, despite my lack of influence. Considering my parents' lineage as part of the Hokage, it seemed he intended for me to join the Hokage's direct umbu. Upon concluding his thoughts, Wangzua expressed his gratitude to Guy, saying, I look forward to your guidance. Hold your gratitude for now. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall not instruct you. Do not squander your youth. Run with me to the training grounds, and do not utilize chakra. If you cannot keep up, you will return to the academy. Guy began sprinting towards the training area, and Wangzua promptly followed suit. Onlookers could only perceive two figures, one large and one small, racing along the path. Guy glanced back at Wangzua, who was closely trailing him with an expression of ease. Let us test your speed, he thought, accelerating once more. Wangzua maintained his pursuit, though his breathing began to quicken. Has this lad reached his limit? At this pace, he is nearing the speed of Lee, even while bearing weights, and he is not even a specialized taijutsu ninja. The third Hokage truly did not err. He is indeed a little genius. Chapter 7. The Eight Gates. At long last, they arrived at the training grounds, with Wangzua collapsing onto the grass, rapidly recuperating his energy. Teacher Guy, is this the taijutsu genius you spoke of? Lee inquired eagerly, while Niji continued his training unfazed, and Tintin observed Wangzua with curiosity. Indeed. Lee, this is Wangzua. He will henceforth join us in embracing the fervor of youth, Guy declared, raising his thumb skyward, his teeth glinting in the sunlight. Upon noticing Tintin's Chinese-inspired attire, Wangzua felt a sense of warmth. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was quite adorable. Though her figure was still developing at the tender age of 13, Wangzua, having encountered various beauties in his past life, deemed her quite attractive overall. Under Wangzua's gaze, Tintin's cheeks flushed as she hastily remarked, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Coming back to his senses and recognizing his lapse in decorum, Wangzua swiftly rose. Guy addressed the four of them. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Might Guy, the proud azure beast of Konoha. My greatest passion is training, and I harbor no dislikes. My dream is to carry forward the ninja way left by my father. He then raised his right hand, giving a thumbs up, revealing his shining teeth once more at Li, followed by stating, My name is Lee Luaka. I delight in training alongside my master and despise my own lack of diligence. My dream is to become a formidable taijutsu ninja. You may call me Lee. Tian shot a glance at Wangzua and said, I am Tian. I cherish moments spent together with everyone and detest those who do not value friendship. My aspiration is to gather all varieties of ninja tools from across the globe. Ning Ci coldly remarked, I am Hinata. Ning Ci possess no particular fondness for anything and harbor a disdain for matters related to the main family. My dream is to prove my worth. He seemed to harbor some aversion towards me, likely due to my amicable relationship with Hinata. Wangzua, unperturbed, introduced himself. I am Shangchuan Wangzua. You may call me Wangzua. I relish amusing endeavors and loathe troublesome affairs. My dream is to live joyfully. Very well, let us continue our training. Wangzua, come with me, Kai instructed, leading Wangzua to another training ground in the woods. Unleash your full potential and let me see if you can master the 8 gates, Kai said, assuming a stance before Wangzua. Understood. Teacher Kai in pursuit of mastering the 8 gates. Wangzua prepared to engage earnestly, adopting a specialized fighting stance. As Kai observed Wangzua's peculiar posture, a spark of realization flickered within him, as if perceiving a certain depth. Before Kai could ponder further, Wangzua surged forward with astonishing speed, so swift that an ordinary person could scarcely discern his figure. Kai immediately raised his right hand to block Wangzua's sidekick, while his left hand aimed to strike at Wangzua. Wangzua swiftly retracted his leg, crouching low to evade, and charged at Kai with his shoulder, executing the 8 extremities fist. Tai's Han Kao. Kai raised both hands to shield himself, feeling an immense force collide with him, akin to being struck by a boulder, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity while Kai was off balance, Wangzua unleashed a technique previously used to disrupt Sasuke's fire release, whirlwind scattering leaves. With rapid, successive kicks generating powerful gusts of wind directed at Kai, it is often said that punches are merely gateways, relying heavily on the feet for impact. Kai found himself with no leverage, and was sent flying, crashing into a large tree. As Kai stood, his attire slightly tattered, he brushed off the dust with a look of delight rather than anger. Well done. Your attack intensity has surpassed that of an average Chunin. Prepare to receive my counterattack. Before Wangzua could fully react, Kai dashed to his side, delivering a low kick that propelled Wangzua into the air. Konoha Great Whirlwind, in midair. A series of upward kicks continued to elevate Wangzua further. In an instant, Wang Zhuo became akin to a wooden puppet, being ruthlessly battered. Behind you. Kai's foot showed no sign of halting as he swiftly delivered a back kick. Konoha's strong wind. The powerful reverse spinning kick struck Wang Zhuo, launching him through the air, where he crashed into a tree. Transformed into a plume of white smoke, Wang Zhuo executed the shadow clone technique. The real Wang Zhuo materialized beneath Kai, seizing his foot and hurling him downward, simultaneously delivering a kick to Kai's back. Kai accelerated towards the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The technique of shadow clone jutsu, derived from the basic form of multiple shadow clones, typically allows individuals to create only one or two clones. This is due to the fact that while the clones possess the original's combat awareness and skills, they equally divide the chakra of the original body. Moreover, any pain inflicted upon the original is felt by the clones as well. Consequently, creating too many clones can severely diminish one's overall strength. Except for the extraordinarily resilient Naruto, most practitioners of this ninjutsu exercise great caution. The prowess of a jonin should not be so easily diminished. After landing, Wang Zhuo remained vigilant and indeed, as the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Kai. Having expended half of his chakra through the use of shadow clones, coupled with the previous continuous assaults, Wang Zhuo found himself with little stamina and chakra left to continue the fight. Recognizing Wang Zhuo's inability to proceed, Kai stepped out from behind a nearby tree, commending him, "Very impressive. Your combat instincts and physical techniques are commendable, and your foundational skills possess a unique flair. However, your application of chakra in your physical techniques remains quite rudimentary. Allow me to demonstrate the integration of chakra with physical prowess, the 8 gates formation. The first gate, the opening gate, releases the brain's control, enhancing its responsiveness. The second gate, the rest gate, begins the gradual unsealing of the chakra hidden within the body. 8 gates formation. Open the rest gate. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Kai's body, radiating outward. In the distance, Li was performing squats when he suddenly looked up towards the direction of Wang Zhuo and Kai, exclaiming, "What an overwhelming presence! It is the 8 gates formation of Teacher Kai." In a flash, Kai appeared before Wang Zhuo, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. Wang Zhuo's eyes were unable to capture Kai's figure as he executed the Konoha's Diamond Power Cyclone, with his foot, which was enveloped in blue chakra, striking a nearby 2-meter-high stone, shattering it into countless fragments. 8 gates formation. Release. Now back in his normal state, Kai addressed Wang Zhuo by harnessing chakra along with the explosive power of a liberated body. One can penetrate the target's interior, causing it to crumble, as long as one's physical prowess reaches that of a chunin specializing in physical techniques. The first 3 gates of the 8 gates can be employed without sustaining injury. However, from the 4th gate, the wounding gate onward, the body will begin to incur damage unless one attains the level of an elite jonin in physical techniques, allowing for the 6th gate to be opened without harm. Only by reaching the caliber of a shadow-level martial artist can one unlock the 7th and 8th gates, and each opening of the 7th gate reduces one's lifespan by 2 years. While fully opening all 8 gates exacts the ultimate price of life. It became apparent to Wang Zhuo that the 8 gates formation was indeed bounded by levels of physical prowess. It was no wonder that not everyone could learn it. Otherwise, one could cultivate a legion of death warriors to unleash havoc at will. Wang Zhuo then inquired, "In the history of Konoha, who has ever opened the 8th gate?" Kai responded with a hint of sorrow, "My father, Might Guy, the founder of the 8 gates formation, opened the 8th gate, the Death Gate, during his battle against the legendary Mist Ninjas, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Sacrificing himself to protect us, he managed to slay 4 and severely injure 3 before succumbing to exhaustion." Unaffected by Kai's sorrow, Wang Zhuo contemplated that it appeared Kai's strength had surpassed that of his father. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist each boasted the strength of elite jonin. Combined with their advantageous terrain and coordination, they could be equated to 2 or 3 shadow-level ninjas, in later battles. Kai, having fully opened the 8 gates, was capable of overpowering even the 5 Kage and the Ninja Alliance, leaving Uchiha Madara utterly defenseless. It appears that the stronger the body technique, the more formidable the power unleashed when all 8 gates are opened. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if that exceedingly resilient individual, the first Hokage, were to master such a technique. With excitement, Wang Zhuo exclaimed to Kai, "Teacher Kai, please teach me the 8 gates of opening." Observing Wang Zhuo's earnest gaze, Kai responded, "Since you have already attained a certain understanding, I shall begin instructing you in the 8 gates of opening from this day forth." Chapter 8. The arrival of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including the formidable Zabuza Momochi. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village, Wang Zhuo inquired, "Lord Third, do you have any missions for me?" As he stood beside the 3rd Hokage, who was busy reviewing documents. Today, Naruto and his companions received a C-rank escort mission. Kai mentioned that you have commenced your study of the 8 gates of opening, and it would be a perfect opportunity for you to gain practical experience. So I have arranged for you to accompany them on this mission. Understood, Lord Third, Wangzhou replied. The third Hokage instructed his assistant to hand Wangzhou a piece of paper, saying, "This is your village exit permit. You shall meet Naruto and the others at the village gate." Wangzhou returned to bid farewell to Kai and the others, who were engaged in training, before preparing essential supplies for his journey, such as ninja tools and provisions. He then made his way to the village gate with the exit permit in hand. As Wangzhou approached the entrance of Konoha village, he saw Naruto and his companions, along with an elderly man. "Kakashi-sensei, why are you still not here?" Naruto complained, while Sasuke remained silent, leaning against a wall, and Sakura busily organized her belongings. Sensing an approaching presence, Sasuke looked up to see Wangzhou walking towards them. "Wangzhou, what brings you here?" Naruto asked as Wangzhou handed the village exit permit to the gatekeeper. "The third Hokage summoned me to accompany you on this escort mission. Is this old man our target?" Wangzhou inquired, glancing curiously at the elderly figure who appeared to be meditating. The old man, disgruntled, retorted, "I am not an old man. My name is Tazuna. Do you Konoha ninjas only send impolite children to carry out missions these days? I have paid the full commission." Wangzhou responded with a hint of amusement. "Oh, Mr. Tazuna, I hear you have issued a C-rank escort mission." Tazuna, feeling somewhat flustered under Wangzhou's penetrating gaze, averted his eyes. "That's wonderful, Wangzhou. It's been ages since I last saw you. I've been stuck doing some rather mundane tasks with Sasuke and the others lately. I heard you've been training with the last graduating class. You must have made significant progress. We should definitely have a match when we have the chance," Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Sasuke, too, regarded Wangzhou with a fierce determination. Just as Wangzhou was about to respond, Kakashi suddenly appeared before the group using the body flicker technique. "Is everyone here? You must be Wangzhou, summoned by the Hokage to participate in this mission?" Noticing Kakashi still holding a copy of Make Out Paradise, Wangzhou replied, somewhat exasperated, "Yes, it is an honor to meet you, Kakashi-senpai. I look forward to your guidance." Sakura chimed in, "Kakashi-sensei, you're always late." Feeling a bit awkward, Kakashi hastily replied, "Since everyone is ready, we should set off immediately." With the arrival of a skilled individual, Tazuna ceased his complaints and quietly followed behind Wangzhou and the others. A group of individuals embarked on their journey towards the land of waves. As night fell, 5 members, including Wangzhou, took turns keeping watch. Sustaining themselves on rations and fresh water, they adhered to the ninja code that prohibited making fires in the wilderness to avoid revealing their position. They were soon to leave the land of fire and enter the territory of the land of waves, having encountered no ill-fated bandits along the way as they approached their destination. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "I must indulge in a grand feast." Sakura chimed in agreement, while Sasuke, though silent, wore an expression of anticipation that betrayed his inner thoughts. Even Wangzhou, who had endured hardships in his past life, found little joy in the monotony of daily rations. Meanwhile, their client, Tazuna, was visibly pleased at the prospect of reaching their destination safely. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the completion of their mission and the subsequent enjoyment, 2 ninjas emerged suddenly from a puddle on the ground. Employing the technique of multiple shurikens, they unleashed a flurry of projectiles towards the group. One assailant charged towards Tazuna, who was shielded among the others, while the other aimed at Kakashi, who casually deflected the shurikens while holding a book entitled Paradise of Affection. With deliberate precision, Kakashi engaged in combat with the 2 assailants, retreating towards the nearby woods. In this moment of chaos, Naruto and Sakura, having never experienced real combat, appeared momentarily stunned. In contrast, Sasuke, trained by his family and having endured a tragic massacre, drew a kunai to deflect a wave of shurikens before advancing towards the remaining ninja. Whirlwind Scythe. Wangzhou swiftly kicked away the shurikens that were aimed at the unresponsive group. "Don't just stand there, Naruto. Follow me to support Sasuke. Sakura, protect our mission target." Reinvigorated, Naruto hurried to join Wangzhou in aiding Sasuke. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a dozen clones that surged forward to drive back the ninja who was overpowering Sasuke. The ninja, momentarily staggered, prepared to unleash a jutsu when he suddenly felt his feet ensnared, being pulled into the ground by Wangzhui's earth release. Heart-cutting technique. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke immediately formed hand seals, executing fire release. Great fireball technique. The massive fireball engulfed the ninja, who was half submerged in the earth, instantly reducing him to cinders. Observing the swift resolution of the conflict, Kakashi too took action, dispatching a kunai that slashed across the throat of the remaining adversary. Naruto, witnessing his first killing, turned pale, while Sasuke, having seen death before, found his breath quickening. Although Sakura did not engage directly, the sight of the lifeless body left her visibly shaken. The ninja code mandated that one must not hold back against hostile ninjas, and only after confirming their demise could they depart. Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Wang Zhuo, who remained unfazed, and coldly addressed the group. This is the harsh reality of the ninja world. It is either you or them. If you lack the resolve for this, it would be wiser to return to a mundane life. Turning to the sweating Tazuna, he continued, a C-rank mission should not encounter such ninja attacks, especially from 2ch. I hope you can provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, we reserve the right to terminate the mission. Tazuna immediately knelt, pleading, please forgive us, honorable ninja, for the reason is according to Dazna's description. He is a master bridge builder hailing from the land of waves, who, in his endeavor to construct a bridge to help the impoverished people of his nation, has incurred the wrath of the most formidable smuggling syndicate in the land of waves, the Kato Group. Lacking sufficient funds to commission a higher-rank mission, Dazna reluctantly resorted to assigning a C-rank task, unaware that it would lead to the hiring of a ninja to assassinate him. He fervently implored Kakashi not to abandon the mission, asserting that without it, he would surely not survive the journey to the land of waves, and promised to compensate him handsomely upon their arrival. Under the sympathetic gazes of Naruto and Sakura, Kakashi, with an impassive expression, acquiesced. In Wang's perspective, Kakashi's easy consent was suspect. He surmised that this escort mission was merely a facade for training, with the true objective being the eradication of the Kato Group, which posed a significant threat to the Land of Waves. After all, the Land of Waves is a vassal of the Land of Fire, a crucial military stronghold against the Land of Water. It seemed implausible that a merciless ninja would heed the pleas of an ordinary individual so readily. However, this concern was of little consequence to Wang Zhuo. As long as his life was not endangered, he maintained a pleasant demeanor and would occasionally lend a helping hand. Following the ambush, the group became increasingly cautious, unwilling to lower their guard as they crossed into the Land of Waves. Emerging from the thicket, they encountered a lake, where a figure adorned with a headband bearing the distinct scratches of the Mist Village stood atop the water, wielding a large sword and gazing at Kakashi. This attire could only belong to the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Wang Zhuo instructed his companions to retreat with Dazna, warning them that this adversary was beyond their capabilities. The figure was none other than Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, who, after defecting from his village, had taken on the role of a mere pawn for ordinary people. Zabuza, indifferent to Kakashi's taunts, declared, I am now a professional bounty hunter, taking money to eliminate my foes. Yet this time, my opponent is the illustrious copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. I shall demand a higher bounty for this encounter. He hefted his executioner's blade, proclaiming, it has been far too long since my sword has tasted the blood of a worthy adversary. Let your demise serve to elevate my own renown. A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Zabuza, overwhelming all but Wang Zhuo and Kakashi, rendering the others nearly immobile under its weight. In the throes of this oppressive atmosphere, a surge of ancient ferocity erupted within Naruto, shattering the suffocating killing intent. He felt an exhilarating lightness as he regained control over his body. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instinctively in response to the pressure, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy to counteract the killing intent. However, it was evident that his single Tomo Sharingan could not fully dispel the force. Observing Wang's unperturbed demeanor and Naruto's liberation from the oppressive energy, Sasuke was struck by a familiar sense of helplessness, reminiscent of a horrific night. Vivid images of his family's brutal demise flooded his mind. His parents, drenched in blood, falling at the hands of his brother. How could his brother's merciless visage falter here? I have yet to avenge them. Hatred, 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 power. I demand greater strength. An overwhelming surge of resolve surged forth, igniting his eyes. The 2 Tomo within Sasuke's crimson gaze began to spin slowly, as the suffocating killing intent was utterly shattered. Chapter 9. The battle among Jonin. The vigilant Wang Zhuo and Kakashi immediately discerned Sasuke's transformation. The 2 Tomo of his Sharingan suggested that things were about to become far more intriguing. Wang Zhuo mused, to break through under pressure is indeed characteristic of the genius of the Uchiha clan. However, a flicker of concern crossed Kakashi's eyes at the sight of such intense hatred. Kakashi then emanated a murderous aura that rivaled Zabuza's, effectively countering the oppressive atmosphere. Sakura and Dazna, visibly relieved, collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. It was said that an exceptional individual had emerged from the Uchiha clan, one who had slain all his kin, yet a survivor remained. Today's harvest is indeed substantial. Then, you shall perish. Zabuza vanished in an instant, employing the elite shinobi's signature technique, the body flicker technique. His presence became undetectable. Wang Zuo was taken aback. The strength of an elite jonin was indeed formidable. Kakashi, unfazed, calmly drew a kunai and deflected to the left. As anticipated, Zabuza materialized on the left, swinging his great sword at Kakashi. The kunai was effortlessly shattered, but the sword faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi executed the body flicker technique to evade. Impressive, indeed. Zabuza possesses remarkable skill. Zabuza quickly formed seals, invoking a silent killing technique, the hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the lake's surface, instantly shrouding the two combatants. Outside, Wang Zuo and the others could see nothing and felt not a whisper of movement, as if entrapped in a void. Eerily silent, fire style. Great fireball technique. The intense heat evaporated the mist in an instant. Wang Zuo and the others hurriedly looked on, noting the wounds on Kakashi's back and hand, while Zabuza bore minor burns on his hands and body. The silent killing technique of the Mist Village was truly formidable. As he spoke, he lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye. The three tomo in his crimson eye began to rotate slowly. Impossible! It's the Sharingan! Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Zabuza, gazing into Kakashi's blood-red eye, felt an unsettling disquiet wash over him, as the malevolent aura pricked his nerves. Choosing to act first, Zabuza unleashed a water-style, great waterfall technique. Kakashi, utilizing the Sharingan, instantly comprehended the workings and hand seals of Zabuza's technique, responding with even swifter seals. Tiger, rat, monkey, rabbit, mouse, pig, rooster, rat, horse, dog, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, water style, great waterfall technique. Two torrents of water materialized and intertwined in mid-air, their colossal forces colliding. This is bad. Wang's was swiftly scooped up the seated Sakura, opting to carry the lady rather than the elderly man. Naruto and Sasuke assisted Dazzling as they all sprinted upward. They beheld the two torrents crashing downward, the once expansive forest succumbing to the deluge. What was once a modest pond of mere meters had transformed into a vast lake stretching hundreds of meters. The onlookers were awestruck by the spectacle. Sakura momentarily forgot that she was being carried by Wang Zuo, while he was captivated by the sheer magnitude of the terrain altering ninja. Is this the nature of combat among jonin? The ability to shift the landscape at will. How powerful! Naruto felt a sense of bewilderment, while Sasuke's face radiated excitement. This was the essence of power. The battle rages on, and Zabuza is taken aback to find that Kakashi can wield the same jutsu as himself to counter his attack. This is an A-rank technique, and the hand seals required are exceedingly intricate. The fact that Kakashi can replicate it in such a brief span of time is astonishing. I in disbelief. Zabuza remarks whether this technique can still be imitated. He then begins to form the seals again, this time taking an astonishing 3 seconds and executing a total of 44 hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. As an elite Jonin, Zabuza feels a significant drain on his chakra after performing the technique, his body trembling slightly. The water dragon, which should have been the size of a mere 5 trees, swells to over 10 meters in length due to the abundance of water surrounding it as it surges towards Kakashi. The three tomo in Kakashi's Sharingan whirl furiously, yet he remains composed, mirroring the same technique. Water style, water dragon bullet. The two colossal water dragons collide, generating a tremendous gust that sweeps everything in the vicinity away. The massive waves engulf both the already fatigued Kakashi and Zabuza, dragging them beneath the surface. After a considerable time, the lake returns to tranquility, now transformed into a 100-meter-wide expanse. Kakashi, drenched to the bone, stands alone atop the water surface. It is over. He had not anticipated that Zabuza could amplify a B-rank jutsu to approach the prowess of an S-rank technique, given the favorable terrain. His Sharingan has been overexerted, and he surmises that he must take a period of rest. Kakashi pulls his forehead protector down to cover his Sharingan. Wonderful, Kakashi-sensei. You're all right. Sakura and Naruto, having emerged from Wang's embrace, rushed towards Kakashi in elation. However, Wang's remains vigilant, eyeing the depths of the water. As a man who has assassinated a Mizukage, Zabuza should not be so easily dispatched, yet his presence is undetectable. Observing Wang's expression, it is clear that he never acts without purpose. Sasuke also slows his pace, cautiously scanning the area. Kakashi notices the unusual behavior of Wang Zuo and Sasuke and immediately extends his senses outward. Don't come over here. He urgently calls out to Naruto and Sakura. Just as Kakashi prepares to vacate his position, a swirling curtain of water encircles him, trapping him within. Water style. Water prison technique. A humanoid figure emerges from beneath the surface, gradually revealing Zabuza's silhouette, pressing a hand against the water prison that ensnares Kakashi. Zabuza triumphantly declares, "Ha ha, Kakashi, had you evaded immediately instead of warning those two children, I would not have been able to ensnare you. How can ninjas from Konoha, burdened by such emotional ties, truly be called ninjas? A ninja must forsake all emotions." Ignoring Zabuza's mad ravings, Kakashi attempts to break free from the water prison. Zabuza cackles, "It's futile. You cannot escape my water prison technique. I will first dispatch these genin with my clones, and then it will be your turn." The water prison technique is a unique ninjutsu from the Hidden Mist Village, utilizing water to trap opponents, rendering them unable to move or form seals. But the user's hands cannot be moved, Wangzwa states loudly. Impressive that the little brat knows so much, but it's of no use why water clone can still eliminate you. Suddenly, a water clone resembling Zabuza appears right in front of Sakura and charges towards her, intent on eliminating the one who appears the weakest. Sakura is utterly defenseless, and Naruto's attempt to intervene comes too late. The speed of Zabuza's clone is overwhelming, on the brink of life and death. Sakura seemed to feel her entire life flashing before her eyes. The high hopes of her parents, their proud expressions when she consistently achieved the top scores in her classes, her childhood companion Ino who had grown up alongside her. The carefree days of youth. She had once believed that her greatest regret would be not confessing her feelings to Sasuke, but now she realized that her most profound sorrow lay in disappointing her hopeful parents. Normally so proud of her cleverness, she now faced the grim reality of dying on a mission due to her lack of diligence in training. "Farewell, Ino. We shall no longer gather flowers together. I am sorry. To my parents, I have let you down. Forgive me. Kakashi-sensei, Wangzwa, Naruto, Sasuke, I have always been a burden to you." Tears uncontrollably blurred her vision. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a warning pierced the air. "Careful. 8 gates. Rest gate, open." Wangzwa activated the 8 gates, unleashing an astonishing speed as he rushed to Sakura's side, blocking Zabuza's assault. A powerful force surged through his arm, forcing him back, yet Wangzwa endured the searing pain of a kunai piercing his flesh. Leveraging the momentum to carry Sakura away, Zabuza's water clone, poised to pursue, was suddenly confronted by a dozen Narutos charging toward his original form, prompting him to abandon his chase of Wangzwa and Sakura to protect his true self. Observing the blood staining Wangzwa's arm, his demeanor remained calm, leaving Sakura bewildered in her eyes. Wangzwa was merely a diligent but somewhat dull-witted individual, not particularly handsome, with a decent temperament yet few friends. She had only seen him interact well with Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke in the depths of despair. The blurred figure that stood before her seemed to etch Wangzwa's silhouette into her heart. Wangzwa could hardly fathom that in such a brief time, Sakura could contemplate so much. Otherwise, he would surely lament that women are indeed creatures of sentiment. As he witnessed Naruto and Sasuke being overwhelmed, he quickly called out, "Sakura, are you all right? Take Mr. Tazuna to safety. I will handle things here with Naruto." Snapping out of her reverie, Sakura recognized the dire situation and hurried toward Tazuna, emerging from this brush with death seemingly transformed. Wangzwa hastily bandaged his wound to staunch the bleeding and, while the 8 gates remained active, rushed to join Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto had already been dispersed into dozens of shadow clones. Although his chakra was still ample, the overwhelming sensations from the continuous clones began to strain his psyche. Meanwhile, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. Although his vision could track Zabuza's water clones, his body struggled to keep pace, having just unlocked 2 Tomo and lacking the necessary coordination. Another of Naruto's clones was dispersed. The pain surged back to him, causing him to falter. The battle-hardened Zabuza seized the opportunity, charging towards Sasuke, who had just finished unleashing a jutsu. Although Sasuke sensed Zabuza's intent, his body was too slow to react. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Suddenly, Wangzwa appeared from the side, striking Zabuza's clone back. His water clone lacked the strength of Naruto's shadow clones. Not only did it possess less than half their power, but it was also incapable of performing large-scale jutsu, compounded by the fact that his original form was significantly injured. Together, they should be able to secure victory. Wangzwa analyzed, reflecting that if it were on solid ground, he alone would be capable of defeating this state of Zabuza's water clone. The potency of the Sage Mode ninjutsu was formidable. Otherwise, a mere D-rank technique like the heart decapitation would not have ensnared the previously ambushed Chunin, nor would it have momentarily trapped the shadow clone of Guy. who had not even activated the 8 gates. However, it was rather unfortunate that the recent reckless displays of strength by Kakashi and Zabuza had resulted in a deluge of water, an environment where Zabuza, a water-style ninja, thrived. Even Sasuke's fire techniques had been considerably diminished, while Wang's earth techniques were rendered utterly ineffectual, leaving him to rely solely on his taijutsu to confront the situation. "You little brats. You overestimate yourselves," sneered the original Zabuza from the sidelines. Chapter 10. The Death of Zabuza. With that, Wang Zhua and Naruto charged towards the original Zabuza, but the water clone swiftly intercepted them. "Naruto, go rescue Kakashi-sensei. I'll hold him off with my whirlwind sweep," Wang Zhua declared, obstructing the advance of Zabuza's clone with his attack. "Break through," he commanded, as the Zabuza clone expertly aimed a precise kick at the vulnerable point of Wang Zhua's assault. Aware of his lack of strength, Wang Zhua retreated, revealing Sasuke behind him, who was already forming hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The Firebird surged towards the Zabuza clone, whose fluid movements rendered him unable to completely evade Sasuke's flames, resulting in one of his arms being struck and transforming into vapor. That moment, Naruto was nearing Zabuza's position, but the water clone, disregarding its injuries, attempted to maneuver around the two. However, upon unleashing the open gate technique, Wang's speed allowed him to fully intercept Zabuza's clone. As long as he could delay it, Sasuke would soon arrive, and their combined efforts would suffice to hinder the water clone, even if they could not inflict damage upon it. Just as Naruto was about to reach the original Zabuza, a masked young ninja wielding shuriken suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, unleashing a barrage that blocked Naruto's path. Reluctantly halting, Naruto exclaimed, "Haku, you've finally arrived. Eliminate them." Zabuza gleefully gazed upon Haku, who, with an apologetic look towards Naruto, replied, "I'm sorry, but while I do not wish to take lives, I cannot defy Lord Zabuza's orders." The situation shifted dramatically. In the distance, Sakura and Tazuna watched in concern as Wang Zhua and his companions were entangled with the water clone, while Haku, whose abilities remained uncertain, obstructed Naruto. Recognizing Haku's strength from his past life, Wang Zhua urgently instructed Sasuke, "Sasuke, go assist Naruto. I will handle this." Trusting Wang Zhua implicitly, Sasuke did not hesitate and turned to leave. Facing the water clone, Wang Zhua lamented that Haku should not have appeared at such a critical moment. Indeed, the narrative was unreliable. Haku's prowess was comparable to that of a typical jonin, and should he employ his bloodline abilities, the threat would be even more pronounced. With no other recourse, Wang Zhua resolved to unleash his true capabilities. 8 gates. Open the first gate. Suddenly, an even more potent aura emanated from Wang Zhua, as the chakra within him surged, reaching a level comparable to that of a jonin. Wang Zhua felt as though he could effortlessly send an elephant flying with a single punch. In an instant, his figure flickered, moving with such speed that it left behind mere afterimages. Although Zabuza managed to react, he was still sent soaring into the air by a swift kick from Wang Zhua. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Wang Zhua followed up with a series of heavy kicks in midair, causing Zabuza's water clone to disperse into a puddle upon impact. How could this be possible? Zabuza, sensing the disappearance of the water clone, turned to face the imposing Wang Zhua, who exuded an overwhelming presence. Wang Zhua felt somewhat helpless. His aura was far too conspicuous to fully contain it. He would need to open the 6th gate, but at this moment, he couldn't even reach the 5th gate without risking severe injury. Without hesitation, Wang Zhua charged towards Bai, who was engaged in combat with Naruto and Sasuke. In such a brief span of time, Naruto and Sasuke were already covered in wounds from the 1,000 needles, yet none were fatal, indicating that Bai had been holding back. Zabuza, in a fit of anger, shouted at Bai, "Why haven't you killed them yet?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in Zabuza's voice, Bai felt a weight in his heart and swiftly formed a single-handed seal for the water release secret technique. 1,000 Killers Water Surge. Instantly, water transformed into a multitude of projectiles, shooting toward Naruto and Sasuke in a near 360-degree barrage. Naruto quickly utilized the shadow clone technique to shield himself and Sasuke. The clones vanished one by one. The onslaught of 1,000 Killers Water Surge ultimately ceased. At that moment, Wang Zhua arrived, observing Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the overwhelming burden of his clones, while Sasuke, having overexerted his Sharingan, barely managed to support Naruto above the water surface. Turning to face Bai, whose eyes brimmed with murderous intent, Wang Zhua regarded Naruto's brashness and Sasuke's cold-heartedness. Although he occasionally took advantage of them, he considered them friends. Taijutsu, prelude to power. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhua launched himself at Bai with incredible speed. Bai, in response, formed a single-handed seal for ice release. Ice Rock Hall. An ice wall emerged before Bai. But Wang Zhuo, leveraging his speed, crashed into it, shattering the barrier with a powerful kick aimed at Bai. In that fleeting moment, Bai formed seals with both hands for the ice release secret technique. Demon Mirror Ice Crystal. Wang Zhuo's kick missed its target as he landed back on the water's surface, scanning his surroundings. A dozen mirrors rose from the water, encircling him, while Bai's figure repeatedly appeared within the reflections. Launching ice needles at Wang Zhuo from every angle. In an instant, he was besieged by a barrage of projectiles from all directions. Whirlwind scattering leaves. Wang Zhuo executed a rapid and forceful spinning kick, creating a vortex of air that sent the chakra-infused ice needles flying back. However, the returned needles did not shatter the mirrors as Wang Zhuo had anticipated. Instead, they vanished into the mirrors as if sinking into water. The standoff ensued, with Wang Zhuo compelled to continuously utilize whirlwind scattering leaves to defend against the relentless onslaught of needles, while Bai was forced to fire from all directions to restrict Wang Zhuo's movements. It became a test of endurance to see who would falter first. Wang Zhuo found himself at a disadvantage, having already endured a lengthy fight against Zai Buzhan's water clone, and the explosive nature of the 8 gates could not be sustained indefinitely. Was he left with no choice but to unleash his full power? Wang Zhuo hesitated. At that moment, Zai Buzhan, who had initially appeared to hold an overwhelming advantage, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Lightning release! Lightning cutter!" A bolt of lightning cleaved through the watery prison that ensnared Kakashi, piercing Zabuza's body. How could this be possible? In a water prison, forming seals was utterly unfeasible. Could it be a ninjutsu without seals? The potent lightning chakra ravaged Zabuza's frame. Sensing the life ebbing away, Zabuza coughed blood and, with a smile, inquired, "What manner of ninjutsu is this?" Kakashi, retracting his hand ensnared by electricity, replied impassively, "S-rank ninjutsu without seals. Lightning release. Lightning cutter? No, Lord Zabuza." In a flash, Haku dispelled the ice technique and charged towards Zabuza. Upon witnessing Kakashi break free, Wang Zhuo immediately released the 8 gates, aware that continuing would inflict damage upon his body. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, akin to having endured sleepless nights. Struggling against the urge to succumb to slumber, Wang Zhuo clenched his teeth, realizing that Kakashi, possessing the strength of a shadow, had not exerted his full power. He must have aimed to draw out the full capabilities of Naruto and Sasuke, while simultaneously seeking to gauge his true strength. In a wonder, he sensed a surge of lightning chakra when Sakura was in peril, so subtle that he initially dismissed it as a mere illusion. Had it not been for his dual earth and lightning chakra, he would have certainly remained oblivious. Haku emerged from the water, cradling Zabuza's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face as she removed her mask. Beneath it lay a distinctly feminine visage, her voice gentle and soothing. Were it not for the presence of an Adam's apple, one might easily mistake her for a beauty. Rather than harboring resentment, Haku unexpectedly whispered a prayer. "Thank you, esteemed one. I have long sensed that Lord Zabuza had grown weary of the ceaseless cycle of killing and hiding. To perish at the hands of such a formidable being must bring him solace. I have but one request. Will you grant it?" "Oh? What is your request?" Kakashi, intrigued by this unusual individual, inquired. "My life was bestowed by Lord Zabuza. It is time to return it to him. I hope you will allow me to be buried alongside him." No sooner had she spoken than a sanbon pierced her heart. Sakura and Sasuke, who had approached, gazed at the self-immolating Haku with complex expressions, while the seasoned Kakashi and Wang Zhuo remained largely unaffected. Ultimately, Kakashi honored their wish to be interred together. He remarked that Zabuza could indeed be considered a competent ninja. Wang Zhuo, however, was skeptical, observing the fleeting glimmer of nostalgia in Kakashi's eyes, suspecting he was reminded of certain painful memories, perhaps pertaining to Uchiha Obito and Rin. Whether this was true, only Kakashi could ascertain. In the aftermath of the Zabuza incident, Wang Zhuo and his companions encountered no further ninja assaults, likely deterred by the news of Zabuza's demise, leaving the vicinity devoid of anyone willing to undertake the task. Yet, for various reasons, the group's spirits remained low, save for Wang Zhuo, who eagerly anticipated the sumptuous feast awaiting them at their destination. Along with Naruto and the safe return of Tazuna. 2 days later, Tazuna arrived safely, greeted with fervent enthusiasm by the local populace, culminating in a lively celebration. However, Kakashi had vanished from Wang Zhuo and the others' sight, only to reappear the following morning. Wang Zhuo surmised that he had gone to deal with the Kato group, as he detected a lingering scent of blood on him. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he gazed at Naruto, who was still drowsy from last night's revelry. With a hint of discontent, He remarked that during missions, as long as one has not safely returned to the village, a vigilant mindset must be maintained. Naruto, you should learn from Wang Zhuo, Sasuke, and Sakura. Snapping back to reality, Naruto hurriedly responded, got it, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi continued, your performance on this mission exhibited numerous issues, particularly in teamwork, which was not utilized effectively. Sakura, your talents, Naruto, your combat skills, and Sasuke, your Sharingan were all inadequately leveraged. Therefore, I have decided to conduct special training for you upon our return to the village. As for Wang Zhuo, although I am not your instructor, feel free to consult me if you encounter any difficulties in your training. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. May I inquire how you came to possess a Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? Sasuke questioned, directing his gaze towards Kakashi's left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector. Kakashi, with a touch of nostalgia and sadness, murmured, this is a keepsake left to me by a friend. He was a member of your Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Obito. Wang Zhuo interjected, Sasuke, don't be astonished. You truly don't believe the Uchiha clan consists solely of you and that individual, do you? Wang Zhuo deliberately refrained from mentioning the name Itachi, aware that it was a topic Sasuke wished to avoid. Sasuke looked at Wang Zhuo with puzzlement, to which Wang Zhuo replied with a light chuckle. Surely, the prestigious Uchiha clan would not lack for bloodlines concealed in the outside world. Simultaneously, he reflected on the past, recalling how Uchiha Madara's betrayal of Konoha had split the Uchiha clan into two factions, the loyalists who remained in Konoha and the radicals who followed Madara. However, following the climactic battle between the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Madara at the Valley of the End, Madara vanished, along with the radical faction. Wang Zhuo understood that the massacre of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by Madara himself, who harbored no goodwill towards those clan members he had once brought to the pinnacle of the ninja world, but ultimately betrayed at a critical moment. Upon hearing Wang Zhuo's words, Sasuke seemed to grasp the situation more clearly. Kakashi regarded Wang Zhuo with surprise, silently acknowledging that even at the tender age of 13, his thoughts resembled those of an adult. He never expected Wang Zhuo to possess a mature soul, which elevated his evaluation of him further. Not only did Wang Zhuo exhibit strength far surpassing that of his peers, but he also possessed wisdom uncommon for one so young. Indeed, the third Hokage's judgment was proven correct. Wang Zhuo's intentions were genuinely for Sasuke's benefit, ensuring he would not be taken aback by encounters with fellow clansmen in the future. While everyday interactions might be manageable in the heat of battle, such surprises could very well lead to loss of life, especially since this was no longer the familiar narrative of the Naruto series for Wang Zhuo. Their mission involved protecting Tazuna until the bridge was completed. Wang Zhuo and his companions were obliged to remain in the Land of Waves for a while longer. Kakashi had initially planned to teach Naruto and the others chakra control through tree climbing, but to his surprise, Naruto and Sasuke had already mastered it under Wang Zhuo's prior guidance, leaving only Sakura yet to grasp the technique. However, Sakura's innate ability to control chakra is remarkably adept. Within merely an afternoon, she fully mastered the technique of tree climbing. Observing this, Kakashi felt compelled to conduct special training for Naruto and the others, imparting to them some fundamental ninjutsu, for after all, the title of copy ninja is not earned lightly. Kakashi possesses knowledge of various elemental ninjutsu. During this time, Wang Zhuo sought counsel regarding numerous questions about chakra nature transformation, and Kakashi generously shared his insights without reservation, of course. Wang Zhuo refrained from expressing a desire to learn Kakashi's signature technique. Raikiri, as his guiding mentor, is not Kakashi. In contrast, Sasuke has secretly begun to learn a weakened version of Raikiri, known as Chidori, under Kakashi's tutelage, while Naruto and Sakura remain focused on mastering basic skills. It appears that Kakashi harbors great expectations for Sasuke, and Wang Zhuo suspects that Kakashi also intends to repay Uchiha Obito in some manner. Chapter 11. Return to Konoha. Time flew by swiftly, and after a month, the bridge was finally completed. The group departed amidst the farewell of Dazzling and his companions. The journey back was peaceful, and upon arriving in Konoha, Kakashi promptly took Wang Zhuo to the Hokage's office to report to the Hokage, while Naruto and the others were summoned back for training. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, regarded the returning Wang Zhuo and Kakashi. He addressed Wang Zhuo, instructing him to seek out Guy upon his return, stating that the mission reward would be given by Guy. Wang Zhuo, bemused, thought to himself that had he known this, he might not have come. Yes, Lord Third. Wang Zhuo surmised that the third must have inquiries for Kakashi, so he did not linger and exited directly. The third casually inquired of Kakashi, I hear you encountered the rogue ninja Zabuza from the Mist Village. What discoveries did you make? Kakashi replied, Zabuza's strength has reached the pinnacle of an elite jonin. His executioner's blade, which was inconvenient to carry at the time, was left in his grave and has since been stolen. The third chuckled nonchalantly, even if it were brought back, the Mist Village would pay a price to reclaim it. It is better for it to remain lost. They are unlikely to gather the 7 ninja swordsmen, which would benefit us in Konoha. And what of Wang Zhuo and the others' performance? The third asked, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. Wang Zhuo has preliminarily mastered the 8 gates, and his strength should be approaching that of a standard Jonin. Sasuke and Naruto have also reached the level of Chunin, and Sasuke's Sharingan has awakened 2 Tomo, enhancing his power. Sakura's talent for chakra control seems particularly suited for learning medical ninjutsu. Recalling medical ninjutsu reminded the third of Tsunade, leading him into a moment of nostalgic contemplation. After a while, he returned to the present, stating, I intend to have Wang Zhuo participate in this upcoming Chunin exam to see if he can join the Umbu. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding, Lord Third, I also recommend that Naruto and the others participate. The third smiled at Kakashi, saying, since you endorse their abilities, I shall acquiesce. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared beside them. The third and Kakashi seemed to have sensed his presence beforehand and were not surprised. The Umbu bowed and reported, Lord Hokage. According to intelligence, Lord Jiraiya has returned to Konoha. Before his words could dissipate, a figure resembling Kakashi, sporting a mane of wild silver hair, appeared at the window of the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, adorned with the forehead protector of the oil-slicked variety and draped in a red robe, lounged lazily against the window, addressing the third Hokage with a casual, Hey! Long time no see, old man. The Umbu ninja, stirred with excitement, lifted his gaze to behold Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. You all may leave now, the third Hokage instructed. Yes, Lord Third Hokage-sama. Kakashi and the Umbu swiftly departed. Why have you chosen to grace this old man with your presence? The third Hokage inquired joyfully, gazing at Jiraiya. With a nimble leap, Jiraiya descended from the window, stating, This time, I'm here to see you, to check on my apprentice's son, and to warn you that Orochimaru seems to have ulterior motives regarding Konoha. The third Hokage responded calmly, Minato's son is named Naruto. He is as carefree as you and possesses the same kindness as Minato. He is a good child. A twinge of guilt flickered across Jiraiya's face as he lamented. If only I had remained in Konoha during those years, Minato and Kushina would not have. The third Hokage interrupted, It is not your fault. Sigh. All of this should have been borne by me. The old fool. Had I not placed such trust in Orochimaru back then, he would not have embarked on that treacherous path, leading you away for so many years. Let us not dwell on the past. Old man, you must exercise caution. I have searched for Orochimaru for so long without success. Now that I have caught a whiff of his whereabouts, he surely harbors grand designs, likely aimed at you. Jiraiya expressed with concern. Rest assured, some errors are mine alone to bear, the third Hokage replied nonchalantly. Sensing something amiss in the third's tone, Jiraiya insisted, Old man, I have no desire to become Hokage. You must take care of yourself. The third Hokage offered no response and instead suggested, Go seek out Naruto. I have many matters to attend to. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya departed in the training grounds. Wang Zhuo approached the group engaged in training, exclaiming, Kai-sensei, I'm back. As Kai performed squats, he cheerfully urged, Come on, let us sweat together and embrace our youthful exuberance. Having just returned, Wang Zhuo yearned for a moment of respite, quickly steering the conversation. Lord Third mentioned you were looking for me. Kai halted his exercises and stood, declaring, The Chunin exams commence in a month, and the Sand Shinobi from the Wind Country will also participate. You must be particularly vigilant. I intend to put you and Shaoli through specialized training. Wang Zhuo pondered briefly before tactfully declining, Kai-sensei, I have garnered much experience from my recent battles with other ninjas, and Kakashi-sensei has imparted valuable insights on chakra nature changes. I wish to reflect on this for a while. Kai commended, Indeed, one must not rush in their training. A steady and grounded approach is the true path. Lee, did you hear that? Kai called to the eager participant nearby. Yes, Kai-sensei. Lee responded enthusiastically, I will strive even harder. Kai, equally exhilarated, shouted, This is the spirit of passionate youth. Wang Zhuo regarded the two exuberant souls with exasperation, pondering how this bore any relation to youthfulness. On his way home, Wang Zhuo first purchased a considerable number of balloons along with items for mastering the Rasengan. Upon returning home, he commenced his training in the Rasengan. Thanks to his understanding of the nature transformation of chakra, Wang Zhuo progressed significantly faster than Naruto, opting not to employ Naruto's shortcuts from the original story. It took him merely 10 days to perfect the Rasengan. Meanwhile, Naruto was left astonished as he gazed at the oddly dressed man before him. Ding ding ding. I am none other than the sage of Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku, Jiraiya had found Naruto in the village, reinforcing the seal of the Nine Tails within him, thereby enhancing Naruto's chakra control. He also imparted the summoning technique to Naruto. Given Naruto's strength far surpassed that of the anime's timeline. Upon learning that Naruto would participate in the Chunin exams, Jiraiya decided to teach him the Rasengan as well. Influenced by Wang's was since childhood, Naruto understood that diligent training yields greater rewards. Without resorting to shortcuts, he earnestly studied the Rasengan under Jiraiya's guidance. Sasuke, under Kakashi's tutelage, learned the Chidori, while Sakura, following Kakashi's instruction, began her studies of medical ninjutsu at the Konoha Hospital under the supervision of Director Tensan. Now having mastered the Rasengan, Naruto found himself at a loss regarding further elemental transformations. Thus, he resolved to focus on improving his lightning and earth techniques. With his experience in the Rasengan, he could attempt to explore the nature transformation of lightning. Stimulated by opening the 8 gates, the amount of chakra within him had reached that of an average jonin. Although the third Hokage's teachings did not include any S-rank ninjutsu, there were numerous A-rank techniques available for study. Motivated by this thought, Wangzhou immediately took action and secluded himself at home for focused research. During this time, Hinata visited Wangzhou but, upon discovering he was in seclusion, decided not to disturb him and left. Somewhat disappointed. Chapter 12. The day before the Chunin exams, the principle of lightning release ninjutsu involves concentrating chakra in a specific part of the body and altering its nature to produce electricity, thereby executing lightning techniques. This technique is easily disseminated and works well with mid to long range attacks. It can also be applied to metallic weapons or the body itself, enhancing lethality, conductivity, and reaction speed, thereby augmenting attack velocity. Earth release can alter the hardness, composition, mass, and gravity of objects. Mastery allows one to make ninjutsu constructs or even their own body as hard as steel or as pliable as clay, making it highly effective for creating rock walls to withstand other ninjutsu attacks. On the eve of the Chunin exams, Wangzhou finally completed his preparations. In the courtyard, he enveloped his entire body with lightning attribute chakra, stimulating his cells to greatly enhance their activity, allowing for rapid movement and heightened reaction speed. This velocity was already comparable to that of the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. To test his striking power, Wangzhou gathered lightning attribute chakra into his palm and aimed at a 2-meter boulder in the courtyard, delivering a cutting strike. The boulder split in two, the cut surface as smooth as if sliced by a sharp instrument. Satisfied, Wangzhou remarked, "This power, bolstered by natural energy, should rival that of an A-rank Chidori. However, while Chidori is primarily a thrusting technique, mine can both pierce and slice. I shall name it lightning release, thunderclap, slash." Regrettably, I found myself somewhat disheartened, pondering the lack of substantial progress in the transformation of earth release techniques. Furthermore, there were no S-rank ninjutsu available for my study. Although I had improved my chakra refinement methods through the insights gained from the third Hokage's training, acquiring several A and B rank ninjutsu, I remained limited to unleashing only around 5 A-rank techniques without the opening of the 8 gates to release my internal chakra. The Chunin exams were about to commence, so I hurried to report to Guy and tidy up matters at home before departing towards the training ground. As expected, both Guy and Lee were engaged in their training, while Tintin and Niji were notably absent. Guy enthusiastically cheered for Lee, urging him on, "Go for it, Lee. Just a few more to reach 1,000 squats." At that moment, Wangzhou approached Guy, inquiring, "Teacher Guy, why aren't Tintin and Niji here to train?" Guy replied, "The Chunin exams are tomorrow, so I granted them a day off." However, Lee insisted on additional training. Lee, drenched in sweat and lying on the ground, lamented, "My innate talent is merely average, and since I cannot learn ninjutsu, I must exert myself twice as hard to catch up with them. I am determined to prove that with hard work, I too can become a great ninja." Having trained alongside Lee for some time, Wangzhou felt a sense of admiration for Lee's steadfastness and resolve, encouraging him, "Keep it up, Lee, I believe in you." Subsequently, Guy produced a letter from his pocket, handing it to Wangzhou with an air of mystery. "This is my recommendation letter. With it, you will be able to participate in the Chunin exams tomorrow. However, you will be going alone. Unlike the others who form teams of 3, this is also a test from Lord Hokage. Should you pass the assessment, a splendid reward awaits you." Accepting the recommendation letter, Wangzhou made a deliberate show of confidence, assuring Guy, "Rest assured, Teacher Guy, I will undoubtedly pass the Chunin exams." Yet, beneath this facade, he harbored concerns about the events unfolding during the Chunin exams, particularly Orochimaru's plan for the downfall of Konoha. Guy, pleased, patted Wangzhou on the shoulder and struck a pose reminiscent of a dazzling youth, exclaiming, "Ah, this is what makes youth so nostalgic. Go for it, Wangzhou." In the village of Konoha, on a spacious path, Naruto eagerly called out, "Don't run away, Konohamaru," as he chased after a small boy. "Hehe, unless you teach me some amazing ninjutsu. I want to return your recommendation letter," Konohamaru boasted, glancing back at Naruto with pride. Being the grandson of the third Hokage, Konohamaru shared a close bond with Naruto, despite his young age preventing him from enrolling in the ninja academy. He had longed to learn formidable ninjutsu. As they rounded the next corner, Naruto anxiously shouted, "Watch out!" But Konohamaru, caught off guard, collided not with a person but with a wall of sand, bouncing off and landing in Naruto's arms. "Ouch, that hurt!" Konohamaru exclaimed, rubbing his head. "I'm so sorry. My sincerest apologies." He hurriedly apologized to the figure before them. The individual bore the kanji for love above their right eye and glared at Konohamaru and Naruto with a murderous intent. Konohamaru felt a chilling sensation wash over him, as if winter had suddenly enveloped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in Naruto's embrace. "Are you all right, Lord Gaara?" Beside them, Kenjiro hurriedly approached and cautiously inquired. Sensing the murderous intent, Naruto glanced at Gaara, inwardly contemplating how someone of similar age could exude such overwhelming bloodlust, along with a familiar aura emanating from within. Before Naruto could ponder further, Gaara, with an emotionless gaze directed at Konohamaru, threatened, "You insolent brat, I could very well take your life." Konohamaru, startled by Gaara's menacing glare, fell back into Naruto's embrace. Witnessing Konohamaru's fright, Naruto, filled with indignation, retorted, "We've already apologized. What kind of ninja bullies a child?" Kenjiro, upon hearing this, immediately positioned himself in front of Gaara, noticing the forehead protector adorning Naruto's head, and remarked, "Are all ninjas from Konoha so lacking in courtesy? We, the Sand Ninjas, have traveled a great distance to participate in the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha." Naruto, dissatisfied, countered, "And what of the Sand Ninjas? Bullying children hardly qualifies as the behavior of a proper ninja." Observing Gaara's expression shift, Kenjiro appeared increasingly apprehensive and, without further ado, launched a punch towards Naruto. Just as Naruto prepared to retaliate, Sasuke materialized before him, effortlessly grasping Kenjiro's fist and coldly stating, "This is not a place for you to run rampant." Another female ninja behind Gaara, witnessing the scene, intended to assist but soon found herself immobilized, her feet ensnared in the earth. A handsome figure, adorned in a dress reminiscent of a qipao, approached, teasingly inquiring, "What is your name, beautiful? Would you be interested in sharing a cup of tea?" Passing by, Wang Zhua, perched on a nearby tree, wore a broad smile as he flirted. The female ninja, despite her tender age of 14 or 15, possessed a physique akin to the models of Wang's previous life, boasting long legs that could captivate most men, with a charming visage imbued with an indomitable spirit. Humph! The female ninja channeled her chakra to shatter the rock binding her feet, breaking free and glaring furiously at Wang Zhua. Just as she prepared to teach him a lesson, Gaara interjected, "Enough! If you disobey, be wary. I may just kill you all. Temari, Kenjiro, return." Kenjiro retracted his hand, casting a defiant glance at Sasuke, while Gaara grinned wickedly, proclaiming, "You are quite impressive. I can hardly wait to see your blood spill at the Chunin exams." Temari cast a glance at Wang Zhua and the others before trailing behind Gaara, turning to leave. Wang Zhua waved after her, calling out, "So your name is Temari? It's quite lovely, beautiful. I shall treat you to a meal the next time we meet." Temari shot him a glare, thinking that if this man participated in the Chunin exams, she would certainly teach him a harsh lesson. Her angry demeanor was rather appealing, prompting Wang Zhua to steal a few more glances. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged incredulous looks at Wang Zhua, who, sensing their disdainful gazes, quickly retreated, declaring, "Tomorrow is the Chunin exam. You two had better not lose to me. Of course, I am exceptionally strong now, and I will surely astonish you both." Naruto, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, while Sasuke, with a serious expression, declared, "This time, I will definitely surpass you." Wang Zhua laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I am eagerly anticipating the performances of both of you. Come, I have just received the reward for our last mission. Allow me to treat you to a lavish feast." "Oh, how wonderful! I wish to indulge in some Ichiraka ramen," Naruto and Konohamaru joyfully shouted. Before Sasuke could decline, Wang Zhua and Naruto grasped his arms, leading him toward the Ichiraka ramen shop. Although Sasuke had initially intended to return and continue his training, he found it difficult to refuse the enthusiasm exuded by Wang Zhua and Naruto. He followed along, feeling a warm sensation within, which he swiftly buried deep in his heart, resolutely thinking of Itachi Uchiha. "I will surely kill you." Chapter 13. The Chunin exam commences. The following day, the Chunin exam commenced. At this moment, a year had elapsed since their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Wang Zuo was now 14 years old, and Naruto and the others had also reached the age of 13. Due to their rigorous training, Wang Zuo had grown to nearly 1.7 meters tall, his physique remarkably balanced and harmonious. With the increasing integration of natural energy, he unknowingly emanated a warm and approachable aura. This morning, Wang Zuo arrived early at the venue for the Chunin exam, a towering building situated on the outskirts of Konoha. The first segment was a written examination. Wang Zuo recalled that the exam comprised 9 exceedingly difficult questions. With strict regulations against crew cheating, one could only cheat if neither the proctors nor a third party were aware, and 2 Chunin knew the correct answers. If caught cheating 5 times, one would be disqualified. The 9 questions primarily assessed the genin's investigative skills or foundational abilities. It was acceptable to demonstrate competence without resorting to copying, along with an additional question designed to test the cohesiveness of the genin's teamwork. Those who persevered could pass. As Wang Zuo languidly awaited the commencement of the exam, he noticed Naruto and Lee entering through the main door. It appeared that Naruto and his companions had arrived late, having been obstructed outside by 2 competitors disguised as false staff members, who intended to eliminate some rivals. However, Sasuke saw through their ruse, and before an eager Naruto could take action, Lee, who was quite attentive to Sakura, swiftly dealt with the 2 unfortunate individuals, even engaging in a brief exchange with Sasuke before being stopped by a concealed proctor. Recognizing Sasuke's formidable strength, Lee and Sasuke struck a pact to settle the score in the competition, and Sasuke, brimming with fighting spirit, did not refuse. Amidst the greetings exchanged, Wang Zuo also noticed a peculiar individual. Ostensibly selling information about the competitors, this individual was actually a spy for Orochimaru, Kabuto. Wang Zuo paid him a moment's attention, but Kabuto, possessing extensive experience in reconnaissance, soon became aware of Wang Zuo's scrutiny and began surveying the vicinity, prompting Wang Zuo to divert his focus. Wang Zuo-kun, you are also participating in the Chunin exam. Upon arriving, Hinata spotted Wang Zuo in the crowd and hurriedly approached him, her voice filled with excitement. Wang Zuo praised Hinata from head to toe, replying, "Indeed. I did not expect that you would also partake." Hinata, he silently marveled at how she had grown, no longer the petite girl she once was. Unaware of Wang Zuo's thoughts, Hinata continued, "I initially intended to inform you during my last visit to your home, but it seemed you were not there as the conversation unfolded." Wang Zuo's persistent gaze upon her became uncomfortably apparent, causing her cheeks to flush with a tinge of embarrassment as she stepped towards his feet. Wang Zuo, quick to evade, jested, "It seems that your bashfulness has considerably improved in my absence." Nearby, Ya, who was part of the same team as Hinata, observed the jovial exchange between her and Wang Zuo with a hint of displeasure. Despite frequently being paired with Hinata, he rarely had the opportunity to converse with her, while an outsider effortlessly engaged in light-hearted banter with the object of his affections. Approaching, Ye interrupted their dialogue with disdain, remarking, "So you are Wang Zuo, the student whose academic performance was always subpar. It's rather peculiar that you are participating in the Chunin exam. I wonder what your instructor is thinking." Detecting the jealousy laced within Ye's words, Wang Zuo merely smiled, choosing to disregard him entirely. Hinata, however, felt a surge of indignation. Unlike her traditionally timid self in the original narrative, she had grown more confident under Wang Zuo's guidance and the alterations to the storyline. She chastised Ya, "How can you speak so disparagingly of your classmate? It's truly disappointing." Witnessing Hinata's slight anger, Ya felt a twinge of panic, yet upon seeing Wang Zuo's nonchalant demeanor, he silently vowed to make him pay for this slight. Retreating to join his friend, Shino, Hinata, unconcerned with Ya's departure, turned to Wang Zuo with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, Wang Zuo-kun. You can be so rude." Wang Zuo, unfazed, replied, "It's merely Ya. He hardly merits my concern. However, Hinata, you must strive to excel this time." "Yes, I will," Hinata affirmed, clenching her fists with determination, resolved to prove herself to her father. In the distance, Sakura, observing Hinata's interaction with Wang Zuo, felt a surge of irritation, internally chastising herself. But she is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and her rapport with Wang Zuo has always been amicable, and my relationship with him is merely that of ordinary classmates. Despite her reasoning, unease lingered within Sakura as memories of the day Wang Zuo selflessly rescued her resurfaced. "Now, I ask everyone to take their seats. I am your chief examiner for this examination," called Marino Ibiki, a man with a fearsome appearance and several prominent scars adorning his face. Wang Zuo discreetly assessed Ibiki, recognizing him as the leader of the Umbu, his aura of menace rivaling that of Kakashi. A testament to his formidable prowess, As the exam commenced, just as Wangzhou had anticipated, it began with 9 experimental questions. For someone like him, who had delved deeply into the study of chakra transformations, these challenges were mere trifles. As the examination progressed, candidates began to abandon their hopes or were eliminated for cheating, leaving Wangzhou with little to do but observe his surroundings. An examiner approached, intending to admonish him, but upon noticing that Wangzhou had already completed his questions, he opted to leave him be. After all, there was no rule against moving one's neck, and Wangzhou's actions were hardly excessive. Meanwhile, Sakura, having swiftly finished her own questions, looked to see if her teammates required assistance. Coincidentally, she spotted Wangzhou in front of her, gazing around, and misinterpreted his behavior, feeling a spark of joy at the thought that she might finally be able to lend a hand. Avoiding the examiner, Sakura deftly inscribed the answers on a piece of paper. Seizing a moment when the examiner's attention wavered, she skillfully manipulated her chakra to send the note soaring from beneath the table to Wangzhou's desk. Upon witnessing the paper's arrival, Wangzhou was left bewildered, pondering whether someone had approached him for assistance with their answers. Cautiously evading the examiner's gaze, he unfolded the note only to discover it brimming with solutions. Turning around, he was met with Sakura's beaming expression. It seemed he had been misled. However, recognizing her earnest efforts, he felt reluctant to refuse her. Unexpectedly, the infatuated Sakura he had always perceived harbored a kind heart. Was it true that the more innocent and kind-hearted a child, the more prone they were to infatuation? Wangzhou contemplated maliciously while nodding appreciatively. Upon seeing Wangzhou's grateful demeanor, Sakura felt as if the world had suddenly become a much brighter place. Had she known his true thoughts, she would likely have delivered a few playful punches his way. Of course, she didn't forget about Naruto behind her. Despite his relentless training, Naruto found himself at a loss with theoretical questions, despondently resting his head on his desk. The moment he received Sakura's answers, however, the world seemed to brim with kindness. Wangzhou chose to ignore the two individuals immersed in their own worlds and began to idly refine his chakra. Before long, the stipulated 2 hours of the exam had elapsed. Observing that a substantial number of participants remained, Ibiki suddenly declared with gravity, "We now proceed to the final question. Those who answer correctly may continue the examination. Those who answer incorrectly will be barred from participating in the Chunin exams for life. You now have an opportunity to forfeit. If one member of your group chooses to forfeit, the entire group will be considered to have waived their chance." The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, and shortly thereafter, someone raised their hand to forfeit. From over 200 participants, fewer than 100 remained. Ibiki's sharp gaze swept over those who had not given up. After a brief silence, he spoke, "Excellent. You have passed this examination. A ninja must possess not only vast knowledge but also unwavering courage." Just as he prepared to elaborate further, he was abruptly interrupted. A figure crashed through the window, capturing everyone's attention. Wangzhou's eyes brightened at the sight of yet another captivating beauty, one who rivaled the allure of the sunset. With a seductive figure clad in a fishnet ninja outfit and a chic bob haircut, she exuded a playful yet resilient charm, lacking the mature seductiveness of the previous beauty. "Greetings, everyone. I am your examiner for the next round, Mitarashi Anko." Anko brushed off the shards of glass from her attire and addressed the astonished candidates. With a hint of surprise, she turned to the somewhat embarrassed Ibiki, remarking on the unexpected number of remaining participants. "I will take it from here," she said, while Ibiki nodded silently and swiftly exited the awkward scene using the body flicker technique. Anko, noticing the stunned expressions of the majority of candidates, felt a sense of pride, her gaze falling on the impassive Wangzhou and others. In a commanding tone, she declared, "Follow me." A group of individuals arrived at the edge of a forest, where Hongdo, biting on a toothpick, announced, "Each of your teams will now be randomly assigned a scroll representing either heaven or earth. The teams that successfully collect both types of scrolls must navigate through the Death Forest to reach the designated destination. Upon arrival, opening both scrolls will signify your success. However, opening them prematurely or losing a scroll will result in failure. Be vigilant not only against your opponents, as the forest is also home to numerous beasts. Each group should now come to me to receive their scrolls and randomly select an entrance to enter." Sasuke pondered, "It seems we must engage in combat to seize the scrolls. Let us hurry in, defeat them all, and claim the scrolls." Naruto confidently pounded his chest as he spoke, and no sooner had he finished than the nearby individuals cast unfriendly glances in his direction. "It appears we have drawn some attention. However, that only adds to the challenge," Sasuke remarked with excitement, scanning the surroundings. "Even Sasuke is losing his composure. This is quite vexing," Sakura mused, scratching her head in contemplation. Chapter 14. The Death Forest, Orochimaru. The candidates successively received their scrolls and entered the death forest through various entrances. Soon, it was Wang's turn. Hongdo looked at him in surprise and asked, "You're alone? Where are your teammates?" "One cannot participate in the exam alone." Wang Zhuo, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Didn't he Lord Third mention it to you?" "It was Lord Third's directive that I must participate in the competition alone." Hongdo, recalling that she had unintentionally dozed off while the Hokage spoke at length during the task assignment, felt a bit embarrassed and handed Wang Zhuo a scroll. Without allowing him further opportunity to speak, she hurriedly ushered him out. What a peculiar woman, Wang Zhuo thought, dismissing her eccentricity. Finally, the main event was commencing. Securing the scrolls was the priority. Wang Zhuo casually selected an entrance and ventured into the death forest. The death forest, perpetually shrouded in dense foliage, was said to have been created by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, using wood released during his battle with Uchiha Madara. Over time, the forest had become teeming with various beasts, typically sealed off by Konoha to prevent ordinary folk from entering and being harmed by the creatures. This was Wang Zhuo's second visit. His first had been alongside Naruto during their fight against Mizuki. Towering trees, reaching heights of several meters, intertwined above him, and Wang Zhuo couldn't help but marvel at the power of the first Hokage's wood release. It was beyond what mere humans could achieve. Truly a man who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. As Wang Zhuo leaped between the trees, he soon sensed the presence of others ahead. He halted, concealed his aura, and approached cautiously, hiding among the leaves. To his surprise, he discovered 3 ninjas from Sunagakure lurking in the grass, seemingly preparing to ambush other participating teams. However, they had not anticipated being detected first by Wang Zhuo. After observing them for a moment, Wang Zhuo noted their lack of strength and decisively made his move. "Earth release, earth flow river," he declared. The 3 ninjas were completely unprepared for the sudden assault, as the ground beneath them transformed into a flowing river of earth, causing them to sink and become trapped. Wang Zhuo revealed himself, coldly addressing the 3 ensnared in the soil, "Hand over the scrolls, or face death." Aware that these sand ninjas are mere pawns in Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin, Wang Zhuo harbored no qualms about sending them to their demise should they prove disobedient. After all, he had just sensed the surroundings and found no other ninjas present. The 3 men, upon perceiving the murderous intent gleaming in Wang Zhuo's eyes, felt a chill run down their spines. Their instincts warned them that failure to comply with this individual's demands could very well result in their untimely death. In a flurry of panic, they hastily relinquished the scrolls in their possession. Wang Zhuo, pleased, tucked the scrolls away, remarking, "Ah, splendid. Just what I needed, distinctly different from my own." With this acquisition, he could proceed directly to his destination. Yet he harbored a desire to witness the legendary prowess of Orochimaru, one of the famed Sannin. Paying no heed to the 3 remaining in the earth, he anticipated the cessation of their ninjutsu shortly and attempted to sense Naruto's chakra, setting off in a particular direction. Simultaneously, in a secluded area of the Forest of Death, a panicked cry echoed, "Help! There's been a murder!" A leaf ninja, bloodied and frantic, sprinted ahead, as though pursued by a relentless beast. However, trailing behind him at a leisurely pace was but a solitary figure, recognizable to Wang Zhuo and the others as Gaara, whom they had encountered previously. Gaara wore a mocking expression as he observed the fleeing Konoha ninja, relishing the beauty of bloodshed. The despair of the weak was equally delectable. Behind him, sand coalesced into a lethal projectile that swiftly pierced through the leaf ninja's chest. "Ugh! Help!" The despairing ninja collapsed into a pool of blood. The sand, now stained crimson, retreated into the gourd strapped to Gaara's back. Gazing at the distant figure of Gaara, who appeared to revel in his work, Temari and Kankuro, clutching the 4 assembled scrolls, felt a chill run through them and instinctively retreated further. Advancing, Wang Zhuo sensed Naruto's chakra nearby when suddenly, a formidable shockwave surged forth, prompting him to quicken his pace. The ground beneath had been ravaged, pockmarked, and uneven. Naruto and his 3 shadow clones remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Sasuke knelt at the center, clutching his neck in shock as he gazed at Naruto, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Such power! When did Naruto master such ninjutsu?" Sasuke had believed that after mastering the Chidori, he could easily outpace both Wang Zhuo and Naruto. Yet he now realized that Naruto's strength had, unbeknownst to him, caught up to and even surpassed his own. Consumed by rage, Sasuke roared internally, "Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I am continually overshadowed by you two? No, I cannot allow this to continue. I require greater power, enough to exact my revenge." A profound yearning for strength surged within Sasuke, as black runes began to spread from the bite mark left by Orochimaru on his neck. Sakura, covered in dust, helped Sasuke to his feet, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the runes creeping across his face. "Sasuke, are you all right?" she inquired, fear evident in her voice. "Indeed. I never anticipated the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails possessed such formidable strength. That last technique must have been the Rasengan." A shadow emerged from the earth. Sasuke's heart raced in terror at the sight of this figure, pondering how someone could emerge unscathed from Naruto's recent assault. Who on earth is this person? He wondered. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke, adorned with runes, with satisfaction. Indeed, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he had awakened the first level of the cursed seal with remarkable speed. "Who are you? What are your intentions in infiltrating Konoha?" Naruto fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure and inquired. "Another little one?" The figure disregarded Naruto and instead directed its attention towards the concealed position of Wang Zhuo. Realizing his cover was blown, Wang Zhuo leapt down from the tree, landing on the ground and cautiously eyed Orochimaru. "Wang Zhuo, you have arrived. Be wary of this individual. He is quite formidable," Naruto warned, his focus unwavering on Orochimaru, refusing to let his guard down. Just moments ago, a lapse in vigilance had allowed Orochimaru to inflict a bite on Sasuke, even with the duo's combined efforts. Wang Zhuo approached Naruto and declared loudly, "How disgraceful that the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru, stoops to bully mere children like us." Wang Zhuo intended to feign weakness to lower Orochimaru's guard. Orochimaru regarded Wang Zhuo with surprise, a hint of admiration in his voice. Impressive insight, before his excitement shifted towards Sasuke. "I can sense your thirst for power. Konoha cannot fulfill your desires. We shall meet again." With that, Orochimaru's form gradually melded into the earth. Understanding Wang's was acute perception, Naruto cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Wang Zhuo approached Sasuke, stating, "It's all right. His presence has dissipated. He has likely departed." Upon hearing this, Naruto exhaled in relief, dispelling his shadow clones and collapsing onto the ground, his breath coming in hurried gasps. The recent battle had drained his mental energy, as the Rasengan demanded precise chakra control, which was taxing on his spirit. "Are you all right, Sasuke?" Wang Zhuo queried, noting the markings on Sasuke's neck adorned with runes. Sasuke sensed the powerful energy emanating from the mark and, avoiding Wang Zhuo's gaze, replied, "I'm fine. It's just a bit sore." "That's good to hear. Have you managed to gather the scrolls?" Wang Zhuo sensed Sasuke's unease, but chose not to confront it, recognizing that everyone must tread their own path. "We have," Sakura chimed in, retrieving 2 scrolls from her person. "Excellent. We must address Sasuke's curse mark promptly. Let us depart at once to avert any unforeseen complications." The group prepared to leave, but suddenly, Wang Zhuo's expression shifted. "This is bad. Orochimaru's presence has returned. You all hurry to your destination and report this information. I will investigate further." Naruto quickly insisted, "I'll go with you?" "No, you must ensure Sasuke and Sakura reach safety. The journey is fraught with danger." "Worry not. My earth-based evasion techniques are quite proficient," Wang Zhuo replied confidently. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto, despite his concerns for Wang Zhuo, conceded to the urgency of the situation, leading Sasuke and Sakura away while admonishing, "Be careful, that person is very powerful." Watching Naruto and the others depart, Wang Zhuo did not linger, hastening towards the source of Orochimaru's aura. "Teacher, this time I shall stop you. I will not allow you to endanger the village again," Akane declared resolutely, fixing her determined gaze upon Orochimaru. Although his appearance did not align with her prior recollections of him, the mark on his neck confirmed for her that this individual was indeed her former teacher, Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a frigid gaze upon Hondo, nonchalantly remarking, "It has been a long time, Hondo. Who would have thought that the child you once were has now grown into a formidable ninja capable of standing alone? Alas, you were unwilling to leave with me back then." Hondo remained silent, seizing the moment to strike. Utilizing the body flicker technique, she appeared beside Orochimaru and, before he could comprehend the situation, drew a kunai to pin her left hand to his right. Stifling the pain coursing through her hand, she formed seals with his right hand, declaring, "Twin serpents clash." However, upon completion of the seals, Hondo realized that the forbidden technique intended for mutual destruction had not activated. As Orochimaru transformed into a cloud of smoke, merely a shadow clone. With no time to react, the real Orochimaru appeared behind her, forming seals to unleash the shadow serpent bind. From his hand, several large serpents emerged, ensnaring Hondo. One serpent constricted around her face, and he taunted, "How cold-hearted of you to use the forbidden technique I taught you against me, Hondo." At that moment, Wangzhou descended from above, unleashing lightning release. Lightning slash. He struck towards Orochimaru, who swiftly retreated, the serpent's binding Hongdo severed by Wangzhu's attack. Instantly, Wangzhou caught the falling Hongdo, his hands providing a remarkably soft touch. As he squeezed gently, he felt her resilience. Hongdo, flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "How long will you hold on?" Wangzhou awkwardly withdrew his hands, thinking to himself that she felt rather ample, estimating her size to be around a C-cup. Though Hongdo intended to push Wangzhou away, her body was too weak after just executing the forbidden technique, rendering her immobile. "You little brat, it's you." Orochimaru observed Wangzhou with interest, causing Wangzhou to shiver as if he were the target of a venomous serpent's gaze. Supporting Hongdo, he took a step back, threatening, "Orochimaru, my companion has already gone to alert the others. You would do well to leave quickly, or else it will be too late when the elite from Konoha arrive." Orochimaru disregarded Wangzhu's threat, chuckling, "Ha ha, before they arrive, I shall first test the strength of this little brat." With that, he conjured the serpent's wrath formation. A multitude of snakes emerged densely around Wangzhou and Hongdo. Realizing Orochimaru had no intention of departing, Hongdo urged Wangzhou, "You must go." "Do not concern yourself with me," Wangzhou, eyeing the advancing serpents, replied with a smile, "The word give up does not exist in my lexicon. Besides, having taken advantage of you, how can I simply walk away? I must seize my share." He contemplated the rare opportunity to witness the prowess of the legendary ninja Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. How could he let such an occasion slip away? Moreover, Orochimaru could not linger for long, needing to conserve his strength for future plans. It was indeed an excellent chance for Wangzhou to hone his skills. Upon hearing Wangzhu's declaration, Hongdo felt a mix of gratitude and indignation, reflecting on how the esteemed Jonin, Yoshiyuki Hongdo, found herself in need of a genin's protection. Having never before been subjected to such impertinence from a male, she felt a surge of anger, vowing that had she possessed the strength, she would have certainly taught Wangzhou a stern lesson. Go recount the tale. It is but a fleeting moment that encompasses all. Wangzhou struck Hongdo from behind, rendering her unconscious and setting her aside. Just moments earlier, Orochimaru had shown no intent to kill Hongdo. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. With his hands firmly planted upon the earth, he invoked the Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. A massive 10-meter-long earthen dragon emerged, under Wangzhu's command, scattering the surrounding serpents before soaring toward Orochimaru, obliterating trees in its wake. Orochimaru, taken aback, remarked, "The techniques of the third Hokage. How intriguing." Despite his surprise, he continued to weave hand signs, invoking the summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Before him materialized 3 colossal gates of the Azura, intricately carved with figures from the depths of hell. The earth dragon collided with the gates, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that severed the surrounding trees at their trunks. Wangzhou shielded Hongdo behind him. As the shockwave dissipated, the triple Rashomon remained unscathed, not even a single gate breached by Wangzhu's earth dragon bullet. Wangzhou kept a vigilant eye on Orochimaru behind the gates, who, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Not bad, the power is decent. However, it seems someone is approaching. Next time, we shall have our fun." Sensing Orochimaru's presence gradually receding, Wangzhou felt a twinge of regret. He had not yet unleashed his full potential. Nonetheless, the might of Orochimaru was indeed terrifying. His earth dragon bullet had failed to breach even one gate of the Rashomon. Is this the power of a shadow-level ninja? Upon rousing the unconscious Hongdo, she was about to speak when she noticed Wangzhou collapsing to the ground. Frantically, she rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, "Wangzhou, are you all right?" As Wangzhou felt the softness of her bosom against his back, he found himself momentarily dazed. Hearing her worried tone, he looked up to see her face etched with concern. Feigning weakness, he replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued from chakra exhaustion." Observing Hongdo seemingly inspecting his condition, he quickly called out behind her, "Kakashi-sensei, you've arrived?" Startled, Hongdo turned to see indeed it was Kakashi, who shot Wangzhou a warning glance to remain still. Wangzhou, of course, could not linger in Hongdo's embrace for fear of being discovered. He adopted a guise of fatigue and informed Kakashi of Orochimaru's assault on Naruto and the others, as well as his efforts to protect Hongdo, while inquiring about Sasuke's current status. Kakashi, glancing at the seemingly weak Hongdo, received a nod from her. Deep down, she resented Wangzhou for feigning weakness when he clearly had the strength to stand. Kakashi responded, "I have temporarily sealed the cursed mark on Sasuke using sealing techniques. The third Hokage will make further arrangements." He then addressed Hongdo, Let us first proceed to our destination to oversee this match, and afterward, you may meet with the Hokage. Very well, Kakashi-sensei. However, since Hongdo-sensei is injured, I shall carry her, Wang Zhua said earnestly. Hongdo, contemplating something as she looked at Wang Zhua's earnest expression, readily agreed, let it be so. Kakashi, lead the way. Without further ado, Kakashi guided the two toward their destination. As Wang Zhua carried Hongdo, he felt the softness of her form against his back, and she leaned down, whispering a playful threat, you little lecher. Just wait until I recover. I shall teach you a lesson. With a bitter smile, Wang Zhua pondered the absurdity of the situation. The incident involving the rescue of Hongdo was merely a coincidence, and his act of feigning weakness was merely an attempt to mask the incident of knocking her unconscious. Misunderstandings abound. Amidst Wang Zhua's deep sense of grievance, they finally arrived at their destination, a towering 5-story edifice. Wang Zhua hastily set Hongdo down, and Kakashi remarked, Wang Zhua, you should proceed with the examination first. I will accompany teacher Hongdo to report to Lord Third. Understood, Wang Zhua replied, quickly turning to depart. Hongdo, how are you feeling now? Have you recovered? He thought, observing Wang Zhua's rapid retreat as if he were treading on thorns. Hongdo mused to herself, coward. Then, addressing Kakashi, she said, it's all right, I've nearly recovered. Let us go to meet Lord Third. I have a strong feeling that Orochimaru has some grand scheme in mind. In an instant, the two figures vanished within the forest of death. Upon entering the tower, Wang Zhua simultaneously unfurled the scroll he held, revealing a dense array of runes. He estimated it to be some sort of sealing technique. As the inscriptions on both scrolls intertwined, they vanished simultaneously, and a ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector materialized on the scroll. Congratulations on passing the examination. Please state your name. Konoha Village, Wang Zhua. The ninja recorded Wang Zhua's name and instructed, follow me. With that, they vanished within the tower. Wang Zhua felt as though his body was floating in an unknown expanse, the surroundings shifting continuously. Then, he felt a sudden lightness and landed on solid ground. Is this space ninjutsu? He wondered, observing that he was enclosed within walls, seemingly within a vast, closed chamber, standing upon a raised platform alongside Naruto and others. Chapter 16. The final selection match. The guiding ninja said little, leaving Wang Zhua in a state of bewilderment before departing. Upon seeing Wang Zhua arrive safely, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, that's great, you're safe. Wang Zhua nodded slightly and inquired, what are we doing here? Naruto pointed below the platform, saying, in a moment, we will engage in random one-on-one matches down there to select the top 10 for the finals in 3 days. I see. Is Sasuke all right? Wang Zhua noticed Sasuke's absence. Naruto expressed his concern. It seems Orochimaru has placed some strange jutsu on him. Kakashi-sensei has temporarily sealed it. He should be fine. Just then, Sasuke approached from the other side of the platform. Naruto rushed forward, asking, are you okay? I'm fine, Sasuke replied, touching his neck without elaborating. Wang Zhua, with a hint of significance, said, that's good to hear. Sakura also stepped forward to comfort Sasuke. As their conversation continued, more and more participants were brought to the platform. Wang Zhua, you're here too? Lee and Tintin greeted him, while Niji remained silent, lost in thought. Hinata's group also arrived at the platform, happily waving at Wang Zhua, who smiled in response. Once Gaara's group reached the platform, a seemingly expressionless ninja introduced himself. I am Moonlight Kaze, the examiner for this preliminary round. Next, please follow the order displayed on the screen and descend from the platform for one-on-one duels. The victory conditions are either surrender from one party or the loss of combat ability. Killing is strictly prohibited. All eyes were drawn to the large screen that had suddenly materialized on the wall, showcasing the intense battles. Wang Zhua facing off against Yao Shido, Uchiha Sasuke pitted against Chi Dong-kai, Sak against Yun Zeno, Jin Mei-chun clashing with Kenjiro, Haruno Sakura squaring off against Yamanaka Ino, Tintin battling against Temari, Nara Shikamaru contesting with Jin, Uzumaki Naruto opposing Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata engaging Niji Hyuga, Gaara confronting Rock Lee, and Tuasi dueling with Akadu Ding's I forfeit, exclaimed Yao Shido, his expression one of sheer terror as he raised his hand. The examiner, Moonlight Shikaku, directed a question at Yao Shido. Are you certain about your forfeit? Yes, esteemed examiner, he replied. The examiner cast a glance at Yao Shido before announcing his forfeit, allowing Wang Zhua to advance directly, followed by Uchiha Sasuke's confrontation with Chi Dong-kai. Wang Zhua observed Do's retreating figure, pondering that this individual was undoubtedly reluctant to reveal his true strength. Sasuke and Chi Dong-kai leapt down from the elevated platform, with Chi Dong-kai fixating intently on Sasuke. contemplating why Lord Orochimaru had shown interest in him. He was determined to prove his superiority. Chi Dong Kai charged at Sasuke, shrieking, "I will tear you to shreds." Sasuke did not evade, bracing himself to confront Chi Dong Kai head-on, effortlessly delivering a kick that sent him flying. How could it be so fast? Chi Dong Kai thought in astonishment. The cursed seal indeed enhances my abilities. Both my strength and speed have doubled. Sasuke provided no time for Chi Dong Kai to react, unleashing a rapid series of strikes known as the Lion's Barrage, which rendered Chi Dong Kai unconscious. Uchiha Sasuke advanced, without casting a glance at the fallen Chi Dong Kai. Sasuke nonchalantly returned to the platform. The duel between Sak and Yun Zeno held little intrigue for Wang Zhuo. Due to Zeno's family's secret technique of manipulating insects, the battle proved nearly impossible to counter, and Sak was swiftly defeated as the insects burrowed into his body. Jian Meichun faced off against Kenjiro, who employed his strange puppet technique to swiftly overpower Jian Meichun, securing victory. Had it not been for the examiner's prompt intervention, Jian Meichun might have sustained severe injuries. Haruno Sakura confronted Yamanaka Ino. "Sakura, I won't hold back," Ino declared, eyeing Sakura intently. With unwavering determination, Sakura replied, "Go ahead. I am determined to prove I am no longer someone who hides behind others." She gathered her chakra in her palm, a medical ninjutsu she had learned in the medical academy. If she struck her target, they would immediately lose their ability to move, and she charged toward Ino. Ino Shinjutsu. Ino formed hand seals, directing her palm toward the approaching Sakura. Struck by an invisible wave, Sakura instantly transformed into a wooden figure. "Oh no." Ino quickly leapt away from her original position. "I was well aware of the potency of your family's secret technique, so I had prepared accordingly," Sakura remarked, appearing behind Ino. "Palm Sage technique?" she exclaimed, delivering a swift blow to Ino's back, causing her to tumble to the ground like a bird deprived of its wings. Sakura hurriedly caught Ino as she fell. Just as Sakura believed she had secured victory, Ino suddenly lifted her head, exclaiming, "Ino Shinjutsu." In an instant, Sakura felt another consciousness invade her own. Wang Zhuo and the others were momentarily stunned, then watched as Sakura, bewildered, relinquished her hold on Ino, curiously grasping a kunai from her person and driving it into her own leg. The secret techniques of the Mountain Clan are truly terrifying. Alas, they hold little sway over those with formidable mental fortitude or unwavering willpower. Wang Zhuo regarded the situation with mild interest. "Surrender, Sakura. Knowing that you have mastered medical ninjutsu, I was prepared for your assault and had already gathered chakra to counter your palm technique." In response, Ino addressed Sakura. "No, I will not concede," Sakura replied with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, Ino sensed a surge of potent mental energy emanating from Sakura, driving back her own will. "How could I possibly lose?" A brash voice echoed within Sakura's mind, causing Ino's mental force to recoil. Pale from the backlash of the secret technique, Ino gazed in astonishment at the bloodied Sakura beneath her. In her heart, she thought, Sakura harbors such a formidable persona within. The darkened Sakura, disregarding her wounds, looked at Ino with exhilaration. "Finally, I can breathe freely, thanks to you." With a sudden punch aimed at Ino, who was utterly defenseless, Sakura knocked her to the ground. Without hesitation, Sakura continued her onslaught against the fallen Ino. The examiner, noticing Sakura's unusual behavior, swiftly intervened, rendering her unconscious. Upon returning to the elevated platform, the examiner addressed the other ninjas. "Sakura Haruno is victorious, but due to her physical condition, her qualification for the match is revoked. The competition shall continue." Tintin faced off against Temari, whose seemingly endless array of ninja tools astonished the spectators. Unfortunately, Temari's wind techniques proved overwhelmingly effective against Tintin, who found herself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Temari triumphed with a B-rank wind technique, Great Sickle of Wind, defeating Tintin. Temari's wind techniques, a seamless blend of offense and defense, effortlessly rebounded all of Tintin's thrown tools, creating a tempest that unleashed slashing attacks upon her. The expansive range, prolonged duration, and devastating impact of the assault were formidable. Fortunately, Tintin managed to absorb a significant portion of the storm with a gourd-shaped tool, sustaining only minor injuries, though she exhausted her chakra and had no choice but to concede. Nara Shikamaru faced off against Kin, showcasing the peculiar shadow techniques of the Nara clan, which captivated the audience. The clan's secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu, allowed Shikamaru to control Kin's movements as long as their shadows overlapped. With clever manipulation of the environment, Shikamaru easily defeated Kin, advancing to the next round. However, Wang Zhuo noted a glaring flaw in Shikamaru's ninjutsu. It primarily relied on surprise, making it difficult to prevail in direct confrontations or against experienced opponents. Nonetheless, the Nara clan primarily focused on logistics and intelligence work, where intellect is the foremost asset. Naruto Uzumaki battled Kiba Inuzuka, who arrogantly regarded Naruto. "You must be that guy Wong's was friend, right?" Naruto sensed the malice radiating from Kiba and replied earnestly, "Yes. Then I'll teach you a lesson." Kiba smirked, four-legged technique. Kiba charged towards Naruto like a beast. Naruto, unfazed, responded with shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, the arena was filled with numerous shadow clones of Naruto. "Kiba, you should concede. How can someone who didn't even participate in the graduation exam and only took shortcuts defeat me?" Kiba boasted arrogantly. The clones surged towards Ya, momentarily disrupting his momentum. As Ya beheld the relentless onslaught of Naruto's, even when dispersed, he realized that he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Addressing the small dog, Akamaru, he commanded, "Utilize the ultimate technique." The dog, seemingly understanding, nodded affirmatively. Together, they transformed into a miniature whirlwind, where the Narutos were swiftly engulfed and vanished one after another, while the whirlwind took on the form of a massive drill, hurtling towards Naruto's main body. Naruto, wearing a grave expression, contemplated for a moment before extending his right hand. He observed as chakra began to coalesce upon his palm, gradually forming a rapidly spinning, pure blue sphere. Roughly the size of a football, on the elevated platform, Wang Zhua and Sasuke's expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Zhua, astonished, thought to himself that Naruto had mastered the Rasengan so early, and in its complete form. No wonder he could contend with Orochimaru, even when the latter was not exerting his full strength. Sasuke, in his mind, acknowledged that it was this very technique that had repelled Orochimaru, possessing destructive power even greater than his Chidori. The examiner, witnessing Naruto's technique, felt a surge of anxiety and rushed towards the arena, but it was already too late. Ya's whirlwind was about to collide with Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto recalled Jiraiya's warning after teaching him the Rasengan. "You have yet to fully master it, so never use it recklessly against others." In an instant, he redirected the Rasengan towards the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. The closest whirlwind was shattered, and the dazed Ya and Akamaru were sent flying. Though the examiner managed to catch Ya and Akamaru, as the dust settled, it became evident that Naruto stood unscathed amidst the chaos. A crater, approximately 2 meters wide, marred the ground where the Rasengan had struck. The examiner's expression tightened, realizing that this was a surface reinforced with earth-release techniques. How reckless of Lord Jiraiya to entrust such a dangerous ninjutsu to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto advances. Chapter 17. Niji's Fury. Lee vs. Gaara. Hyuga Hinata faces off against Hyuga Niji. Niji glared at Hinata with palpable hatred, causing her heart to race at his menacing gaze. On the platform, Wang Zhua furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene before Niji could unleash his full strength. Niji, expressionless, declared, "You are not my match. Concede." Hinata, undeterred, replied, "I will give it my all." Niji frowned and retorted, "In that case, allow me to show you the power of fate. One's abilities in life are predetermined. No matter how hard you strive to grow stronger, you cannot surpass a genius. This is the destiny of the weak." With that, Niji thrust his palm towards Hinata. Hinata gathered chakra in her palm and retaliated with a strike of her own, leading both to activate their Byakugan. Utilizing the powerful insight of the Byakugan, they struck at each other's chakra points while simultaneously dismantling each other's attacks. Wang Zhua watched in astonishment, realizing that Hinata was keeping pace with Niji's speed. A testament to her diligent training in secret. As Hinata deftly countered Niji's gentle fist assault, Niji's expression remained unchanged. As expected of the main family's heiress, he remarked, "But it's still far from enough. Let me show you the unfairness of destiny, just as the main family treats us branch families." He then unleashed the gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 64 palms, in a dazzling display of speed. Niji unleashed 64 strikes in rapid succession, each perfectly targeting a specific pressure point. Hinata found herself utterly defenseless against this technique, reserved solely for the elite of the Hyuga clan, as her chakra was sealed away by Niji's relentless onslaught. "Surrender," Niji declared, halting his assault and casting a scornful glance at Hinata, who was half kneeling on the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Hinata struggled to rise, meeting his gaze with determination. "It's not over yet. I must prove to my father that I am no longer the timid child I once was. Why do you refuse to bow to fate? The weak are destined to remain weak," Niji retorted, his face contorting with disdain. Gentle fist technique. 128 palms. Niji showed no mercy. "Oh no. Wang Zuo realized Hinata's refusal to concede and rushed down from the high platform. The examiner and the watching mentors also changed their expressions, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should anything happen to the Hyuga heiress, they would bear the consequences. They moved to intervene, but Wang Zuo was already prepared. Earth style. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth materialized between Hinata and Niji, blocking the latter's relentless barrage. Though the wall shattered under the impact, it provided Hinata a moment's respite. Wang Zuo scooped up the injured Hinata, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. Hinata, weak yet resolute, nodded in response. At that moment, the examiner and others, including Kurenai Yuhi, arrived on the scene. Kurenai took Hinata, glaring at Niji for his excessive force against a comrade, and ninja of Konoha. "How could you strike so harshly?" With that, she stormed away with Hinata towards the hospital. A member of the Hyuga clan himself. Niji's actions were entangled in the long-standing conflict between the main and branch families, leaving the examiner unable to intervene decisively. All he could do was admonish Niji for his brutality before announcing his advancement to the next round. Wang Zuo regarded Niji with a scowl. "Only the weak yield to fate. Given the chance, I will show you what true strength is." Niji scoffed disdainfully. "You, a mere ninja from a fallen clan? How laughable." Wang Zuo said nothing more and returned to the high platform, recognizing that verbal disputes were meaningless. True strength was the only valid measure in the match between Tors and Akimichi Choji. Choji consumed his clan's forbidden pills, unleashing his full power and narrowly defeating Tors. Tors, filled with frustration, lamented, "If it weren't for that freak Gaara injuring me in the forest of death, I would never have lost." The final match commenced. Gaara faced off against Rock Lee. Gaara, intrigued, sized up Lee and remarked, "Your abilities are commendable. I hope you can entertain me, but be warned, if you're too weak, it could cost you your life." Lee, silent, immediately assumed the stance of the Leaf's fluid technique. Sensing the danger posed by his opponent, he knew he must engage with utmost seriousness. He launched a swift sprint, then pivoted to deliver a kick aimed at Gaara's head, only to be met by a suddenly materializing wall of sand. It felt as if his foot had struck iron, yet he refused to relent. Lee attacked from various angles, but Gaara's sand wall expertly thwarted each of his strikes. Disappointed, Gaara looked at Lee and said, "Is this all you can do? Too weak." Unable to breach Gaara's defenses, Lee contemplated his next move. The 8 gates. Open the first gate. As he released the constraints of his brain on his body, Lee felt an immediate surge of power coursing through his limbs. Not enough. Little Lee shed the burdens upon him, and as the iron plate, enhanced by secret techniques, descended to the ground, it stirred a vast cloud of dust. The audience, save for those in the know like Wang Zuo, was left in a state of astonishment. Upon observing the iron block removed from Little Lee, Gaara's eyes flickered with realization. He too had once possessed something akin to that. After loosening his limbs, Little Lee launched another offensive, his speed nearly doubling compared to the onset, and his strength surged to approximately twice its previous measure. Yet, Gaara showed no inclination to evade, as the sand walls he summoned effortlessly withstood Little Lee's strikes, albeit with a noticeable tremor, as if they were on the verge of disintegration. "This won't suffice. I must amplify my strength further. I apologize, teacher Guy, but I must contravene your orders. This time, I shall surely prevail." Little Lee's face bore a resolute expression as he opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku. With all 3 gates unleashed, his velocity approached the speed of sound. Gaara's automatic defenses could not keep pace, failing to counter Little Lee's rapid advance. Elated, Little Lee seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Behold my lotus of the spectral bloom." He sent the bewildered Gaara hurtling through the air, binding him with bandages and causing him to collide violently with the ground. Upon impact, Gaara transformed into a mound of sand, prompting Little Lee to leap away in haste. Remarkably, he had breached my automatic defenses. "I find this worthy of engagement," Gaara mused with a twisted smile of excitement. Undeterred, Little Lee charged once more towards Gaara, yet he was taken aback as his attacks were once again thwarted by the sand walls. Gaara's proactive defenses had fortified the barriers, their responsiveness now matching Little Lee's speed, ensnaring him once again in a predicament. "No, I cannot afford to falter here. I must demonstrate that diligence can indeed rival genius. I still wish to confront Wang Zuo, Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji. I cannot succumb here. I must not disappoint my teacher's expectations. I shall unleash the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku." An overwhelming aura emanated from Little Lee, as a pale red chakra enveloped him, causing Gaara to sense an imminent threat to his very existence. Hastily, Gaara encased himself in sand, but little Lee's velocity had surpassed the sound barrier, and in an instant, he shattered Gaara's sand sphere, sending the latter reeling. Feeling the sting of pain upon his face, Gaara roared in fury, "You've injured me. Unforgivable. I shall take your life." Yet, Gaara found himself with no room to retaliate. In midair, Little Lee unleashed a barrage of supersonic strikes upon Gaara, who was tossed about like a rag doll. Cursed be this. Gaara's inner beast stirred violently as his gourd exploded, releasing a torrent of yellow sand that enveloped the gravely wounded Gaara. This time, even Little Lee's supersonic onslaught could not penetrate this defense. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Little Lee's blows against the sand sphere resonated loudly, sand binding coffin. The earth's sand swiftly enveloped Little Lee, who felt a wave of dread wash over him, an instinctive warning that he must not be ensnared. Channeling all his might, Little Lee endeavored to break free from the sand's grip, sandstorm funeral. However, as his feet remained ensnared, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very bones had shattered. Coupled with the side effects of the 8 gates of Biryaku, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the tumultuous arena of sand, Gaara, with his visage marred by bruises and a breath unsteady, cast a malevolent gaze upon the unconscious Lee. "Die," he declared, manipulating the grains of sand to pierce the still form of the fallen ninja. Konoha style, Gale Slash. Despite the examiner's intervention, slicing through the flowing sand, the match concluded with Gaara as the victor. Kai rushed onto the field, lifting the incapacitated Lee and departing, while Gaara, filled with resentment, watched them retreat to the high platform. Wangzhou followed closely behind Kai, escorting Lee to the hospital. Although he had intended to rescue Lee mid-battle, the speed of their confrontation was too swift for even Kai and his companions to react. Despite Wangzhou's preparations, he was unable to catch up to Konoha Hospital. Wangzhou and the bedridden Lee turned to Kai, seeking answers. "What did the doctor say?" Kai, his face awash with sorrow, relayed, "The doctor informed me that your leg has sustained catastrophic injuries, rendering you unable to practice taijutsu ever again." "How can this be?" Lee exclaimed in despair. Wangzhou, unable to bear the weight of his friend's anguish, suggested, "Perhaps there is still hope, if we can locate Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Her medical prowess is renowned throughout the ninja world." Kai's expression remained stoic, but Lady Tsunade has been absent from Konoha for over a decade. No one has been able to find her. Wangzhou encouraged, "As long as there is hope, we must not concede. Youth is not something that can be so easily surrendered. Furthermore, Jiraiya is in Konoha. He may know of Lady Tsunade's whereabouts." Upon hearing that Jiraiya was in Konoha, Kai's spirits lifted. "Yes, Lee, as long as there is hope, we cannot give up." Tears of gratitude streamed down Lee's face as he gazed at Wangzhou and Kai. "I will not give up. I am determined to become a great taijutsu ninja and to embody the indomitable spirit of Konoha's martial arts." Consequently, the list of contenders for the finals, set to take place 3 days hence, was announced, featuring Wangzhou, Uchiha Sasuke, Yamanaka Ino, Kankuro, Temari, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Gaara, and Akimichi Chg. Chapter 18. The Konoha Collapse Plan. 3 days? Is it? Wangzhou mused, contemplating the necessity of meticulous planning, for Orochimaru's scheme to dismantle Konoha was poised to commence. After visiting Lee, he returned home, banishing distractions to reflect on his confrontation with Orochimaru. Against a ninja of such caliber, inflicting harm was a formidable challenge, save for S-rank ninjutsu. However, the original tale indicated that Orochimaru's use of the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, had severely destabilized his mental fortitude. Mastering an A-rank genjutsu could provide an effective countermeasure, compelling Wangzhou to seek counsel from Kakashi. Having devised a strategy, Wangzhou commenced the refinement of his chakra, ensuring that every moment was utilized to its fullest potential. 3 days later, the CHNIN exam finals commenced. Konoha's performance arena resembled a modern football stadium, an open circular structure where the inner circle served as the competition ground, while the outer ring housed spectators, primarily nobility from various countries and high-ranking officials from different ninja villages. Naruto, anxiously perched in the observation area, lamented, "Where is Wangzhou? The match is about to begin, and he is the first contender." Sasuke remained silent, instead searching the crowd for his opponent, Gaara. Sakura, who had already recovered significantly after treatment, wore a worried expression, contemplating the words of the doctor. "You harbor a vast reservoir of spiritual energy within you, which should ideally bestow you with remarkable genjutsu talents. However, due to certain circumstances, another persona resides in your subconscious. Unless you can find Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, for treatment, it will be detrimental rather than beneficial to you. Ino, who had also come to watch the battle, noticed Sakura's distress and encouraged her, saying, I've heard about your situation, but there's no need to fret. My father informed me that the Hokage has recently dispatched many personnel to search for Lady Tsunade. Despite this reassurance, Sakura remained apprehensive. At that moment, Wangzua arrived at the viewing platform. You've finally made it. The match is about to begin, Naruto sighed in relief. Wangzua observed Sakura, who appeared troubled, and curiously inquired to Naruto, what's wrong with Sakura? Before Naruto could respond, Sakura hurriedly interjected, it's nothing. I'm just a bit under the weather. Sensing Sakura's reluctance to elaborate, Wangzua chose not to press the matter further. He had initially intended to seek Kakashi's guidance on Genjutsu, but it seemed Kakashi was absent, likely on a mission for the third Hokage. Indeed, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Wangzua picked up the list of combatants. His first match was against Shino from the Sand Village, thinking to himself, it's Shino. I had expected to face Niji, so I could teach that guy a lesson. The center of the viewing platform, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village had taken their seats. Wangzua cast a wary glance at the fourth Kazekage, suspecting that it was indeed Orochimaru masquerading as the Kazekage. However, in such a formal setting, revealing the truth was impractical, yet he couldn't allow Orochimaru's plans to unfold unchecked. I do not wish to be passive. I must await the opportune moment. Moments later, a figure appeared in the arena, announcing loudly, the official matches of the Chunin exams commence. Please welcome Konoha's Wangzua and the Sand Village's Shino to the stage. With a resounding crash, a massive fan descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the arena, and a tall silhouette emerged atop the fan. None other than Shino of the Sand Village. Wangzua called over Naruto for a brief exchange before discreetly leaping into the arena. The examiner, Nara Shikaku, with a kunai in his mouth, wore a serious expression as he addressed the two contestants. The rules remain the same as in the preliminaries. However, victory is not a prerequisite for obtaining Chunin status, but rather the performance displayed during the match. Begin. As his words echoed, he vanished from the arena. Shino fixed his gaze on Wangzua, a smirk playing on his lips as he confidently declared, this time, no one will intervene. I shall teach you a proper lesson. Wangzua shrugged, responding nonchalantly, though the request comes from a beautiful person, I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps next time, I hope your strength matches your bravado. Wind style. Great sickle weasel. Shino furrowed his brow, raising the enormous fan and unleashing a fierce gust towards Wangzua. A whirlwind erupted, concealing a lethal intent within the winds. Wangzua remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, earth style. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, shielding Wangzua, as the sound of metal clashing echoed, revealing numerous marks as if sliced by sharp blades across the earthen barrier. Upon witnessing her assault thwarted, Temari exhibited no surprise. Instead, she calmly executed a more restrained defensive ninjutsu. Wind release. Wind cutter. A colossal blade of wind instantly cleaved through the earthen wall, hurtling towards Wangzua, who deftly employed the body replacement technique. The bisected Wangzua transformed into a piece of wood, while the real Wangzua materialized on the opposite side of the arena. Astonished, he observed Temari, who had effortlessly unleashed 2 B-rank ninjutsu without any apparent chakra depletion, pondering to himself that her fan must possess some peculiar quality. Perhaps it could minimize chakra expenditure while slightly amplifying her techniques, allowing her to so easily slice through his naturally enhanced earth barrier. Temari furrowed her brow as she regarded Wangzua, who had skillfully evaded her 2 B-rank wind techniques. She mused that this individual was indeed formidable, far exceeding the capabilities of a typical nin. Setting aside her massive fan, she bit into her right hand and pressed it against the ground, summoning a contract. Summoning technique. Instantly, an array of strange symbols spread across the earth, followed by the emergence of a gigantic white weasel holding a massive scythe. Encountering summoning ninjutsu for the first time, Wangzua observed the white weasel with keen interest. Is this your summoned beast? Ignoring Wangzua's inquiry, Temari brandished her colossal fan towards him, initiating summoning, dance of the scythe. The white weasel promptly swung its enormous scythe, propelled by Temari's wind release, charging towards Wangzua, the scattered wind blades carving deep gashes into the ground. Wangzua quickly retreated. However, the speed of the wind-enhanced white weasel was astonishingly swift, closing the distance rapidly. 8 gates. Open the first gate. Wangzua's speed surged dramatically, prompting Temari to increase her chakra output, causing the white weasel to closely pursue the now accelerated Wangzua. Yet, despite wielding her ancestral fan to mitigate chakra consumption, Temari's complexion paled considerably from the strain of continuously employing high-level ninjutsu and summoning techniques. A meticulous observation of Wang's retreat revealed that he was gradually approaching the location of the Hokage and the Ōtsutsuki. The hidden Umbu and those surrounding the two Kage remained oblivious, though the third Hokage and Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, sensed the tension. Both, being elite figures of the village, possessed acute perception but remained unperturbed, for they deemed Wang's abilities insufficient to pose any threat to them. As Wang's reached his predetermined position, he halted, with the white weasel closely following, scythe raised to strike him with the force of wind release. However, Wang's swiftly sank into the ground as if submerged in water. Utilizing sage art, God's concealment, his entire presence vanished beneath the earth, his aura dissipating. With the target of its wrath lost, the white weasel, in a fit of fury, lashed out at the ground where Wang's had disappeared, striking it mercilessly and leaving deep scars, yet failing to locate him. Temari, her chakra nearly depleted, reluctantly dispelled the summoning, causing the white weasel to vanish from sight. Sensing the weasel's absence, Wang's slowly resurfaced from the ground. Temari, witnessing his fully energized state while feeling the emptiness within her own chakra reserves, helplessly raised her left hand in a gesture of surrender. At that moment, Wang's pressed one hand against the spectator's stand, rapidly forming hand seals. Yin, Yang, Serpent, Earth Release, Rock Collapse. Instantly, the spectator's stand where the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage were seated crumbled. Quick, protect Lord Hokage. As the concealed shadows surged towards the viewing platform, Wang's urgently called out to the third Hokage, Lord Sandame, act swiftly, capture Orochimaru. The revelation came as a shock. With no time to ponder, Orochimaru commanded the nearby sand village shinobi to execute the plan. Without waiting for a response, he lunged at the third Hokage, who hastily evaded, leaping onto the rooftop, closely followed by Orochimaru. 4 individuals bearing the forehead protectors of the sound village also ascended to the roof, each taking a corner to form a seal, ninjutsu. 4 purple flames formation. In the instant the barrier materialized, a figure entered its confines. The last to join the barrier was Kakashi, alerted by Naruto. Prior to the match, Wang's had advised Naruto to inform Kakashi that he had detected Orochimaru's presence on the fourth Kazekage, and that the third Hokage might be in peril, urging him to prepare accordingly. However, he had not anticipated that Wang's would create such a commotion. Kakashi managed to notify the nearby Umbu to remain vigilant, but upon realizing Orochimaru's assault, he rushed to the third Hokage's side. Thanks to Kakashi's warning, the additional Umbu were not caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the sand shinobi, and although there were some casualties, they stabilized the situation. Naruto and the others were directed to provide assistance elsewhere, while Wang's vanished from sight. Gaara and his companions were also escorted away by the Sand Village elites, and the Leaf Shinobi refrained from pursuing, wary of potential traps. Part of them gathered outside the barrier, seeking a method to rescue the third Hokage trapped within, while another contingent rushed to aid those under sudden attack by the Sand and Sound Shinobi. Chapter 19. Third Hokage vs. Orochimaru, 8-headed secret technique, Blade of the Void. Inside the barrier, the third Hokage gazed at the fourth Kazekage, perplexed. Are you preparing to instigate war? The fourth Kazekage slowly lowered his conical hat, revealing a youthful female visage. Teacher, have you forgotten me so soon? It's you, Orochimaru. Where is the fourth Kazekage? The third Hokage inquired, recognizing the familiar voice. Teacher, perhaps you should worry more about yourself, came the male voice, yet beneath the hat was the face of an unexpectedly young woman. The third Hokage, astonished by the unfamiliar countenance, exclaimed, You actually succeeded. Orochimaru, unfazed, replied, I have come to present a grand gift to you, teacher. Rather than watching you wither away, it is far better to let you perish by my hand. The third Hokage, regarding the seemingly unhinged Orochimaru with a serious expression, lamented, It was my mistake to let you go back then. Now, allow me to bring this to an end. Orochimaru, exhilarated, licked his lips and addressed Kakashi. Originally, this was meant solely for my teacher, but since an inconsequential person has arrived, you may be included as well. Show me if you possess even a fraction of your father's prowess. Genius of the Hatake clan. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins materialized before Orochimaru. Teacher, this is your gift. Orochimaru gazed obsessively at the coffins. The third Hokage and Kakashi sensed the intense negative energy emanating from within the coffins, refraining from any rash actions. Slowly, the coffins creaked open, and 2 figures emerged. The third Hokage looked on in horror. Orochimaru, How dare you desecrate the remains of the first and second Hokage? The two figures emerging from the coffin were none other than the first and second Hokage. However, their eyes were devoid of life and their complexions pallid, seemingly lacking any autonomous awareness. Orochimaru infused the two with runes and, with a hint of regret, remarked to the third Hokage and Kakashi that he was just a tad short of perfecting the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique. As the runes coursed through them, a flicker of vitality began to return to their eyes. What was transpiring? The first Hokage wore a look of confusion, while the second Hokage, filled with rage, turned to the third, exclaiming, "This is my impure world reincarnation technique. What is the meaning of this, little monkey?" Before the third Hokage could respond, Orochimaru performed a series of hand seals behind them, declaring that he had not summoned the two merely for reminiscing. With that, the consciousness of the first and second Hokage faded away, and they charged at the third Hokage and Kakashi. "Kakashi, do not hold back. This is not the true bodies of the first and second Hokages." The third Hokage also rushed towards them. The once vanished Wangzhou was actually concealed in a corner of the rooftop, skillfully utilizing the concealment properties of sage technique to evade the attentions of the engrossed Orochimaru, third Hokage, and Kakashi. With the assistance of the first and second Hokages, Orochimaru was able to completely overpower the third Hokage and Kakashi. Suddenly, the first Hokage invoked the God Tree Descends, and the battlefield was immediately transformed, with an overwhelming number of trees enveloping the rooftop. Branches launched attacks from various angles, forcing the third Hokage and Kakashi into a defensive stance. The third Hokage hastily employed the summoning technique to call forth the King of Monkeys, Enma, which allowed the situation to reach a stalemate. Yet, Orochimaru had yet to make a move, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. The third Hokage, sensing Orochimaru's intentions, turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, Orochimaru's technique is not yet fully realized. The powers of the first and second Hokages are only at about 20 to 30%. You must hold them off while I disrupt his ninjutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an S-rank ninjutsu, the 5 elements, Great Bullet Technique. 5 different elemental techniques manifested simultaneously, forcing the first and second Hokages back and obliterating vast swathes of forest. Seizing the opportunity created by the path opened by his ninjutsu, the third Hokage charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, observing the advancing third Hokage and Enma, wore a grin of excitement. A small snake appeared beside him, and from its mouth, he drew forth a slender sword. Enma, with a grave expression, warned the third Hokage, "Be cautious. That sword is said to be the legendary Kusanagi." With a chuckle, Orochimaru swung the sword towards the approaching Enma. Unable to evade in time, Enma transformed into a staff to withstand the blow, using the force to rebound into the hands of the third Hokage. Summoning Adamantine Staff, the third Hokage brandished the staff that Enma had transformed into and engaged Orochimaru in close combat. Meanwhile, Wangzhou prepared to strike at the opportune moment, and Kakashi had temporarily halted the controlled first and second Hokages. Orochimaru, wielding the divine artifact Kusanagi, held the advantage, reflecting that although he had thwarted Orochimaru's plans, the third Hokage was still targeted by him. If the third Hokage were to perish, all of his scheming would come to naught. Regrettably, he thought, his own strength was insufficient. With this thought in mind, Wangzhou stealthily approached the site of the conflict between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Outside the barrier, an Umbu agent bowed his head as he reported to a man whose hand and eye were wrapped in bandages, saying, "Danzo-sama, the third Hokage and Kakashi are trapped within the barrier by Orochimaru. What should we do?" Tuanzang's gloomy gaze fixated upon Orochimaru, who was ensnared within the barrier. He commanded Sanai Ibiki to remain here with a contingent of Umbu while he and the others rushed to impede the Sand Shinobi. For the safety of Konoha was paramount. Upon receiving Tuanzang's orders, Ibiki furrowed his brow, understanding that these were perilous times. With the third Hokage absent, he had no choice but to comply with Tuanzang and the council's directives. After deploying the personnel, he designated a team to remain behind and set off towards the battlefield, contemplating that his only hope now was to seek out Jiraiya-sama to rescue the third Hokage. The Vajra rod clashed fiercely with the Kusanagi sword once more, causing both Orochimaru and the third Hokage to retreat momentarily to dissipate the force of the impact. The rod in the third's hand trembled before reverting to its original form, that of the Monkey King. Blood trickled from the corner of the Monkey King's mouth as he weakly addressed the third. "I can no longer continue. My injuries are too severe. You must proceed with caution." With those words, the Monkey King vanished from beside the third. Observing the third's labored breaths, Orochimaru twisted his face into a grotesque smile, exclaiming, "Allow me to give my esteemed teacher a dignified farewell." Just as he prepared to strike, Orochimaru sensed a surge of chakra emanating from a short distance behind him. He hastily formed hand seals and invoked summoning technique, triple Rashomon, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A colossal Earth Dragon collided with the Rashomon gates. Although the third Hokage was bewildered by the unexpected attack on Orochimaru, he seized the opportunity to retaliate with Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. A gigantic fire dragon surged towards Orochimaru, the intense heat instantly igniting the trees summoned from the forest of death surrounding them. With his right hand pressed to the ground to maintain the Rashomon gates, Orochimaru squinted at the approaching fire dragon and swiftly formed a single-handed seal for Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon emerged from beneath Orochimaru's feet, crashing into the oncoming fire dragon, creating a thick mist as both dragons dissipated. Wongswa disregarded the intercepted earth dragon, pressing his hands to the ground to execute Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Instantly, a torrent of muddy water surged beneath Orochimaru, submerging him at a prime opportunity. The third's eyes gleamed as he unleashed ninjutsu, Clay 4 Dragon Dance. A rain of clay descended upon Orochimaru as fire dragons manifested around him. Upon contact, the clay ignited, sealing Orochimaru within. As Orochimaru became ensnared, the summoned Rashomon gates faded away, prompting Wongswa to exhale a sigh of relief. Do not relax. He is not yet defeated, the third warned, his gaze fixed intently on the earth-encased Orochimaru. Suddenly, the earth-binding Orochimaru began to crack inch by inch, revealing his severely burned form. Orochimaru opened his mouth and crawled out unscathed, albeit with a more pallid complexion, glaring malevolently at Wongswa. "I didn't expect a little insect to sneak in." Wongswa sensed a chilling aura enveloping him and quickly moved closer to the third. However, Orochimaru did not grant him the chance, summoning Giant Snake. A massive serpent coiled around Wongswa while Orochimaru himself lunged towards the third, brandishing the Kusanagi sword. The third, having endured relentless combat, was nearing his physical limits and barely managed to form seals for Earth Release, Earth Armor, yet the armor proved futile against the Kusanagi sword, which pierced through his body. Grasping Orochimaru's hand tightly, the third declared, "Let us die together, ninjutsu." Corpse Demon Seal. A specter of death manifested behind the third Hokage, and Orochimaru sensed an overwhelming aura of impending doom. As he attempted to flee, he found himself firmly grasped by the third, cursed fate. With the specter growing ever more distinct, Orochimaru struggled desperately. "Mortal, you dare to disturb me." The voice resonated from the apparition, steeped in the echoes of time. The third Hokage, with an expression of calm, gazed at the frantic Orochimaru. "With my life as a sacrifice, I beseech you, revered Lord of Death, reap this man's soul." The specter of death offered no response but instead unsheathed the short blade it had been biting, striking toward Orochimaru. "No?" Orochimaru gasped in terror as the blade descended upon him. He felt his very soul quiver beneath its approach. Even the substitution technique could not avert this assault from the realm of souls, in a frantic bid. He drew the grass-cutting sword embedded in the third's body and countered with the technique of the eight-headed serpent, the Blade of Void. An eerie wave emanated from the clash between the grass-cutting sword and the specter's knife, radiating outward. This wave disregarded the barriers, leaving those nearby, including the first and second Hokages, in a state of mental fog. The controlled figures of the first and second Hokage transformed into fragments of runes, revealing the elite shinobi corpses that had been used as sacrifices for the reanimation jutsu, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi, battered and bruised, appeared relatively unaffected due to his Sharingan. Chapter 20. Pursuit of Orochimaru. The third Hokage gazed at Orochimaru with a sense of bitter regret. It was so close. The last vestiges of his soul power were being siphoned away by the specter. The specter regarded Orochimaru with an expression devoid of emotion. As the third's soul energy waned, he began to dissipate, while Orochimaru's arms hung limply, clearly suffering considerable damage from blocking the deity's strike. Lord Third. Kakashi mournfully watched the fallen Hokage. With the third's collapse, Wongswa, possessing formidable mental fortitude, barely regained his senses, while the surrounding Umbu remained in a daze. Wongswa cast a fearful glance at the spot where the specter had vanished, maintaining a respectful distance from any threat to his life until he possessed sufficient strength. Orochimaru, however, was not elated. Instead, he regarded the fallen third with a complex expression and murmured, "Teacher, may your journey be smooth." Kakashi, despite his grievous injuries, forced himself to charge at Orochimaru, but after only a few steps, he lost his balance and fell. The assaults from the first and second had left him severely wounded. Ignoring Kakashi, Orochimaru summoned a small serpent from his sleeve to consume the fallen grass-cutting sword, preparing to depart. The longer he lingered, the greater the danger became. His mission had already achieved considerable success, and there was no need to entangle himself further. Wangzu realized Orochimaru's intent to leave and thought, having already crossed him, he must devise a method to detain him, lest he face retribution not only from Orochimaru but also for the third's death, which would likely prompt Danzo to seek Scapegoat's .8 gates technique. The opening of the door of death. As the fifth gate was unlocked, Wangzu felt an immense pressure upon his body. He could not afford a prolonged battle and needed to conclude matters swiftly. Orochimaru turned alertly to Wangzu, whose aura was fluctuating violently. This is the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. Realizing the threat, he hastened toward the edge of the barrier. Stay! Orochimaru, akin to a bolt of lightning, surged forward with astonishing velocity, surpassing the speed of sound. A cacophony of sonic booms reverberated in his wake, as tiles from rooftops were swept up by the gusts and hurled towards him. Cursed be this predicament, thought Orochimaru, as his hands were incapacitated, and he could not form the necessary seals. In a moment of desperation, he bit down on his own tongue, uttering an incantation of peculiar notes. The 8-headed secret technique. Blood sacrifice binding that a strange force shattered the tiles, enveloping Wangzu within its grasp. Yet the chakra emanating from Wangzu exploded outward, repelling that mysterious power. Although Orochimaru could not fully restrain Wangzu, it afforded him enough time to escape that as he reached the edge. For Sound Ninja swiftly dispelled the barrier and whisked Orochimaru away, leaving behind only a small squad of Umbu ninjas. The Umbu members, regaining their composure, exhibited remarkable synergy as 3 of them pursued the remaining 6 to protect the third Hokage and the injured Kakashi, while the bindings around them dissipated, allowing Wangzu to give chase as well. Onigiri, Jirbi, eliminate the pursuers. Orochimaru's feeble voice came from the back of their leader. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A peculiar figure with 6 hands and a corpulent giant came to a halt. The first to arrive was Wangzu, who, upon spotting the 2, did not linger but vaulted directly over their heads. Trying to escape? Onigiri, hold him back. Let me take him down. Jirbi grinned wickedly as he leaped to intercept Wangzu. Get lost, Wangzu shouted, delivering a punch to Jirbi that propelled him forward. The sonic boom echoed as his fist, reaching supersonic speed, sent Jirbi crashing into the earth. Onigiri, eyes wide with terror, watched as Wangzu vanished from sight, while the dust settled to reveal Jirbi, bloodied and adorned with mysterious runes, clawing his way out of the crater. Damn it! I almost got killed by that punch. Fortunately, I activated the second state of the curse seal just in time, Jirbi cursed, seething with rage. That guy is incredibly strong, reminiscent of that freak, Kimimaro. We should stay here to intercept the others, Onigiri suggested. Jirbi remained silent, sitting down to tend to his wounds with the medicine he carried. The trio of Umbu soon caught up to them, and Onigiri, grinning at the healing Jirbi, said, Leave this to me, Jirbi. Watch me avenge you. As Onigiri confronted the 3 Umbu. Moments later, he emerged smeared in blood, having activated his curse seal to shoot down the last Umbu attempting to flee and relay information. Lowering his bow, he inquired, Jirbi, are you ready? No one should be pursuing us. Let us hurry to rendezvous with Lord Orochimaru. Jirbi rose, stowing away his medicine, and followed Onigiri in another direction. Lord Orochimaru, it seems someone is on our tail, MY remarked, observing Wangzu's silhouette in the distance. Left and right, they are utterly unconcerned. MY continued nonchalantly. 2 useless fools can't even stop a single person. Does Lord Orochimaru require my assistance? Orochimaru, gazing at Wangzu's approaching figure, furrowed his brow. MY. Obstruct him, if necessary, fully release the cursed seal. MY's face reflected unwavering loyalty, even aware that completely releasing the cursed seal would lead to his demise. Wangzu, having finally spotted Orochimaru's group, hastened his pace, only to be confronted by a tall girl with flowing pink hair, clutching a flute in her hand. Step aside, Wangzu was unwilling to dwell in entanglements. The pursuit of Orochimaru takes precedence. Duoyu also senses the formidable chakra fluctuations emanating from Wangzu, realizing why he could effortlessly eliminate the worthless Kentoki and Jirbat. However, I shall not permit you to catch up with Lord Orochimaru. Aware of his slim chances of victory, Duoyu decisively unravels the cursed seal, unleashing his ultimate technique, the H. Artenka no Jutsu. Just as Wangzhou prepares to dispatch Duoyu in one fell swoop, he suddenly feels his consciousness being drawn from his body and into a barrier. Duoyu's consciousness has already arrived within the barrier, and upon witnessing Wangzhou's arrival, he exclaims with excitement that no one has ever escaped the HR barrier alive. Once your chakra is depleted, your demise shall follow. Wangzhou cautiously surveys his surroundings, remarking, "You are also within the barrier. If I subdue you, everything can be resolved." Duoyu cackles, "Then give it a try. And here, you cannot employ that peculiar body technique. Prepare to accompany me to the grave. It is your honor to sacrifice your life for Lord Orochimaru." Wangzhou furrows his brow at the seemingly deranged Duoyu. Thinking him mad, he advances towards Duoyu, who brandishes a flute and smiles as Wangzhou approaches, playing an unknown melody. The finale of Chapter 9. The chaos of the magic mirror, as the haunting notes of the flute fill the air. 3 indistinct specters materialize beside Duoyu, lunging at Wangzhou. Sensing the imminent danger, Wangzhou swiftly evades, but this revelation leads him to realize that ninjutsu can still be utilized within the barrier. Doton, Iwa Tsukuro. Several earthen pillars erupt from the ground, completely ensnaring Duoyu. "Tell me how to escape this barrier," Wangzhou inquires, deftly dodging the specter's attacks. "Rest easy and perish with me," Duoyu counters, invoking a summoning technique. 3 demon generals. Much like Orochimaru before him, he bites his tongue, using his blood to perform the forbidden technique. 3 towering demon generals, each several meters tall, materialize behind Duoyu. 1 is a robust figure with dark skin, draped in a long coat, obscuring his face, wielding a hefty wooden club. Another is bare-chested, his skin pale, eyes bandaged, sporting a handlebar mustache, and possessing 2 deadly claws on his left hand. The last has his upper body, including his head, wrapped in bandages, with no arms, facing away from others, his head held high. Upon their arrival, the 3 demon generals shatter the earthen prison confining Duoyu. At this moment, Wangzhou senses the connection between his consciousness and body gradually weakening. Resolute, he declares, "Then let me send you on your way, Doton." 3 gone. Suddenly, a multitude of earthen spikes erupt from the ground, piercing through both the demon generals and Duoyu. Impossible! The pierced demon generals dissipate, while Duoyu stands in shock, gazing at the earth spikes that have impaled him. With Duoyu's demise, Wangzhou suddenly feels the barrier dissolve, his consciousness slowly returning to his body. In the forest, he gazes upon Duoyu, devoid of any wounds yet utterly lifeless, and resolves to diligently study illusion techniques upon his return. Otherwise, he remains too easily countered. The 8 gates technique, having automatically released upon the disconnection of his consciousness, begins to reveal its aftereffects, leaving his body thoroughly exhausted. After an extensive search, no trace of Orochimaru was found. Wangzhou had no choice but to return to Konoha with the lifeless body of Duoyu, lest he be made a scapegoat by Danzo and others. Chapter 21. The Konoha High Council's decision. By the time Wangzhou returned to Konoha, the battle had largely concluded. Upon discovering that the Kazekage was merely a disguise donned by Orochimaru, the higher-ups of the Sand Village hastily withdrew, taking with them the Jinchuriki Gaara and a cadre of elite shinobi. Konoha refrained from pursuing the Sound Village ninjas who had been summoned by Orochimaru. And thus, the grand conflict came to an abrupt resolution. After delivering Duoyu's body to the Umbu responsible for securing the battlefield, Wangzhou made his way to the Hokage's office, uncertain if Naruto had engaged with the one-tail-turned Gaara. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he was intercepted by the Umbu, who barred his entry. A glance at Wangzhou's Jinin headband revealed that the Elder Council was in deliberation over pressing matters, and others were prohibited from entering. Surveying the multitude of shinobi within the Hokage's office, Wangzhou mused that the situation regarding the 3rd Hokage appeared dire. Having not yet obtained his Chunin qualifications, he realized that his aspirations of joining the Elder Council would have to wait. Thus, he retreated home to await further news. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage lay on a specialized medical bed, surrounded by several ninja clad as doctors and the taciturn Jiraiya. Danzo and the members of the Elder Council stood nearby. Comprised of elders from various prominent clans in the village, the Konoha Elder Council was notably missing the Uchiha clan, who had been ousted from the power center of Konoha following the treachery led by Uchiha Madara years prior. Now, through various schemes, only Sasuke remained of the Uchiha lineage in Konoha. Mito inquired of Danzo about the 3rd Hokage's condition. Danzo shook his head, stating that the Reaper had claimed the 3rd soul due to the Shiki F gene technique, and his life force was gradually waning. The urgent matter now for Konoha was to select the next Hokage to stabilize the situation. Jiraiya, You are the only one with sufficient renown to assume this role. What is your stance? Asked Koharu, glancing at the sorrowful Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could respond, Danzo interjected impatiently, Why not nominate me? Jiraiya has been absent for far too long and is unaware of Konoha's current state. This is the unanimous opinion of the council, remarked an elder from the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya's gaze shifted from the third Hokage, and he spoke slowly. I too believe I am unfit for the position of Hokage. Before Danzo could express his delight, Jiraiya continued, However, my intelligence network has located Tsunade. I propose she be appointed as the fifth Hokage. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Senju clan exclaimed in joy. Jiraiya, you truly found Tsunade. I concur with Jiraiya's suggestion, added Koharu, while Mito nodded in agreement, looking towards the other members of the Elder Council. What say you all? A profound silence fell over the office as no one immediately voiced their opinions. In their original assumptions, they believed that Jiraiya ascending to the role of Hokage would merely signify the representation of the Hokage lineage, while Tsunade carried the weight of the Senju clan behind her. Although Tsunade may not excel in combat, it is worth recalling the era when the first and second Hokage reigned, during which the Senju clan provided unwavering support, allowing Konoha to be essentially governed by the Hokage lineage. It was not until the third Hokage assumed office that power was distributed among the Elder Council, as various clans, having only just acquired influence, were reluctant to return to the old ways. However, unexpectedly, it was the current foremost clan of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, that broke the stalemate. The elder of the Hyuga clan expressed their agreement with Jiraiya's proposal, prompting other clans with amicable relations with the Hokage lineage to voice their support as well. Ultimately, Danzo, representing the strength of the Hokage faction, found himself compelled to show his backing, particularly with the third Hokage deceased and no successor in sight. The specific details were left to the assembly of clan leaders to negotiate. The elder of the Hyuga clan departed the Hokage's office alongside his counterparts, while Danzo addressed the remaining figures, Jiraiya, Konohamaru, Mito, and the elder of the Senju clan, stating, I shall attend to matters outside. You handle the affairs of the Hokage. With that, he left without delay. Back at the Hyuga clan, the current clan leader, Hayashi, inquired of the returning elder, Why must we take the lead in supporting Tsunade of the Senju clan for the Hokage position? Though the Senju clan has waned, they should not be underestimated. The elder, Hyuga Hizashi, replied, Since Jiraiya is unwilling to assume the role of Hokage, supporting Tsunade is our best option. Danzo is far too extreme and lacks the temperament befitting a Hokage. For our Hyuga clan, Tsunade, lacking absolute strength and supported by the diminished Senju clan, poses little threat. Maintaining stability in Konoha is of paramount importance for us. Hayashi, as the clan leader, you must adopt a long-term perspective. Indeed, father. There is one more matter I wish to discuss, Hayashi said, appearing somewhat hesitant. Hizashi slowly responded, You refer to Niji, son of Hizashi, do you not? Hayashi, filled with remorse, affirmed, Yes, I hope you can allow me to rescind Niji's punishment. Hizashi's expression darkened. That is out of the question. Although it was a competition, he displayed intent to kill. The branch family cannot act against the main family without facing consequences. Father, he is the son of Hizashi. Your grandson? Hayashi pleaded. Alas. You are now the clan leader, and he is your brother's SON. Though not punish him would fail to command respect. However, I shall permit you to personally guide his training, for such talent must not go to waste. After all, he is still my grandson, Hizashi conceded. Meanwhile, oblivious to the myriad changes unfolding in the outside world, Wanzwa was engrossed in his training at home. Through recent battles, he had come to realize his significant shortcomings in genjutsu and mental prowess, possessing great spiritual strength yet lacking the knowledge to wield it effectively. Just as he pondered how to resolve this dilemma, an unexpected visitor arrived in the courtyard. Are you Wanzwa? An umbu masked in a dog mask inquired in a neutral tone. Wanzwa, taken aback, thought to himself, could this be related to the third Hokage's matters? Shouldn't there be a team here to apprehend me for questioning? Aloud, he responded, Yes, I am Wanzwa. Indeed, Wanzwa's thoughts were rather excessive. In the eyes of Danzo and others, he was merely a capable genin. Preoccupied with their struggles for power, they had no leisure to pay attention to Wanzwa. The Umbu ninja continued, Lord Jiraiya has instructed me to escort you to him. Follow me. Considering his current strength and the inevitability of remaining in Konoha, Wanzwa decided to accompany the Umbu to meet Jiraiya and discern what he had to say in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya was alone, and as the voice of the Umbu ninja echoed at the door, Lord Jiraiya, I have brought Wanzwa, Jiraiya replied. Let him in. Upon entering, Wanzwa's gaze was immediately drawn to the third Hokage, who lay upon a sickbed and no longer bearing the demeanor of carefree detachment. Jiraiya, with a face etched in weariness, inquired, You and Kakashi participated in the battle against the third and Orochimaru. Kakashi has conveyed the details to us. What I wish to ask is, how did you discern Orochimaru's identity? Wangzhou replied, half truthfully, since childhood, I have possessed a certain perceptive ability, allowing me to faintly sense the goodwill and malice of those around me. Previously, in the Forest of Death, I and Naruto had engaged Orochimaru and noted his unique psychic resonance. Dio, you possess a sensing talent. Such abilities are typically found only in those with formidable mental strength. Let me test you, Jiraiya declared, suddenly locking eyes with Wangzhou. Narakumi no Jutsu. Wangzhou felt as if he were being drawn into Jiraiya's gaze. Upon regaining his focus, he discovered his body was spontaneously combusting. Initially, he felt a tightening in his nerves, but soon realized something was amiss. There was no sensation of burning pain. Another Jinjutsu, Wangzhou thought helplessly as he regained his composure. The scene before him shattered like a mirror. Observing Wangzhou break free from the Jinjutsu in a short span, Jiraiya remarked, impressive. You have never studied Jinjutsu, yet you managed to dispel it purely through your mental strength. Indeed, your mind is exceptional. Suddenly, Wangzhou recalled his friends and, seizing the opportunity, asked, Lord Jiraiya, how are Naruto and the others? Are they all right? Jiraiya regarded Wangzhou with appreciation for his concern towards friends. Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure using summoning techniques. He has exhausted his chakra and is currently being treated in the hospital. The others are fine. Wangzhou looked curiously at the third Hokage lying on the sickbed and continued, wasn't the third heavily injured? Why is he here and not in the hospital? Jiraiya's expression grew complex as he gazed at the third Hokage. Having lost his spirit, the vitality of his body is gradually waning. As for my teacher, he still retains some life force, but it will only last for another 2 hours. Turning back to Wangzhou, Jiraiya stated gravely, now that your inquiries have been clarified, I must assign you an important task. My teacher had intended for you to join the Umbu after passing the exam. Consider this mission as your trial for entry. After the funeral tomorrow, meet me at Training Ground 5. Chapter 22. The Will of Fire in Konoha. The funeral for the third Hokage unfolded beneath a somber sky, the chill wind rustling the garments of those in attendance, mirroring the heavy hearts that filled the gathering. Jiraiya stood resolutely atop the platform, his arm draped in black cloth, flanked by Danzo and others. A gentle breeze stirred the emerald leaves, sending them drifting toward the horizon. Jiraiya gazed upward, his voice solemn as he proclaimed, where the leaves dance, the fire endures eternally. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the budding new leaves. The will of fire shall forever reside in the hearts of every leaf villager. Today, we gather to bid farewell to the esteemed third Hokage. His will of fire will eternally shine upon Konoha. The spirits of the fallen shall forever guard our beloved village. The crowd echoed in unison, where the leaves dance, the fire endures eternally. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures eternally. The resonance of their words spiraled through the air, lingering throughout Konoha, refusing to dissipate. Among the throng, Wangzhou felt the weight of this poignant yet indomitable spirit, his gaze drawn to the swirling autumn leaves. Is this the will of fire of Konoha? He murmured. Since his arrival in this world, Wangzhou had observed the realm of Hokages from a detached perspective, his prolonged soul wandering prior to this life, compounded by the absence of parental affection since birth, had rendered his emotions increasingly numb, transforming him into a figure of cold rationality. The death of the third Hokage offered him an opportunity for introspection. Given Naruto's innate talent, the third had always treated him kindly. Now, the passing of those around him drew Wangzhou closer to this world, a world vibrant with diverse beliefs and passions. To his astonishment, Wangzhou felt a newfound lightness in his being. The merging with natural energy seemed more effortless than before. It appeared that as he integrated into this world, his connection with nature would strengthen. Alas, the harmony was not yet perfect. He had yet to fully immerse himself in this reality. After the funeral, Wangzhou made his way to Training Ground 5, adjacent to the Forest of Death, where he spotted a solitary figure. Naruto? The usual brightness of Naruto's countenance was absent, replaced instead by an unusual expression of sorrow. Through his recent experiences, Wangzhou found he could sense the emotional turmoil within others, allowing him to perceive Naruto's inner anguish. Wangzhou, you're here? Grandpa Third. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears. Approaching him, Wangzhou placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Why condolences? But we must honor the third Hokage's expectations. Naruto clenched his fists, determination igniting his spirit. I will become Hokage. I will not let my father and Grandpa Third down. His face contorted with fury as he declared, I will not let that bastard Orochimaru get away with this. Just then, a hand playfully wrapped the top of Naruto's head. Turning around, he found Jiraiya, the legendary sage. Becoming Hokage is no easy feat, and you must never be ruled by hatred. Otherwise, you'll lack the true qualities of a Hokage, Jiraiya said, retracting his hand and standing behind Naruto with a measured tone. Jiraiya-sama. Wangzua addressed him respectfully, admiring the seemingly carefree exterior that concealed the strength of this remarkable ninja. Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "There is no need to be so serious. I am indifferent to such formalities. You may simply call me the Toad Sage." He then addressed the two of them. "The reason I summoned you both today is to accompany me in search of the fifth Hokage." "The fifth Hokage? Who is that?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. "It is my former comrade, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin," Jiraiya replied. "Prepare yourselves. We shall convene at the village entrance shortly." With that, he vanished before their eyes using the body flicker technique. Wangzua gazed at the spot where Jiraiya had just stood, contemplating the convenience of the body flicker technique. It was truly practical, and he resolved to master it when the opportunity arose. "Naruto, I shall go prepare now. See you at the village entrance." With a sudden recollection, Naruto departed as well. After returning from the pursuit of Orochimaru, Wangzua had not yet seen Guy and the others. He intended to bid farewell to Guy and, upon arriving at his residence, discovered that he was not present. Suspecting he might be at the hospital with Lee, he decided to check at the Konoha hospital. Wangzua arrived outside Lee's hospital room and found him gazing despondently out the window. "Lee, how has your recovery been lately? Where's Teacher Guy?" Wangzua approached the bedside, offering his condolences. "The doctor said my recovery is progressing well, but my leg injury is quite severe. I was told I can never train in taijutsu again. Teacher just want to get me some food. Dio, you need to speak with him about something?" Lee's spirits lifted slightly at the sight of a visitor, yet Wangzua could sense a deep despair emanating from him. "Wangzua, you have returned. I heard you were pursuing Orochimaru. Are you all right?" Guy entered the room, carrying a bento, and was elated to see Wangzua. "I'm fine." Wangzua reassured him. "I came to check on Lee, and to bid you both farewell. Lord Jiraiya is taking Naruto and me to find Lady Tsunade. Once we locate her, Lee, your injuries will be fully healed, so there is no need to worry about not being able to train." "Really?" Lee asked, somewhat bewildered. Guy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya has news of Lady Tsunade. This is wonderful, Lee. Youth is indeed filled with hope." Wangzua observed the joy radiating from Guy and Lee, and a fleeting pang of envy coursed through him. Since experiencing the oneness with the universe in his past life, his emotions had grown increasingly muted. Though his situation had improved somewhat after his rebirth, he discovered that as he delved deeper into sage mode training, the influence of the will of heaven and earth over him intensified. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he gradually alleviate this condition. Wangzua did not wish to lose his soul to the will of heaven and earth as he had in his previous life. Who could say if he would be fortunate enough to traverse realms again? This was also the reason Wangzua was willing to expose his talents to join the Umbu. Firstly, mastering ninjutsu required substantial resources. Without the third Hokage's scrolls of insight, even Wangzua's intelligence could not allow him to grasp so many jutsu at once or to explore the nuances of chakra transformation. Secondly, joining the Umbu would provide numerous missions, and combat was crucial for rapid strength enhancement. The rapid growth in strength of Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi was attributed to their experiences in the Umbu, having faced numerous life and death challenges, especially as the current era appeared to be one of peace with no wars. After bidding farewell to Lee and Guy, Wangzua was about to head to the village entrance when he encountered a familiar face. "Sakura, what brings you to the hospital?" Wangzua inquired with curiosity upon encountering Sakura at the hospital entrance. Blushing slightly, Sakura replied, "I am here to learn medical ninjutsu. After my last injury, Senior Tianin at the hospital mentioned that I possess a remarkable talent for becoming a medical ninja. Oh, then best of luck to you," Wangzua said, just as he was about to leave. Noticing his intention to depart, Sakura hurriedly asked with concern, "Did you sustain any injuries while pursuing Orochimaru last time?" The mention of Orochimaru triggered a memory for Wangzua, and he advised Sakura, "I am fine, but recently, you should keep an eye on Sasuke. Naruto and I have a mission to attend to shortly, and he seems to be acting rather strange." Observing Wangzua's indifferent demeanor, Sakura felt a twinge of disappointment. "Nonetheless," she promised, "Sasuke is my teammate too. I will be vigilant. You please take care of yourself and Naruto. All right, do stay safe as well. The village has not been particularly secure of late." As Wangzua sensed something peculiar about Sakura, he dismissed it and waved goodbye as he made his way towards the village entrance. Watching him depart, Sakura resolved within herself, "I will surely catch up to you." Upon reaching the village entrance, Wangzua saw Naruto carrying a large pack and asked in bewilderment, Naruto, just how much are you bringing along? Naruto, equally perplexed, replied, this is from the perverted sage. He said it would be useful on the way. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived at the village entrance, removing the hefty backpack from his back and handed it to Wang Zhuo, saying, you carry it. Wang Zhuo took the pack, tested its weight, and found it not overly burdensome. Although curious about its contents, he refrained from asking further, given Jiraiya's air of mystery, and slung it over his shoulders. Let us depart. Jiraiya led Naruto and Wang Zhuo out of the village under the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 23. The naive Wang Zhuo, Jiraiya's scheme on a broad road, under the blazing sun. How much farther to go, perverted sage? We have been walking for 3 days and still haven't arrived. Naruto complained weakly. Enjoying a watermelon while shaded by an umbrella, Jiraiya leisurely remarked, youngsters are so impatient. Look at Wang Zhuo, he's not flustered at all. Wang Zhuo, balancing his body temperature with natural energy, seized upon Jiraiya's words and suggested, Master Toad Sage, our relentless pace is rather wasteful. Why not guide Naruto and me in our ninjutsu training instead? Naruto perked up at Wang Zhuo's suggestion and excitedly chimed in, yes, perverted sage, you're so skilled. Please teach us. The last time you instructed me on the Rasengan was incredibly helpful. Do you have any even more powerful techniques? Jiraiya tossed aside the watermelon rind, gazing at Wang Zhuo with a knowing look, and said, I knew you two wouldn't be able to sit still. Take off your packs. Wang Zhuo felt the weight of Jiraiya's gaze and thought, truly, the legendary Jiraiya has seen through my intent to motivate Naruto. However, as long as I can receive guidance, leaving a poor impression matters not. Wang Zhuo and Naruto removed their backpacks, and upon opening them, Wang Zhuo discovered his contained tools of the ninja trade, while Naruto's was filled with scrolls. Picking one up, Naruto asked in confusion, what are these for? Jiraiya then picked up a scroll and inquired of Naruto, do you remember the summoning technique I taught you? Now, I shall instruct you in the reverse summoning technique to reach Mount Myaboku, where the Elder Toads will train you. Naruto, perplexed, asked, but how will I return? Jiraiya reassured him. Once you have completed your training on Mount Myaboku, the elders will naturally send you back. Now, reverse the sequence of the hand seals for the summoning technique, he commanded. Following Jiraiya's instructions, Naruto performed the seals. Jiraiya opened the scroll, bit his finger, and pressed it upon the parchment. Exclaiming, reverse summoning. A powerful force emanated from the scroll, pulling Naruto into its depths. Wang Zhuo observed Naruto's disappearance and attempted to extend his mental energy to perceive the situation, sensing a spatial disturbance at the site where Naruto had just been. The spatial fluctuations devoured the mental energy he had released, leaving him momentarily dazed. After witnessing Naruto's vanishing act, Jiraiya rolled up the scroll and addressed Wang Zhuo. My teacher once remarked that your intellect is exceptional. And indeed, you remind me of someone. Can you guess who? Wang Zhuo thought to himself that this could pose a problem. He wondered if Jiraiya might mistake him for another Orochimaru. He feigned ignorance, replying, is it one of your former students? Jiraiya chuckled, no need to play coy. I know that clever individuals like you often possess ulterior motives. You know whom I refer to, rest assured. I can see that you harbor no animosity towards Konoha. My teacher also has high hopes for you. I can guide you to enhance your strength, but you must agree to one condition. Since Jiraiya was being forthright, Wang Zhuo decided to drop his pretense and calmly remarked, the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, I doubt a mere genin like myself could be of any assistance to you. Jiraiya was not surprised by Wang Zhuo's composure. He gazed at the sky and slowly stated, there are certain things I believe you will be capable of in the future. I want you to assist Konoha when it finds itself in peril. Wang Zhuo was taken aback and looked at Jiraiya quizzically, asking, in the event of a crisis, I do not believe I possess the strength to resolve it. That may not be the case, Jiraiya replied. I can sense the natural energy within you. The fact that you have managed to cultivate sage mode without any guidance is truly remarkable. It is simply impossible unless, Jiraiya's words trailed off. Wang Zhuo internally chuckled, realizing that it was likely due to his past life circumstances. He suspected that Jiraiya viewed him as a candidate for the prophesied child of destiny endowed with great fortune. Unable to provide an explanation, Wang Zhuo conceded, since you hold me in such high regard, I assure you that if I gain strength, I will protect Konoha, for it is also the place where I have spent my childhood. Seeing Wang Zhuo's agreement, Jiraiya adopted a serious tone, stating, then I shall begin teaching you ninjutsu. I have heard that your perception exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I will also instruct you on how to wield this skill. Thus, in the days that followed, Jiraiya earnestly commenced Wang Zhuo's instruction. Jinjutsu, as a form of mental assault, is one of the 3 essential skills, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, that a genin must possess. Jinjutsu disrupts the opponent's mental state. inducing abnormalities in their five senses, thereby ensnaring them in a world of illusion. The most renowned family in the realm of illusion techniques is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan not only grants a certain degree of immunity to illusions, but also enhances their potency. The Jinchuriki, with the assistance of the tailed beast within them, can likewise resist such genjutsu. There are generally two methods to dispel illusions. One involves an immense surge of chakra, while the other entails restoring the natural flow of one's chakra. Among the various sensory abilities, those reliant on olfactory or auditory perception are noteworthy. Yet the most formidable type is mental perception, akin to the capabilities of Wang Zhuo, who utilizes spiritual energy for awareness. Its advantages lie in its comprehensiveness and readiness, though its limitations include range, making it less effective than olfactory senses. Jiraiya first instructed Wang Zhuo on how to enhance and refine his spiritual energy through meditation, subsequently presenting him with a scroll detailing illusion techniques. During this time, he also shared his experiences regarding the transformation of chakra properties and insights on the application of various ninja techniques. A month later, Jiraiya escorted Wang Zhuo to an obscure little town. The two found a modest inn to stay at, and were about to venture out for a meal when an unremarkable man approached them. Whispering to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, we discovered Lady Tsunade at the gambling house here. She is currently drinking at the tavern." "Understood. You may return and continue searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts," Jiraiya instructed. "Yes," the man responded before departing. Wang Zhuo mused to himself that this must be the intelligence network Jiraiya had developed during his years away. "Let us go see our old friend," Jiraiya remarked, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. Inside the tavern, Shizen looked on helplessly at Tsunade, who had already consumed 5 bottles of the local potent liquor within a mere moment. Fortunately, Shizen had managed to disperse the surrounding patrons, preventing anyone from witnessing Tsunade's uncharacteristic behavior. Suddenly, the spacious tavern was graced by the entrance of the two men. The owner hurriedly approached, saying, "My apologies, esteemed guests, but today the establishment has been reserved by a certain ninja lord. Please return another day." Wang Zhuo interjected, "It's quite all right. We are here in search of someone." Upon hearing Wang Zhuo's words, the owner assumed it was a matter of ninja-related grievances and fled the tavern without a backward glance. To ordinary folk, conflicts between ninjas resembled natural disasters, potentially fatal if one were to be caught unaware. "Lord Jiraiya, is that you? It has been so long," Shizen exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed at him. Jiraiya, shedding his usual lecherous demeanor, calmly replied, "It has been over a decade." "Shizen, you have blossomed into a stunning beauty." Turning to Tsunade, he asked, "How have you been?" Wang Zhuo observed Tsunade, who, despite being in her 50s, possessed skin as smooth as that of a 20-something, exuding a languid allure. A diamond-shaped mark on her forehead added an air of mystery, particularly accentuated by her voluptuous figure, which could easily be estimated at any cup. While Wang Zhuo was not captivated by Tsunade's beauty, he felt a surge of excitement within. If she could be deemed ageless, then perhaps with sufficient strength, she might achieve a state of immortality akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, or even transcend such limits. This was a dream I had fervently chased in my previous life. Disregarding Jiraiya, Tsunade set down her wine glass and inquired of Wang Zhuo, "Little boy, what is your name? You seem oddly familiar." Jiraiya remained unperturbed, quietly standing by, while Wang Zhuo was perplexed, wondering how Tsunade could possibly recognize him. "It seems I have never laid eyes upon her." I introduced myself as Wang Zhuo of the Shangchuan clan. "No wonder, your mother must be Shangchuan Yume, correct? I once had the privilege of teaching her." "How is she faring now?" Tsunade inquired. "She, along with my father, perished during the Nine Tails assault," Wang Zhuo replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Tsunade furrowed her brow. "The Nine Tails lost control? What transpired?" Jiraiya, with sorrow in his eyes, recounted. "I have come to seek you due to a grave crisis facing Konoha. Over a decade ago, I departed from Konoha for certain reasons. During Kushina's childbirth, an unforeseen event occurred. The Nine Tails suddenly went on a rampage. Watergate sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. A month prior, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, murdered our teacher. The village has unanimously decided to summon you back to assume the role of the 5th Hokage." "What? Orochimaru killed our teacher? How could he do such a thing?" "He held the utmost respect for him," Tsunade exclaimed, rising in shock to confront Jiraiya. Wang Zhuo interjected, "He likely could not bear to witness the 3rd Hokage aging like an ordinary person. He sought to give the 3rd a heroic farewell. For the 3rd Hokage, dying in battle to protect Konoha was his greatest desire." Upon hearing Wang Zhuo's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, Tsunade, weary, addressed Jiraiya, "I have grown weary of conflict. Jiraiya, you should return. I shall not become Hokage. Tsunade, I know you still harbor resentment towards Konoha for Shinsuke's death. Indeed, his awakening of would release made the higher-ups wary. However, the primary orchestrators of Shinsuke's demise, the Uchiha clan, have nearly been annihilated, and the elders of the Senju clan have urged me to convince you to return, Jiraiya urged hastily. The Uchiha have been exterminated. Tsunade's piercing gaze fixed upon Jiraiya. Yes, under Danzo's scheme, only Uchiha Sasuke, a mere 14-year-old boy, remains of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Jiraiya produced a letter. This is a token from the elders of the Senju clan, entrusted to me for you. Upon opening the letter, Tsunade's countenance shifted dramatically to my uncle. He actually. After reading the letter, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. I shall return to become Hokage. But, before she could finish her thought, a voice echoed from the entrance of the restaurant. Long time no see, Tsunade. Jiraiya is here as well. It seems our trio of old companions is complete, Orochimaru stated, his demeanor icy. Observing Orochimaru's unfamiliar countenance, Tsunade seethed. You have truly developed that forbidden technique, Jiraiya, with a complex expression, confronted Orochimaru. Regardless of your reasons for killing our teacher, I will slay you to avenge him. Orochimaru laughed derisively. You will never comprehend my motives, Tsunade. I have come to propose a transaction. If you grant me the 100 healings technique, I will resurrect your brother. You have actually mastered the forbidden technique of the second Hokage, Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Well, will you agree? Do you think I would consent to such a blasphemous act against the deceased? Jiraiya, let us exact vengeance for our teacher today. With that, Tsunade launched a fist towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru deftly evaded the attack, leaving a gaping hole in the wall struck by Tsunade. Tsunade, you remain as impulsive as ever, Jiraiya exclaimed. Why aren't you lending a hand yet? Tsunade's gaze was fixed intently on Orochimaru. Jiraiya, suppressing his complex emotions, declared resolutely, Rasengan. Observing the advancing Orochimaru with unwavering composure, he addressed the two individuals accompanying him. Kimimaro, Kabuto, capture that little brat and the woman beside Jiraiya. I will keep Jiraiya and Tsunade occupied. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. A colossal serpent, several hundred meters in length, emerged, crushing nearby structures. Fortunately, the surrounding populace had long since fled. Otherwise, the casualties would have numbered in the thousands. The serpent opened its keen eyes and complained, Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? I was enjoying a tranquil nap. Standing atop the serpent's head, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, assuring, rest assured, I shall provide you with ample offerings in due time. Summoning technique, Fukasaku. Summoning technique, Snail. Jiraiya and Tsunade subsequently summoned their most formidable spiritual beasts. Fukasaku, a gargantuan toad towering several meters high, and a snail of comparable size appeared. Fukasaku, holding a massive pipe, greeted the 10,000 snakes. Long time no see. Jiraiya, perched atop Fukasaku's head, patted the toad and said, This is not the time for reminiscing. Let us first defeat that scoundrel Orochimaru. The 10,000 snakes took the initiative, and a chaotic melee ensued among the three shinobi and their summoned beasts. Meanwhile, Wang's stood before Shizune, observing the ill intentions of Kabuto and Kimimaro, filled with resolve. Kimimaro, you deal with that little brat. Kimimaro sensed that Wang's was a formidable opponent and resolved to leave the combat to the battle-hungry Kagaya clan-esque Kimimaro, bypassing Wang's to confront Shizune. Both were medical ninjas, although Shizune, under Tsunade's tutelage, boasted superior strength to Kabuto. Kabuto's extensive combat experience far surpassed Shizune's, rendering them evenly matched. Disregarding Kabuto's situation, Kimimaro was solely focused on aiding Lord Orochimaru, willing to sacrifice his own life if necessary, let alone for others. Corpse bone technique. 10 finger-piercing bullets. Kimimaro launched an assault, each fingertip releasing a bone spike that shot forth like bullets at supersonic speed towards Wang's. Aware that Kimimaro was a master who had once aided Orochimaru in defeating the fourth Kazekage, Wang's was prepared. Lightning release. Thunder step. Lightning chakra surged through his legs, enabling rapid movement while emitting blinding flashes to disrupt the enemy's vision. As he dodged the bone spikes, Wang's formed hand seals with one hand. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Corpse bone technique. Dance of the willow. Kimimaro extended bone blades from each of his joints, their hardness rivaling that of adamantine, swiftly dismantling the earth dragon. However, Wang's other hand continued to weave seals. Darkness walking technique. Instantly, all light before Kimimaro was extinguished. Lightning release. Thunderclap slash. Seizing the opportunity, Wang's would charge towards Kimimaro, aiming a decisive strike at his neck. Sensing the imminent threat, Kimimaro acted without hesitation. Corpse bone technique, dance of the larch. The dance of the Tang song utilizes the bloodline limit to manifest dozens of bones from the body, allowing for a formidable defense against impacts while engaging in close combat, simultaneously delivering blows to the adversary. However, even the adamantine bones cannot withstand the force of the collapsing thunder slash empowered by natural energy. As the thunder slash descends, the bones extending from Kimimau's body are severed one after another. For a fleeting moment, this interruption enables Kimimau to evade Wang's assault, yet darkness envelopes him. Kimimau realizes that this predicament cannot continue and resolves to execute that technique. He burrows into the earth, unleashing the corpse bone pulse, dance of the early fern. Sharp, protruding bones rapidly sprout from the ground, encircling the area. Fortunately, Jinin and Do are positioned at a considerable distance. Otherwise, they too would fall victim to the bone spikes. Wang Zhua, sensing the impending danger as Kimimau delves underground, erects a towering earthen wall, standing atop it to evade the bone spikes' onslaught. Releasing the technique of darkness, he surveys the bone forest below, searching for Kimimau's silhouette. Corpse bone pulse, dance of the iron wire flower. Enormous bone spikes emerge from the bone forest, piercing through the earthen wall, which collapses instantaneously. Wang Zhua leaps to avoid the bone spikes, and at that moment, Kimimau's upper body rises from a massive bone spike, brandishing a bone spear aimed at Wang Zhua, who finds himself with no means of evasion in the throes of life and death. Wang Zhua experiences an unprecedented clarity, perceiving even the minutest currents of air. Kimimau approaches, the bone spear now less than 10 centimeters from his heart, and in that instant, their eyes lock. The technique of Naruto. Kimimau's movement halts abruptly, the tip of the bone spear grazing Wang's outer garment. In the realm of consciousness, Kimimau gazes at the lifeless Orochimaru in his arms, collapsing to the ground as tears stream down his face, exclaiming in despair, "How can this be? Orochimaru-sama." In the external world, Wang's expression pales. For the first time, death looms so close. Just moments ago, he had no opportunity to employ the 8 gates, yet his mental fortitude appears significantly enhanced. With no time to scrutinize his physical condition, Wang Zhua decisively unleashes the Rasengan towards the entranced Kimimau. In the realm of consciousness, something feels amiss. He cannot sense the power of the cursed seal. This is bad. It is an illusion. Kimimau stirs from his consciousness, only to be met with a tremendous surge of chakra impacting his chest, leaving him barely enough time to fortify his internal bones. Wang's Rasengan propels Kimimau toward the bone forest, shattering numerous bones along the way and clearing a path over 10 meters long. The power of the Rasengan, enhanced by sage arts, proves astonishing. Wang's was inwardly astonished. Struggling to rise, Kimimau wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at his mangled chest, astonished that he could sustain such injury. Yet this ends here. Anyone who obstructs Orochimaru-sama must be eliminated. Cursed seal fully activated. Mysterious runes envelop his entire being, his injuries visibly mending at an alarming rate, a chilling, malevolent aura saturating Kimimau's form as severed bone blades regenerate. Do looks on in astonishment at Kimimau's full power, never anticipating that the young imp could compel Kimimau to such extremes. He is relieved to have avoided confrontation just moments prior. Die, corpse bone pulse, dance of the white moon killing funeral, with the blades of bone on his entire body doubling in size. Junmaru condensed the murderous intent and the sinister aura brought forth by the cursed seal into a unique energy that enveloped his skeletal appendages. He resembled a radiant moon as he lunged towards Wang Zhua. Without hesitation, Wang Zhua activated the 8 gates, pushing his body to its utmost limits. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of View, opened. Unlike the previous gates, which erupted with overwhelming momentum, the Gate of View perfectly controlled the explosive power within him. Is this the true essence of the 6th gate? It is utterly captivating. Clenching his fists, Wang Zhua felt an inexhaustible flow of chakra coursing through him. Excitedly, he proclaimed, "Let me show you my first S-rank ninjutsu. Sage art, dragon battle in the wild." The earth trembled violently as a massive, 100-meter-long earthen dragon surged forth, crashing directly into the moonlit Junmaru. The moonlight quivered and fractured as Junmaru unleashed successive strikes against the dragon's head, ultimately shattering to reveal his form. The giant dragon, in turn, swallowed Junmaru and charged towards the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth split apart, the forest of bones vanished, and the surroundings were buried under a layer of soil, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Wang Zhua, having exhausted the chakra from opening the sixth gate, stood panting on the newly formed terrain. Remarkably, even the chakra released from opening the sixth gate could barely sustain this technique. In the distance, Kabuto and Shizune, sensing the impending clash between Wang Zhuo and Junmaru, instinctively paused. Although they had distanced themselves, they were still caught in the aftermath of Wang Zhuo's sage technique, emerging from the earth covered in dirt. Astonished by the dramatically altered battlefield, Jiraiya and the others were drawn to the enormous commotion, its natural energy, sage mode. That little brat can actually enter sage mode. This is intriguing. Orochimaru showed no concern for Junmaru's fate, but instead developed an interest in Wang Zhuo's physique. Struggling, Kabuto unearthed Junmaru's lifeless body from the soil and fled with it. Wang Zhuo lacked the strength to pursue, and Shizune paid no heed, coming to his side to support him. Chapter 25. The severely wounded Wang Zhuo Tsunade. Since you are unwilling, do not blame me then. Orochimaru formed hand seals. Snake, dog, dragon, and finally brought his hands together for the forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. 3 coffins materialized behind him, their lids creaking open to reveal the corpses of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Kazekage. You truly succeeded in researching the second Hokage's forbidden technique, Jiraiya remarked, his expression grave. Tsunade, seething with anger, glared at the first and second Hokages, exclaiming, Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate my grandfather's remains? With a chilling smirk, Orochimaru addressed Jiraiya and Tsunade. Why not have some fun with them? I'll just gather some materials. He placed a seal upon the 3 corpses and turned towards Shizune and Wang Zhuo. This is bad. Sensing Orochimaru's intentions, Jiraiya rushed forward to intervene, only to be halted by the first and second Hokages. Tsunade faced off against the third Kazekage. Shizune, supporting Wang Zhuo, watched anxiously as Orochimaru approached. I have no interest in you, Orochimaru said disdainfully to Shizune, his gaze solely fixed on Wang Zhuo, as he raised his right hand to unleash a torrent of serpents. Exclaiming, extinguish the chaos serpents, a multitude of snakes erupted from his sleeves, entwining towards Shizune. The shuriken shadow clone technique? A shuriken soared from Wang Zhuo's hand, multiplying in midair into numerous shurikens that struck down the serpents. The recovery speed is astonishing. I can hardly contain my desire to cleave you asunder. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, drawing forth the Kusanagi sword. Wang Zhuo's gaze fixated on the Kusanagi, which emanated a chilling aura. An uncanny sensation washed over him. Ninjutsu. Blade of murderous intent? Orochimaru raised the Kusanagi, directing it towards Wang Zhuo and Shizune, as ethereal sword shadows erupted from the blade, slicing towards the 2. Shizune, standing in the forefront, was cleaved by the sword shadow and immediately collapsed, losing consciousness. An assault on the mind. Wang Zhuo joined his hands in prayer, fingers interlacing, as though ensnared in a dream, invoking the immovable king's seal. A faint Buddhist visage manifested above him, and as the sword shadows struck the apparition, they were shattered. Humph! That technique of Jiraiya's, Orochimaru, brandishing the Kusanagi, lunged forward, thrusting the blade towards Wang Zhuo, who sidestepped to evade. Forming hand seals for earth release. Too slow, the mist thrust swept sideways, aimed at the prepped Wang Zhuo. Unable to dodge in time, his right hand was grazed, leaving a small wound. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhuo kicked the blade, leveraging the force to retreat. Stabilizing himself, Wang Zhuo fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, who wore a triumphant expression, urging him to sense his own chakra. Wang Zhuo's countenance shifted. He felt an anomaly within, as chakra incessantly flowed from the wound inflicted by the Kusanagi, escaping like air from a punctured balloon. Orochimaru coldly remarked, once your chakra is depleted, your very essence will begin to drain. What do you say? Surrender and accompany me quietly, or no one shall save you. Internally, Wang Zhuo wrestled fiercely. Following him would undoubtedly offend Konoha and Jiraiya, and Orochimaru's intentions were nefarious. Moreover, with Ōtsutsuki pursuing him, safety seemed a distant hope. Yet, to refuse could lead to his demise. Orochimaru might not require him alive for his experiments. As Wang Zhuo stood indecisive, Jiraiya arrived just in time, bearing the sealed corpses of the first and second Hokage. Are you all right, Wang Zhuo? The already pale Wang Zhuo responded weakly, I was wounded by the Kusanagi. So quickly you thought to use sealing techniques against my Edo Tensei, Jiraiya. You've grown quite clever. Orochimaru observed with a serious demeanor as he regarded the sealed first and second Hokage. Even he would face a grueling battle against their combined might. Though their strength in this form paled compared to their living selves, their immortality rendered them impervious to harm. Kusanagi. Hold on, Tsunade can heal your wounds. Jiraiya reassured Wangzhou. He then turned to Orochimaru, declaring coldly, "This time, I shall not show mercy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru erupted in laughter. "Ha! With those meager skills of yours, Jiraiya, don't be naive." Jiraiya crossed his arms, raising his index and middle fingers, declaring, "Sage mode, activate!" Red streaks appeared across his face, and his aura surged, the natural energy in the air wildly pouring into him. Beside him, Wangzhou marveled inwardly, "This level of natural energy must be at least 10 times greater than mine." Sensing the intense natural energy emanating from Jiraiya, Orochimaru, with a hint of bitterness in his voice, exclaimed, "How could you have mastered Sage Mode? Why is it that I, who am undoubtedly more intelligent, cannot achieve it?" The sight of Orochimaru's uncharacteristic demeanor filled Jiraiya with sorrow. Once comrades who had entrusted each other with their lives, the brilliant ninja of Konoha now stood before him, a pitiful creature driven by the pursuit of eternal life. Noticing the pity reflected in Jiraiya's eyes, Orochimaru tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword and charged at Jiraiya in a fit of rage. A barrier technique, Heaven's Covering Formation, unfolded from Jiraiya, creating a spherical shield. As Orochimaru entered the barrier, he found himself moving as if submerged in water, his actions slowed to a fraction of their usual speed. Feeling the omnipresent constriction around him, Orochimaru resolved fiercely, slicing his left hand and allowing his blood to drip onto the Kusanagi sword. He then plunged the sword into the ground and formed a seal, invoking the 8-headed serpent secret technique. Heavenly Cloud. A mist emanated from the Kusanagi sword, shattering the barrier, and from the haze emerged the spectral figure of a warrior, who struck at Jiraiya with a blade of light descending from the heavens. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. Jiraiya unleashed an oversized Rasengan, yet instead of a violent clash, the blade of light cleaved through the Rasengan, splitting it in two as it continued to descend. "This is bad. Sage Art, Toad Swallowing Heaven." A colossal toad's apparition appeared, swallowing the blade of light before vanishing. Weakened, Orochimaru withdrew the Kusanagi sword, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the unconscious Wangzhou and the sealed corpses of the first and second Hokage. "Until next time, Jiraiya," he uttered, and suddenly, a massive serpent emerged from the ground, consuming Orochimaru and Wangzhou. "Damn it! Leave them be, Sage Art." Great underworld marsh. The earth transformed into a mire, ensnaring the serpent and seizing the opportunity. Jiraiya approached with Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jutsu, his white hair hard as steel piercing into the serpent's body. He barely managed to extract Wangzhou before the serpent vanished from Jiraiya's sight. Meanwhile, Tsunade had once again shattered the third Kazekage, who, devoid of its caster, showed no signs of revival. It seemed that Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was still not perfected. After awakening Shizune, Jiraiya cradled Wangzhou and approached Tsunade. "He has been injured by the Kusanagi sword. Tsunade, can you assess his condition?" Tsunade placed her pristine hand upon Wangzhou's chest and declared, "His chakra is nearly depleted. I must treat him swiftly. You and Shizune find a safe place." Hours later, in a forest somewhere in the wild, Wangzhou slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" I recall being captured by Orochimaru. Still dazed, he spotted Tsunade, her brow glistening with sweat. Tsunade retracted her hands and, fatigued, said to Jiraiya, "He should be recovering well now. I need to rest." With that, she sat beside Shizune, leaning against a tree with her eyes closed. Wangzhou, sensing Tsunade's lingering fragrance, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Preparing to express his gratitude, he noticed Tsunade resting and thus turned to Jiraiya, saying, "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, for saving my life." Jiraiya nodded, replying softly, "It's nothing. As long as you are all right. Once Tsunade recovers, we shall return to Konoha." Observing Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, Wangzhou inquired, "What has transpired in Konoha?" Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before revealing that Sasuke had defected from Konoha and sought refuge with Orochimaru. Although Wangzhou had anticipated this turn of events, he still felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the unfolding narrative had diverged from the original text. He could hardly believe that Sasuke would make such a choice, silently hoping for his safety under Orochimaru's influence. Chapter 26. The Infiltration of the Umbu. The Umbu arc commences. Wangzhou accompanied Jiraiya and Tsunade back to Konoha, while Tsunade and the others headed directly to the Hokage's office for a council meeting. Wangzhou intended to return home alone. On his way, he suddenly recalled Lee and decided it would be best to inform him and Gai-sensei about the good news of Tsunade's return to Konoha. He turned and made his way to the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Lee had nearly recovered and was able to walk. Guy was accompanying him for a stroll in the courtyard when they noticed Wangzhou approaching. From a distance, Wang Zhuo called out, "Li Gai-sensei, I'm back." Upon reaching them, he joyfully exclaimed, "Li, Lady Tsunade has returned to Konoha. Once the Hokage's handover ceremony is complete, you can resume your training in taijutsu." Both Guy and Li were elated upon hearing this wonderful news. Guy clasped Li's hand tightly and declared, "Li, let us once again embrace the vigor of youth." With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Li looked at Guy and excitedly replied, "That's fantastic, Guy-sensei. I can train with you again." He then deeply bowed to Wang Zhuo, saying, "Thank you, Wang Zhuo-kun." Unable to endure the exuberance of the two, Wang Zhuo exchanged a few words with them before hastily taking his leave. As he walked down the street, he noticed that life had returned to a harmonious and stable state. Aside from the occasional sight of damaged buildings, the chaos and fear that had enveloped Konoha during the recent attack seemed to have dissipated. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he spotted a familiar figure. "Ino, what brings you here? Is there something you need from me?" The golden strands of her hair danced in the wind as Ino turned to Wang Zhuo, saying, "You're finally back. Come with me to see Sakura. She was injured by Sasuke and is still in the hospital." "That's impossible. How could Sasuke harm Sakura?" Wang Zhuo replied, utterly perplexed. "You'll understand when you see Sakura. Come with me," Ino insisted, pulling Wang Zhuo along with her. To his dismay, they had to return to the hospital. Ino led Wang Zhuo to a room on the second floor. Inside, Sakura lay on the bed, her face etched with worry. As the door swung open and Wang Zhuo and Ino entered, she brightened momentarily and exclaimed, "Wang Zhuo-kun, you're back." However, recalling Wang Zhuo's admonition before his departure, her expression darkened, and she murmured, "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop Sasuke from leaving Konoha." Seeing Sakura in tears, Wang Zhuo quickly asked, "Don't be upset. Tell me how Sasuke could have hurt you. He is not the type to attack his comrades, is he?" Sakura recounted slowly that on that fateful day, she had intended to invite Sasuke to train with him under Kakashi-sensei, and upon arriving at his home, she hadn't even knocked before overhearing Sasuke speaking with an unfamiliar stranger. Although she couldn't discern the specifics, phrases like Orochimaru, power, and Konoha echoed in her mind before the stranger vanished. As Sasuke opened the door, he was met with the sight of Sakura standing anxiously at the threshold. Concerned that she might have overheard something troubling, he swiftly employed his Sharingan to cast an illusion over her. By the time Kakashi sensed something amiss and arrived at Sasuke's residence, Sasuke had vanished without a trace. An alarm echoed at the village entrance, announcing that someone had fled without permission, having also slain 2 guards. Meanwhile, Sakura was left traumatized by the illusion and was receiving treatment in the hospital. Wang Zhuo contemplated that it must have been Orochimaru who dispatched someone to inform Sasuke that the Uchiha clan massacre had Konoha's involvement. It was likely that Sasuke, piecing together various pieces of evidence, had come to realize that Orochimaru's claims were not baseless, driven by a desire for the truth, or perhaps a yearning to believe his brother was not the true perpetrator. Without hesitation, he chose to leave Konoha. Yet Wang Zhuo believed that without concrete evidence, Sasuke would never resort to violence against Konoha. The guards' deaths were likely orchestrated by Orochimaru's men. Understanding this, Wang Zhuo comforted the guilt-ridden Sakura, assuring her, "It's all right. Sakura. If Sasuke is determined to leave, there is nothing we can do to stop him. Naruto and I will surely bring him back, so you should focus on your recovery." Upon hearing Wang Zhuo's words, Sakura felt even more remorseful, lamenting, "It's all my fault for lacking strength. If I had been stronger, I could have warned Kakashi-sensei in advance, and Sasuke wouldn't have run away, and no matter how hard I try, I still end up holding you all back. I truly feel useless." Wang Zhuo, unaccustomed to offering comfort, turned to Ino with a look of desperation, but Ino wore an expression of helplessness. Overwhelmed by sadness, Sakura could not help but embrace Wang Zhuo and weep. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open. Hearing of Sasuke's defection and worried about Sakura, Naruto entered the room and immediately spotted Sakura crying in Wang Zhuo's embrace. "Sakura!" he exclaimed, "I can't believe Sasuke actually hurt you. I must teach that guy a lesson." Sakura looked up at the furious Naruto with tear-filled eyes, while Wang Zhuo inquired in surprise, "Naruto, when did you return?" Naruto's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, "I just learned the reverse summoning technique from Fukasaku and rushed back. The pervy sage was too busy to pay me any mind. Upon hearing about Sasuke's defection and Sakura's injury, I hurried over to check on you." Naruto's arrival made Sakura feel sheepish, prompting her to release her hold on Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo then relayed to Naruto what Sakura had just expressed. Naruto declared loudly to Sakura, "I will personally bring that guy Sasuke back and make him apologize to you." With the reassurances from Wang Zhuo and Naruto, Sakura gradually calmed her emotions, though her inner turmoil remained unnoticed by anyone. After a tumultuous day, Wangzhou finally returned home and lay on his bed, pondering that once Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage concluded, he would likely be assigned to the Umbu, directly becoming a jonin tasked with perilous missions. He aimed to enhance his strength before plotting his next move. Today's emotional upheaval caused by Sakura and the others seemed to draw him further into this world. For someone like him, who pursued power and immortality, it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The following day, Konoha officially announced Tsunade as the 5th Hokage and held a grand succession ceremony in the village. The eldest son of the Land of Fire's daimyo also visited Konoha to congratulate the new Hokage, and for a time, the village was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with excitement. Wangzhou chose not to involve himself in the affairs at hand, preferring instead to cultivate in the tranquility of his home. However, early in the morning, Hinata sought him out, greeting him with, "Wangzhou-kun, I heard you have returned. Soon, I must accompany my father to the inauguration ceremony of the Hokage. Would you be so kind as to accompany me for a stroll?" Her eager gaze fixed upon Wangzhou, who found it difficult to refuse, ultimately agreeing to join her in her outing. Hinata, radiating joy, pulled Wangzhou along, exploring the surroundings without the intention of making any purchases. An hour later, she departed with the family guards who were discreetly watching over her, a look of contentment gracing her features. Meanwhile, Wangzhou felt as though he had aged a century. Accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion was truly exhausting. Just as he prepared to return home, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the Konoha hospital. Gazing at the entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, well, since I'm already out, I might as well pay a visit to Sakura and Lee. After visiting the two, Wangzhou returned home, only to discover Jiraiya standing in the courtyard. He couldn't help but remark, "Jiraiya-sama, is it appropriate for you to enter someone else's home so casually?" Jiraiya looked at Wangzhou with delight and replied, "It's been just a day, yet you seem to have embraced the warmth of human connection more profoundly. I was concerned that you might become emotionally detached after your training in Sage Mode, but it appears you are faring quite well." Confused, Wangzhou inquired, "Detached?" Jiraiya elaborated, "Indeed, when one first begins to cultivate Sage Mode, there is a risk of becoming petrified or experiencing a mental breakdown. As one progresses deeper into Sage Mode, if one becomes overly enamored with the power it grants, their consciousness may gradually be assimilated by nature. It is essential to steadfastly uphold one's beliefs and forge bonds with others to avoid such an influence." Wangzhou pondered to himself, "So, it is somewhat akin to my own pursuit of harmony with nature. No wonder I initially felt no sense of belonging in this world, treating those around me as mere NPCs in a game. Thankfully, I have always harbored a desire for power and immortality. Otherwise, I might have long since become a heartless, soulless monster." Noticing the look of trepidation on Wangzhu's face, Jiraiya reassured him, "Fear not. Although your Sage Mode is far more perfected than the one I have learned, your current mastery of it does not warrant excessive concern. The reason I sought you out is to inform you that I will be taking Naruto outside for training. I have here a scroll that you may open in case of life-threatening danger. Additionally, tomorrow someone will escort you to report to the Umbu. I hope you will remember our agreement." With that, he vanished in a flash, presumably in haste to attend the ceremony. Wangzhou paid little mind to it and returned to his room, focusing intently on his ninjutsu studies, thinking to himself that since there was little progress in Sage Mode, it would be prudent to enhance his strength first. Chapter 27. The first mission of the Umbu. The day following the conclusion of the Hokage inauguration ceremony, Tsunade, adorned with the Hokage hat and clad in ceremonial robes, entered the Hokage office. She removed her hat, allowing her golden locks to cascade over her shoulders, and addressed Shizune, "Shizune, please summon my uncle to see me." Shizune pondered for a moment and replied, "Tsunade-sama, is it wise to summon the elder of the Senju clan so soon after your appointment?" Tsunade, unfazed, remarked, "It matters not. Let those who delight in political maneuvering fret over it. I have questions I wish to pose to my uncle." Upon encountering Tsunade, who was resolute in her stance, Shizune had no choice but to depart for the Senju clan. There, she met with Senju Tobarama, the current elder of the Senju clan. "Shizune, please step outside for a moment," Tsunade instructed, calling her away. Turning to Tobarama, she inquired, "Uncle, what is the true purpose behind your summons for me to assume the role of Hokage? Your letter mentioned that this pertains to the very survival of the Senju clan. What is the meaning of that?" With a grave expression, Tobarama replied, "Surely you are aware that the bodies of the first and second Hokage have been stolen by Orochimaru. We have discovered the involvement of Danzo in this affair. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was anticipated, as the second Hokage had left behind a testament. Uchiha Madara did not perish." "What? How is that possible?" Tsunade exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that Madara still lived. After the fierce battle between the first Hokage and Madara, the latter's body had been secretly concealed by the second Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, Madara had merely been in a state of temporary death, subsequently vanishing from sight. Consequently, the second Hokage had specifically left behind the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, obtained from the Grim Reaper, to revive him at a critical moment. Tobirama slowly unveiled the clandestine truths of the Senju clan. Confused, Tsunade pressed, "Then what does it mean that the bodies have been taken by Orochimaru? We have discovered that Danzo is collaborating with Orochimaru. We devised a plan to feign weakness in the guards assigned to protect the first and second Hokage's remains. The second Hokage had methods to regain consciousness upon being revived through Edo Tensei. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's version of the technique is still immature. The timing is not yet right. Otherwise, the Senju clan would surely reclaim its former glory. The purpose of summoning you back is to counter Danzo and to guard against the hidden threats posed by the Uchiha clan belonging to Madara. Danzo's audacity grows bolder, which may jeopardize our plans." Tobirama's eyes sparkled with pride. "Uncle, you have not revealed the entire truth to me. If the Senju clan is not facing any dire threats, then I see no reason to continue as Hokage." Tsunade, realizing she had been deceived and entangled in a malicious political struggle, rose from her seat, slamming her palms on the table in indignation. Seeing Tsunade's fury and her inclination to leave the village, Tobirama hurriedly interjected, "Tsunade, please do not be upset. To be frank, Hashirama is not dead. He has merely been relocated to another place. The body Orochimaru possesses is a decoy. If you doubt my word, I can take you to see him." The Senju clan's plans were of utmost importance. "Surely, you would not wish to witness the continued decline of our lineage. The lady misses you dearly as well." Upon hearing that Hashirama was alive, some of Tsunade's anger dissipated. Furthermore, with Tobirama appealing to the greater good of the clan, she found it difficult to refuse. She thought to herself, "Once the second Hokage is revived, I shall depart from Konoha, and at that point, I will owe the Senju clan nothing." Sitting back down, Tsunade calmly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last saw the second Hokage's wife. How is her health?" Noticing that Tsunade had ceased to speak of leaving, Tobirama exhaled in relief and responded warmly, "The second lady's health has been declining, and she has been hoping for your return to see her. You know that your parents passed away early, and the second lady has no children of her own. She has cherished you and Hashirama dearly." "Very well, I shall visit my mother-in-law. Dear uncle, you may return first, for I have numerous matters to attend to." The thought of my beloved mother-in-law and the deceit my younger brother had once inflicted upon me left Tsunade feeling somewhat despondent and sorrowful. Upon noticing Tsunade's melancholic demeanor, Senju Hashirama had no choice but to turn away and depart. When Shizune observed Hashirama leaving, she entered the office to find Tsunade in low spirits. Without further inquiry, she approached Tsunade from behind and began to massage her shoulders. Tsunade could sense Shizune's concern, and her mood lifted slightly as she inquired, "What of that little rascal who came back with us? It seems he intends to join the ANBU today. ANBU, please summon him. I have a task to assign him," Tsunade replied, a glimmer of cunning twinkling in her eyes. "Though I am unaware of your schemes, I too can ensure that your plans do not unfold as smoothly as you wish." At the home of the Leaf Village's deputy, yet another early morning of training was disrupted as he was led by a masked ANBU ninja to a secluded corner of Konoha. The guiding ANBU performed a series of hand seals to open a hidden door leading underground, into which Wangzu followed closely. Below lay an expansive chamber, roughly the size of 10 football fields, filled with numerous rooms and secret passages leading in all directions. Wangzu was escorted into a small, dark room, where the ANBU ninja left him. Within sat an enigmatic older man, his face marred by scars. Upon Wangzu's entrance, the man tossed him a box nonchalantly and stated, "Little brat, from this day forth, you are a member of the ANBU. I care not whether you hail from a noble clan or are a commoner. Here, only missions matter. The one who accomplishes the most challenging and numerous tasks shall obtain greater resources. First, choose a codename, and remember, do not disclose your true name to anyone. Aside from the Hokage, no one shall know your identity." Receiving the box, Wangzu refrained from opening it immediately and inquired, "Where do I accept missions? Are there mandatory tasks?" The man gazed at him in surprise. "Little brat, you seem quite eager. My codename is Zero. Henceforth, refer to me as such. Mandatory tasks will be assigned monthly. Regular missions can be obtained at another entrance marked by a scroll symbol. Task records are kept in the room denoted by a leaf symbol, and ninja tools can be found in the room marked by shuriken. Also, should a teammate fall into enemy hands, you must resolve the situation swiftly. If it were your own, heh. The man chuckled darkly. Now, tell me your code name. Shin. Wangzu pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, now change into your new attire and go meet the Hokage. There is a mission for you. The man regarded Wangzu curiously, having just received word that the new Hokage wished to see him. Tsunade wishes to see me? He thought, puzzled. Opening the box revealed a simple mask, a set of black clothing, a jonin forehead protector, a katana, and a pouch for carrying ninja tools. Wangzu donned the garments, affixed the mask, slung the katana across his back, tied the protector to his right arm, and secured the tool pouch at his waist, transforming from an ordinary neighbor boy into a mysterious assassin. Through the secret passage, Wangzu arrived at the Hokage's office, where he beheld Tsunade, engrossed in the approval of documents, alongside Shizune, who was assisting her. Wangzu knelt on one knee, his demeanor indifferent as he inquired, "What is your command, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade lifted her gaze, pausing her work to languidly stretch, the sunlight illuminating her alluring curves, which even the loose-fitting kimono could not conceal. She remarked, "There's no need to maintain an icy facade before me. I require your assistance with a task, but it must remain strictly confidential. I will personally reward you, and there's no need to report to the Umbu." The specifics are, Chapter 28. The underflow beneath the shadows of Konoha. It had been 2 days since Wangzu received Tsunade's special mission, yet he remained utterly perplexed. He was instructed to covertly monitor Danzo's activities. After 2 days of lurking outside the root's base, he found the defenses to be exceedingly stringent, leaving him with no opportunity to infiltrate. Moreover, he was reluctant to attract Danzo's attention, for Danzo was a man driven mad by his ambition to become Hokage and protect Konoha, currently the second most powerful figure in the village. Offending him would leave Wangzu with no choice but to defect from Konoha. Wangzu lamented, wondering what Tsunade was thinking in assigning such a formidable task to a newly appointed Umbu member. Resolving that he would consider any movement from Danzo, regardless of its significance, as a completed mission to report back to Tsunade, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, after 2 days of waiting, Danzo finally emerged from the root base. Thanks to Jiraiya's guidance in enhancing his perception abilities, Wangzu discerned several root members lurking in the shadows, covertly protecting Danzo. Unable to approach, he followed from a distance using his enhanced senses. Danzo made his way to the Forest of Death, evading guards as he entered. Sensing something amiss, curiosity piqued within Wangzu, compelling him to refrain from reporting back to Tsunade and instead continue following while avoiding detection. Before long, Danzo arrived at a massive tree, employing a secret technique to unveil a passageway and enter. The root members shadowing him did not follow, maintaining a tight perimeter of defense around the area. Why does he have such a penchant for secret passages? But this shall not deter me, Wangzu thought, invoking the technique of senjutsu. Shinin. He burrowed into the earth, eluding the root members above as he stealthily infiltrated the passage. The tunnel was approximately 2 meters wide, and Wangzu remained cautious, continuing to conceal himself within the soil as he trailed Danzo. After traversing nearly several hundred meters, he finally arrived at a grand hall, where he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was Orochimaru. Danzo was collaborating with Orochimaru, daring not to draw too close, especially given Orochimaru's proficiency with earth release. Wangzu was strained to overhear the conversation within the hall. Danzo's brow furrowed as he asserted, "The third Hokage's corpse cannot be entrusted to you. He is my adversary, yet also my most vital comrade. Is that so? It seems my bargaining power is insufficient." Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Danzo remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Orochimaru's assessment. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru proposed, "Very well, I have already taken that Uchiha brat. Once I seize his body, I shall ensure that the Sound Ninja Village provides full support for your ascension as Hokage. How does that sound? I shall not be swayed by ethereal promises. Orochimaru, you know that we, of our ilk, only believe in tangible benefits," Danzo retorted without hesitation. "Well, since that is the case, I shall exchange a piece of vital information with you." Orochimaru formed a hand sign and declared, "Edo Tensei," a boy, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, materialized before the two. "Is this the Jew?" Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. "No, this is not a Sage Jew, merely someone who bears a striking resemblance. We have all been deceived by the Senju clan. Sage Jew is not dead at all. What do you think? Is this information substantial enough?" Orochimaru said with a sense of pride. "Very well, 3 days hence, you shall send someone to collect the remains of the third Hokage. I will return to make the necessary arrangements," Danzo replied, leaving with a heavy heart. Once Danzo departed, Orochimaru's expression darkened as he contemplated. "It appears the Senju clan has other schemes in mind. I must remain vigilant." Nevertheless, The power of Edo Tensei is undeniably formidable, and it may very well hold the secrets to immortality. Even though I am aware that the second Hokage may have left contingencies, I cannot abandon my research. Wang Zu was taken aback by the exchange between Orochimaru and Danzo, reflecting internally that Ju was indeed alive. This world of Hokage was truly unlike what he had previously known. It seemed that the narrative had diverged from the foreseen original story, and he resolved to exercise greater caution moving forward. Not continuing to monitor Danzo, Wang Zu made his way back to Konohagakure and entered the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was leisurely sipping tea while Shizen remained busy. Upon seeing Wang Zu, Tsunade inquired, "How did it go? Any discoveries?" Wang Zu recounted the meeting between Orochimaru and Danzo but refrained from mentioning the Senju clan, explaining that he had kept a distance out of fear of being detected and therefore could not overhear the specifics of their conversation, as knowing too much could be fatal. "Excellent. You have performed admirably. Take this," Tsunade said, tossing a scroll to Wang Zu. As for Danzo, you need not concern yourself with him. Return to the Umbu and carry out your duties. This scroll contains the general ninjutsu techniques for Umbu Jainin. Study it and then promptly destroy it. Do not share it with others. Elated, Wang Zu returned home, eager to open the scroll. Inside, he found advanced techniques of the three-body technique, specifically the body binding technique, body flicker technique, and concealment technique. Rather than rush to the Umbu for his assignment, Wang Zu decided to first master these advanced techniques. 3 days later, he arrived once more at the Umbu headquarters, directly approaching the mission information room, where an elderly man sat, squinting. Wang Zu respectfully addressed him, codename Xian. "I am here to receive my mission." The old man's sharp gaze swept over Wang Zu, and Wang Zu sensed a notable change in the man's demeanor, as if he had transformed into a drawn sword. Noticing Wang Zu's lack of reaction, the old man relaxed his imposing aura and mused, "I am growing old. Each generation seems stronger than the last. Let me check your records. You have yet to complete your mandatory tasks for this month. Assemble tomorrow at noon by the small river to the east of the village. The scroll contains further details." Accepting the scroll, Wang Zu left the headquarters and returned home, realizing that the mission involved infiltrating the land of water to gather intelligence. Lacking the advantage of terrain, he knew he needed to prepare thoroughly. At noon, Wang Zu arrived punctually at the designated location, where he spotted another Umbu ninja standing by the riverbank. He wore an animal mask and carried a small pack, lacking a samurai sword. Upon seeing Wang Zu, he muttered, "It seems this is a multi-person mission. It appears we have a rather challenging task ahead." Though their voices were barely audible, Wang's was still caught wind of their exchange. The two remained silent, patiently awaiting by the riverbank. Just as noon approached, another member of the Umbu arrived, adorned with a theatrical mask and carrying a large sword on his back. The first Umbu ninja spoke up, declaring, "Now that we are all present, let us introduce ourselves and our respective jutsu, so we may coordinate effectively during the mission. I go by the codename Xia, proficient in reconnaissance, illusion techniques, and wind release." He introduced. Wangzhou followed suit, stating, "I am known as Xian, skilled in lightning release, earth release, and body techniques." The last arrival announced, "I am called Ing, adept in water release, fire release, and body techniques." Once the introductions were complete, Xia suggested, "Since I am the only one skilled in reconnaissance, I shall temporarily assume the role of team leader. Is there any objection?" Both Wang Zhua and Ing nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Seeing their compliance, Xia continued, "As you all should be aware, the task requires us to investigate a base within the Land of Water. I have previously visited the Land of Water on another mission, so we can start our journey from the Land of Waves and then utilize an insider within the merchant convoy to evade the guards, thus safely infiltrating the Land of Water." Chapter 29. The turmoil in the Land of Water. The trio journeyed smoothly to the Land of Waves, eventually arriving at the bustling dock. The wharf was abuzz with activity, filled with merchants and a mingling of various characters. Disguised as ordinary ninjas, the three drew no attention as they approached a cargo ship adorned with the emblem of Konoha. The ship's owner, a stout man with a loud voice, was berating the workers unloading goods. Upon seeing the trio, he subtly gestured for them to enter the cabin. Inside the cabin, the once imposing man became obsequious, respectfully addressing them, "Honorable ninjas of Konoha, how may I serve you?" Xia inquired, "Is there any recent news from the Land of Water? We need to enter its territory promptly." The man replied hurriedly, "Recently, the 4th Mizukage has gone missing, and the 5th Mizukage has just taken office. The entire Land of Water is under martial law, and it may be quite difficult to help you bypass the inspections. That is of no concern. Just take us to the waters of the Land of Water, and we will manage the rest," Ing asserted confidently. "Very well, please bear with us in the cabin, as our vessel will depart shortly," the man acquiesced, Unwilling to defy the ninjas in the eyes of ordinary citizens, ninjas were seen as lawless entities, and he could only grit his teeth and comply, silently praying, "May my ancestors protect me." Let nothing go awry this time, as the ship sailed smoothly across the ocean, encountering neither tempestuous winds nor tumultuous waves. They unknowingly entered the waters of the land of water. Wang Zhuo and his companions had no time to admire the magnificent seascape, swiftly donning their umbu attire and concealing their Konoha forehead protectors. They stealthily departed the ship, watched with relief by the man, who inwardly rejoiced, "Thank you for the protection of my ancestors." 3 figures stood upon the surface of the sea as if walking on solid ground. Xia turned to Ying and asked, "We are still 1,000 meters from the shores of the land of water. How shall we navigate the maritime barrier?" "I neglected to mention, I have also studied sealing techniques." "Follow my lead," Ying replied, guiding the 2 forward until they reached a point just 100 meters from the land. "Here lies the boundary of the land of water, where any unauthorized intrusion would be detected by the patrolling guards nearby," Xia remarked, pointing towards the faint mist ahead. The entire periphery of the land of water is shrouded in a delicate veil of fog, which is said to be a barrier technique unleashed by a former Mizukage, effectively preventing the infiltration of foreign ninjas. Ying produced a bundle of scrolls and instructed, "Gather closer to me." Once Wang Zhuo and the others approached, he unfurled the scroll and sealed the technique, declaring, "Sealing technique. Mist concealment." The trio was enveloped by a small cloud of mist. "Stay close behind me," Ying urged as he advanced towards the barrier. The mist surrounding the 3 melded seamlessly with the fog of the barrier, ensuring that the alarm remained silent as they safely traversed through to solid ground. "Release." The mist returned to the scroll, and as Ying stowed it away, he inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We must contemplate how to eliminate the mist ninjas who have detected us," Wang Zhuo replied, his voice cold and steady beneath his mask as he drew his katana. Xia, equally attuned to the presence of foes, cast a surprised glance at Wang Zhuo, reflecting on his ability to sense danger even before her. The 3 stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Tio have breached the alarm barrier is fortunate. Thankfully, Lord Mizukage has recently intensified the perimeter's vigilance." Suddenly, 3 mist ninjas emerged from the surroundings, encircling them. "We must resolve this swiftly. If we delay, we shall attract the attention of other mist ninjas nearby, and that would spell trouble. Point 1 on each," Ying declared, unsheathing his great sword and charging at one of the assailants. With Xia and Wang Zhuo closely following, each confronting a separate mist ninja. Lightning release. Thunderclap, slash. Wang Zhuo infused his katana with lightning chakra, delivering a swift, downward strike that cleaved his opponent in 2 before they had a chance to react. Meanwhile, Xia effortlessly dispatched her adversary with an illusion, while Ying bisected his foe at the waist and unleashed a fire release technique to incinerate the corpses of the 3 mist ninjas, ensuring that their specialized jutsu would not be discovered by any pursuing enemies. "These mist ninjas are truly feeble," Ying scoffed. "Hurry. I sense more mist ninjas approaching," Xia urged after scanning their surroundings. The trio then dashed deeper into the dense forest. The tracking capabilities of the hidden mist village are indeed formidable. This marks the 4th wave, and the incoming mist ninjas grow increasingly powerful. Ying, bloodied yet largely unscathed, leaned against a tree, the blood mostly belonging to his adversaries. Xia lamented as he cleared their trail. "With the sudden disappearance of the 3rd Mizukage, we find ourselves at a loss. If matters do not improve, we may have to abandon our mission." Wang Zhuo, perched atop a tree, calmly observed, "Let us not dwell on the mission's outcome. The perimeter is certainly heavily surrounded by mist ninjas. Rather than retracing our steps, we should push further inward. Their primary objective is to locate the 3rd Mizukage, and they will not expend excessive time pursuing us." "That makes sense," both Xia and Ying concurred. After encountering 2 additional waves of mist ninjas, the trio finally approached their target location. As they delved deeper into the land of water, it appeared that the mist ninjas had abandoned their search, returning to the perimeter to seek the 3rd Mizukage. Although a few small squads continued to chase them, thanks to the sensory abilities of Xia and Wang Zhuo, the trio ultimately managed to evade their pursuers, in a concealed cave. Xia gasped, "Fortunately, the experts of 1N have not come to pursue us." Ying, tending to her wounds, replied coldly, "What a hassle this reconnaissance mission has turned out to be. Truly unfortunate." Wang Zhuo, vigilant at the cave entrance, inquired, "Xian, how are you? Do you need to rest? I can keep watch for a while." Wang Zhuo did not refuse. He entered the cave and sat down to regain his strength. Once Ying had bandaged her left shoulder wound, she set down her great sword and stepped outside to stand guard. By the following dawn, after taking turns to rest, The three had fully regained their strength, and Ying's wound had healed. However, they found themselves unable to break through the encircling mist of Wonin. The trio resolved to investigate their mission objective that day. The target was a secret base located beneath a small town. To their astonishment, upon arriving at the town, they discovered that it had vanished, replaced by a vast pit at its center, surrounded by ruins, blood, and scattered corpses. "What on earth happened here?" Xia exclaimed, gazing at the hellish scene. "Oh, there are still some fish caught in the net. They don't seem to be Wonin's people." The three raised their heads to the sky, where a ninja, riding a clay bird and clad in a black cloak adorned with embroidered red clouds, donned a brown hat with wind chimes, was observing them with a playful demeanor. Recognizing the familiar attire, Wang's heart raced as he realized they had encountered a member of Ōtsutsuki. He quickly retreated and shouted to Xia and Ying, "Run! The opponent is a shadow-level expert." The two were taken aback by Wang's words. It appeared that this ninja, seemingly of similar age, possessed shadow-level strength. Though they harbored doubts, they followed Wang's without hesitation. "Now that you're here, why the rush? Let me show you my art." Deidara, atop his clay bird, laughed heartily. "Ninjutsu." 100 birds singing. Dozens of clay sparrows soared towards Wang's and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Xia turned back and formed seals, casting, illusion technique. Fox heart technique. However, the opponent was unaffected by the illusion. Instead, Xia suffered a backlash from the technique and fell into a daze. Ying hurriedly embraced Xia and continued to flee deeper into the forest alongside Wang's. "Another annoying illusion. I won't fall in the same place twice," Deidara remarked disdainfully, adjusting the special glasses on his left eye. The dozens of clay sparrows deftly navigated through the forest, avoiding the dense branches as if they were real sparrows. As the sparrows drew closer to Ying, who was holding Xia, Wang's formed seals and declared, "Earth release." Earth flow wall. An earthen wall emerged, blocking the foremost sparrows. The sparrows that collided with the wall exploded, shattering it, yet the others continued their pursuit. Deidara exclaimed excitedly from above, "Ha! Explosions are the perfect art." Witnessing the tremendous power of the explosions, Ying's heart tightened, and her pace quickened considerably. Just as Deidara was enjoying his game of cat and mouse, a disturbance in the space beside him heralded the arrival of Kakuzu, who emerged from the void. "The three-tailed beast is in our grasp, and the blood mist base of Wonin has been destroyed. The boss has summoned us to return and report," he said to Deidara. "I was having such fun." Deidara expressed his dissatisfaction, but nonetheless followed Kakuzu as they flew towards the land of water. Chapter 30. Breaking through the siege, a formidable foe. As Deidara receded into the distance, the clay sparrows pursuing Wang's and his companions did not vanish. However, they had lost the lively aura they once possessed. Seizing the moment, Wang's formed hand seals and unleashed Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The sluggish little birds were immediately engulfed by the Earth Dragon, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the air. The dragon's interior reverberated with a series of deafening roars, as violent blasts shattered the Earth Dragon, leaving nearby trees splintered and the area in utter disarray. "What should we do now?" Ying gazed apprehensively at the desolate ground left in the wake of the explosion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang's remarked that the ninjas who had just attacked them were not from the Mist Village. Their departure would surely attract the attention of the Mist Ninjas, and once Xia regained consciousness, they could break through from another direction. The two promptly set off in the opposite direction of Deidara. Along the way, Xia gradually stirred from her stupor. Ying succinctly conveyed their plan to her, and the trio reached a consensus. Wang's led the way, with the still recovering Xia in the middle, scouting ahead, and Ying bringing up the rear. Before long, a tremendous explosion erupted from another direction, causing Wang's heart to leap with joy. It seemed the Mist Ninjas had indeed engaged Deidara, significantly increasing their chances of escape. Not far from the coastline of the land of water, they beheld the boundless azure sky and the vast ocean, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Just then, a barrage of shurikens rained down upon them, and Wang's swiftly unsheathed his katana, deftly deflecting the incoming projectiles. A total of 20 Mist Ninjas materialized before them, and upon noticing 8 of them adorned with Jonin headbands, unease spread among Xia and Ying. How could they encounter such a formidable contingent of Mist Ninjas here, when they were so close to escaping this wretched place? The leading Mist Ninja inquired, "Which nation's ninjas are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating the land of water? If you cooperate, I might grant you a dignified death." He was the current leader of the Blood Mist faction, nicknamed Bloodslaughter, and it seemed they were in dire straits, Xia's gaze wavering as he introduced the situation. Bloodslaughter was taken aback to find Wang Zhua and the others, initially concerned about Didara's diversionary tactics, but now he had inadvertently caught a few small fish. How will I know if I don't try? Since there's no escape, let us fight to the death. Upon hearing that their opponent was a powerful mist ninja, Ying's trepidation vanished, and with a resolute expression, she hefted her great sword. Let's go. With a fierce determination, Ying charged towards the 20 mist ninjas. Inspired by Ying's unwavering resolve, Xia and the ever-composed Wang Zhuo followed suit into the fray. Wang Zhuo thought to himself that they must first eliminate the Chunin. Otherwise, they would be at a significant numerical disadvantage. Do you not value your lives? Bloodslaughter observed the advancing trio with indifference. Fire release, great fireball technique, wind release, gale palm. Under the combined ninjutsu of Xia and Ying, a colossal fireball soared towards the mist ninjas, allowing the trio to close the distance amidst the flames. Water release, clear water wave. Bloodslaughter exhaled a stream of water, instantly extinguishing the fireball. Yet Wang Zhuo and his companions soon clashed directly with the mist ninjas. Lightning release, thunderclap slash. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhuo dispatched several Chunin-level mist ninjas. Bloodslaughter, realizing Wang Zhuo's formidable strength, prepared to confront him directly, only to be intercepted by Ying, who was radiating battle intent. Your opponent is me, Leaf Village style. Wild Lion's main slash. Ying combined his fury with the fiery chakra, igniting his colossal sword in a blazing crimson flame, charging forth like a ferocious lion towards Xue Sha. With a disdainful expression, Xue Sha declared, Ninjutsu. Blood cloak. A thin layer of red garment enveloped Xue Sha, successfully warding off Ying's thunderous strike. Yet the flames from the great sword continued to sear the crimson attire. Furrowing his brows, Xue Sha leapt back and swiftly formed seals. Invoking the ninjutsu, Heavenly Net. A web of bloodlines materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Ying before violently constricting. Observing Ying in peril, Xia braced himself against a blade wielded by a J-nin-level mist ninja. Executing wind release. Wind cutter. The immense wind blade cleaved through Xue Sha's net, allowing Ying to evade just as Wang Zhuo seized the opportunity to unlock the fourth gate of the 8 gates, swiftly dispatching the remaining J-nin of the mist before the others could intervene. Damn it! Xue Sha seethed, realizing that only he and 7 J-nin remained on his side. The already diminished numbers of the mist ninja had suffered a grievous blow. Enraged, he unleashed the forbidden ninjutsu. Blood Realm's secret technique. A crimson barrier unfurled, enveloping all present. Xia, with his injured arm, felt as though the very blood within him was being siphoned from his wound. Seizing the moment, a J-nin struck while Xia clutched his injury, delivering a ruthless blow that pierced through Xia's body. Wang Zhuo, having opened the healing gate, instantly rushed to Xia's side, invoking lightning release, thunder slash. He severed the J-nin's arm, rescuing Xia, yet the J-nin's blood gushed forth from the severed limb, transforming into a desiccated corpse within mere seconds in the barrier's confines. Witnessing the J-nin's gruesome fate, the remaining J-nin recoiled towards Xue Sha, while Ying retreated beside Wang Zhuo, expressing concern. Are you all right, Xia? Feeling the relentless flow of blood from his wound, Xia, pale as a ghost, replied, I am beyond saving. You must flee. I possess one final technique that may hold them at bay for a time. Within this eerie barrier, it seemed that any injury, regardless of severity, would result in unceasing bloodshed. Wang Zhuo, uncertain of his ability to escape unscathed from Xue Sha's sinister jutsu, hesitated upon hearing Xia's words, remaining silent in contemplation. Unperturbed by Wang Zhuo's reticence, Ying resolutely proclaimed, I will never abandon my comrades. This is my ninja way. I anticipated this day when I joined the Umbu. Xin, you are the strongest. You must go. Wang Zhuo's gaze shifted, his inner turmoil raging fiercely, yet ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion, leading him to self-mockingly reflect. Alas, I truly fear death. Gradually, he laid Xia down, turning away without a backward glance. Strangely, Xue Sha did not pursue him, allowing Wang Zhuo to escape the barrier. The bloodstains upon the ground inexplicably vanished, the deceased J-nin transformed into lifeless husks. With a cold demeanor, Xue Sha addressed Ying, stating, ninjas should sever all ties. What a farcical ninja way. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Rest assured, your comrades will soon join you. Sensing Xue Sha's impending assault, Xia gathered his final breath to form seals, invoking the illusion technique. Universal phenomena. Upon releasing the technique, his essence dissipated, blood flowing cleanly from him, transforming him into a lifeless form. Xue Sha and his companions fell victim to the illusion, rendered immobile and ensnared in place. Ing summoned every ounce of remaining chakra within him, forming seals and shouting, "Fire release!" 8 dragons dance. 8 fiery dragons surged forth toward Shueisha and the 8 others. "Damn it! Break for me!" A surge of pure murderous intent erupted from Shueisha, shattering the illusions conjured by Xia. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The water dragon clashed with the fire dragon, transforming into a thick mist. Meanwhile, the other 7 elite shinobi were unable to escape the grasp of the illusion and were engulfed by the fire dragon, their blood not even having the chance to be absorbed before they were reduced to charred remains. "Such a heavy loss shall not go unpunished. I vow to drain every drop of your blood." Ninjutsu. Blood sword clash. Shueisha bellowed furiously. Countless blood swords materialized within the barrier, piercing through the defenseless Ing, whose blood was instantaneously siphoned away, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. None shall escape. Shueisha dispelled the barrier, transforming into a shadow of blood as he swiftly pursued the direction of Wang Zuo's escape. As long as there was the scent of blood upon him, he would not elude my pursuit. Thus, the name Shueisha was born. Even though Wang Zuo had utilized water release to cleanse himself of the bloodstains, the stench of blood would linger for a while longer. Chapter 31. Unity of Man and Heaven. With the enhancement of the 8 gates of Biryaku, Wang Zuo swiftly reached the boundary of the land of water. Without pausing at the sight of the barrier before him, he charged through it and emerged beyond the shores of the land of water. On the boundless ocean, Wang Zuo continued to run into the distance without dispelling the 8 gates of Biryaku. A shadow of blood swiftly followed, piercing through the barrier to block Wang Zuo's path. Shueisha revealed himself with a cold smirk, saying, "Still trying to escape? Your companions are waiting below for you." Ninjutsu. Blood Realm's secret technique. Upon witnessing the barrier unfold, Wang Zuo hastily retreated, chuckling to himself. Shueisha coldly sneered as he formed seals, declaring, "Ninjutsu. Heavenly net." A blood net descended from above. Lightning release. Thunderclap, slash. The sword imbued with lightning instantly severed the blood net. But Wang Zuo found himself ensnared within the blood realm, feeling as though his very essence was being drawn out of his body. 8 gates of Biryaku. Opening of the view gate. A formidable power surged within him, suppressing the boiling blood. Wang Zuo understood that this was a fight to the death. Unlike the previous encounter with Orochimaru, Shueisha would show no mercy. Shueisha fixed his gaze on Wang Zuo, who had opened the view gate, snorting, "Ah, the famed taijutsu of Konoha that defeated the 7 mist shinobi. Allow me to witness the legendary 8 gates of Biryaku ninjutsu." Blood sword clash. Countless blood swords manifested within the barrier, their tips aimed at Wang Zuo, ready to strike. Sage art. Thunder battle armor. Lightning enveloped Wang Zuo, coalescing into a form reminiscent of ancient Chinese armor, as the incoming blood swords collided with the lightning armor, dissipating upon impact. Sage art. Flying thunder slash. From a distance, Wang Zuo swung his blade down toward Shueisha, unleashing a crescent-shaped bolt of thunder that cleaved through the ocean surface, hurtling directly toward Shueisha. With no time to evade, Shueisha formed seals, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu." Blood shadow. He was then cleaved in two by the lightning, transforming into 2 shadows of blood that soon merged back into a single form. Coldly sneering, "Futile. Within my barrier, I am an immortal being. Let us see how long your jutsu can endure." Wang's brows furrowed, as the incessantly appearing blood swords eroded the power of the lightning armor. It would not be long before the defenses of the armor were breached. He thought to himself, despite the time required for Shueisha to utilize blood shadow, he was deliberately creating distance at my speed. I would not reach him in time. Thus, I can only attempt that particular technique. With resolute determination, Wang Zuo closed his eyes, suppressing a myriad of negative emotions, immersing his body and spirit into a realm of unity between heaven and man. Formless, without self, all things empty, his heart attuned to the grand Tao, achieving oneness with the universe. Blood slaughter was suddenly struck by an impulse. An instinct urged him to swiftly eliminate Wang Zuo. He could not help but intensify his chakra, forming the seal for the ninja technique. Blood slaughter sword shadows. Countless blood swords split off, all simultaneously lunging towards Wang Zuo in an instant. Wang Zuo was engulfed by the onslaught of blood swords, appearing from a distance as though encased in a sphere of blood, while cracks began to spread across his thunder armor. Just as the armor seemed on the verge of shattering, Wang Zuo abruptly opened his eyes. What a gaze! Blood slaughter was taken aback as he beheld Wang Zuo's expressionless eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the essence of the heavens and earth, the ultimate truths of the world, rendering one utterly entranced. The surrounding blood swords and the blood realm vanished entirely, as blood slaughter stood transfixed, gazing at those eyes, motionless. Wang Zhuo, devoid of expression, looked skyward, peering through the heavens into the cosmos. His perspective shifted to that of an infinitely high vantage point, revealing that this universe was not vast. It was formed of 100,000 celestial bodies, with the planet housing the Naruto continent merely a small orb not far from the cosmic center. The celestial being, Wang Zhuo, sighed to himself about the myriad phenomena of the world, dreamlike and ephemeral. Who can attain eternity? Who can transcend? He glanced at the entranced blood slaughter, akin to observing an ant, and with a casual motion, struck down with a palm, summoning a 10-meter-wide thunderous hand that reduced blood slaughter to ashes, chillingly devoid of any energy fluctuations throughout the entire ordeal. This body remains far too feeble. A mere casual strike exhausted all my energy. The celestial being, Wang Zhuo, mused to himself, subsequently closing his eyes and descending into the depths of the sea. In the land of water, within the Mizukige's office of Kurigakure at Mizukige-sama, the ninja who attacked the Blood Mist base were remnants of the purged bloodline clans, and the disappearance of the fourth Mizukige is also related to the organization that assaulted the Blood Mist base. Furthermore, Minister Bloodslaughter and his entourage are missing. Preliminary investigations suggest they have been slain. A mist ninja respectfully reported to a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a figure that rivaled Tsunade's, yet even more alluring and captivating. The fifth Mizukige remained silent. After dismissing the mist ninja, a figure emerged from the shadows, a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s. The fifth Mizukige respectfully inquired, "Father, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhao Tianluo, in a fit of rage, responded, "The first Mizukige had long issued a warning against allowing Jinchuriki to serve as Mizukige. They possess fatal vulnerabilities. Yet those minor clans refused to heed it, covertly contacting the feudal lord of the Land of Water to install the Three-Tails Jinchuriki as Mizukige to constrain us. Now, the illustrious fourth Mizukige has been captured. This is an utter disgrace." After calming down, he spoke softly to Terumi Mei. "However, we, the major clans, did not make an effort to prevent the fourth's disappearance. This presents us with an opportunity to regain control over the Land of Water. Mei, you must first announce that the fourth has been incapacitated due to the tailed beast's loss of control. We cannot allow anyone to know he has been captured. And what shall we do about that organization?" The fifth Mizukige, Terumi Mei, continued to inquire. "They can casually deploy several shadow-level warriors, and even Bloodslaughter, who is comparable to me among the shadow level, was silently eliminated. It appears they are primarily here for the tailed beasts. We must tread cautiously and conduct a thorough investigation in secret." After uttering the words Zhao Tianluo, he retreated into the darkness, his figure vanishing. Sensing her father's departure, Maiming let out a sigh of relief, carelessly resting her head on the table and muttering, "Water shadow is truly dull. I wonder what Dad is thinking. How boring." On the vast ocean, a modest fishing boat sailed. "Grandpa, Grandpa, this big brother has awakened." Wang Zhuo slowly opened his eyes to see a little girl joyfully calling out to someone. The refreshing sea breeze pulled Wang Zhuo's hazy thoughts back as he groggily inquired, "Where am I?" At that moment, the little girl had already brought over an elderly man, who kindly addressed Wang Zhuo, saying, "You are on Choming Island, at the periphery of the Kingdom of Water. We came out to fish and found you floating on the surface. Young man, are you all right?" Wang Zhuo recalled battling Shueisha, ultimately choosing to risk entering a state of unity with heaven and man, after which he lost consciousness. Awakening on this fishing boat, he thought to himself, "Though I do not understand what transpired, I have survived." Feeling a slight pain in his internal meridians and recognizing that his chakra had partially recovered, he replied to the elderly man, "Thank you, I am fine now." "Big brother, are you a ninja?" The little girl, peeking out from behind the elderly man, asked curiously, her large, innocent eyes fixated on Wang Zhuo's ninja attire. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged in Wang Zhuo's mind. He inexplicably recalled that before leaving, he should have eliminated 2 individuals to prevent the mist ninja from possibly discovering his whereabouts. However, his body was not yet capable of engaging in intense combat. Sensing Wang Zhuo's unusual demeanor, the elderly man quickly shielded the little girl and reproached, "Xiao Hua, how could you be so impolite?" He then turned to Wang Zhuo, bowing apologetically, "My apologies, young my granddaughter does not understand. We meant no harm. There is no one nearby in these vast seas, and you are safe here." It seemed the aftermath of the unity with heaven and man had surfaced, as his emotions appeared to have dulled. Just moments ago, he had contemplated harming the innocent elder and child who had saved his life. Forcing himself to suppress this overwhelming rationality, Wangzhou took out a pouch of silver notes from his bosom and placed it at the bow of the boat before hurriedly jumping off and departing. Observing Wangzhou running across the water's surface, the little girl gasped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her grandfather's reprimand. The elderly man, sighing in relief, sternly admonished the little girl, "Xiao Hua, never speak carelessly to a ninja again. Otherwise, you may never see your parents or grandfather again." The little girl nodded in a half-understanding manner, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, but registering that ninjas were perilous, just as the big brother who had initially seemed so friendly had suddenly turned frightening. Chapter 32. Return to Konoha, seeking recommendations. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds loomed, and the sea began to churn with fierce winds, waves crashing against the rocks. On an unnamed small island, Wangzhou curled up in the Soul Cave. A small fire illuminated the dim cavern, and Wangzhou was drenched in sweat, looking exceedingly pained, his entire body trembling, with his teeth biting into his lip, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. After approximately half an hour, Wangzhou finally returned to normal, using water release to cleanse his clothes and body. While drying his clothes, he gazed thoughtfully at the fire, finally restoring the injured meridians within his body. Now, he could only await the gathering of chakra, which should not take long before he could return to Konohagakure. Dressed in his garments, he suddenly noticed the battered katana, its blade riddled with nicks, evoking memories of the fallen Xia and Ing, who had never had the chance to learn each other's names. Perhaps one day, he too would meet his end in some nameless corner, a thought that should have been profoundly sorrowful. Yet he felt not a trace of grief, only an unending indifference beneath the veneer of reason. The glimmer of the blade reflected Wang's cold demeanor as he sheathed his sword and donned his weapon pouch. The weather outside had calmed, and after determining the direction of Konohagakure, he departed the cave. Fortunately, the journey was free from tempestuous weather. Within 2 days, Wangzhou returned to the land of waves. Ignoring the bustling activity at the dock, he made his way directly to a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal, relishing the taste of rice after 2 days of fasting, which felt like the finest delicacy in the world. Unfazed by the curious glances of those around him, Wangzhou continued to devour his 18th bowl of rice. Soon, the attention of the patrons shifted to 2 newcomers, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Their forehead protectors marked with a / boss, they're rogue ninjas. The bounty on their heads is substantial. Should we point? One wandering ninja whispered, gesturing a throat-cutting motion to his companion. Instantly, his comrade pulled him down, anxiously warning, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Look at their attire and the rings on their hands. They belong to Ōtsutsuki, the most formidable mercenary organization in the underworld." The wandering ninja, realizing the truth of the matter, promptly sat back down, silenced by fear, daring not to cast another glance. As the 2 members of Ōtsutsuki passed by, one of the rogue ninjas from Konohagakure glanced back at him, a flash of red light, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His companion hurriedly cradled the corpse, not daring to utter a word. The attire suggested they were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Thankfully, Wangzhou had kept his forehead protector hidden. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a predicament. Kisame nonchalantly took a seat at an empty table, placing his wrapped sword aside, and addressed the silent Itachi. "Previously, the boss sent us to investigate the Kyubi and Orochimaru's affairs. It seems you have a particular interest in that brat. Why let him associate with such a dangerous individual?" Time was of the essence. The appearance of that person, coupled with the boss's plans, meant that the ninja world would soon be anything but tranquil. He had to grow stronger with utmost urgency. Otherwise, it would be better to perish sooner. Memories of Ōtsutsuki's Sharingan and Pain's Rinnegan flashed through his mind as Itachi murmured to himself, recalling Sasuke's angry, bewildered expression from their last encounter. Their conversation reached Wangzhou's attentive ears, and he mused that Itachi's concern for Sasuke remained consistent with the storyline, allowing him to momentarily set aside worries and strategizing regarding Sasuke. After finishing his 20th bowl of rice, Wangzhou rose to settle the bill and depart. Kisame scrutinized the departing Wangzhou, astonished by the sheer volume of his appetite, contemplating the curiosity of dissecting him for a closer look. Itachi furrowed his brow, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. "We are here to investigate the whereabouts of the 6 tails. If we stir up trouble, the boss will certainly be displeased." Recalling the terror of Pain, Kisame swiftly suppressed his emotions, languidly consuming the recently served meal while occasionally exchanging a few words with Itachi. However, Itachi mostly remained silent, which Kisame found unremarkable as he continued to speak on his own. Upon reaching the border of the Land of Fire, Wang's sense of crisis finally dissipated, prompting him to slow his pace and take notice. Emerging from the woods were 8 rustic villagers, who, upon spotting Wang's, were adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, warmly inquired, "Ninja-sama, do you require water or food? We have fruits and provisions available." Feeling parched, Wang's queried, "How much for these fruits?" The villager replied, "No charge. Consider it a small token of gratitude for the protection Konoha offers us." Wang's responded, "Very well then. Let us trade your lives instead." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his katana and unexpectedly plunged it through the villager's heart. He mockingly remarked, "You all display such ferocity. Do you take me for a fool? Yet, I am quite curious about the courage that emboldens you to strike at a ninja." Witnessing the death of their companion, one among them furiously exclaimed, "Boss, number 5 is dead. We must avenge him. Let us kill this brat." Oblivious to their own recklessness, the bandit leader drew a large blade hidden in his pack and charged at Wang's. Wang's found their audacity laughable. A mere handful of common bandits dared to confront a ninja. Though he regarded them with disdain, reason still prevailed. "Lightning release. Thunderclap slash," he declared, severing the weapons from the bandits' grasps and eliminating them all. Only the leader, in his final moments, attempted to retrieve a scroll from his bosom, but Wang's speed rendered him too late. After scavenging useful items from the fallen, he used fire release to incinerate the corpses. On his journey, Wang's cautiously unrolled the scroll he had obtained. Within it lay a dense array of sealing symbols, seemingly not related to ninjutsu but rather a rare form of sealing technique. It was no wonder that the bandits dared to rob a ninja. Regrettably, they had vastly underestimated his prowess. However, this sealing technique appeared to involve spatial confinement, which he could thoroughly investigate upon his return. Days later, he finally arrived back at Konoha. Gazing at the gates of the village, a wave of nostalgia washed over Wang's. Instead of heading home, he made his way directly to the Umbu headquarters, where he reported the details of his mission to the leader. Upon hearing of the sacrifices of Xiao and Ing, the leader's expression remained unchanged. For the Umbu, life and death were mere everyday occurrences. However, when Wang's disclosed that the 4th Mizukage had been captured by the Ōtsutsuki organization, the leader's demeanor shifted noticeably. "Excellent. This mission has concluded successfully. I shall record it as an S-rank mission. Since this is your first successful mission, you are entitled to claim 1 S-rank and 1 A-rank ninjutsu scroll." After dismissing Wang's, the leader promptly forwarded the intelligence to the minister. Wang's then proceeded to the scroll management office to collect his reward, where he encountered the same elderly man as before. The old man seemed to remember Wang's, tossing him a booklet and saying, "You're here to collect your reward, I presume? Here is the list. Choose for yourself." Disregarding the dazzling array of various B-level ninjutsu, I turned my attention to the scarce A and S-level techniques: A-level fire release, fire dragon dance; A-level water release, water dragon bullet; A-level earth release, earth dragon bullet; A-level lightning release, thunderstorm; A-level wind release, wind blade; A-level illusion technique, all things in the forest; A-level taijutsu, Konoha-style sword technique; A-level taijutsu, Konoha-style blade technique; S-level ninjutsu, 8 trigram sealing technique; S-level ninjutsu, 5 elements sealing technique; S-level ninjutsu, 4 pillars binding technique. Wang's selected A-level taijutsu, Konoha-style blade technique, and S-level ninjutsu, 4 pillars binding technique, contemplating that the forbidden scrolls of ninjutsu must be completed through S-level missions for a chance to acquire them. The elder handed the scroll containing the ninjutsu details to Wang's, cautioning him that training in S-level ninjutsu is exceedingly perilous, advising him not to be overly ambitious. He also reminded him to destroy the scroll upon use. Should it be leaked, he would be regarded as a rogue ninja by Konoha, facing pursuit from various ninja villages in this era of peace. Chapter 33. A Battle with Niji. Wang's returned home and unrolled the scroll, immersing himself in the study of the newly acquired ninjutsu. Sealing techniques, a form of ninjutsu that utilizes seals to achieve various effects, are most famously associated with the Uzumaki clan, which regrettably faced annihilation after the death of its first generation. Although a few survivors occasionally appear, most of their ancestral sealing techniques have been lost. The sealing techniques in Konoha primarily derive from the Uzumaki clan. The Konoha blade techniques document numerous insights and techniques from Konoha swordmasters, with the most renowned being the dance of the crescent moon. It allows for an instantaneous division into 3, attacking the enemy from 3 different directions, rendering them defenseless. Coupled with the sealing scroll obtained from bandits, Wang's understanding of sealing techniques deepened significantly. After several days of training, he intended to visit Lee and Sakura, as Sasuke and Naruto were not around, and these were the few he felt familiar with. Initially, he planned to see Hinata, but regrettably, she had gone for family training. Upon arriving at the hospital, He learned that Lee had recovered and been discharged after receiving treatment from Tsunade a few days prior. Sakura, too, had caught Tsunade's eye and was now her apprentice, working at the hospital. Following the staff's guidance, he reached the operating room door, where Sakura was assisting Senior Tianshan with a procedure. Wang Zhuo patiently waited outside, contemplating some training-related issues in his mind. 2 hours later, just as Wang Zhuo was about to leave, the operating room door swung open, and a sweaty Sakura emerged with others. Spotting Wang Zhuo outside, Sakura expressed surprise, turning to Tianshan, saying, "Senior Tianshan, my friend has come to see me. I'll take my leave." As Sakura approached Wang Zhuo, she exclaimed, "Wang Zhuo-kun, it's been a while indeed. I just returned from completing a mission and wanted to see you. I heard you're now Tsunade's apprentice. How have you been?" he replied, noticing the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, much like Tsunade's. Upon hearing that Wang Zhuo had come specifically to see her, Sakura beamed. "Lady Tsunade has been very good to me. Not only did she heal my mental struggles, but she also took me as her disciple. I've become quite formidable now." Sakura proudly lifted her chin. Her demeanor seemingly transformed from before. Was it a result of conquering her inner demons? Wang Zhuo fell into contemplation. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Sakura opened her wide eyes, her adorable little face leaning closer to Wang Zhuo as she curiously inquired. Wang Zhuo, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Sakura, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, found himself momentarily entranced, as if stirred by emotions long dormant. "You seem different from before. Indeed, it is you who has changed. You used to greet everyone with a smile." Grasping Wang Zhuo's hand, she exuberantly declared, "Come with me. I'll treat you to something delicious," and began to run towards the hospital exit. Observing the lively Sakura ahead, a sudden thought crossed Wang Zhuo's mind. Youth is truly wonderful. What nonsense. I'm not even 30 when I combine both my lifetimes. I'm hardly old. After indulging in a delightful meal with the spirited Sakura, Wang Zhuo proceeded to the training grounds to visit Xiaoli and Kai. "Xiaoli, today we must intensify our training. Your physical condition has noticeably declined." "Understood, Teacher Kai." The fervent voices of the two echoed from afar, and Wang Zhuo approached them with a greeting. "Teacher Kai, Xiaoli." "Ah, it's Wang Zhuo back from his endeavors. I heard you have joined the Umbu. Though perilous, it greatly enhances one's abilities." Kai enthusiastically embraced him. "Wang Zhuo, once I regain my strength and become stronger, I must challenge you to a duel," Xiaoli declared, brimming with fighting spirit. Wang Zhuo encouraged, "Absolutely, you must strive hard. I have already attained the rank of Jonin." Tian, upon hearing that Wang Zhuo had become a Jonin, gazed at him with admiration. Meanwhile, Niji fixed his gaze on Wang Zhuo and asserted, "I demand a match against you. I wish to see just how much prowess you possess after your earlier boastfulness." Ever since returning to his clan and undergoing a brief reprimand, Niji had diligently absorbed the teachings of the clan leader, mastering numerous formidable family techniques, and felt no trepidation towards Wang Zhuo's Jonin strength. "As you wish, Hinata is my friend. Based on your past actions towards her, I will show you that true strength is never solely a product of innate talent." Wang Zhuo promptly seized a wooden sword from the training ground to confront Niji. In a state of distress, Tian exclaimed to Kai, "Aren't you going to stop them?" Ninjas do not simply grow stronger through relentless training. Practical combat is equally essential. Besides, this is the essence of youth. A clash fueled by their respective convictions. "Go for it, Wang Zhuo." "Niji," Kai shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Tian's expression darkened, muttering, "What a farce, and Kai is no better." Niji assumed his stance without making a move, looking down at Wang Zhuo with disdain. Unperturbed, Wang Zhuo charged forward, executing the leaf's blade technique. Dance of the crescent moon. Instantly, 3 clones of Wang Zhuo emerged from different directions, launching an assault on Niji. Despite his contempt for Wang Zhuo's abilities, Niji remained intensely focused, sensing the danger in this attack. He swiftly utilized the Hyuga clan's ultimate defensive technique. 8 trigrams palm. Return Heaven. Return Heaven is capable of rebounding all physical attacks, regarded as one of the most formidable defensive ninjutsu. Wang Zhuo's dance of the crescent moon was promptly neutralized, and the wooden sword that struck against Return Heaven was repelled, piercing through the clones, causing all 3 to dissipate. Byakugan. Taking advantage of the moment, Ningxi activated his Byakugan. Perceiving the flow of chakra within Wang Zhuo, he discerned that Wang Zhuo was concealed underground, poised to strike, and swiftly leaped upwards, delivering a powerful palm strike to the ground. The 8 trigrams air palm boom. A shockwave erupted from his palm, fracturing the earth beneath him. Wang Zhuo emerged from the ground on the opposite side, proving the efficacy of the Byakugan, which allowed him to see through Ningxi's stealth. Hemph. Ningxi remained silent, emitting a cold snort as he unleashed successive 8 trigrams air palms towards Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates, evading with rapid agility, transforming the arena into a scene of utter devastation. Indeed, the physical prowess of the Hyuga clan is exceptional. However, it is time to conclude this point. 8 gates of chakra, the door of death. Open. Wang's was swiftly dodged left and right, charging towards Ningxi. Ninjutsu, Crescent Moon Thunder Slash. 3 Wang's was, wielding wooden swords imbued with lightning, struck towards Ningxi. The 8 trigrams palm, returned to heaven. A spherical blue shield materialized. Absorbing the Crescent Moon Thunder Slash in an instant, thunder erupted, and the force of lightning tore through the shield, striking Ningxi, who felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body, rendering him powerless as he collapsed. Wang's was stood expressionless beside Ningxi, gazing down at him, saying, "Is this your so-called theory of destiny? Is this the principle that genius equals strength? You have been bested by a mere ninja from a small clan. Fate lies within our own hands. An indomitable will is the true strength of a warrior." The lightning release, renowned for its pinpoint destructive power, shattered the proud defensive techniques of the Hyuga clan. While Wang's was impeccable control ensured that Ningxi remained unharmed, albeit temporarily weakened. "I have lost," Ningxi muttered, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky. Had he been mistaken from the very beginning? Memories flooded his mind, his clan leader imparting ninjutsu without reservation, and Hinata pleading for him after he had inadvertently injured her. Kai approached and helped Ningxi to his feet, stating, "A ninja must find their own path through constant failures and mistakes. As long as you can see yourself clearly, Ningxi, you will undoubtedly become a capable ninja." Originally intent on treating Kai and others to skewers, Wang Zhua lost interest after the bout with Ningxi and bid farewell to his companions. Returning home alone. Chapter 34. A new mission. Yo. The Immortal Body. 3rd update. Seeking recommendations and collections. After several days of training at home without any noticeable improvement in strength and encountering a bottleneck in his sealing techniques, Wang Zhua made his way to the headquarters of the Umbu, ready to accept a new mission. Spotting the familiar old man, Wang Zhua inquired, "Are there any tasks available?" Despite having exchanged his ordinary mask for a dark golden one, the elder recognized Wang Zhua immediately. "Aren't you the kid who just came a few days ago? Back so soon for another task? I heard you've done quite well, completing an S-rank mission. There's a rather troublesome task suited for you." Without hesitation, Wang Zhua took the scroll and exited, while the elder, with his murky gaze, contemplated, "This kid has potential. If he returns alive this time, perhaps he can inherit my ninjutsu." He was to travel to the Land of Water's hidden hot springs village to investigate a series of murders. 5 jonin from the village had already fallen victim, and the perpetrator was estimated to possess at least elite jonin-level strength, currently active near the borders of the Land of Water. With the scroll tucked away, Wang Zhua equipped himself thoroughly, though prevent his katana from suffering damage as it had previously. This time he strapped on 3 blades, with an additional one sheathed at his waist. Fully armed, he set forth, drawing curious glances from the guards at the village entrance. His imposing appearance quelled any would-be bandits along the way. None dared to provoke him, for those who presented themselves in an unusual manner were typically formidable in the ninja world. Ignoring the bandits, Wang Zhua focused on his journey. After a grueling 10 days, he finally arrived at the location indicated on the scroll, where assassins were rumored to roam. It suddenly dawned on him that the notorious serial killer was likely the yet-to-join Ōtsutsuki member. Hidan. Hidan's immortality posed a significant challenge, but apart from that, he seemed lacking in any extraordinary abilities aside from his cursed body and impressive taijutsu. Wang Zhua began to search the vicinity, but after several hours, he came up empty-handed. As darkness fell, he surmised that Hidan had likely been found by Ōtsutsuki members and persuaded to join their ranks. "Hey, would you care to join the cult of the evil god? Our teachings are quite generous." A figure emerged from the woods, wielding a blood-red scythe, addressing Wang Zhua. "What are the benefits of joining?" Wang Zhua replied, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Hidan. Sensing the overwhelming killing aura emanating from the youth in the dark golden mask, Hidan nonchalantly remarked, "You can kill anyone you wish. Not a bad doctrine, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Zhua slowly drew his katana from his waist. "So, that means I can kill you as well." Lightning release. Thunderclap slash. Wang Zhua executed a swift strike, but Hidan casually responded, "Of course, as long as you can actually kill me." Dance of death. The blood-red scythe spun at high speed, creating a swirling vortex of crimson. Such power exceeded that depicted in the original narrative, confirming that no shadow-level warrior was to be underestimated. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The earth dragon collided violently with the red tempest, halting its advance. Ninjutsu. For pillar binding technique. For massive stone pillars erupted, inscribed with seals, as lightning coursed through them, forming an electric net that ensnared Hidan. The red storm crashed into the lightning net, only to be repelled by the sealing power, dispersing the tempest and revealing Hidan's form. Observing the numerous seals on the pillars, Hidan grumbled, "Sealing techniques? How bothersome! If I had known, I would have just killed you in one go." He slashed his own arm, blood dripping onto the ground, gradually forming an eerie inverted triangle. Frantically chanting, "Evil God, grant me power, and I shall offer you delectable sacrifices." Strange waves emanated from Hidan, filled with slaughter, malevolence, and bloodlust. He lifted his scythe and gently placed its tip upon the ground, causing intricate arrays to appear. "Ha ha ha! Let destruction reign. Death is the finest offering. Evil God, annihilate." A tremendous force erupted from the center of the array, shattering the four-pillar binding technique in an instant, obliterating everything in the vicinity and sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. 8 Gates of Duinjia. Opening of the view gate. Wangzhou hastily retreated, exiting the area enveloped by the array, but the ensuing shockwave sent him crashing into the woods in the distance. 3 figures clad in black, adorned with crimson clouds, were drawn to the tremendous commotion. Such a potent surge of energy must be an S-rank ninjutsu. Could it be the individuals we seek? Let us investigate. Conan, accompanied by Kakuzu and Itachi, hastened towards the location where Wangzhou confronted Hidan. Wangzhou, tattered and weary, emerged from the thicket, while Hidan, astonished, marveled at the fact that someone could survive in the midst of his evil god's oblivion. With his left hand, he unsheathed a katana from his back, and Wangzhou, calm and collected, held the blade with both hands, ready for battle. Neither party moved to strike again, sensing the approach of others. The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet. Had it not been for the surrounding devastation and the unexpected clear area around Hidan, one might not have realized the intensity of their earlier clash. Before long, Conan and her companions arrived, discovering with surprise that Wangzhou bore the Leaf Village forehead protector. Kakuzu murmured, "When did another eccentric from the Leaf appear? He looks merely like a youth." "Itachi, do you recognize this individual?" Itachi did not respond to Kakuzu, his focus entirely on Hidan, whose malevolent aura compelled his Sharingan to activate, his crimson gaze fixed upon Hidan. "TSK, Kakuzu," feeling slighted by Itachi's disregard, was interrupted by Conan, who stated, "Our objective is to recruit Hidan into Ōtsutsuki. Let us not complicate matters." After pacifying Kakuzu, Conan inquired of Hidan, "Might I ask if you are Hidan?" "Indeed. Are you here to join the evil god cult as well?" Hidan replied with a grin. "Not at all. We wish to extend an invitation for you to join our organization," Conan clarified. Hidan laughed. "Are you jesting? I have no intention of being constrained by any organization. I am busy promoting the evil god cult." Before Conan could continue, Kakuzu stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, "If you refuse, I shall send you to the underworld." His arms suddenly elongated, lunging toward Hidan. Hidan did not evade, allowing Kakuzu's arm to pierce through him, seizing the opportunity to bite down on it. Kakuzu hastily withdrew his arm, but the wound Hidan sustained quickly healed. "Kid, you possess some skill," Kakuzu remarked, astonished. "Ha! Die!" Hidan retorted, forming an unusual hand seal before thrusting his scythe without hesitation through his own heart. Kakuzu felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though pierced by a blade, resulting in the loss of one of his 5 life substitutes. "You're still not dead?" Hidan exclaimed, perplexed, with the scythe still embedded in his chest. Conan, seeing this, rushed forward to prevent further conflict. At this moment, Wangzhou decisively acted, invoking the art of shadow movement. Except for Itachi, everyone else instantaneously lost their sight. Dual blade technique, crescent moon thunder slash. 6 crescent-shaped bolts of lightning surged toward the 4 enveloped in darkness. As the thunder struck, Conan, having prepared in advance, transformed into countless paper fragments, while Itachi transformed into a raven, swiftly escaping the darkness. Kakuzu and Hidan, however, were not so fortunate. Kakuzu was struck by the lightning, losing yet another life substitute, while Hidan was cleaved in 2, though he rapidly began to regenerate. Chapter 35. The 8 Gates. Opening of the Shock Gate. Seeking recommendations and thank you all. As the effects of the dark arts faded, Hidan lay on the ground, attempting to mend his severed body. Kakuzu, his face contorted with rage, seethed at the loss of 2 of his life-sustaining doppelgangers, driving him to unleash his fury by slicing Hidan into several pieces with a wind technique. before charging towards Wang Zhuo. "Are we not going to intervene?" Itachi inquired of Konan. With a stoic expression, Konan replied, "No need. Let Kakuzu vent his anger. He has a notoriously volatile temperament." She glanced at the scarred forehead protector adorning Itachi's head, pondering, "Is that boy not from your former village of Konoha? Should you wish to interfere, I shall not stand in your way." Ultimately, Itachi refrained from intervening, choosing instead to quietly observe alongside Konan from a nearby tree. In the face of Kakuzu's menacing approach, Wang Zhuo remained unperturbed, forming hand seals as he declared, "Earth release. Earth flow river. You dare challenge me with your meager earth release techniques? You are truly oblivious to your impending demise." Kakuzu retorted, solidifying the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that Kakuzu had once assassinated a Hokage and was proficient in the 5 elemental ninjutsu, possessing 5 life replacement bodies within him. Wang Zhuo cast a glance at Itachi, reflecting, "It seems the narrative remains unchanged. Itachi has not truly betrayed Konoha." Earth release. Earth spike barrage. From Wang Zhuo's position, spikes of earth erupted violently around him. He quickly leaped into the air, but Kakuzu's laughter echoed, "Futile." The earth spikes launched skyward towards Wang Zhuo. Sage art. Thunder armor. The lightning-infused armor deflected a multitude of earth spikes, yet the sheer force propelled Wang Zhuo higher, leaving only a diminutive silhouette visible from the ground. Kakuzu, undeterred, continued weaving hand seals, invoking water release, waterfall technique, and lightning release. Lightning surge. The area surrounding Wang Zhuo's landing spot was soon inundated by the torrent of the waterfall technique. The surface crackling with electricity, as Wang Zhuo plummeted towards the electrified water. A sense of impending doom washed over him. He decisively discarded his sword, using it as leverage to spring onto the adjacent grassland, as the blade was instantly disintegrated into minuscule shards upon contact with the water. Hemph! Kakuzu clearly bristled at Wang Zhuo's evasion of his lethal trap. Ignoring Kakuzu's ire, Wang Zhuo, with 2 swords remaining on his back, drew another, feeling a deeper enhancement within himself following his recent union of mind and body. It was time to attempt to unlock the 7th gate of the 8 gates. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of shock. Open! A vibrant blue aura enveloped Wang Zhuo, as if encased in a flowing stream of chakra, a sensation of boundless power surging forth. This was the essence of the gate of shock. Regrettably, he lacked the mastery of Gai's family's secret techniques. Otherwise, he could have held his own against Kakuzu even with the 6th gate. Konan, astonished, asked, "Itachi, what ninjutsu is this?" Itachi's Sharingan, resembling a swirling shuriken, spun rapidly as he responded, "This is Konoha's most formidable taijutsu forbidden technique, the 8 gates. However, if one's physical constitution is inadequate, there will be dire repercussions after its use." Wielding 2 swords, lightning release. Heavenly killing flash. Wang Zhuo transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Kakuzu, who hastily formed hand seals, invoking wind release. Great wind cutter, a blade of wind, measuring several meters in length, erupted from the mouth of Kakuzu, effortlessly severing the trees along its path with unnaturally smooth cuts that attested to its razor sharpness. However, this remarkably sharp wind technique was abruptly cleaved apart by a bolt of lightning, passing through the astonished Kakuzu, who beheld the form of Wang Zhuo as the thunder dissipated. The latter bore a sword resting on his left shoulder, with another held aloft in his right hand, its electric aura still crackling, enveloped by swirling blue currents. From within Kakuzu's body, another mask emerged, mitigating his grievous injuries. "Damn it, boy, I shall claim your heart." Kakuzu's face contorted in rage. "Let us see if you possess the capability to take it." Dual blade technique. Lightning release. Heaven's kill flash. In close quarters, Wang Zhuo's speed was akin to that of lightning, leaving Kakuzu utterly unable to react. The sound of clashing steel reverberated as Wang Zhuo retreated swiftly, his dual swords shattering upon collision, his gaze fixed warily upon Kakuzu. Standing beside Kakuzu was Hidan, having recovered sufficiently from his wounds, having been the one to intercept Wang Zhuo's assault. "Hey boy, that quarry belongs to me. Dare to consider me your prey? Preposterous. All of you shall perish." Secret technique. Earth grievance. Countless black tendrils burst forth from Kakuzu's body, instantly piercing Hidan's form and consuming his heart. Beneath one of the masks on Kakuzu's back, another emerged, as Hidan collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in irritation, too preoccupied with his words to remember the danger he was in. As Wang Zhuo was positioned at a distance, he had already drawn his last katana when the black tendrils approached. Lightning release. Chaotic blade reversal. Drawing upon the principles of the 8 trigrams, he formed a circular shield of blade light and thunder, repelling the dense mass of tendrils. Once again, he devoured Hidan's newly formed heart, causing the masks on his back to multiply to 3. Kakuzu addressed the struggling Hidan on the ground. You talk too much. Once I deal with that little brat, I shall attend to you. Kakuzu retracted the black tendrils into his body, while Wang Zhuo, gripping his katana, fixed his gaze intently. Fear not, little brat, I shall not allow you to die so easily. Secret technique. Grievous spirit of the 5 elements. Black tendrils erupted from all 4 limbs as the masks on his back shifted, each transforming into a monstrosity formed from the tendrils. With only 3 masks, the 4 figures spoke in unison. Are you prepared to embrace the terror of death, little brat? Fire release. Fire dance, earth release, earth spear. Wind release. Wind cutter, lightning release, thunder step. For simultaneous attacks surged forth, aimed at Wang Zhuo. Unfazed, he calmly formed hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Immortal technique, dragon battle in the wild. From the earth erupted a colossal dragon, encircling Wang Zhuo, its immense form shielding him from all ninjutsu, its body, composed of special stones, remaining unscathed. How is this possible? Alas, if only I had one more clone. Otherwise all 5 elements would be unleashed. The 4 figures simultaneously formed seals and proclaimed, ninjutsu. 4 techniques in harmony. A gigantic fireball, several dozen meters in diameter, emerged, crackling with lightning and growing ever larger under the influence of wind release as it hurtled toward Wang Zhuo. Simultaneously, a massive earthen prison emerged from the ground, seeking to ensnare him. Yet, with a flick of its tail, the dragon shattered the prison, advancing toward the fireball under Wang's was command. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, sending sand and stones flying, plunging the sky into darkness. Countless trees were uprooted, and hills were flattened. Amaterasu. Everything that flew towards Konan and Itachi was consumed by black flames. As tranquility returned, Wang Zhuo lost consciousness at the epicenter of the collision, while Kakuzu lay on the ground, his mask entirely gone, his true form severely injured, struggling to even stand. Hidan's body had completely vanished, but his head remained intact under some mysterious force, buried without a trace. It was over. Let us depart. Konan spoke to Itachi. The two approached the battlefield, where countless paper fragments fluttered from Konan's sleeves, lifting Kakuzu's body and excavating Hidan's head from the earth. Konan cast a glance at the unconscious Wang Zhuo before turning to leave, with Itachi closely following. Along the way, Itachi inquired, puzzled, why she had spared him. Konan retorted, "Did you not wish for me to do so?" Then she smiled, adding, "Even if I struck, you would thwart me. It is better to do a favor." After they departed, Wang Zhuo opened his eyes, appearing not at all dazed. In his hand was the scroll left to him by Jiraiya before his departure. Since the unification of the Land of Water had caused him to lose his memory, Wang Zhuo had refrained from employing that technique. He had initially intended to use the scroll if Konan had attacked him, but it was strange that they only took Hidan, likely due to Itachi's influence. Wang Zhuo pondered quietly. With great difficulty, he rose, feeling pain coursing through every part of his body. He left the site to avoid drawing attention from others who might come, finally collapsing by a small river when he could endure no longer. "Hey, you there, who are you?" Hiding behind a mask and acting mysterious, a disheveled young man, around 20 years old, squatted before Wang Zhuo, chewing on a blade of grass. Wang Zhuo had no time for a response, busy stabilizing his chaotic chakra and reviving his cells. "So you're mute? Huh? Hey, mute, do you know where the nearest village is?" Noticing Wang Zhuo remained motionless, the youth grew displeased, but upon spotting the blood on Wang Zhuo, he realized the latter was near death and no worries. "With me here, you'll be lively in no time." It was only then that Wang Zhuo recognized his injuries. The young man had quite the keen observation. The youth placed his hands on Wang Zhuo's back, and a peculiar energy surged into him in mere minutes. Wang Zhuo's internal and external injuries were healed, yet his chakra remained in turmoil. Frowning, the youth remarked, "Your chakra seems different. Is it sage arts? Are you a descendant of the 3 great holy lands?" Wang Zhuo sat up and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. As for my chakra, I can resolve it myself shortly. There is no need for your concern. Regarding the village, I'm afraid I don't know, but heading north will lead you to the cities of the Land of Hot Water. Just a small matter. I'm Tian Yinyu, and you?" "Shangchuan Wang Zhuo. You may call me Wang Zhuo." Tian Yinyu, curious, asked, "That commotion earlier was caused by you, wasn't it? You're quite strong for your age. Are you from one of the 3 great holy lands?" "No, I hail from the village hidden in the leaves in the land of fire. The three great holy lands? Who are you? Upon hearing that Tianyin was not among the three sacred lands, his spirits visibly dampened. The three sacred lands are Wetbone Forest, Dragon's Cave, and Wonderful Wood Mountain. I am in search of certain items that are said to be found within these sacred places. I have learned that there appears to be an entrance to a sacred land nearby, hence I came here to try my luck. This marks the 5th entrance I have discovered. Alas, Wetbone Forest? Wonderful Wood Mountain? I happen to know individuals who can lead us to Wonderful Wood Mountain and Wetbone Forest. Generally, Wangzhou prefers not to owe favors, and upon seeing Tianyin's desire to venture to the three sacred lands, he wishes to leverage this opportunity to offset the assistance he rendered earlier. Truly, that is splendid. I can finally rescue you, Shuai. Tianyin exclaimed joyously, leaping up and eagerly grasping Wangzhou's hand, inquiring about their location, urging that they set off immediately. You intend to save someone. Perhaps you need not venture to the three sacred lands to resolve this. Our current Hokage in Konoha is among the most elite medical ninjas in the ninja world. She might be able to assist you, although it could prove challenging, as Hokages are typically quite busy. My grandfather possesses remarkable medical skills as well, yet he has been unable to heal Shuai. However, if you assert that this individual can save Shuai, I am willing to do anything. His seemingly frivolous demeanor swiftly transformed into that of a lovesick man. In no time, Wangzhou had stabilized the chaotic chakra within him and stood up, asking, "Would you prefer to first retrieve Shuai, or shall we proceed to Konoha together?" Shuai has always been by my side. You lead the way. Although Tianyin appeared to be alone, Wangzhou did not press further and guided him toward Konoha. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Tianyin, Seeking Recommendations, Collections. The two hurriedly made their way to Konoha. Upon entering the land of fire, the frequency of violence and pillaging diminished significantly. Each time Tianyin encountered such occurrences, he would intervene, earning him considerable admiration from various villages and establishing his reputation as a righteous ninja. However, this also delayed their journey considerably. By evening, while passing through a small village, they encountered a child weeping by the roadside. The child, clad in tattered clothing and with a pale complexion, appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Tianyin approached the child with warmth, inquiring, "Why aren't you returning home? Where are your parents?" The child sobbed, "Daddy, Mommy, and the villagers were all killed by bad people, and my sister was taken away. I am all alone now. I miss my mommy and daddy so much. This is outrageous. This marks the 5th village we have encountered that has suffered a massacre. I cannot believe the outside world is in such disarray." Tianyin, filled with rage, comforted the child before following the trail left by the bandits. Wangzhou was equally intrigued. This was his first time witnessing such events within the borders of the Land of Fire, especially in a place that could be considered peaceful. He carried the exhausted child, who had cried themselves to sleep, while closely following behind. Ultimately arriving at a secluded stronghold, it appeared to be in the midst of a raucous celebration, ablaze with light and revelry. The exuberant cheers of men mingled with the anguished cries of women. Wangzhou hastily enveloped the slumbering child in chakra to prevent any disturbance, while Tianyin's countenance darkened with fury, as he delivered a swift kick that sent the lone guard at the entrance flying. The guard crashed against the door, splintering it, and fell to the ground, lifeless. "Who dares to wreak havoc in Qingfeng's stronghold?" questioned a scarred man, who was seated at the head of the table, currently engaged in unsavory activities with a young girl. "The leader appears to be a ninja from Konoha," interjected a lecherous old man, pointing at Wangzhou, adorned with a mask and the Konoha forehead protector. "A ninja? Quickly summon Lord Qingfeng." Upon hearing the presence of a ninja, the scarred man was instantly gripped by fear, collapsing to the ground. Losing interest in the unconscious girl before him, grabbing a large blade, he sprinted towards the stronghold Soul courtyard, shouting, "Everyone, rally together." Instantly, the bandits converged from all directions. Tianyin whispered to Wangzhou, "Take care of the child. These fragile matters are best left to me." Wangzhou had never witnessed Tianyin employ ninjutsu before, and previous encounters with petty thieves. They had fled in terror upon recognizing their ninja status, making their elimination effortless. This time, however, it seemed the adversaries possessed a formidable backing, as they did not flee. Tianyin resumed his previous demeanor of carefree arrogance, grinning wickedly, "Since you choose to kill, be prepared to be killed. Today, I shall grant you a glimpse of the infernal scenery, born of reincarnation." A colossal black circle emerged, centered around Tianyin, devouring all light, and Wang's vision vanished within its depths. Moments later, apart from the captured women, all the bandits had been reduced to the size of potatoes, with not a trace of blood upon the ground. Only the scarred man who had dashed into the courtyard managed to escape. Trembling, he beheld the hellish scene before him. A middle-aged man appeared at his side, and upon seeing him, the scarred man felt a surge of hope, urgently imploring, "Lord Qingfeng, save me, please." Lord Qingfeng, why? Qingfeng retracted his hand, which had just struck the scarred man dead, harboring a silent contempt for the useless wretch. With a beaming smile, he turned to Wang Zhuo. "Ah, so you are the renowned Umbu of Konoha. How careless of me to be deceived by this fool. I had only stepped out for a few days, and yet such calamity has befallen me. Truly distressing." A cold, merciless voice emanated from behind Wang Zhuo's mask. "I believe you need not grieve. Soon, you shall join him. Young man, do you truly intend to leave no escape route? Beware of capsizing in the gutter. I, Tian Yinyu, shall relish the opportunity to see how you will overturn this vessel. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Tian Yinyu charged at Qingfeng, who remained unfazed, forming hand seals as he intoned, "Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Sound escape, tiger's roar shakes the forest." The space resembled a tranquil surface of water disturbed by a falling stone, sending ripples that shattered everything in their path. Wang Zhuo furrowed his brow, sensing the difficulty of this maneuver, compelling him to retreat from its sharpness. However, Qingfeng had anticipated this. Once he evaded the surrounding women who had been captured, death would be inevitable, and if he did not retreat, he would have to withstand Qingfeng's most formidable killing move, suffering grievous harm if not death. Yet, if this was a scheme against Wang Zhuo, it bore little fruit. Nevertheless, it proved quite effective against the seemingly aloof yet kind-hearted Tian Yinyu, who stood his ground as the ripples collided with him, leading to a curious phenomenon. Every fluctuation was absorbed by his body. How could this be possible? Qingfeng was taken aback, bewildered by this technique that he had never witnessed being performed through hand seals. Before Qingfeng could launch another attack, Tian Yinyu thrust his palm towards him, declaring, "Annihilation of all beings." A dark circle appeared beneath Qingfeng's feet, exuding an unparalleled gravitational pull that rendered him incapable of resistance, his body crashing into the circle and disintegrating into dust. What manner of power is this? Moreover, it required no hand seals, distinctly unlike any ninjutsu. Could it be yet another formidable ocular technique? Wang Zhuo scrutinized Tian Yinyu's eyes. "What, is there something strange on my face?" Tian Yinyu inquired, his pupils as ordinary as anyone else's. Wang Zhuo replied, "Nothing. I merely find your technique rather peculiar. It differs from yours. My grandfather said this is an ancient secret art, but it can only be utilized by those of our clan's bloodline. So it is a bloodline limit. No wonder it is so potent." Wang Zhuo thought to himself, chuckling ruefully at the prowess of the elite. The two returned the victims to the village, ensuring their well-being, before departing with a child named Xiaobai, whose sister had fallen prey to bandits. The mental state of the others was also quite fragile, prompting Wang Zhuo to agree, at Tian Yinyu's request, to escort her to the orphanage in Konoha. Along the way, Tian Yinyu inquired about Xiaobai's full name, to which Xiaobai shook her head, replying, "I don't know. Everyone just calls me Xiaobai." Upon realizing her sister would never return, Xiaobai clung tightly to Wang Zhuo, fearful of abandonment. Tian Yinyu chuckled, "You have quite the affinity for children." Wang Zhuo found himself at a loss for words. Despite wearing a mask that exuded an air of detachment, Tian Yinyu, though often unremarkable, appeared far more approachable. One could only wonder what Xiaobai thought. At last, they returned, the iconic gates of Konoha coming into view. "Tian Yinyu, let us first register at the entrance." At the guard station, a sentinel respectfully addressed the dark-clad Wang Zhuo, "My lord, please declare your identities." "Xin, number 9528, this child is Xiaobai, an orphan of my friend. I intend to take her to the orphanage. This is my friend, let him speak for himself." Xiaobai curiously glanced around. Tian Yinyu turned to the guard, stating, "I am Tian Yinyu, hailing from a small ninja village to the east, here to procure some supplies." The guard handed Tian Yinyu a token, declaring, "This is your pass. Fighting and the use of ninjutsu are prohibited within the village. Let us proceed. First, we must take Xiaobai to the orphanage." "Big brother, what is an orphanage?" Little Bai asked innocently. "It is a place full of fun, where you can make many good friends," came the response. "Really? That's wonderful. Little Bai wants to go play," she exclaimed. "It feels as though you are luring children." "You human trafficker," Tian Yinyu silently commented from the side. Wang Zhuo shot him a murderous glance. "Isn't it you who is meddling in affairs that don't concern you?" With Little Bai's anticipation soaring, Wang Zhuo and the others arrived at the orphanage's entrance. Wang Zhuo discreetly tucked away his mask in a corner, and upon stepping out, Tian Yinyu gasped, I had no idea you were so young. You look barely 15 or 16. Little Bai joyfully chimed in, Big brother, you look so young. I thought you were as old as Uncle Nianyu. Uncle Nianyu. Tian Nianyu muttered with resentment. Wang's remained unfazed, his expression cold, or perhaps entirely devoid of emotion, as he took Little Bai's hand and disregarded the dejected Tian Nianyu while entering the orphanage. Wang Zua, what brings you back? The former caretaker, now evolved from older brother to uncle, greeted him. I have a friend-s orphan, and I hope you can take care of her here. Wang Zua forced a congenial smile as he spoke. What happened? A voice filled with vigor resonated from the entrance. Lord Hokage, you arrived so early. Why didn't you give us a heads up to prepare? The caretaker uncle hurriedly approached. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. I merely wanted to observe the orphanage's usual state. You little rascal, you return without even reporting to the Umbu. I heard there were significant changes during your mission. Before Wang Zua could respond, Tian Nianyu eagerly interjected. Are you Lady Tsunade? I implore you to help me treat my relative. Who is he? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. He is my friend. Tian Nianyu. I owe my survival in this mission to his assistance. I hope you can help him, Lady Tsunade. Where's your relative? I will take a look. But Lady Tsunade, you still have matters to address regarding collaboration with the Sand Shinobi village, came the reminder. It's all right, Shizen. I rarely get a chance to breathe fresh air. Let me stay a little longer. Left with no choice, Shizen allowed Tsunade her indulgence. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Tian Nianyu, please bring out shui air for Lady Tsunade to examine. All right, Tian Nianyu replied, retrieving a scroll and placing it on the ground. As he unrolled it, a mist-shrouded crystal coffin materialized, instantly sending a chill through the air. Little Bai quickly hid behind Wang Zua, clutching his shirt, peeking out cautiously as the mist dissipated. A beautiful young girl, around 17 or 18, emerged from within, dressed in a silvery gown. Her complexion was as pale as ice, her eyes firmly closed, and her exposed skin glimmered as if untouched by the mortal world, resembling a celestial being descending upon earth. Even Wang Zua found himself momentarily entranced. Is this your wife? She looks quite lovely, he inquired curiously. She is my sister. What do you mean Bai looks nice? She is absolutely perfect. Tian Nianyu retorted, delivering a light punch to Wang Zua before opening the coffin. Tsunade approached, placing her hand on Shui Air's forehead to examine her with chakra. After a moment, she retracted her hand. Her brow furrowed in concern. Tian Nianyu hastily inquired, how is she? Can my sister be cured? Chapter 37. The belonging of Xiao Bai. Tsunade slowly articulated, there exists a peculiar energy within her that is siphoning away her life force. Although you have encased her in ice, that energy has also been sealed, yet it cannot be contained indefinitely. We currently have two options. First, to locate something that satisfies that energy. Second, to eliminate it altogether. Tian Nianyu nodded and replied, indeed, my grandfather said the same. However, he was unable to eradicate this energy, claiming it is intertwined with Shui's soul. A single misstep could lead to her complete demise. Your grandfather was correct. The only one capable of such a feat now should be Lord Slug in the Wetbone Forest. However, Lord Slug is in a prolonged slumber, so it may be difficult to summon her. It seems we must resort to the first option, Tsunade pondered. Hearing that Tsunade also found herself at an impasse, Tian Nianyu's spirits waned. Wang Zua turned to Tian Nianyu and asked, what herbs did your grandfather mention? Regaining his composure, Tian Nianyu responded, Miao Mu Chao, Chang Shouhua, and Bu Lao Quan. Grandfather told me these three herbs are exclusive to the three sacred sites. If we can gather them all, we can save Shui. Wang Zua admitted that he had never heard of them, while Tsunade frowned and said, I know where Bu Lao Quan is. It can be found in the Wetbone Forest, provided you can pass Lord Slug's test. However, the other two are quite challenging. Miao Mu Chao is vital to the Toad Clan in Mayaboka Mountain, and Chang Shouhua is a treasure of the Bone Sage in the Dragon Cave. Unless you have something to exchange, he will never part with it. Wang Zua curiously asked, how does Lord Tsunade plan to enter the three sacred sites? I know the entrances to the Wetbone Forest and Mayaboka Mountain, but I am unaware of the location of the Dragon Cave. You could consult Jiraiya. He possesses the true teachings of Mayaboka Mountain and should know. Tian Nianyu once again stowed Shui's coffin back into the scroll and respectfully bowed to Tsunade, saying, thank you, Lord Tsunade. I hope you can inform me of the locations of the Wetbone Forest and Mayaboka Mountain. I wish to give it a try. I believe you should first head to the Wetbone Forest, then return to Konoha and wait for Lord Jiraiya to return. This way, acquiring Miao Mu Chao will be somewhat easier, Wang Zua interjected. Indeed, Wang Zua makes a valid point that I recommend you proceed in this manner. Furthermore, the trials of the Wetbone Forest are quite arduous. Be prepared mentally. Here is a map to one of the entrances. Tsunade handed Tianyin a parchment. Thank you, Lord Tsunade, and thank you as well. Wang's what I shall seek you out upon my return, Tianyin said, clutching the map and departing in haste. Wangzhou expressed his gratitude to Tsunade, saying, Thank you, Lord Tsunade, and no need for thanks. It is merely the bond of sibling affection that compels me to assist. Otherwise, I would not be idly helping, Tsunade declared boldly. It seems Lord Tsunade wishes to be lazy, Shizun whispered. How could that be, Shizun? I am not that sort of person. Ahem, by the way, Wangzhou, what is the situation with the child you are carrying? Lord Tsunade, she hails from the land of fire. Her parents were slain by bandits, and she has no one to care for her. I wish to have her admitted to the orphanage in Konoha. I never expected you to possess such a tender heart. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but you must take care of her yourself, Tsunade remarked playfully. How can this be, Lady Tsunade? I am still quite young and often have to venture out on missions. I simply cannot provide the care she requires, Wangzhou hastily replied. Meanwhile, the little girl, Xiaobai, joyfully exclaimed, That sounds wonderful. I adore big sisters. You both can look after me. My parents always say I am very well behaved. Yet, as if reminded of her parents, Xiaobai's earlier exuberance began to wane. Tsunade knelt down, gently stroking Xiaobai's head with a maternal warmth, assuring her, Do not worry. From now on, Konoha will be your new home. And we shall all be your family. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaobai managed to stammer, Thank you, big sister. Wangzhou, his face flushed crimson, turned away, for from his vantage point, he could see half of Tsunade's magnificent bosom concealed within her voluminous kimono. A pure-hearted young man in both lives, he found the visual impact overwhelming and quickly averted his gaze. Observing the adorable Xiaobai, Tsunade's maternal instincts surged forth as she declared, It is settled then. You shall take care of Xiaobai. When you have missions, simply bring her to the Hokage's office. Upon noticing Wang's peculiar behavior, she turned to him and, in a fit of irritation, delivered a light punch to his head. Ow! Wangzhou winced in pain, crouching down while cradling his head, as Tsunade stormed away in a huff. In the meantime, Ino, who had intended to voice her opinion about Tsunade's suitability for looking after Xiaobai, refrained from doing so upon witnessing Tsunade's anger. She leaned closer to Wangzhou and whispered, Lady Tsunade despises men who gawk at women. Years ago, Jiraiya attempted to sneak a peek at the women's bathhouse in the village and was caught by Tsunade, who nearly beat him to a pulp. You dare to steal glances at her? Be wary of the consequences. With that, she hurriedly followed after the departing Tsunade. I did not mean to do it. Besides, I am merely a 15-year-old child. This is truly an undeserved misfortune. Wangzhou lamented inwardly, feeling as if he were already on the cusp of adulthood. Brother, you're so naughty. You actually peeked at big sister. Xiaobai chimed in, adding a playful jab. Sigh. Let us return home for now, Wangzhou said with a rueful smile as he led Xiaobai away from the orphanage, home. While tidying up Xiaobai's room, she remarked, Brother, you seem different from just now. Her cherubic face donned a contemplative expression. Wangzhou couldn't help but chuckle, then realized that indeed, the aftereffects of the celestial union seemed to have faded, allowing him to feel a multitude of emotions once more, reminiscent of Tsunade's earlier demeanor. Brother, your smile is quite frightening, Xiaobai exclaimed, pulling Wangzhou from his reverie. What do you mean frightening? It's merely an endearing smile. Wangzhou replied, attempting to educate her. Brother is lying. Mother said that boys who lie have shifty eyes, Xiaobai declared, feigning seriousness, her adorable demeanor eliciting laughter. It seems having a child around us so bad after all. Wangzhou mused. After ensuring Xiaobai was settled, he prepared to head to the Umbu to report on his mission. However, upon seeing him about to leave, Xiaobai rushed up to him, gripping his arm tightly. Brother, please don't leave me, Xiaobai is scared. The haunting memories of witnessing the horrific deeds of bandits from a hidden vantage point with her parents flooded her mind. Sensing the trembling body of Xiaobai, Wangzhou sighed and gently stroked her head. Once her emotions settled, he took her to the Hokage's office. As usual, Tsunade was slacking off, while Shizun was bustling about in a flurry. When Tsunade heard a knock on the door, she was about to feign busyness, but upon sensing it was Wangzhou, she lazily remarked, Come in. Previously, Tsunade had always appeared to be swamped with work, so Wangzhou was taken aback by her apparent idleness today. Tsunade paid no heed to his surprise and called out to Xiaobai, Come over here, let your sister give you a hug. Hello, big sister, Xiaobai exclaimed as she rushed over, enveloped in Tsunade's embrace, as if cradled in a mother's warm arms, comfortably squinting her eyes in bliss. Wangzhou observed Xiaobai, her head nestled against Tsunade's voluminous kimono, which did little to conceal the ample curves of her figure, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. He wondered, what was amiss? Could it be that the emotions previously suppressed under an absolute rationality were now rebounding after regaining normalcy? Tsunade, noticing Wang's gaze, felt a mix of irritation and delight at still possessing her charm. Internally, she mused, to be so young and yet so lecherous. This must be that scoundrel Jiraiya's doing. I ought to educate him properly to prevent him from turning out like that rogue. The notoriously lecherous Jiraiya could only helplessly bear the consequences of this accusation. Realizing Tsunade seemed to harbor ill intentions towards him, Wang's hastily said, Tsunade-sama, I entrust Xiaobai to your care. I must report to the Umbu. Without waiting for a reply, he departed instantly using the body flicker technique. Humph. You're quick on your feet. Just wait until next time. I shall teach you a lesson, Tsunade muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, reflecting on how she felt significantly younger, she joyfully began to play with Xiaobai, while the poor Shizen tirelessly toiled away. With scarcely a moment to voice her grievances. Chapter 38. The way of the samurai leaving the Hokage's office, Wang's returned home, donned his Umbu attire, and made his way to the Umbu headquarters. As always, it exuded an aura of darkness and mystery. The familiar old man lay half asleep behind the desk, remarking, Ah, the young lad has returned to life, splendid. Without pondering why the head of the operation had transformed into the task assigner, Wang's succinctly reported the specifics of his recent mission, glossing over the battle with Kakuzud. In truth, he was reluctant to disclose his encounter with Ōtsutsuki, as it would reveal his own strength. However, the magnitude of the battle was too great to escape the scrutiny of Konoha's intelligence network, so he mentioned certain details in passing. The old man smiled knowingly. Excellent. To accomplish an A-rank mission in such a short time, and likely an S-rank, follow me, young man. Rising, he opened a scroll, revealing a hidden door in the shadows behind him. Observing the old man's silhouette vanish into the darkness, Wang's hesitated momentarily before following suit. In the Umbu headquarters, the old man would likely refrain from any ill intentions, and after having battled a shadow-level adversary like Kakuzu, Wang's felt confident in his abilities. After traversing a lengthy secret passage, light gradually emerged. Wang's squinted as he stepped into the brightness, greeted by an unusual forest. It was peculiar because the fruits atop the trees emitted a luminous glow, resembling electric lights that illuminated the dark underground. Gazing upwards, he noticed that the depths above remained shrouded in darkness. Having descended approximately 800 meters underground, we refer to these trees as the luminescent fruit trees. Come along. We are nearly at our destination, where I shall reveal everything to you. Although the atmosphere feels somewhat eerie, Wang Zhuo, unable to turn back, continues to follow the old man, his curiosity piqued by the fact that this is a narrative not mentioned in the world of Naruto. The realm of Naruto seems to be gradually unfolding in a strikingly real manner. Along the way, an array of peculiar plants emerges, including gigantic man-eating flowers, and traces of animals can be found deep within the forest. However, it appears that no creature dares to approach, likely due to the old man's strange aura. Here we are. A colossal stone statue of a samurai stands resolutely at the heart of the forest. At the base of the statue, two samurai swords are embedded in a stone pillar. These blades are unlike any ordinary sword's point. One sword, both its blade and hilt, is a pure ebony black, while the other gleams in radiant gold. The pillar is adorned with an array of seals and incantations. The old man gazes at the statue, reminiscing about ancient times when myriad demons roamed the continent, and the gods governed the heavens and the earth. Eventually, 3 powerful beings from beyond arrived, sweeping across the world, leading to the mysterious disappearance of the gods. Not long after, these otherworldly entities departed, leaving humanity vulnerable to the threats posed by demons. Thus, the way of the samurai was born. A prodigious samurai pioneered this path, guiding humanity towards resurgence. A millennium ago, an ancient tree fell from the skies, heralding the return of powerful beings from beyond. A fierce battle ensued among them, and the survivor established the way of the ninja. Mastery of this path grants one formidable power and longevity, while the way of the samurai necessitates prolonged training, offering no such benefits. Consequently, the way of the samurai fell into decline. Are you perhaps a descendant of the way of the samurai? Wang Zhuo inquired, intrigued after hearing such a lengthy history of Naruto. Indeed, I am considered the strongest inheritor of the Shinai flow within the way of the samurai, a lineage that demands exceedingly high talent. I have discerned that you possess such potential. Shinai flow? My talent is hardly exceptional. Kakashi and the former Uchiha Itachi far surpass me. The samurai path of the Hatake clan is an assassination school. Kakashi, influenced by his father's demise, did not inherit the way of the samurai. The Uchiha clan descends from the otherworldly beings. Yet, you, at not even 15 years of age, have mastered the 6th gate of the 8 gates, indicating exceptional talent. I have also heard that you frequently wield a samurai sword, which leads me to believe you could become the next inheritor of the way of the samurai. Seeing the old man's earnest demeanor, Wang Zhuo thought to himself that divulging such secrets would likely compel an agreement, and complying posed no detriment to him. Very well, I agree. Haha, I can see the yearning for power in your eyes. Approach the stone pillar. If you gain the approval of these 2 swords, you shall inherit the Shinai flow of the samurai. The golden sword is named Taichi Masamune, reputed to have slain a malevolent deity, while the black sword is known as Muramasa, said to be sharp enough to cleave through space. However, those with weak minds may fall under the sword's control. Wang Zhuo concentrated his mind and slowly approached the stone pillar. As he drew within a meter of the cursed blade Muramasa, the world around him transformed in an instant. He beheld a chaotic scene filled with the brutal clashes between yokai and humans. Blood, dismembered limbs, and horrifying carnage lay before him. The slaughter persisted, an endless cycle of violence replaying in his mind. Compelled by an overwhelming urge, Wang Zhuo picked up a pitch-black katana from the ground and joined the fray. Kill, kill, kill. Another human fell beneath his blade. Initially, Wang Zhuo managed to restrain himself to striking only yokai, but with each human he dispatched, a surge of power and murderous intent coursed through him. Ultimately, he succumbed to this primal force, now indiscriminate in his violence, slaying anything, be it human or yokai, that dared to cross his path. An inexhaustible power surged within him, transforming Wang Zhuo into a terrifying machine of slaughter, tireless and relentless, capable of unleashing waves of lethal energy with a mere flick of his wrist. Time lost all meaning as the battlefield lay strewn with the bodies of both man and monster, decimated by his hand. Wang Zhuo stood dazed amidst a pool of blood, the bloodlust still boiling within him. Yet with no foes left to vanquish, he raised his blade to strike at himself. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the air, descending towards him before halting just before his eyes. In that moment, Wang Zhuo, now in perfect harmony with the heavens, exhibited clarity devoid of any madness or bloodlust. Sneering as he declared, "How could mere demonic forces shatter my resolve?" The fabric of reality shattered, and the celestial Wangs were returned to the stone pillar. The pillar crumbled, and the cursed blade Muramasa fell before him. Grasping the sword, he continued his journey toward the Taichi Seiji. The elderly man beside him gasped in astonishment. Never before had anyone wielded the cursed blade, and he marveled at the boy's ability to bend the sword to his will. How can this be possible? He pondered, for records spanning millennia had never chronicled such an event. The celestial Wangs were arrived at the Taichi Seiji beneath the stone pillar, once again experiencing a shift in space, landing upon a peak adorned with an array of samurai swords. From steel to dark iron, from gold to even those forged of brick and stone, the assortment was vast and varied. Was it truly necessary to seek out the authentic Taichi Seiji? Such a task was rendered trivial. The celestial Wangs nonchalantly drew forth a katana crafted of pure silver, and with another fracture of space, he returned to the stone pillar. Upon witnessing the silver katana in Wang's grasp, the elderly man released a sigh of relief, remarking, "Thank goodness, he has not earned the Taichi Seiji's recognition. Otherwise, it would have been utterly monstrous." Examining the silver katana, Wang Zhuo proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be the Taichi Seiji." With that, he swung the blade toward the stone pillar. Upon collision, the blade trembled, and both the pillar and the original Taichi Seiji disintegrated into dust, leaving Wang Zhuo with the newly transformed Taichi Seiji in hand. The elderly man stood in utter bewilderment at the scene, while Wang Zhuo, having exited his celestial state, succumbed to unconsciousness. The elderly man quickly moved to catch him, exclaiming in excitement, "The cursed blade and the true lineage have emerged simultaneously. The spirit of the kendo we cherish shall once again see the light of day. The spirit shall surely return to this realm." Ha ha ha. In the unassuming small house on the outskirts of Konoha, Wang Zhuo lay in bed, gradually awakening as the light streaming through the window caused his eyes to sting slightly. "You are awake. I never imagined you would simultaneously gain the recognition of both the cursed blade Muramasa and the Taichi Seiji," the elderly man remarked from his chair by the bedside. The mind still in a state of disarray, Wang Zhuo endeavored to recollect the circumstances of that time. This time, he had not lost his memory. The scenes following his awakening to the unity of heaven and man were vividly etched in his mind, and the sensation of seemingly transforming into another person sent a shiver down his spine. Ignoring the complex expression on Wang's face, the old man continued, the founder of the Way of the Warrior was a ninja named Wu Tianzong. His martial philosophy is divided into 4 schools: our Xianese school, the Kiki clan's assassination style, and the Iron Country's orthodox way. You only mentioned 3. What is the last one? The old man suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and replied, the final school was established by the disciple who inherited the Muramasa demon sword. After slaying his master Wu Tianzong, he comprehended the infinite demon blade style, ultimately being besieged and killed by the 3 legendary great demons of that time, which now comprise the 3 sacred lands. Therefore, you must ensure that the 3 sacred lands remain unaware of your acquisition of the Muramasa demon sword. Is the infinite demon blade style still extant? Wangzhou inquired, puzzled. I do not know. That individual's entire family was exterminated by the 3 great demons. Our clan, the Blade Guardians, could only retrieve the Muramasa demon sword, but the 3 sacred lands would certainly not allow the demon sword to resurface. Thus, it is prudent for you to exercise caution. Rising from the bed and gazing at the 2 swords beside him, Wangzhou asked, how does one cultivate the Xianese style? What exactly is your identity? The old man produced a tome, ancient and fragile, appearing as though it could disintegrate into dust at any moment. This contains the cultivation methods of the Xianese style and the insights from generations of practitioners. Originally, I intended for you to inherit the legacy of our Blade Guardians. However, I did not foresee you gaining the approval of the dual swords. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Upon receiving the tome, Wangzhou noted its unique material, considerably heavier and more resilient than ordinary paper, despite its seemingly frail appearance. The Blade Guardians? How could you conceal yourselves within Konoha? He queried. We, the Blade Guardians, never involve ourselves in worldly disputes. Our sole duty is to safeguard these 2 swords. Once the swords recognize their master, we merely await the master's demise to reclaim them. The first Hokage was broad-minded and possessed far-reaching strategies. Our clan vowed to preserve the remnants of the Senju clan during their time of peril, thus allowing us to remain hidden in Konoha. Aside from the first, second Hokage, and the elders of the Senju clan, no one is aware of our existence. You all? So, upon obtaining the dual swords, not only will I not receive your assistance, but I will also become a potential enemy of the 3 sacred lands. Wangzhou seemed to realize he had fallen into the old man's trap. To be precise. Yes, I never anticipated you would gain the dual swords acknowledgement. No one has ever achieved this before you. The old man responded with a resigned expression. Perhaps this is for the best. I am relieved of any responsibilities. Although there may be some troublesome matters, these 2 swords align quite well with my inclinations, sparing me the need to carry additional spare blades. Gently caressing the blade, Wangzhou wrapped it in bandages and slung it across his back as he exited the room. The old man's warning echoed behind him. Remember, never wield the demon sword lightly, or you shall face eternal damnation. With a leap spanning over 10 meters, Wangzhou departed the modest dwelling. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade exclaimed, what is that little brat doing? It has been 2 days, and he still has not come to fetch Shiro. As Jingyin cast a quiet glance at the peacefully slumbering Xiaobai in Tsunade's embrace, she couldn't help but remark, I wonder how happy Lady Tsunade has been these past few days. Ever since she became Hokage, she has remained rather downcast, but since Xiaobai's arrival, things have improved significantly. Alas, I bear the brunt of it all, nearly exhausting myself. Upon hearing Jingyin's words, Tsunade, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared her throat and said, a young person should engage in more physical activity. However, do send someone to fetch Wang Yuo.at that moment. Wangzhou chose not to return home. Under the aftereffects of the unity of heaven and man, he had long set aside matters concerning Xiaobai. The urgent task at hand was to study the heart intent flow sword technique to enhance his strength. Although there was a courtyard at home, it was regrettably too small for the proper execution of sword techniques, prompting him to head directly to the in-valley of the Death Forest. Between the statues of the first Hokage and Madara, a colossal waterfall cascaded down as Wangzhou arrived at the statue and opened the tome given to him by the old man. The heart intent flow allowed one to manipulate the sword with the heart, control the air with intent, and achieve the first realm where the spirit and form harmonize, enabling one to inflict harm from 100 meters away. The second realm, where one becomes one with the sword, could sever most illusions, while the third realm, seeing the heart, following the sword, allowed for the sword's intent to traverse the world unbounded. First and foremost, one must comprehend the sword's aura. In fact, enveloping the blade with chakra could also achieve the effect of sword aura, with different elemental chakras each possessing unique characteristics. For instance, previously, when Wangzhou enveloped his sword with lightning chakra, it enhanced the cutting power of his katana. However, The limitation lay in the finite supply of chakra, whereas sword aura was different. As long as one possessed mental strength, it could be wielded. Upon achieving the unity of man and sword, the stronger the conviction, the more potent the sword aura. Once one grasped the intent of the sword, it was even possible to kill without drawing the blade. Yet, comprehending sword intent was exceedingly difficult, with only a handful of individuals having attained the realm of unity between man and sword, among them being the White Fang of the Hatake clan and the samurai commander of the Land of Iron, Mifune. Grasping the Tai Chi authentic, Wangzhou concentrated his spirit on the blade in his hand. Slowly sensing its vibrations, he swung the sword in rhythm with the tremors, performing merely a simple swing, repeating the motion over and over. Days passed, and Wangzhou continued his ordinary sword swings, resembling a common swordsman, gradually familiarizing himself with the rhythm of the blade. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade inquired of Jingin, "What has that little rascal been up to?" Xiaobai sat quietly to the side, remarkably considerate, not interrupting Tsunade and Jingin's work. It is said he has gone out to train. Someone spotted him leaving the village, Jingin replied cautiously. Humph. Tsunade remained silent, her expression clearly one of annoyance. For the past few days, Xiaobai had incessantly asked her when her elder brother would come to fetch her, and she was running out of excuses to keep deceiving Xiaobai a month later. Ha ha! At last, I have grasped the rhythm. Wangzhou exclaimed as he struck towards the waterfall with a single slash, releasing a wave of sword aura that cleaved the waterfall as it soared upwards. Dissipating a full 100 meters away, it seemed the Tai Chi authentic was capable of enhancing sword aura. Typically, a freshly mastered sword aura would not exceed 20 or 30 meters. Wangzhou gazed at the Tai Chi authentic in delight and subsequently removed the cursed blade Muramasa, resuming his previous practice. With experience now under his belt, Wangzhou was able to emit sword aura from the cursed blade in just 2 days. The sword aura from Muramasa was distinct from that of Tai Chi, being sharper and imbued with a heavy sense of killing intent, while the sword aura from Tai Chi was grand and far-reaching, surpassing Muramasa in both distance and magnitude. Stowing away both swords, Wangzhou was set off towards the village, ready to engage in practical combat to validate his growth and strength. The finest practical experience undoubtedly lies in undertaking missions assigned by the Umbu. However, upon returning to the village, he was promptly summoned by the guards to the Hokage's office. It was evident that Tsunade intended for him to retrieve Shiro. Though reluctant, he understood that this mission was issued under the authority of the Hokage. To refuse would signify a blatant disregard for the Hokage's command. Thus, Wangzhou steeled himself and made his way toward the Hokage's office in the heart of Kanahagakure. "Greetings, Lady Tsunade. How may I be of service?" Wangzhou inquired respectfully. Seeing Wangzhou arrive, Shiro rushed over with delight. "Big brother, you finally came to fetch me? The big sister has been so kind to me, but I miss you and Yinyu brother so much. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit you. But once I complete my mission, I promise to come and keep you company. All right?" Wangzhou gently replied, patting her head. "All right. Shiro is the most understanding. Remember to bring me a reward," she said, feigning seriousness in a manner that was utterly adorable. Even melting the hearts of Tsunade and Shizun who stood nearby, Tsunade's expression darkened as she spoke. "Wangzhou, since you wish to undertake a mission, I need you to investigate the whereabouts of Orochimaru. We have recently received intelligence indicating his presence near the Land of Rice." "Orochimaru? Understood." Upon Wangzhou's acquiescence, Tsunade tossed him a scroll and dismissed him. "Lady Tsunade, Wangzhou is no match for Orochimaru." "What are you thinking?" Shizun questioned, regarding Tsunade with a puzzled expression. "Do not worry. I've arranged for Kakashi to shadow him covertly. With his presence, Wangzhou should not face any mortal peril. He needs to experience some hardship. Otherwise, he may grow overly confident in his abilities and recklessly accept missions, which could lead to trouble. Furthermore, a significant contingent of elite Umbu and members of Danzo's root organization will be involved in this operation. This mission has been unanimously decided upon by the Elder Council, aiming to eradicate the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru in retribution for the death of our teacher and to demonstrate the enduring strength of Konoha. Wangzhou prepared to head to the Umbu headquarters first, as he had yet to claim his reward for the previous investigative mission. Given that it was an A-rank mission, he intended to acquire an A-rank lightning release technique, deepening his understanding of chakra nature transformation through the experience of various lightning techniques. He specifically sought out the weapon shop run by Tintin, intending to commission a scabbard for Muramasa and Tai Chi's authentic sword. The materials required were of exceptional quality. Although he received a considerable discount, it still left Wangzhou financially strained. Typically indifferent to his expenditures, he now found himself in a precarious economic situation. though the considerable rewards from several missions provided some relief. Having organized everything, Wangzhou departed Kanahagakure quietly without bidding farewell to anyone. Along the way, he resolved to confront bandits and enact justice, not out of benevolence, but rather to earn some extra income. Unfortunately, within the borders of the Land of Fire, he encountered no brigands or thieves. Upon crossing into the Land of Rice, the atmosphere shifted significantly. The traveling ninjas appeared hurried and on high alert. Wang's umbu attire blended seamlessly into the environment, especially amidst the array of eccentric ninja appearances around him. This was indeed Wang's first visit to such a gathering of diverse ninjas. Not far away, a group of warriors and ninjas hurriedly escorted a red palanquin, clearing the way for themselves as they were numerous. Wang's stepped aside to avoid their path at that moment. Two men wearing conical hats and clad in black adorned with red clouds descended from the sky, blocking the way in front of the palanquin. One of them, wielding a large sword wrapped in bandages, declared, "Ōtsutsuki demands you vacate immediately." Upon closer inspection, Wang's recognized them as Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. To his astonishment, it was the Ōtsutsuki organization. This promised to be an intriguing spectacle. "You still dare to watch? We ought to keep our distance for our safety," whispered the onlookers. Kisame's gaze fixated on the prepared warriors and ninjas, and he growled, "Since you refuse to leave, let death claim you all." Itachi, Genjutsu, Crow's Passage, Suiton, Water Shuriken. Countless dark crows erupted from Itachi's form, captivating the attention of the crowd. Under the hypnotic gaze of his Sharingan, every ninja and warrior guarding the palanquin fell victim to the Genjutsu, and Kisame unleashed water blades from his mouth, slaughtering them all. The palanquin was pierced, blood seeping from within. Once assured that none remained alive, Itachi incinerated the bodies with his fire jutsu, and he and Kisame departed with an air of nonchalance. As soon as they vanished, the crowd returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Leaving Wang's profoundly aware of the brutality of the ninja world. One could easily become a wandering soul by the roadside. Only through acquiring formidable power could one hope to survive. The yearning for strength stirred Wang's as he grasped the cursed blade Muramasa, which trembled in his hand, exuding an excitement that hinted at the possibility of achieving a union of man and sword. However, Wang's understood that this would mean being controlled by the blade rather than controlling it, and he had no desire to become a mere slave to the sword. He suppressed the urge to unsheath it and continued on his journey. "Hey, you masked brat. This is my territory. What are you causing a ruckus for?" A towering man, resembling a small tower at 2 meters tall, brandished a spiked club menacingly at Wang's. "I prefer not to meddle, but I've heard tales of your frequent highway robberies. You must possess substantial wealth and have taken many lives. Hence, I am merely offering you a kind send-off," Wang's retorted with a cold smirk. "Damn it, stop wasting time with him. The boss wants to show him the brutality of the Land of Rice. This is no place for children," a henchman shouted. "Charge! Eliminate this guy." About 20 men lunged at Wang's. With a swift draw and sheath of his Tai Chi authentic blade, the towering man clutched his throat, his eyes wide with terror, and moments later, his head rolled to the ground, blood gushing profusely. Truly, the tales of killing and arson were no exaggeration. The ancients did not deceive me. A bounty of 10 certificates, each worth 100,000 universal currency, lay before him, equivalent to the reward for completing an S-rank mission. Over the following days, he encountered 5 or 6 such groups. But this one was notably affluent. It was perplexing that a team devoid of any elite jounin could possess such wealth. There must be a hidden agenda, likely tied to the Sound Village of the Land of Rice, perhaps even related to Orochimaru. Alas, he had neglected to leave any survivors. After several days, Wang's had acclimatized to the chaotic lifestyle of this region. These small nations, situated at the crossroads of the 5 great countries, were truly havens for the strong. If one possessed sufficient strength, there were no constraints. Wealth and women were readily available. From the underworld, a myriad of task assignments are readily available, with a significant portion emanating from the 5 great nations. For instance, the assassination of the eldest son of a certain minister from the Land of Fire clearly indicates an internal family feud. Wang's arrived at the capital of the Land of Rice, where towering walls were conspicuously absent and guards were found patrolling throughout the area. After paying a considerable entrance fee, he ventured inside, intent on gathering information regarding the Sound Ninja Village. The most reliable source of intelligence, of course, would be the local eateries, especially since he had been deprived of a decent meal during his travels. After ordering an array of signature dishes, Wang's began to seek out informants, individuals who made a living by trading information, including both ordinary citizens and ninjas. After all, many matters require the involvement of common people, and thus, among them are those who specialize in collecting and selling intelligence. Have you heard? The daimyo of the Land of Rice has ordered the severance of all ties with the Sound Ninja Village. How could that be? Wasn't the Sound Ninja Village established with the support of the Land of Rice? Ah, you are unaware. It is said that the Sound Ninja Village was involved in the assassination of the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. The Land of Rice, fearing retaliation, hastily distanced itself from the Sound Ninja Village. Oh, no wonder the people from the Sound Ninja Village have been withdrawing back to their village recently. Now I understand why Tsunade sent me to investigate Orochimaru. It appears that the Leaf Village is preparing to take action against the Sound Ninja Village. A large contingent will likely be arriving soon. I must quickly gather intelligence. Failing to complete my mission means no reward, and Tsunade might seize the opportunity to reprimand me. Lost in thought, Wang Zuo was approached by a figure clad in an ominous mask. I am Kage. Do you require intelligence, my lord? Our Ghostgate intelligence offers fair prices, with no deception towards young or old alike. Please, let us dine first before discussing further, Wang Zuo graciously invited. Recognizing Wang Zuo's sincerity, Kage accepted and sat down to share a meal. Once their appetites were satisfied, Kage spoke, "Please follow me upstairs. This place is too crowded for a private discussion." Very well. The two ascended to the second floor of the inn and entered a small room. Kage wasted no time and directly inquired, "What intelligence do you seek?" Wang Zuo, equally straightforward, replied, "I require all information regarding the Sound Ninja Village and the whereabouts of the rogue ninja Orochimaru from the Leaf Village. I regret to inform you that we do not know Orochimaru's whereabouts, nor do we wish to incur his wrath. However, I can provide you with details about the Sound Ninja Village. What do you think? How much will that cost?" Kage raised his fingers and stated, 1 million, and I must decline any negotiations. What, that is equivalent to the reward for a top-tier A-rank mission? Wang Zuo exclaimed in astonishment. Our prices for intelligence are indeed fair, and our reputation in the underworld is well established, Kage asserted confidently. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zuo gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, here is 1 million. Please provide me with the information." He then revealed a currency certificate worth 1 million, stamped with the seals of the 5 great nations. Kage produced a sealed scroll, and as both parties exchanged money for information, he handed Wang Zuo a metal token of unknown origin. "This is a token for our esteemed clients at Ghostgate. From now on, you will receive a 20% discount on future intelligence purchases." Wang Zuo inspected the iron plaque and, finding no issues, secured it to his person before the two of them departed from the restaurant in succession. On the street, just as Wang Zuo was about to seek a lodging for rest, he felt a sudden slap on his back and swiftly dodged to the side. His reflexes were sharp. It had been quite some time since they last met. "Kakashi-sensei," he exclaimed, recognizing the figure before him. Kakashi, holding a provocative book, wore a black mask that obscured his left eye, while his silver hair shimmered under the sunlight. "What brings you here as well?" Wang Zuo inquired. "I, like you, am investigating the whereabouts of Orochimaru." Kakashi replied in a low voice, primarily to ascertain the true nature of the Sound Ninja Village. He continued, "I have just acquired information regarding the Sound Ninja Village. We should find a place to examine it further." Wang Zuo led Kakashi into a nearby inn, securing a room. After meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of disturbance, he retrieved a scroll and unfurled it on the table for them to study together. Indeed, it was confirmed that the attack on Konoha by the Sound Ninja Village was an act solely orchestrated by Orochimaru, without the involvement of the higher-ups from the Land of Rice. However, as a co-founder of the Sound Ninja Village, the Land of Rice must inevitably bear the brunt of Konoha's wrath. "Wang Zuo, tonight we shall assassinate the eldest son of the Land of Rice's daimyo," Kakashi stated coldly. Wang Zuo, perplexed, asked, "Assassinate the daimyo's eldest son?" "Precisely. Since you are now a member of the Umbu, there are certain matters I can disclose to you. The eldest son of the daimyo is rather close to the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, while the second son maintains a closer relationship with us in Konoha. Given our justifiable stance, should we eliminate the daimyo's eldest son, the Land of Lightning will have no grounds for objection. As for the daimyo of the Land of Rice, he would not dare oppose Konoha." After absorbing Kakashi's explanation, Wang Zuo nodded. "We shall act at midnight. I will first gather intelligence about the daimyo's estate." With that, Kakashi vanished from the room using the body flicker technique. Chapter 41. The Assassination Operation, Part 2. As night deepened, two figures hurriedly traversed the rooftops, arriving before the daimyo's estate. It was Kakashi and Wang Zuo. "Wang Zuo, stay close to me," Kakashi instructed. Forming a one-handed seal, he cast the illusion technique, Shadow Walk. Their figures melded seamlessly with the darkness. Kakashi leapt into the daimyo's estate, with Wang Zuo closely following. The two advanced cautiously through the shadows. avoiding the rooftops where guards lay in ambush, as they would be easily detected. Instead, the ground offered greater safety, with patrols following a predictable pattern that could be evaded. After eluding several groups of patrolling guards, they reached the side of the daimyo's eldest son's residence, concealing themselves in the darkness. Wangzhou extended his sensory abilities, noting 2 sword-wielding warriors at the entrance, 2 ninjas hidden on the roof, and another 2 lurking in the shadows behind. Kakashi contemplated the situation and remarked, "The patrols pass every 10 minutes. We must act swiftly. I will take control of the 2 ninjas on the roof, while you enter from above and eliminate the target." Patiently awaiting the next shift of patrols to depart, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector obscuring his left eye, revealing the 3 tomos spinning within his blood-red Sharingan. Effortlessly, he ascended to the rooftop, casting the technique, Body Bind. Upon witnessing Kakashi's success, Wangzhou also leapt onto the roof, finding the 2 ninjas standing beside Kakashi, their eyes vacant. Kakashi smirked, "Quickly, make some noise." Without the slightest hesitation, Wangzhou unsheathed the cursed blade Muramasa, sensing the position of the daimyo's eldest son. With a powerful kick, he shattered the roof and descended, delivering a precise strike that ended the life of the sleeping heir. Meanwhile, Kakashi on the rooftop swiftly eliminated 2 elite shinobi. The samurai at the entrance, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, only to be met with a fierce flash of steel, akin to a resplendent silver dragon. Both were skilled warriors, unflinching in the face of danger, and expertly drew their blades to parry the assault. Yet, they were cleaved in twain, blood splattering across the ground. Kakashi called from the rooftop, urging them to split up and remember to act swiftly. Make your escape. Hearing the excitement in Kakashi's voice, Wangzhou mused that he never expected his seemingly cold mentor to possess such fervor. Wangzhou headed east to break through, while Kakashi ventured west. Hurry, capture the assassin. A tumultuous chaos enveloped the daimyo's estate, awakening the daimyo from the embrace of his favored beauty. As he donned his attire with her assistance, he confronted the head of his guards, his voice brimming with ire. "What is happening? Why this pandemonium?" The head guard cautiously responded, "My lord, the prince has been assassinated, and the killer is escaping the estate, so swiftly did Konoha strike. Alas, instruct the guards not to pursue, lest we incur grave losses." In an instant, the daimyo appeared to age a decade. "My lord, are you all right?" The beauty, sensing his distress, leaned against him, but he brusquely pushed her away, coldly commanding the guards, "Drag her away and execute her. Let her accompany my son in death." Startled, the beauty fell to her knees, pleading, "My lord, spare me, have mercy." At a subtle signal from the head guard, the beauty was seized and dragged off. "No. Ah," a distant scream echoed, and the daimyo's gaze darted uncertainly around the chaotic estate, where silence reigned among the onlookers, all wary of provoking his wrath and inviting their own demise. Where have the pursuers gone? Wangzhou mused as he advanced, sensing the excitement and thirst emanating from the bloodied cursed blade in his hand. Addressing the blade, he remarked, "I had intended for you to feast well, but it seems no one will pursue me any longer. Perhaps I shall allow you to indulge when we attack the Sound Village." After soothing the cursed blade, Wangzhou stowed it away and hastened to the prearranged meeting spot. The following day, the entire city buzzed with news of the previous night's incident at the daimyo's estate, particularly the assassination of the eldest son. Yet, the daimyo's household remained silent, simply announcing at the court that the heir had perished from illness, designating the second son as the new crown prince. Setting aside the turmoil within the upper echelons of the land of rice, Wangzhou and Kakashi had rendezvoused with 100 elite shinobi personally led by Danzo. Kakashi expressed surprise at Danzo's personal involvement, while Wangzhou found it entirely predictable. Danzo had to oversee matters personally to prevent any incriminating evidence against him left by Orochimaru. Wangzhou was perplexed, given that Tsunade was already aware of the collaboration between Orochimaru and Danzo, yet had taken no action. However, as long as it did not affect him, Wangzhou remained indifferent to the machinations of Konoha's leadership. Danzo, with his singular eye, regarded Wangzhou with a detached demeanor. "You are Wangzhou. How goes the intelligence gathering?" With unwavering composure, Wangzhou presented the scroll of intelligence to Danzo. As Danzo unfurled the scroll, he fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he cast the scroll back to Wangzhou and commanded the 100 ninjas behind him, "Form teams of 5. 5 teams will secure the perimeter while the remaining squads will accompany me to infiltrate the Sound Ninja Village." "What about Kakashi and me?" Wangzhou inquired. "You two will intercept Orochimaru. I possess intelligence regarding his whereabouts," Danzo replied, his gaze dark and ominous. After revealing the location of Orochimaru's hideout to the two, he set off with his team. Wang Zhuo turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I sense that Danzo harbors ill intentions. Should we not reconsider our involvement? On the contrary, we should proceed. Orochimaru and Danzo are both cunning. Neither would easily place their trust in the other, thus Orochimaru has likely already vacated the land of rice. Danzo does not believe Orochimaru remains there, which is why he sends us. He aims to deprive us of any merit," Kakashi explained. "Then does that mean we will miss out on the achievements?" Wang Zhuo asked, feeling discontented. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and replied, "For you and me, the significance of accolades is minimal. They primarily serve to build reputation. It would be more advantageous to investigate Orochimaru's hideout. We might uncover valuable information left behind, which would be a noteworthy accomplishment." Wang Zhuo pondered this and found merit in Kakashi's reasoning. Thus he followed Kakashi toward the location Danzo had mentioned. Meanwhile, Danzo had already launched an assault on the Sound Ninja village. However, Orochimaru had long since evacuated his elite forces, leaving behind mere pawns that were utterly ineffectual. There were no spectacular displays of jutsu. Only one-sided slaughter. Danzo stood atop a vantage point overlooking the village, when a root member approached him and respectfully reported, "Lord Danzo, the Sound Ninja village has been eradicated, yet no valuable intelligence was discovered." Turning to the root member, Danzo's eyes glinted with malice as he whispered, "0. Inform 10 to eliminate Wang Zhuo. I will reassign Kakashi and leave Wang Zhuo isolated." "Understood, my lord." 0 swiftly formed hand seals and vanished, revealing himself to be a shadow clone. Danzo mused to himself, a promising individual, but alas, Wang Zhuo, your proximity to the Hokage is your downfall. Otherwise, I might have considered recruiting you into Root. Since you cannot serve my purposes, you shall vanish from this world. I have no desire to see another Kakashi arise. Chapter 42. A fateful encounter with Orochimaru, a fierce battle. In a dim, damp cave, Wang Zhuo and Kakashi advanced cautiously, slick serpents occasionally slithering across the smooth walls, their vibrant hues indicative of their potent venom. "Stop!" Kakashi halted Wang Zhuo, tossing a shuriken onto the ground ahead. With a sharp snap, a mechanism was triggered, unleashing a barrage of hidden arrows from the walls. Wang Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat. Had he been caught unawares, he would have met with severe injury, if not death. "This place seems far from simple. Stay close behind me," Kakashi instructed with a grave expression. "Understood," Wang Zhuo replied, focusing intently on his surroundings. However, an unknown force on the wall seemed to disrupt his sensory abilities, rendering them ineffective. He had no choice but to rely on Kakashi's seasoned experience, as he was a veteran of the Third Great Ninja War. The passage within the cavern grew increasingly narrow, ultimately constricting to the point where only a single individual could pass through. Kakashi, taking a few steps at a time, would pause intermittently to survey his surroundings. After traversing nearly 100 meters, an expansive area opened before him, its walls adorned with torches. Ahead lay two divergent paths, the ground teeming with venomous serpents. With a shrill hiss, the snakes seemed to conquer their trepidation towards the murderous intent emanating from Kakashi and Wang Zhuo, launching themselves at the two men in a frenzy. "Leave this to me. Your lightning and earth techniques are ill-suited for such minor nuisances. Fire style. Great fireball technique." Kakashi exhaled a colossal fireball that incinerated the serpents completely. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred snake flesh. "Wind style. Wind walk." A gust of wind swept through, carrying the foul odor into the two paths ahead. Kakashi informed Wang Zhuo that should the wind return, it would indicate a dead end. An hour later, with no returning breeze from either side, it appeared that both passages either led to exits or were exceedingly deep. "Let us randomly choose one to explore," Kakashi proposed, setting off towards the left passage. Wang Zhuo sensed an unease in the atmosphere, yet struggled to pinpoint the source of his discomfort and continued to follow Kakashi. After progressing a short distance, his instincts screamed with urgency as Tai Zhangzong. His sword unsheathed itself from its scabbard and lunged towards Kakashi. The clang of weaponry echoed as Tai Zhangzong rebounded into Wang Zhuo's grasp. Tai Zhangzong. "Ha ha, Wang Zhuo. The surprises you bring me have only multiplied during our time apart." Kakashi's form shifted, revealing itself to be Orochimaru. "When did this happen? Where is Kakashi-sensei?" Wang Zhuo's forehead glistened with cold sweat, realizing he had unwittingly followed Orochimaru for so long. Recalling the serpents, he exclaimed, "How did you accomplish this?" Orochimaru, placing the Kusanagi sword down and clapping his hands, remarked, "Not bad that I utilized the environment to set up an ultra-level illusion. Blood sacrifice secret technique. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Were it not for the Sharingan, I might have considered you as my vessel. As for Kakashi, there are others to contend with him if not for you. I would have relished witnessing the love-hate dynamic between master and disciple. Ha ha, Senjutsu. Thunder battle armor. Lightning enveloped Wang's body, coursing over Tai Zhong as well. Mind flow. Wind slash. Wang's unleashed a series of slashes toward Orochimaru, the blade's aura slicing through the air. The walls of the passage appear to have undergone special reinforcement, as the blade's energy merely left behind faint white marks. Unfazed by the onslaught, Orochimaru positioned the Kusanagi sword defensively, forming seals as he invoked the eight-headed secret technique. Heavenly cluster of clouds. A spectral samurai emerged before Orochimaru, the mind flow of the five heavens. The apparition spoke for the first time, raising a hand and effortlessly dispelling Wang's blade aura. This was the same spectral warrior summoned by Orochimaru during his battle with Jiraiya, and the strike had clearly reached the realm of sword intent. Realizing he was outmatched, Wang's steeled himself for a full assault. 8 gates. Open the dangerous gate. All 7 gates opened, a blue aura crackling with lightning enveloping Wang's Uoda. Tio achieved the 7th gate's opening. Truly a genius. Orochimaru exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Why cursed seal is derived from the 8 gates. You will undoubtedly provide me with invaluable information. Humph. We shall see if you have the life to acquire it. I hold no advantage in terrain. I shall simply obliterate everything. Senjutsu, dragon battle in the wild. A tremor coursed through the passage, reminiscent of an earthquake. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at Wang's, who was forming seals, pondering the peril of a subterranean collapse that could entomb them all. Wang's disregarded Orochimaru's concern. Recognizing the slim chances of success, he resolved to seek survival amid destruction, invoking a sage technique. With a thunderous roar, the passage began to crumble, stones from the vicinity gravitating towards Wang's to shape a colossal dragon. With a mighty bellow, the dragon reared, the earth convulsing as the cavern collapsed. Sage art, divine concealment. As tranquility returned, it became evident that the entrance to the cave had vanished. The hill completely collapsed, leaving the landscape in disarray. Wang's figure gradually re-emerged from the ground. He couldn't help but worry about Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, a beam of sword light surged skyward, wielding the technique of infinite creation, dominant sword path. The earth split open, and the impeccably dressed Orochimaru, alongside a shadow wielding the Kusanagi sword, leapt forth from the fissure. Drawing the Muramasa cursed blade, Wang's furrowed his brow, perplexed by the shadow's formidable presence, which seemed beyond mere clones. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke also emerged from the earth, both appearing quite disheveled. Kakashi's Sharingan had been pushed to its limits, the 3 tomos spinning wildly until they coalesced into a hollow-hilted trio of small sickles. Impossible. Sasuke, battered and bruised, marveled at the sight. Orochimaru, too, was captivated by Kakashi's manjiki, exclaiming, "It is indeed those eyes." The shadow, however, dismissed them, calling them descendants of the outer realm. Seizing the moment, Wang's charged at Orochimaru, executing a 2-sword style. Lightning release, heavenly killing flash. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking towards Orochimaru. Lacking finesse, he was merely a force, easily withstood. The shadow raised the Kusanagi sword, and in that instant, time seemed to slow for him. Wang's, surrounded by lightning, revealed himself, wielding the Muramasa in his left hand and the Taichi in his right, invoking infinite creation. Earth sword path. To the outside world, the shadow flickered, unleashing countless strands of black sword energy from the ground to intercept Wang's. Lightning release. Chaotic blade reversal. The twin blades danced swiftly, transforming lightning and sword light into a circular barrier that repelled the relentless black sword energy. To his astonishment, Wang's realized he had managed to counter the speed of the 7th gate fully opened. Infinite creation. Heavenly sword path. Wang's felt a powerful sword energy descend from above, slicing through the reversal barrier and aimed directly at him, leaving him no time to react. The sword energy penetrated his body, surging towards his mind. Sword intent. Wang's collapsed, losing consciousness, his hands releasing the twin blades to plunge into the ground. Kakashi swiftly appeared at Wang's side, directing his manjiki towards the shadow, invoking divine might. The power of space. The shadow instantly dissipated, a mournful cry emanating from the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru spat out blood, hastily seizing the Kusanagi sword and utilizing the body flicker technique to appear beside the fallen Sasuke. Weakly murmuring, "Kakashi, we shall meet again," a massive serpent emerged, carrying the two away. Kakashi, having just activated his manjiki and feeling quite drained, did not pursue but instead lifted the unconscious Wang Zhuo and hurriedly departed. Chapter 43. The malice of Dan's within his mind. Wang Zhuo's spiritual incarnation was pinned down by a sword aura resembling a grass-cutting sword, rendering him utterly immobile. An inexhaustible stream of sword intent emanated from the blade, relentlessly shattering Wang Zhuo's spirit. Although the wielder was not the true embodiment and the sword intent lacked overwhelming strength, the hierarchical suppression left Wang Zhuo with no means of resistance. Just as Wang Zhuo's will was on the verge of complete annihilation by the sword intent, a youth clad in a black and white ensemble appeared in his consciousness. His attire bore resemblance to a blend of a monk's robe and Taoist garb, obscuring his features from clear view. Wang Zhuo's awareness began to fade. He vaguely heard the words, life and death are but fleeting moments. Only the law endures for millennia. All phenomena are empty manifestations. With a wave of his hand, the youth dissipated all sword intent, subsequently grasping the grass-cutting sword aura, which shattered upon his touch. The youth then clasped his hands in prayer, invoking the salvation of all beings. The fragments of the sword aura gradually merged into Wang Zhuo's spirit. The sea of suffering knows no bounds. Turning back is the shore. Take heed of your actions. With these words, the youth faded from Wang Zhuo's mind. Wang Zhuo felt as though he had experienced an interminable dream, wherein he existed in an age beset by demons and monsters, living cautiously in caves alongside his kin. One fateful day, a beast resembling both a dragon and a tiger discovered their hiding place, devouring them without mercy, while he, still a child, escaped detection by hiding in a crevice. Thereafter, he wandered alone through the chaotic era, fortuitously encountering a boy with a similar plight. The boy introduced himself as Wu Yinsong, and together they stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient temple, where they uncovered the insights of a primordial deity and two blades. Wu Yinsong named his sword Taizhongzong, while he himself designated his blade as Sanri Yuzongjin. The duo dedicated a decade to honing their swordsmanship in the mountains, believing they had mastered their art. He sought revenge against the monster that had slain his kin, while Wu Yinsong pursued his dream of aiding humanity's ascendance. Another decade passed, fraught with trials and countless slaughters. He grasped the essence of sword intent and ultimately located the beast, slaying it without hesitation. Unburdened by attachments, he began to seek higher realms, challenging formidable demons along the way. Eventually, he confronted the legendary Yaki no Orochi, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. In the end, he severed one of its tails, from which he discovered a sword. However, Sanri Yuzongjin was shattered in the process, and he fled with the newfound blade. Surviving by a stroke of luck, he realized that to grow stronger, he must forge a new path. Thus, he fused the broken Sanri Yuzongjin with the sword, naming it Kuzunaji, casting aside his former blade to comprehend the duality of form and emptiness. He then sought out Yaki no Orochi once more, ultimately vanquishing it. This battle stirred a mysterious presence within the dragon's cave, manifesting as a golden claw that tore through the void and seized him. The dream concluded here. Wang Zhuo awoke to find himself lying in bed, the vivid scenes of his dream still etched in his memory. He recognized that the phantom summoned by Orochimaru was named Takamagara, a peerless being from the same era as Wu Yinsong. The myriad experiences of swordplay remained in his mind, and with validation, he believed it would not be long before he carved out his own path akin to Takamagara. The most indelible impression was left by the entity that had torn through the void to capture Takamagara. Its power was such that it extinguished any notion of resistance, likely rivaling the formidable strength of Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, the mother of the sage of six paths. Wang Zhuo was still lost in his reveries when the door swung open, and Kakashi entered, looking at the awakened Wang Zhuo with delight, exclaiming, "At last, you have regained consciousness. If you had lingered any longer in slumber, I would have had to carry you back to Konoha all the way." "Kakashi-sensei, are you unscathed? What of Orochimaru?" "I am fine, merely a bit weakened after recently activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru has been injured by my hand and will require ample time to recuperate. The Sound Village has been eradicated by Danzo, and we shall soon return to Konoha to report." As Kakashi spoke, an uninvited guest appeared at the threshold, a member of Root. "Kakashi, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Please follow me." With a furrowed brow, Kakashi pondered momentarily before addressing Wang Zhuo. "Rest easy and focus on your recovery. I shall inquire about Danzo's intentions." He departed alongside the Root member. Danzo, with his back to Kakashi, spoke in a hushed tone. "I have heard that you encountered Orochimaru. Why did you not eliminate him?" "Lord Danzo, as a member of the Umbu and a candidate for the Elder Council, I reserve the right not to answer your questions," Kakashi replied coldly. Suddenly, Danzo turned, peeling back the bandage that concealed his right eye, locking gazes with Kakashi, Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan. Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Kakashi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his consciousness slowly dulling. Excellent. My words shall be etched into your very soul, reshaping you. Danzo's voice, deep and resonant, infiltrated Kakashi's mind. The Mangeki Sharingan beneath Kakashi's forehead protector activated autonomously, while the distant Akatsuki member, known as Obito Uchiha, also had his Mangeki Sharingan awaken. Jinjutsu. Kakashi seemed to confront a formidable adversary, yet he could not allow himself to be defeated by such an individual. Space-time manipulation. Layers of spatial distortion enveloped Kakashi, dispelling Danzo's ocular technique. Kakashi regained his clarity just before vanishing into the void, raising his forehead protector towards Danzo. The three tomo shall transform into the Mangeki Kimui. Izanagi. Danzo hastily unwrapped the bandage from his hand, revealing a transplanted three tomo Sharingan. One eye permanently sealed shut, nullifying the effects of Kimui. Kakashi possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. He has a means of defense. It appears I shall have no further opportunity to employ Kodo Ōtsutsuki against him. Danzo momentarily composed himself, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself transported 1,000 miles away. Bewildered. Could it be the self-protective mechanism of the Mangeki Sharingan? Hidden in the shadows, Obito watched the perplexed Kakashi with interest. This is bad. Danzo may target Wang's Wada. I must return swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi sought a clear path and hastened onward. Within the cottage, the Muramasa and Taichi swords trembled, emitting a chilling hum of impending danger. Senjutsu. Shinhin. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang's was seized both swords and vanished underground. Boom! The modest dwelling was reduced to ashes beneath a colossal fireball. A figure clad in the distinctive mask and dark attire of Root, adorned with the numeral 10, approached the remnants of the cottage. Sensing no signs of life die in an instant, 10 leaped into action. Doton. Tuchi no Yari. A spear of earth erupted from below, soaring forth. F-ton. Kaze no Yaiba. 10 pivoted in midair, unleashing an invisible blade of wind that shattered the earthen spear. On the other side, Wang's emerged from the ground, a subordinate of Danzo. Humph. His spirit had yet to fully recover, rendering him incapable of employing the 8 gates of the earth and more formidable ninjutsu. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Earth release. Earth prison. A wall of earth encircled 10, trapping him within a subterranean cell that would absorb the chakra of its captive, thereby replenishing itself. Seizing the opportunity, Wangzhou made a hasty retreat. Uncertain of Kakashi's condition, he directed his course toward the capital of the Land of Rice, where the complex terrain would provide ample concealment. 10, recognizing Wang's lingering injuries, dared not engage in battle. Wind release. Chaotic blade of dawn. Countless invisible wind blades sliced through the earth prison that ensnared him. Wind release. Gale dash. Empowered by the wind, 10 disregarded the peril to his own body and pursued Wang Zhuo with a series of short-range teleportations, his mind entirely dominated by the imperative of Danzo's orders that he must fulfill. Chapter 44. The Path of Demonic Blades. Through the technique of instant movement, 10 swiftly closed the distance to Wang Zhuo, his presence radiating lethal intent. Wang Zhuo thought to himself that it seemed 10 would not relent until he was slain. Thus, he resolved to fight with his back against the wall. Sheathing the Tai Zhengzong, Wang Zhuo opted for the more bloodthirsty Muramasa, utilizing its demonic nature to temporarily suppress his injuries. Heart intent flow. Iato slash. The blade flashed, and 10 hastily evaded, leaving behind severed trees in his wake. Wind release. Chaotic blade wind cutter. Evading in midair, 10 formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Unperturbed, Wang Zhuo wielded the demonic blade with impeccable precision, the black light of his sword forming a dark veil that obstructed the incoming wind blades. As 10 prepared to land, Wang Zhuo formed a single-handed seal. Invoking Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. From the ground erupted a massive Earth Dragon, its jaws wide open, ready to engulf 10. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Dance. A fire dragon materialized out of thin air, colliding with the Earth Dragon in an explosive confrontation. The experienced 10 leveraged the shockwave to increase the distance between himself and Wang Zhuo. This is bad. He has discerned my chakra is nearly depleted. He aims to evade my close-range attacks and exhaust me with ninjutsu. Wang Zhuo rushed forward with his blade, determined not to allow 10 to widen the gap. Ninjutsu. 16 Pillar Binding Technique. Wang Zhuo unleashed the remainder of his chakra, causing the ground to tremble as 16 earthen pillars rose to encircle the two combatants. Lightning nets spread between the pillars, sealing the skies and the gaps, while special runes emerge from the ground, restricting any escape via earth release. Faced with the enhanced version of the four-pillar binding technique, Tin, also a leaf ninja, understood that even with forbidden techniques, it would be quite difficult to break through in a short time. Aware of Wang's was resolved to fight to the death, Tin remained unwavering behind his mask. A deadly aura clashed between the two. Clouds drift like dragons, winds surge like tigers. The sword techniques of Takamagara are still beyond my full comprehension, yet I might still test my knowledge of the sun and moon blade technique. With his chakra spent, Wang Zuo was compelled to rely on swordsmanship, believing that heart intent outweighs technique, thus preparing to stake everything on the sword techniques he remembered from Takamagara. Lowering the demonic blade, Wang's was slightly bowed his body in the setting sun. The surrounding light seemed to be absorbed by the blade, casting the area into darkness. In that instant, Wang's was struck, employing a unique stepping technique to achieve instantaneous movement. Reaching Tin's side in less than a breath, the black light of his blade, perfectly concealed by the shroud of darkness. The moment when his vision blurred, sure felt a surge of vigilance. Just as he prepared to form a seal, he sensed an ominous killing intent lurking silently beside him. In a flurry, he drew the short knife he carried, clashing against the threat. Clang! The knife shattered upon contact, leaving him with just enough time to tilt his body slightly as the blade grazed his right arm, sending droplets of blood scattering. Cradling his wounded arm, Sure fixated warily on the blood-dripping demon blade in Wang's hand. What speed that blade possesses! Such a technique was unfamiliar to him. Who on earth are you? You will know when you die. Wang Zuo, corrupted by the demonic aura, wore a sinister grin as he felt an inexplicable power emanating from the demon blade. Ninjutsu. Wind and fire extinguish. Sure exhaled a fireball, swiftly followed by a blade of wind. The two forces combining to form a colossal fire blade aimed at Wang Zuo. Wang Zuo raised the demon blade and swung it downwards in a single stroke. Stowya! The blade's aura erupted, clashing with the pitch-black energy of the fire blade. Ultimately, the blade's aura, which had not reached the realm of unification with the sword, could not withstand Shure's nearly S-rank mixed ninjutsu. The blade's aura dissipated beneath the fire blade, which shrank in size and lost much of its potency. Mind flow, wind slash. The continuous release of blade energy disintegrated the fire blade. The intense physical exertion caused Wang Zuo to tremble. Were it not for the unknown power and frenzied demonic energy emanating from the demon blade, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness due to the severe injuries he sustained earlier. Experienced in battle, Shure discerned Wang's odd behavior and began unleashing a variety of minor ninjutsu to exhaust him. Wang Zuo, however, had no choice but to continuously defend against the blade energy, unable to counterattack. As his body grew increasingly fatigued, he realized he had to take a desperate gamble. Wang Zuo immersed himself wholly in the demonic energy, a black aura radiating from the demon blade, slowly enveloping him. His gaze grew more frenzied, and the blade energy sharpened. Noticing Wang's transformation, Shure hastened to amplify the power of his ninja. The last shred of rationality was consumed by the demon blade's malevolence. Wang's swung the demon blade with wild abandon, laughing maniacally, kill, kill, kill. Enter the path of the demonic blade without limits. The pitch-black blade energy transformed into a vivid crimson, carving channels into the ground reinforced with spells. Shure, once the aggressor, was now forced to evade, feeling a primal fear in the face of the scarlet blade energy, even as one accustomed to slaughter. Wang Zuo, devoid of reason, was left with only the instinct for slaughter and destruction. Charging toward Shure, the sole living being within the sealing formation. Facing this lethal threat, Shure swiftly drew a kunai across his own abdomen, contorting into a twisted laugh. Come die with me, Lord Danzo. Sure, I will soon accomplish your task. Forbidden technique, deathlock sealing. Countless black chains materialized from thin air, inscribed with crimson sigils etched in Shure's blood. The chains shot outwards, racing toward Wang Zuo. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blade and the scarlet blade energy struck the iron chains, leaving only gashes but failing to sever them completely. One chain pierced through the blade's web, ensnaring Wang Zuo, causing his assault to falter. More and more chains entwined him, wrapping tightly around Wang Zuo, whose body bore the marks of the constricting grip. Death loomed ever closer. Wang Zuo, consumed by madness, descended further into insanity. The power within the demonic blade surged forth with ferocity, its obsidian surface shedding layers of darkness to reveal a deep crimson core beneath. Once the blackness had fully dissipated, a surge of sanguine energy erupted, unleashing the boundless might of the blood slaughter-breaking method of the infinite demonic blade. Witnessing this transformation, the dark aura enveloping Wang Zhuo morphed into a vivid scarlet, as torrents of blood energy were siphoned from him by the enchanted sword. The blade unleashed an overwhelming crimson force, shattering the chains that bound him and soaring skyward, piercing through the 16 pillars of binding technique, scattering the clouds above. In the forest, countless creatures fled in panic. As the blood-red haze receded, there remained nothing but 10 lifeless corpses. Wang Zhuo lay on the ground, emaciated and unconscious, while the demonic blade returned to its obsidian form. Resting beside him, the Taichi Zhengzong, having flown to the side, unsheathed itself and positioned itself next to Wang Zhuo. As time passed, a wandering ninja stumbled upon the scene, beholding 2 remarkable samurai swords and the unconscious Wang Zhuo. Greed ignited within him, and as he observed Wang's evident state of unconsciousness, he approached with eager anticipation, preparing to search for valuables. Clang! The tip of the sword pierced through the ninja's chest. How could this be? The ninja, in disbelief, gazed at the Taichi Zhengzong that had autonomously propelled itself, his eyes wide open in death. A lurking ninja, witnessing this shocking spectacle, turned to flee in terror, only to catch sight of the Muramasa demonic blade nearby. Grabbing it impulsively, he was met with an irresistible force, transforming him into a mere husk. The earlier chaos had drawn the attention of Danzo's operatives, who began to converge upon the area, while various other hidden ninjas observed from the shadows. Yet, Danzo's men dared not act openly, for Wang Zhuo was a jonin of Konoha.0, perplexed, surveyed the unconscious form of Wang Zhuo on the ground. Danzo had already returned to Konoha, leaving him uncertain about the next course of action. Just then, Kakashi finally arrived, lifting Wang Zhuo into his arms. The Taichi Zhengzong and Muramasa remained still, allowing Kakashi to take them without interference, as he turned away from the members of Root without a second thought. Chapter 45. Past events. Noticing the severity of Wang's injuries, Kakashi carried the unconscious man to the nearest capital of the Land of Rice, seeking the expertise of specialized medical ninjas. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 40s and bearing an unremarkable resemblance to a typical neighborly aunt, diligently treated Wang Zhuo, drenched in sweat. Kakashi stood calmly to the side, refraining from interrupting, having grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death through the ravages of war. After 2 hours of sustained treatment, the woman finally rose, stating, "I have largely healed his physical wounds. However, it seems his spirit has also suffered significant trauma. Whether he awakens now depends on his own fortitude." Kakashi expressed his gratitude, handing the woman a silver note. "Thank you for your assistance, madam." The woman, unpretentious, accepted the note and prepared to leave, but suddenly recalled something. "Ah, by the way, I'm unsure what method he used that led to such a depletion of his life force. If he does awaken, be sure to remind him to partake in a substantial restorative meal." In the depths of his unconsciousness, Wang's mind was enveloped in a crimson mist, his soul adrift in uncertainty. Where am I? Who am I? His spirit wandered within the fog, drawn towards a luminous object that beckoned the lost essence. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that a small child is curled up with his arms wrapped around his knees. "Who are you?" inquires the spirit. The child gazes up at the hovering apparition with trepidation and softly replies, "My name is Wang Zhuo. Who are you? Are you here to bully me as well?" "Who am I?" The spirit muses, its eyes clouded with confusion. "I do not even know who I am." The child trembles in fear, prompting the spirit to offer reassurance. "Do not worry. Come with me, I will protect you. No one will dare to harm you again." "Really? My parents passed away when I was young. They all say I am an unloved wild child." The little one asks with a glimmer of hope. "Of course, come along. Let us seek answers together regarding my identity." The spirit helps the child to his feet, and they continue their journey into the mist. Ahead, a source of light emerges, revealing a teenager drenched in sweat, vigorously punching the air with resolute determination. The spirit approaches the youth, asking, "Hello, do you recognize me?" The teenager glances at the spirit and replies, "I do not know you. Please do not disturb my training." With that, he resumes his practice, and the child comforts the spirit, saying, "Let us inquire further. Surely someone will recognize you." The duo presses onward, soon encountering a peculiar figure in his 20s, his face weathered and clad in tattered garments, as if he had just emerged from a desert. The spirit approaches him, asking, "Excuse me, do you know me?" The young man looks up, perplexed, and replies, "I'm sorry. I do not recognize you, but perhaps the monk who just passed by might know you. He seems to be searching for someone as well. He is just ahead. You may want to ask him." The young man gestures toward a direction shrouded in fog before turning away. The child follows the spirit's lead, and they soon encounter a kind-faced monk in his 30s, who, with hands clasped in prayer, bows and greets them. "Greetings, may I inquire if you have seen a Taoist who bears a striking resemblance to me?" "I have not seen him." "Master, do you know my name?" the spirit asks hopefully. "I am sorry, I do not know you, my child," the monk replies apologetically. "Forgive the intrusion," the spirit says, disheartened, as he guides the child away while the monk continues his search for the doppelganger. As they meander through the fog, the child suddenly collides with another person. The spirit quickly pulls the child back, apologizing. "I am sorry, the child did not mean to. It is nothing," responds the young man clad in Taoist robes, his expression impassive. Noticing the Taoist's indifference, the spirit prepares to leave, but the child exclaims joyfully, "Isn't he the very Taoist that the monk is looking for?" The Taoist inquires, "Someone is searching for me?" "Indeed. A monk mentioned he is looking for a Taoist who resembles him, and you bear a striking resemblance." The child responds eagerly. Upon observing the Taoist's appearance, the spirit nods in affirmation. "Certainly, there is a monk seeking you." "Is that so? However, since he has not found me, it appears that fate has not yet aligned," the Taoist states, devoid of emotion, before turning away without hesitation. The child tugs at the spirit and exclaims, "Brother, I have discovered a secret." "What secret?" "They all look exactly like you." The child, upon uttering their words, transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. "Am I like them?" "Indeed, I am." The gaze of my soul grew increasingly lucid. "Yes, I am Wang Zhuo, an orphan who first practiced martial arts, then studied the Tao, and finally delved into Buddhism, comprehending the myriad schools of thought, attaining a connection with the heavens, and ultimately transcending. I am Wang Zhuo." Before my soul, there appeared the figures I had encountered: a Taoist, a monk, a youth, a young man, and a child. The child joyfully bounced over to my soul, colliding into its essence, unleashing a torrent of childhood memories. The young man, with an air of coldness, approached the soul ensnared in these memories, silently merging with it, infusing it with recollections of his martial training, causing the outline of the soul to solidify, its eyes beginning to shimmer with vitality. After absorbing the current memories, the soul turned its gaze towards the youth, who, bearing the weight of years, also stepped into the soul, lamenting the arduous quest for the Tao. The path is fraught with challenges, and only through trials can one attain the essence. Following the youth's integration, the Taoist drew near, coolly commenting on the marvels of the Tao, the unity of heaven and man, and the indifference of the Supreme. Lastly, only the monk remained, standing solitary before the soul, who now ought to be called Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo gazed at the monk, who hesitated to merge, and the monk proclaimed, "Such is the dreamlike state. All is void, and the past is but a memory, granting me a different existence." With those words, he dissipated, not merging within Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo murmured, "Such is the dreamlike state. All is void." Meanwhile, a month had passed in the outside world. Kakashi, carrying the unconscious Wang Zhuo, returned to Konoha, informing Tsunade of the matters concerning Danzo. Tsunade, incensed, prepared to convene the Council of Elders, but was dissuaded by Minato and Koharu, who arrived upon hearing the news. Elders of the Senju clan also came to persuade Tsunade, while the guards at the entrance merely heard the sounds of the Hokage wreaking havoc within her office. At present, Tsunade's position as Hokage remained precarious, while Danzo's route had become an indispensable force within Konoha, supported by numerous clans, rendering any punitive measures against him implausible. Having miscalculated, Danzo, fully aware of his faults, began to temper his actions, divvying up some of his power and interest with Tsunade's Hokage faction. Minato, Koharu, and the elders of the Senju clan felt quite pleased. The formidable Kakashi had emerged unscathed, and the mere fate of an exceptionally talented Jonin was yielding such substantial benefits. Left without support, Tsunade could only vent her frustrations through drinking, having never truly enjoyed a drink since assuming the role of Hokage. She retrieved her long-preserved century-old fine wine and began to indulge. Noticing Tsunade's discontent, Shizen took the sorrowful Shiro and left, allowing Tsunade a moment to unwind alone. As Tsunade sipped the exquisite wine, she incessantly complained, while Wang Zhuo lay quietly on the sickbed, and Tsunade had been tirelessly seeking ways to heal him. Alas, as Wang Zhuo had suffered psychological damage, Tsunade found herself at a loss, resorting to her ancestral yang chakra to mend his physical wounds, leaving his awakening to fate. Gradually succumbing to the effects of the alcohol, Tsunade began to lose her senses, hazily perceiving this place as her home. Thinking, "What Hokage? I am exhausted and must manage this and that." All day long, witnessing their intricate schemes and machinations. It's utterly exhausting. I yearn for slumber. Tsunade approached the hospital bed, shedding her outer garment, her voluptuous form cascading down to rest directly upon the unconscious Wang's Wa. Today's mattress feels delightfully soft and comfortable. Nestling in, Tsunade closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Come the following dawn, a rejuvenated Wang's Wa felt an overwhelming heaviness upon him, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a pair of ample curves concealed beneath delicate garments, one cheekily exposed to the world. Straining to lift his gaze, he found Tsunade in a state of dreamy bewilderment, her fragrant breath gently brushing against his face. Caught in an awkward predicament, Wang's Wa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as he contemplated feigning unconsciousness, a knock echoed upon the door. Tsunade instantly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Wang's Wa. Still dazed, she stared into his strikingly contrasting eyes. As a quiet voice called from outside, "Lady Tsunade, are you awake?" At that moment, Tsunade realized she was reclining upon Wang's Wa, acutely aware of a certain part of him that was rather uncharacteristic. Hastily, she rose, only to discover her own attire in disarray, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly dressed, not forgetting to land a punch on the still gawking Wang's Wa, rendering him unconscious once more. As Hidan entered, she found Tsunade seated at the table, impeccably dressed yet with a hint of blush upon her cheeks. Curiously, she inquired, "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" "Of course, I am perfectly fine. I merely overindulged yesterday and feel a tad unwell." "Come, let us return to the office," Tsunade replied, her heart racing at the thought of her modesty being compromised. How utterly humiliating it was to have someone witness her in such a vulnerable state. It must be that mischievous boy's fault. Yes, she vowed to discipline him properly. Having accompanied Tsunade for many years, Hidan sensed her unusual demeanor yet was perplexed, following her out in a fog of confusion. Before departing, Tsunade instructed the nurse, "As soon as Wang's Wa awakens, ensure he comes to see me." Poor Wang's Wa, who had finally roused from his slumber, was swiftly knocked unconscious again, only regaining consciousness by the afternoon. Rubbing the sore spot on the back of his neck where Tsunade had struck him, he lamented, "How could she be so ruthless? It hurts terribly. It's not as if I did anything wrong." While the sight was indeed captivating, "I am entirely innocent." As he wallowed in his complaints, a nurse entered to change his dressing, exclaiming in delight, "You are finally awake. That's wonderful. I shall inform the doctor right away." She hurriedly dashed out. To Wang's Wa's surprise, the doctor summoned was none other than Sakura. "Lie down. Let me take a look at you," she said kindly as he reclined. He asked, "You can handle things on your own so soon?" "That's impressive, of course. While I may not excel in other areas as you all do, I possess great confidence in my medical skills," Sakura replied proudly, adjusting her modest bosom before placing her hands on Wang's Wa, channeling chakra for examination. Momentarily lost in thought, Wang's Wa recalled the enchanting image of Tsunade from that morning. "It appears you have made a full recovery. You may be discharged," she announced. Suddenly, noticing Wang's Wa lost in thought, Xiaoying felt a surge of joy in her heart, her face briefly adorned with a hint of shyness. Wang's Wa, immersed in his daydreams, was roused by Xiaoying's words, scratching his head and apologizing for his distraction. "I should be able to be discharged now, right?" "Yes," she replied, "but the teacher instructed me to have you meet her once you awaken." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoying proceeded to relay the Elder Council's checks and balances policy. Along with the matter of Tsunade's fury, to Wang's Wa will go now. Wang's Wa rose from his hospital bed, hastily departing the hospital and making his way home. He would have the opportunity to settle accounts with Danzo later. However, confronting Tsunade now was out of the question, as his neck still throbbed painfully. Wang's Wa dared not face Tsunade's iron-fisted retribution. Upon returning home, Wang's Wa changed his attire and headed towards Kakashi's residence. Kakashi's house was a grand family estate, albeit diminished due to the decline of the Hatake clan, now only inhabited by Kakashi and a few servants. Wang's Wa knocked on the front door, and an elderly butler appeared before him. "This is the Hatake clan. Whom do you seek?" "Greetings, sir. I am here to see teacher Kakashi. I am his student, Wang's Wa," he replied politely. "Please wait a moment." The butler reported to Kakashi and soon returned to escort Wang's Wa into the courtyard. As he walked through the estate, Wang's Wa marveled at the exquisite scenery of the Hokage's family residence. Various rockeries and ponds were scattered throughout, while an abundance of diverse flora enveloped him, creating a sense of communion with nature. After navigating the intricate corridors, He arrived at a large courtyard where Kakashi was leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book titled Paradise of Affection, while enjoying a massage from a maid, all the while concealing his left eye behind a mask. Wangzhou felt a bit embarrassed. "Teacher Kakashi, you dress so oddly even at home." "Wangzhou, you have awakened. I have your blades at home. I will have a servant fetch them for you." Kakashi waved away the maid and invited Wangzhou to sit down. "Teacher Kakashi, I would like to inquire about the specifics regarding Danzo." Wangzhou said seriously. Kakashi sat up, already anticipating that Wangzhou was not one to remain at ease. "Danzo appears to be preparing to control me and eliminate you in order to weaken the Umbu's power. Although Lady Tsunade is inclined to support us, under the mediation of the Elder Council, Danzo was able to evade repercussions by making certain concessions, and thus this matter was left unresolved." "Teacher Kakashi, is there any way to retaliate against Danzo? Moreover, I believe that now that his plans have been exposed, he will undoubtedly target me. I may not be able to remain in Konoha for long." Wangzhou calmly analyzed. "Indeed, Danzo will certainly not let you off easily. Even without your prompting, I would advise you to stay away for a while. Wait until Lady Tsunade's position as Hokage is firmly established, or until Jiraiya returns with Naruto. Then Danzo will have to once again conceal his roots in the shadows." No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than a servant arrived with Wang's Taichi Zhengzong and Muramasa Demon Blade. Accepting the twin swords, and once the servant had departed, Wangzhou continued, "Teacher Kakashi, what should I do next? You may take on infiltration missions within the Umbu. These tasks tend to be lengthy, and with your proficiency in the Mind Flow Sword technique, you can disguise yourself as a warrior, remaining undetected. At the same time, you will directly follow Lady Tsunade's commands to monitor Danzo's actions from the outside. Indeed, I shall first proceed to the Umbu to undertake my mission." "No need for that. You may go directly to Lady Tsunade. She has already mentioned this matter to me and should have made the necessary arrangements." Departing from Kakashi's residence, there was no avoiding this. Wangzhou could only brace himself and make his way to the Hokage's office to meet Tsunade, hoping she would not make things difficult for him. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was engrossed in her duties while Shiro lay quietly asleep nearby, occasionally murmuring "brothered I" in her dreams. Since Shizen was absent, she must be attending to matters outside. Wangzhou donned his Umbu attire and instantly utilized the body flicker technique to enter the office. "Lady Tsunade, Shin has reported," he announced softly upon noticing Shiro sleeping. Tsunade lifted her gaze to see Wangzhou, clad in black with a golden mask and dual swords on his back. The stark contrast of his black and white eyes reminded her of the morning's events, and a faint blush crossed her cheeks. "You have already met Kakashi. This time, I intend to send you to the Land of Rain. Recently, a formidable organization known as Ōtsutsuki has emerged there, and our covert investigations suggest their involvement in the disappearance of the 4th Mizukage. It seems Danzo is also planning significant moves in that region." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Wangzhou replied, feeling a sense of relief at her no-nonsense demeanor. "Now, let us discuss personal matters." Tsunade shifted the conversation, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. Wangzhou was momentarily taken aback. "Tsunade, I will take responsibility. Though you are older than I, it does not concern me." "Wait," Tsunade interjected, her face flushed with anger. "Who said anything about that? I was referring to Shiro." "You incorrigible brat, do you intend to take advantage of me?" At that moment, Wangzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a fleeting sense of disappointment lingered, which Tsunade keenly observed. "Ahem, I plan to take Shiro as my apprentice. You have no objections, do you?" "Yes, Shiro would surely be willing. You have been caring for her all along. I appreciate your efforts." Wangzhou expressed his gratitude toward Tsunade. As Wangzhou prepared to leave, he was halted by Tsunade. "Wait a moment." She approached him from behind her desk and, unexpectedly, threw a punch at him. Wangzhou instinctively dodged, but Tsunade frowned. "Oh, not move. Let me land a punch." Reluctantly, Wangzhou stood still, bracing himself for the blow. "Ouch," he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen as he fell to the ground. "Humph. We are even now," Tsunade teased, a playful pout on her lips. Wangzhou lay still, prompting Tsunade to check on him, her concern evident. "Are you all right? After all, you just got out of the hospital." She crouched beside him, extending her hand to assess his condition. Suddenly, Wangzhou sprang up, colliding with Tsunade in an embrace, seizing the moment to plant a kiss on her lips while mischievously grabbing a handful of her ample bosom. He then utilized the body flicker technique to vanish, a faint whisper echoing in Tsunade's mind. "Now we are even. I will take responsibility. Damn it," Tsunade exclaimed, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment and anger as she stomped her foot. "Wangzhou, you scoundrel. How dare you take advantage of me again?" Meanwhile, having relished his moment, Wang's had already vanished from Konoha, setting off toward the Land of Rain. Chapter 47. The Land of Rain, joining Ōtsutsuki. The Land of Rain, a diminutive nation perpetually shrouded in rain, has never known respite from its downpour. The outside world possesses scant knowledge of this realm, aware only of its internal strife and protracted warfare, coupled with stringent security measures to thwart the infiltration of spies. Its affiliated ninja village, Amigakure, has developed numerous unique techniques, honing each ninja's abilities to their utmost potential. Furthermore, this village excels in assassination arts, often receiving commissions from foreign nations. Additionally, the Land of Rain serves as one of the primary strongholds for the Ōtsutsuki organization, with Pain reigning as its current sovereign. Wang's donned his conical hat and secured twin blades at his waist as he approached the checkpoint at the entrance to the Land of Rain. There, the boundary was marked by a striking contrast. One side basked in radiant sunlight while the other languished under relentless rain, creating a remarkable visual juxtaposition. "Who are you? What brings you to the Land of Rain?" inquired the guard at the entrance, brimming with hostility. "Dong Huang Tai, a wandering warrior, here to seek sustenance in the Land of Rain," came Wang's voice from beneath the hat. The guard scrutinized Wang's from head to toe, then relented. "Enter, but heed the laws of the Land of Rain. Transgressions may cost you your life." Disregarding the guard's animosity, Wang's proceeded onward, the sound of cascading rain echoing through the stillness of the Land of Rain. Unlike the Land of Rice, the Land of Rain adhered to stricter protocols. The passing ninjas and warriors exchanged not a word. Patrol guards were omnipresent, while the indigenous populace remained largely hidden, embodying the somber atmosphere of a nation at war. Upon reaching an inn, Wang's removed his hat and raincoat, settling into a secluded corner. The merchants and travelers within the establishment whispered cautiously, their conversations subdued. In Wang's memory, the chaos of the Land of Rice paled in comparison to the oppressive gloom of the Land of Rain, where despair seemed to linger perpetually, exacerbated by the ceaseless rain. "Esteemed guest, may I take your order?" A server approached Wang's table. "I would like 2 or 3 signature dishes," Wang's replied nonchalantly. "Certainly, please wait a moment. By the way, could you enlighten me on where the illustrious Ōtsutsuki organization recruits?" he inquired. Upon hearing the name of Ōtsutsuki, the server's face lit up with fervor, responding reverently, "Right at the heart of the village, in the sacred hall of our revered deity." Noticing the surrounding patrons casting furtive glances his way, murmuring in hushed tones, Wang's mused to himself that Pain's indoctrination was indeed effective, as the locals fervently revered him. Before long, the server returned with several fish dishes, discreetly informing Wang's, "The proprietor has heard of your intent to serve our deity and has graciously offered you a 20% discount." Amused yet bemused, Wang's swiftly consumed the meal and departed, reluctantly acknowledging that the fish in the Land of Rain was indeed quite delectable. Arriving at the tallest building in the heart of Amigakure, he found but a single entrance devoid of any guards. This was akin to a sacred site within the Land of Rain, where no one dared to cause a disturbance. Adjusting his hat, Wang's strode forth without hesitation, entering a spacious hall that lay empty and unoccupied. Wang's found himself puzzled. Countless pieces of paper floated down from above, gradually coalescing into Xiaonan, the paper avatar of her being. "Fortunately, during my earlier confrontation with Jiaodu, I had been wearing a mask all along." Xiaonan spoke. "Are you here to join Ōtsutsuki?" "Indeed, I am a wandering warrior from the Land of Iron, known as Dong Huang Tai," Wang's replied, maintaining an air of calm confidence. "Remove your hat," Xiaonan demanded. "Very well," Wang's complied, lifting his hat to reveal a youthful visage. Xiaonan frowned. "So young. Isn't a warrior's strength supposed to increase with age?" "Fear not, you will certainly be satisfied with my prowess. The world is not devoid of prodigies," Wang's asserted with unwavering confidence. "Then let us see if you can defeat my paper avatar," Xiaonan declared, immediately launching her attack. Dance of paper. The paper swirled in the air, transforming into countless sharp blades aimed at Wang's will. He needed to secure a decisive victory to gain Xiaonan's approval. Otherwise, entering the upper echelons would prove difficult. Drawing forth Tai Zhangzong, Wang's, having been previously wounded by the remnants of Takamagara and tainted by the demonic influence of Muramasa, had reached the realm of the unity of man and blade. He had also begun to develop his own swordsmanship, known as the 4 absolute paths. One blade asks the way, supreme forgetfulness. One mind enlightens the way, celestial human slash. One step without path, great Tao extinguished. One thought merges with the way, only I exist. One blade asks the way, supreme forgetfulness. In an instant, Xiaonan saw Wang's figure vanish, only to be captivated by the dazzling light of his blade appearing behind her. Memories of past moments with Nagato and Yahiko flooded her mind. The golden radiance of Tai Zhang Zone cleaved through Xiao Nan's paper avatar, reducing it to mere paper fragments, as countless blade energies simultaneously shattered the remnants. On a high balcony, Xiao Nan stood beside Pain, letting out a muffled groan as a trickle of blood escaped her lips. What transpired? Pain inquired with concern. I am unharmed. A newcomer possesses formidable strength. Perhaps he could join our 12 members of Ōtsutsuki, especially since Orochimaru's position is still vacant. Oh? To gain your approval is quite the feat, just as Danzo intends to strike against us. Let him test his mettle and witness his capabilities. I shall see if he can become one of us, Pain replied coldly. Sheathing his sword, Wang Zhuo patiently awaited Xiao Nan's arrival. Before long, Xiao Nan's true form stood before him. Wang Zhuo felt a hint of regret for this tragically fated character. Should the opportunity arise, he would attempt to alter her destiny with Pain. Xiao Nan embodied her name, resembling a cool and elegant orchid. Congratulations on passing the test. We currently have a challenging mission. Should you succeed, we shall elevate you to the higher ranks of Ōtsutsuki. Oh? What benefits does this entail? I have come for the sake of survival, and I have heard that your organization is generous. As for me, I care not for power, but rather for wealth and strength. Wang Zhuo feigned an avaricious demeanor as he responded, no problem. As long as you complete the mission and join our upper ranks, unimaginable rewards await you. Xiao Nan casually tossed a scroll to Wang Zhuo, saying, this is your task. Are you not concerned that I might betray you? So easily entrusting it to someone as prominent as I? Wang Zhuo chuckled as he glanced at the contents within the scroll. Xiao Nan, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked that they had their own methods to deal with traitors, suggesting that one should first prepare for the task at hand. The prospect of ambushing the 5th elite squad of Root was indeed to his liking. He had not anticipated such a swift opportunity for vengeance against Danzo, however. It was surprising that Danzo dared to meddle in the affairs of the Land of Rain, indicating that there were underlying issues at play, albeit not of his concern. Wang Zhuo departed from the Ōtsutsuki headquarters en route to the ambush site. Concealed atop an unremarkable tree amidst the woodlands, Wang Zhuo remained patient as raindrops trickled down onto his conical hat, the trees of the Land of Rain towering and distinct from those found elsewhere, as they had endured the relentless downpour. A feat not achievable by ordinary trees. Chapter 48. The God of Ōtsutsuki, Pain. The sound of the rain pattered incessantly through the forest as Wang Zhuo concealed himself behind a tree, biding his time. Soon, a group of individuals wearing root masks emerged within the thicket. Captain 9, I heard that Captain 10 has perished. Is it true? One member inquired of the leader. Silence. We have entered the territory of the Land of Rain. Tread carefully. Lord Danzo has commanded us to assassinate the leaders of the Ōtsutsuki organization. Do not complicate matters, the leader admonished. Kyo think that a mere handful of you could attempt to eliminate our boss. Such ignorance is tantamount to courting death. A voice echoed from the woods. Who goes there? Form a formation, Captain 9 ordered, and over a dozen men quickly encircled the area, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. It is the harbinger of your demise. Heart intent flow, wind slash, from all directions, blades of air surged forth, severing trees and momentarily halting the rain. 4 purple flames formation. For barriers arose, intercepting the oncoming blade energy. Wang Zhuo, wielding the demonic blade Muramasa, stood before them, lowering his conical hat and acknowledging, indeed, you are the elite of Root. You possess considerable skills. Whoever you are, daring to obstruct us, your fate is sealed. Attack, Captain 9 coldly commanded, initiating the hand seals for fire release. Fire dragon technique, with his comrades following suit, summoning a multitude of fire dragons. Fire release. True fire dragon dance. A fire dragon, stretching dozens of meters, took shape, its power rivaling that of S-rank ninjutsu. The heat surged forward, and even from 100 meters away, Wang Zhuo could sense it, as the moisture in the air evaporated, creating a brief space devoid of rain, with droplets transforming into steam and rising. I have underestimated these individuals. The inability to utilize ninjutsu poses a significant challenge. Before the fire dragon could strike, Wang Zhuo took the initiative, employing a unique footwork learned from the memories of Takamagara, swiftly closing the distance to Root's members. Not good. Captain 9 realized that their combined ninjutsu was formidable, yet lacked flexibility. While it could contend with ninjutsu, it was ineffective against taijutsu-type ninjas or warriors, especially when faced with an adversary employing a technique akin to body flicker. In a flurry, he attempted to coil the fire dragon into a circle, but alas, it was too late. Wang Zhuo had already plunged into the fray. With unwavering resolve, he charged directly at 9, who was preoccupied with controlling the fire dragon and had no time to react. One strike to inquire, supreme forgetfulness. Wang Zhuo instantaneously positioned himself behind Nine, the demonic blade's black glimmer flashing, and in an instant, Nine found himself ensnared in a reverie, memories of his hellish training within Root flooding back to him. In the external world, Wang Zhuo decisively cleave through the waste of Jiu, departing without hesitation. As anticipated, countless chains erupted from Zhuo's body, reminiscent of the previous slaying of Shi, ensnaring the other members of Jin, who were left in despair, strangled to death. Paying no heed to Zhuo's demise, Wang Zhuo seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to continue his slaughter. The fierce aura of his blade, combined with its razor-sharp edge, rendered him unstoppable. In a matter of minutes, the fire dragon, having lost control, began to dissipate, though the heat lingered in the air. From a group of over 10, only 4 remained, surrounded by a sea of corpses. As rain began to fall anew, cleansing the blood from the ground and dispersing the residual heat in the atmosphere, the 4, trembling in fear, gazed at the swordsman clad in a conical hat amidst the rain, shaking off the blood from his weapon. Wang Zhuo raised his head, revealing a youthful visage, a slight smile gracing his lips. Truly, they had not relinquished their will to resist, having endured the harsh training of Jin. Ignoring the mockery in Wang Zhuo's words, the 4 exchanged glances and, in an instant, fled in 4 different directions. Humph, naive. With a swift motion, he executed the sun and moon sword technique, dawn moon and dusk sun. Instantly, the light around them vanished, cloaking his movements in darkness as he unleashed the leaf blade technique. Dance of the 3 moons. In the shadows, Wang Zhuo conjured 3 phantoms, which charged at the 4 lost souls engulfed in darkness. A chorus of 4 anguished screams pierced the air, and as the darkness receded, Wang Zhuo stood alone in the rain, sheathing his enchanted blade, lowering his hat, and turning away, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. At the headquarters of Ōtsutsuki, atop the skyscraper, Wang Zhuo leaned against the wall, addressing Xiao Nan. The mission is accomplished. Here is your reward. Xiao Nan handed him a banknote of 10 million ryo. Excellent. Accepting the note, Wang Zhuo feigned fascination as he gazed at it. Follow me. The leader wishes to see you. There are matters that may pique your interest. Xiao Nan proceeded towards the rooftop terrace. Finally, he would meet Pain. Perhaps this would grant him an opportunity to ascend into the upper echelons of Ōtsutsuki. Wang Zhuo decisively followed Xiao Nan to the terrace. There, Pain stood alone in the rain, adorned in the standard black attire emblazoned with red clouds. Impervious to the downpour, which was repelled by an invisible barrier. Sensing the arrival of Xiao Nan and Wang Zhuo, he turned, his expression devoid of emotion. You are Dong Huangtai Yi? Indeed. You are the one rumored to have slain the demigod Hanzo? Wang Zhuo scrutinized Pain's Rinnegan, which exuded an immense mental pressure. Yet, for someone like Wang Zhuo, who had endured the remnants of the High Heaven sword intent, it posed little impact. Observing Wang Zhuo's calm demeanor under the weight of his Rinnegan, Pain expressed a hint of admiration. I am Pain, the god of the land of rain. Perhaps you could join my organization, which aims to construct a new world. In that future, power and wealth will be at your fingertips. Oh, your words indeed hold great allure for me, but before that, allow me to see if you possess the ability to change the world. Wang Zhuo unsheathed the Muramesa, a potent aura of killing intent emanating from beneath his hat, scattering the rain that fell from the heavens. Then let me show you my resolve. As Pain's words lingered in the air, Wang Zhuo instantaneously appeared before him, his blade descending with a sharpness that made Pain's expression shift. No seals, instant ninjutsu. Wind release, gale palm. The gust of wind redirected Wang Zhuo's blade away, revealing a peculiar black rod that emerged from his sleeve. Gripping the black rod, he lunged toward the open space, intent on striking. With the flow of intent, he executed the dual sword technique. His left hand deftly drew the Tai Zhongzong to parry the black rod. Clang! The black rod, composed of an unknown material, showed no signs of damage upon colliding with the Tai Zhongzong. Intriguing, this dual sword technique, Pain's expression remained unchanged as he formed a hand seal with one hand, unleashing wind release. Wind dragon roar. An invisible dragon of wind erupted from Pain's mouth, instantly slicing through Wang Zhuo's form as if he were beset by countless blades, his clothing torn asunder, and his hat blown away. With a swift strike, he invoked the Taishang Wang. Wang Zhuo vanished in an instant, and a radiant arc of blades surged toward Pain, expanding in his vision, flooding his mind with a torrent of memories. Just as the cursed blade was about to cleave Pain in two, the power of the Rinnegan abruptly countered Wang Zhuo's illusory blade intent. Pain extended his hand toward Wang Zhuo, invoking Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force thrust Wang Zhuo backward. Universal pull. As Wang Zhuo was being pushed back, he was drawn toward Pain by an overwhelming suction. Still midair, Pain swiftly produced several black rods from his sleeve and, after a brief pause, unleashed Shinra Tensei once more. The repulsive force, now doubled in strength, hurled the black rods toward Wang Zhuo. With nowhere to gain leverage, Wang Zhuo immersed himself fully in the dual blade technique, focusing intently on the heavenly manslaughter. The two blade energies coalesced into a colossal blue sword, enveloping Wang Zhuo within its might, advancing rather than retreating as it slashed toward Pain. The black rods collided with the blade energy and were deflected, only to be halted by an invisible barrier that protected Pain. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated from the impact, causing the floor beneath Pain to collapse, propelling him like an arrow into the depths of the building, penetrating through the entire structure. As the blade energy dissipated, Wang Zhuo stood panting at the sight, while Pain gradually ascended from the ground, soon returning to the rooftop, raising his hand toward Wang Zhuo. Stop! I concede. Wang Zhuo urgently interjected. Your prowess is commendable. From this day forth, you shall be a member of Ōtsutsuki, designated as Sora. This ring represents your identity. Pain tossed a ring inscribed with the character for Sora to Wang Zhuo. Upon donning the ring, Wang Zhuo mused that he had indeed supplanted the position of Orochimaru, who had betrayed Ōtsutsuki. Chapter 49. Retribution from Ōtsutsuki. Pain hovered in the air, observing with satisfaction as Wang Zhuo adorned the ring. Dong Huang Tai, through our previous mission, you must be aware that Danzo of Konoha harbors intentions against Ōtsutsuki. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Seek out Uchiha Itachi, designated as Ju. Conan will provide you with the specifics. With the instructions conveyed, Pain took to the skies, leaving Wang Zhuo in a we.as. Pain departed. Conan approached, stating, Ju's location is in the Land of Rivers. Once you find him, inform him that the leader has tasked you both with eliminating several key outposts of route beyond the Land of Fire. The details regarding the outposts will be relayed to you in due course. Understood, Wang Zhuo replied, retrieving his blown-off hat and donning it once more. As the rain fell again with Pain's departure, Conan turned, revealing a pair of massive wings crafted from paper, and soared toward the direction Pain had taken. Being able to fly is truly remarkable. I must acquire the earth release techniques of the third Ōtsutsuki at some point. Wang Zhuo leaped from the building with a graceful arc, landing with such force that the ground beneath him cracked under the impact. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion of battle, were taken aback and swiftly dispersed. His attire, tattered from the confrontation with Pain, necessitated a visit to procure the standard garb of the Ōtsutsuki. Entering the first floor of the building, Wang Zhuo noted a newly revealed pit in the center of the hall. A remnant left by Pain, whom he had previously vanquished, a staff member hurriedly emerged from the shadows, presenting Wang Zhuo with a set of garments. Observing the individual, who kept their gaze averted, Wang Zhuo mused silently. Is this the essence of power? Quite intimidating indeed. Without lingering, he accepted the clothing and departed. In the Land of Rivers, Wang Zhuo arrived at the residence of Uchiha Itachi, a grand castle nestled within the forest. The sheer size of such an abode, occupied by a solitary individual, struck Wang Zhuo as extravagant. He compared it to his modest retreat in Konoha, muttering to himself. Avoiding the servants within the castle, he approached the main hall, and before he could step inside, a voice beckoned from within, urging him to enter. With his face obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat, Wang Zhuo pushed open the grand doors to find Uchiha Itachi seated serenely at the center. This prodigy of the Uchiha clan, only a few years his senior, possessed talent that eclipsed even Kakashi, outshining Wang Zhuo and Sasuke by leagues. Yet, alas, he lacked the fervor for power. With a hint of regret in his gaze, Wang Zhuo heard Itachi inquire, "Are you the Dong Huang Tai that Ju spoke of, the recent addition to our organization?" Raising a hand to indicate the ring he wore, Wang Zhuo affirmed, "Indeed, I am Dong Huang Tai. I trust you are well aware of the mission and the stronghold information. When do we depart?" "Right now," Itachi replied, rising to exit, with Wang Zhuo following closely behind. Both were decisive individuals, making their way swiftly to the nearest base of the root organization, located in the Land of Rivers. Along the route, Wang Zhuo, intrigued, asked, "I hear you are a rogue ninja from Konoha. You must possess considerable knowledge about it." Itachi remained silent, and Wang Zhuo paid no mind to his reticence. In silence, they soon reached the entrance of the base, an ancient temple. Itachi spoke, "There are traps within the temple. Beneath lies the stronghold of Root. I specialize in ninjutsu and fire techniques to distract the enemy, while you shall take the offensive. What say you?" "No problem," Wang Zhuo replied, drawing forth the menacing Muramasa. Sensing the murderous intent stirring within, Itachi, perceiving the heavy aura of malice emanating from the blade, furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to comment, leading the way into the temple. Inside the temple stood a fragmented statue of Buddha, the four walls sealed tightly and coated in dust, giving the impression of long abandonment. Had Itachi not indicated it as the base of root, Zhuo would have overlooked the seemingly ordinary temple concealing such intricate mysteries. Itachi approached the statue, grasping the lampstand before it and gently turning it. With a series of clicks, the statue slowly shifted, revealing a profound entrance. Noticing Itachi did not advance, Zhuo released his sensory abilities and discerned no immediate danger. Gripping the Muramesa, he leaped into the opening, descending approximately 10 meters until he landed solidly. As he landed, the sound of falling debris echoed from above. Zhuo took a few steps forward, with Itachi landing behind him. Fire release. Fire spirit. A ball of flame materialized beside Itachi, illuminating their surroundings. Let us proceed, Itachi urged, leading them into the passage. Who goes there? State your password, 2 guards stationed at the passageway called out. Alerted by the glimmer of light ahead, as Itachi emerged from around the corner, his 3 Tomo Sharingan met the gaze of the guard, who was momentarily entranced, never to awaken again. Zhuo, shaking off the blood from his blade, sighed, acknowledging the formidable power of the Sharingan, as 2 elite Jonin were effortlessly subdued. Release. With a series of hand seals, Itachi dispelled the fire release technique. The area ahead was already illuminated by numerous torches, rendering further light unnecessary. They aimed for a swift resolution to avoid leaving any loose ends in a clandestine underground hideout in the Land of Rain. Conan questioned Nagato, seated with black rods piercing his body. Why send Itachi to undertake this mission? Surely you can see he still harbors feelings for Konoha. Are you not concerned he might defect? Nagato replied with unwavering conviction, he will not betray us. I sense that, like me, he is willing to bear the weight of darkness for a purpose. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's demise was orchestrated by Danzo. He yearns for vengeance, yet he suppresses it. I intend to unleash his hatred fully. For it is then that he will be of greater use to me. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. Enemy intrusion. The last remaining survivor within the base fell to Zhuo's blade. All threats have been neutralized. Let us depart, he stated nonchalantly. Sheathing his cursed sword, it was the first time he felt that slaughter could be so effortless. No one could withstand Itachi's genjutsu, not even the elite Jonin commanding the base. Under Itachi's kaleidoscope, they were but marionettes, and Itachi had not even needed to employ Tsukuyami. Exiting the ancient temple, Zhuo expressed his delight. Collaborating with you has been a pleasure, utterly effortless. Itachi responded coolly. We must hasten to the next location in a mere 2 months. Zhuo and Uchiha Itachi had obliterated nearly a dozen of Root's strongholds. Back in Konoha's Root headquarters, Danzo slammed his palm on the table, seething, incompetent fools, a bunch of worthless trash. Before him knelt 8 ninjas, my lord. Their attacks are utterly erratic. We cannot intercept them accurately. On one occasion, 2 elite teams were dispatched, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the enemy. One of them reported cautiously, Hmph, has Zero uncovered who dares to strike against us? Danzo demanded angrily. Zero replied with caution. According to the intelligence department, it appears to be a retaliation from Ōtsutsuki. The attackers are 2 high-ranking members, one named Dong Huangtai, a warrior, and the other Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo crushed the water cup in his grip, filled with loathing. I knew we should have eradicated him from the start. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage insisting on sparing him and his brother, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are to eliminate those 2. As you command, Lord Danzo, responded the 5 masked individuals, each marked with the corresponding number. Once they departed, Zero inquired, my lord, why not let me assist 1 and 2 as well? If those 5 cannot achieve a mutual demise with Itachi, then your involvement would only lead to your own demise. You cannot comprehend the terror of the Sharingan, Danzo murmured, stroking his transplanted Shirsue's eye. My lord is wise. Zero's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance. Chapter 50. The plan of Ōtsutsuki. Itachi's 10-fist sword. As night fell, the stars adorned the sky, and a faint glow flickered amidst the unknown woods. Zhuo, having removed his conical hat, roasted a wild chicken in his hands, the delightful aroma wafting through the forest. Hey, Itachi, would you like some? No, thank you. Itachi leaned against a tree, feigning slumber. Noticing Itachi's lack of interest, Zhuo tore off a piece of chicken leg and indulged himself. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the woods. The sounds of animals had abruptly ceased, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhuo set down the roasted chicken and donned his hat. Itachi opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings with a serious demeanor. "Are you members of Ōtsutsuki?" One figure inquired. It appeared they were from Danzo's faction, and a few formidable opponents had seemingly arrived. Wangzhou unsheathed his demonic blade and charged at one of them, only to be rebounded by an invisible barrier as he advanced a few steps. 5 Elements Barrier Technique. Wangzhou furrowed his brows. Itachi approached Wangzhou's side, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, and whispered, "They are 5 of the 10 elite assassins trained by Danzo, each possessing the strength of an elite J-Nin. 5 Direction Seal." The 5 figures simultaneously formed hand seals, the invisible barrier converging inward into a cubic shape. Itachi patted Wangzhou's shoulder. The 3-tomo began to spin. Kagutsuchi. One individual collapsed to the ground, their hand seals rendered ineffective, and the barrier vanished in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Wangzhou rushed towards one of the remaining foes, delivering a swift strike with his blade. Taishang Wang. The enemy momentarily lost focus. A flash of dark energy surged, and their head was severed. Number 3. Number 5. Damn it. Let us use forbidden techniques together, declared a tall figure among the remaining 3. Forbidden technique, blood chain kill. Countless chains erupted from the bodies of the 3, intertwining to seal Wangzhou and Itachi, continuously layering to form a towering pyramid of chains. Not this again. Can we have something fresh for a change? Wangzhou lamented, raising his demonic blade to cleave the chains. Just as I suspected, they were utterly unbreakable. Itachi, do you have any ideas? Tengaku? Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's eye as he focused his gaze, manifesting black flames from thin air. The flames bore no heat, yet Wangzhou felt they were the most terrifying flames he had ever encountered. As the flames touched the chains, they ignited with the ferocity of a wildfire, engulfing all the chains, including the 3 practitioners of the forbidden technique, who were consumed by the flames before they could even scream. With the source of the chains lost, they were swiftly reduced to ashes by the flames of Amaterasu. Itachi closed his eyes, allowing the black flames to dissipate, then reopened them. His Manjiki returned to the 3-tomo, slowly spinning. That technique is truly horrifying. Wangzhou remarked in astonishment. If it were him, even without ninjutsu, it would be exceedingly difficult to extinguish the flames of Amaterasu, provided Itachi could catch his instantaneous movement. Itachi's figure flickered, the scene before him blurring. Utilizing Amaterasu placed a heavy burden on the Manjiki. Unless he attained the eternal Manjiki, his vision would deteriorate with each use. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. Wangzhou cleared away the remnants of the fire and their traces, and the two slipped deeper into the woods. Phew, finally done. Wangzhou sighed in relief, sitting on a nearby stone, while Itachi wearily leaned against a tree. In just over 2 months, the two individuals have successfully obliterated 20 strongholds, having vanquished a staggering count of over 100 elite shinobi, an equivalent force to that of 2 entire small ninja villages. This serves to highlight the formidable strength of Danzo's roots. Itachi, are you not going to treat me to a sumptuous meal? Wangzhou interjected, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, completely unprepared for the typically aloof Itachi to acquiesce. Very well, I too have matters to discuss with you. Itachi responded with unexpected promptness, catching Wangzhou off guard. In the land of rain, within the confines of an opulent hotel, Wangzhou indulged in the delectable spread laid before him, casting furtive glances at the nonchalant Itachi. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he paused to inquire, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" As comrades who had faced life and death together, Wangzhou declared, "As long as it isn't a request for a loan, I am open to anything." Upon hearing Wangzhou's words, Itachi's expression shifted considerably. "I require your assistance in retrieving an item. All rewards from this mission will be credited to you." Truly? Wangzhou's eyes sparkled with avarice, though internally he pondered what could possibly be so significant that it eluded even someone of his shadow-level prowess. Could it be the legendary Taka no Kin? Since you have agreed, I shall divulge everything. I have discovered a temple that harbors an ancient artifact, the Taka no Kin, just as he suspected. Wangzhou's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he asked, "With your capabilities, you cannot easily acquire it?" "The abbot there is exceedingly formidable, wielding a powerful barrier technique. I have attempted to breach it several times without success. However, with your assistance, the probability of success would significantly increase. I will distract the abbot while using Amaterasu to dismantle the barrier, allowing you the opportunity to seize the Taka no Kin." Itachi meticulously outlined his plan. Wangzhou pondered for a moment before responding, "However, I require something in return. Your insights on Jinjutsu. You are aware that my swordsmanship possesses certain illusory qualities. Should I acquire the expertise of a master in Jinjutsu, such as yourself, I'm certain my abilities would ascend to a new level. This way, you can rest assured that I will not abscond with the Taka no Kin. Agreed, Itachi replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. After their hearty meal, the two made their way to the Ōtsutsuki headquarters to report their mission's progress and claim their reward. En route, Itachi suddenly cautioned, Dong Huang Tai. That black blade of yours seems rather peculiar. With each life it claims, its malevolent aura intensifies. Exercise caution. Haha, I am well prepared, no need for concern. You, on the other hand, do not appear so difficult to engage with. From now on, feel free to call me Tai. Wangzhou laughed heartily. Observing Wangzhu's strategic demeanor, Itachi chose not to press further, maintaining his icy countenance. Atop the building, Xiaonan regarded the ever-mysterious Wangzhou, who perpetually wore a conical hat, alongside the stoic Itachi as they ascended to the uppermost floor. Excellent, your mission was well received by the leader. Here is your reward, Xiaonan declared, tossing 2 stacks of silver notes into the air. Wangzhou deftly caught both, while Itachi remained impassive. Xiaonan, sensing the unspoken agreement between them, did not intervene. Such arrangements among Ōtsutsuki members were hardly surprising. Wow! 2 notes of 10 million each? Ōtsutsuki truly possesses wealth. Do not hesitate to call upon me for future missions. The more money, the better. Wangzhou exclaimed, adoringly handling the silver notes. Without acknowledging Wangzhu's enthusiasm, Xiaonan continued with a grave tone. Our second phase of the plan is set to commence soon. Ensure you are prepared, as the leader may reach out to you at any moment. The second phase of the plan. Wangzhou feigned ignorance, seemingly aware that the tailed beast capture initiative was about to commence. Indeed, Xiaonan elucidated that as a newcomer, you might not be privy to our Ōtsutsuki's objective, to unify the ninja world and establish a realm of peace. With a goal in mind, a plan must be set in motion. The first phase involved the accumulation of wealth, which, through everyone's efforts, has been largely accomplished. The second phase entails the capture and control of the tailed beasts, while the third phase will involve declaring war on each ninja village. So that is the case. Wangzhou realized with clarity. Alas, despite the brilliance of the plan, the strength remains insufficient. Ultimately, the scheme will fall into the hands of Obito and Kurizetsu, rendering him merely a pawn in another's game. Naturally, these thoughts lingered in Wangzhu's mind. Voicing them would surely attract the attention of Obito and Kurizetsu, a risk not worth taking. Following this will be the second volume of the Ōtsutsuki arc. If readership is sparse, I shall expedite the overall plot progression, for I shall never abandon my first novel. Chapter 51. Fierce Battle, Susanoo. A temple stood amidst the lush green bamboo grove, with the breeze weaving beautiful waves through the bamboo. 2 figures moved gracefully within the bamboo sea. Wangzhou leaped forward, propelling himself off a bamboo branch, vanishing amidst the verdant expanse. Arriving at last, Itachi halted before the ancient temple. This is the sanctuary that conceals the Kusanagi sword. Though it appears rather unremarkable, Wangzhou, swaying atop the bamboo stalks, remarked nonchalantly, Umitba, benefactor, you have returned. An elderly monk with a head and beard as white as snow, bearing a compassionate visage, emerged from the temple. Monk, hand over the item, or I shall set your temple ablaze. Wangzhou declared, leaping down and brandishing the cursed blade. Benefactors, your murderous intent is palpable. It would be more prudent to engage in the study of Buddhism with the old monk and quell your bloodlust. The monk replied, hands pressed together in prayer. Humph! I have no desire to become a monk. Let us see what you can do to deter us. With a flick of his thumb, the cursed blade was unsheathed and swung towards the monk. Sensing the blade's overwhelming malevolence, the monk caught it with one hand, producing a resonant clang as metal met flesh. Umitba, sinful, sinful. This blade should not roam the world, the monk lamented. Wangzhou was taken aback by the monk's formidable physical prowess. The old monk lunged for the cursed blade, wielding it with fierce resolve. Supreme forgetfulness. Visions of myriad memories flooded the monk's mind. Yet he remained unmoved. Umitba, all phenomena are empty. Transcend all suffering. A barrier materialized, blocking Wangzhu's charged strike, rendering his blade's aura null. With his initial attack thwarted, Wangzhou retreated hastily, seizing the opportunity to dash towards the temple. The old monk's strength was astonishing, prompting him to enact Plan B. Umitba, benefactor, please halt. The monk's barrier suddenly expanded, enveloping the temple. Yet Wangzhou pressed on without hesitation, crashing directly into the barrier. Just as he approached, a black flame ignited upon the barrier's surface. Amaterasu, in the distance. Itachi had already activated his Sharingan, igniting the barrier with the inextinguishable black flames, allowing Wangzhou to slip through the opening. Farewell, old monk. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhuo laughed heartily as he surged into the temple. Do not disturb the sanctity of the Buddha's domain. The monk attempted to impede Wang Zhuo, only to be intercepted by Itachi, whose crimson Sharingan met the monk's gaze. Tsukuyami. The old monk felt as though the world was spinning around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself ensnared in Itachi's illusionary realm. Itachi hovered above, looking down with an air of superiority, proclaiming, in this domain, I am akin to a deity. Monk, it would be wise for you to relinquish your resistance. I harbor no desire to harm you. The monk, responding with a serene, Ōmitba, acknowledged the kindness of his assailant, yet lamented the fact that the 10-fist sword was a treasured relic of his temple, not to be lent out, thereby necessitating a confrontation. The old monk closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, forming the immovable Vajra seal with his hands. Form arises from the heart, and form dissipates into the heart. My heart remains undisturbed, and the light flows freely. A radiant halo of Buddhist light manifested behind him, causing the illusionary world of Tsukuyami to begin to crumble. How could this be possible? Itachi thought. Realizing he had encountered the only individual, aside from pain, capable of countering his Tsukuyomi, in the external world. A phantom of a Buddhist arhat materialized behind the monk, while Itachi was repelled by the backlash of his own illusion, hastily retreating to distance himself from the monk, clutching his bleeding left eye, Susanoo. Vast amounts of chakra surged from Itachi, coalescing into a colossal form of Susanoo, wielding the 8-span mirror in its left hand, while its right hand remained empty, devoid of the 10-fist sword. Such potent energy waves resonated within the monk, stirring his heart briefly before he regained composure. His hands continued to form the immovable Vajra seal, as the arhat's spectral form solidified behind him, subduing the dragon and vanquishing the tiger. The diamond Dharma aspect, a magnificent arhat form, rivaling Itachi's Susanoo in stature, emerged. With a powerful punch, the arhat struck at Susanoo, the force conjuring the image of a roaring tiger. Susanoo raised the 8-span mirror, blocking the arhat's blow. A tremendous sound reverberated from the point of impact, shattering everything in the vicinity, save for the ancient temple protected by the barrier and the two combatants. Such strength! Itachi felt a tremor even within the protective confines of Susanoo. The arhat did not relent. Retracting his fist, he struck down once more, invoking the might of the dragon and the indestructible diamond. A golden dragon silhouette descended from the heavens, compelling Itachi to raise the 8-span mirror once again. A resounding crash echoed as Susanoo was driven into the ground, fissures appearing across its form. Had it not been for the 8-span mirror, it would have likely been obliterated entirely. The monk's arhat form was extraordinarily formidable, but it appeared to be straining, its brilliance dimming. Amaterasu sword. A blade wreathed in black flames materialized in Susanoo's right hand, thrusting directly at the arhat. The arhat, undeterred, retaliated with a punch, as both forsook any defense. The Amaterasu sword shattered upon impact with the arhat's form, yet its fragments transformed into countless black flames that engulfed the arhat. The arhat's fist aimed to shatter Itachi's Susanoo, sending him spiraling outward, while the arhat dissipated under the onslaught of the Amaterasu flames. The old monk stood amidst the devastation, panting heavily. Severely wounded, Itachi was on the verge of collapsing when Wang Zhuo, bearing an oddly shaped sword, appeared just in time to catch him, unhesitatingly carrying him away. The monk, witnessing this, sighed in resignation. I have done my utmost. Thus it is fated. Ōmitba. May the Buddha bless them, and I hope they utilize it for righteous purposes. Hey, are you alive? Wang Zhuo inquired of the unconscious Itachi. I am fine, merely exhausted from the strain on my ocular power. A few days of rest will suffice. Please take me back to the castle. Itachi replied weakly. No problem, Wang Zhuo said, securing Itachi on his back as he hastened onward. Days later, within the dining hall of Itachi's castle, Wang Zhuo was relishing the exquisite feast meticulously prepared by the servants. This dish is quite delightful, reminiscent of the mappa tofu from a past life, which was equally commendable, alongside the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. Wang Zhuo relished the meal with great enthusiasm. Itachi, albeit a bit pale, entered the dining hall and remarked, though this place seems rather desolate, the food is truly exquisite. Wang Zhuo responded sincerely. Feel free to come here whenever you wish to dine. I have instructed the servants accordingly. By the way, here is the illusion technique insights you requested. Itachi presented Wang Zhuo with a pristine scroll at ha. This marks the first time you've spoken so much beyond discussing plans. Wang Zhuo chuckled as he accepted the scroll. Without hesitation, he unfurled it before Itachi, exclaiming, this is indeed challenging. Coincidentally, Our leader will soon summon us to capture the tailed beasts, so I shall temporarily indulge in your hospitality and seek your guidance." Itachi made no objections and sat down to savor the delectable dishes. The essence of illusion techniques lies in manipulating the five senses of individuals, typically achieved through mental prowess. The stronger the mental strength, the more potent the illusion. However, once a certain threshold is reached, illusions transcend mere deception and begin to impact reality. The most formidable illusion is that which is cast upon oneself. My Tsukuyomi operates in this manner, drawing the enemy into my illusion, making them perceive themselves as a deity within that realm, invincible. Unless one's mental strength surpasses mine or they possess unique methods, escaping my Tsukuyomi is impossible, Itachi elucidated while enjoying his meal. Chapter 52. The Tailed Beast Capture Plan commences. On this day, Wang Zuo was deeply engrossed in studying illusion techniques. Following Itachi's guidance, he combined his understanding with the Uchiha clan's most perverse forbidden technique, Isanaji. In truth, the pinnacle of illusions resembles Zhuangzi's butterfly dream, where one cannot discern whether they are the butterfly or the butterfly is them. It involves deceiving oneself with immense mental power to distort the normal order of the world. The concept is simple, yet self-deception is immensely challenging, as we have ingrained worldviews that are difficult to alter. There are two methods to achieve this. One relies on innate talent, like Uchiha Itachi. The other depends on formidable mental strength. Wang Zuo prepared to pursue both avenues simultaneously, merging Jiraiya's and Itachi's mental refinement methods into a meditation technique best suited for himself, allowing him to noticeably feel his mental strength growing each day. He also diligently studied Itachi's insights on illusion techniques until he received a notification from Pain. While Wang Zuo and Itachi were dining, a sudden voice from Pain resonated within Wang Zuo's mind. "Relax your minds. I shall draw your consciousness into the outer path statue." Wang Zuo felt a surge of caution and cast an inquiring glance at Itachi, who nodded reassuringly, indicating there was no danger. Thus, he relinquished his mental guard, and in an instant, he felt his consciousness being pulled from his body, ascending towards the heavens, only to become hazy as he neared the outskirts of the Hokage planet. The next moment, he awakened in an abyssal environment, where torches were ignited around him, illuminating the spacepoint 10 indistinct figures, including Wang Zuo, stood upon a colossal arm.it appeared. This was the physical form of the outer path statue sealed within the moon. Had my mental strength been greater, the haze would not have engulfed my consciousness, allowing me to fully comprehend how I arrived within the moon. Wang Zuo pondered. The figure of Pain materialized on another palm situated at the chest of the golem. "Excellent, everyone has gathered, and standing beside Itachi is our new member, Dong Huang Tai. Let us make introductions to avoid any misunderstandings later." Another newcomer after my self-introduction. "Splendid. I am a Fei, and I look forward to your guidance." The masked individual was the first to extend a greeting. This must be Obito, as he ascended to the higher echelons even before Scorpion's demise. It appears the storyline has indeed shifted dramatically. Wang Zuo responded with a smile. As a newcomer, I should be the one seeking the guidance of my esteemed seniors. In such a manner, can the newcomer's strength qualify him to be a teammate? A shadowy figure questioned. The leader has always had discerning vision and would not recruit the inept. The others regarded him with skepticism, while one promptly attempted to mediate. Upon hearing the words of Ju, their doubts dissipated. After all, they had all engaged in combat with Pain before joining the organization, save for Deidara, who was brought in after being defeated by Itachi. Kisame remarked, "As long as you do not hinder my profit-making endeavors, everything is negotiable." Hidan seized the opportunity to promote his cult. "Hey kid, how about joining my Jashin cult? The benefits are plentiful." Laughter erupted from Deidara. "Art is an explosion." "Ha ha ha," Scorpion muttered. "I detest meticulous individuals." A puppet, entirely shrouded, uttered. Ju, tasked with reconnaissance, scrutinized Wang Zuo with keen interest. A wave of alarm coursed through Wang Zuo as Ju's gaze shifted, restoring his composure. What a formidable individual. His threat level surpasses even that of Pain. Truly the mastermind behind the scenes. The shadowy figure that had earlier questioned Wang Zuo retorted, "Kisame, I abhor individuals who lag behind." The remaining Itachi and Konan refrained from self-introductions, as they were already acquainted. Once the exchanges concluded, Pain finally broached the matter at hand. "We are now initiating Phase 2 of our plan, to gather the tailed beasts. Ju, you are responsible for assessing the Jinchuriki situation across the major hidden villages. Kisame and Hidan, you two will be in charge of the two tails in the Cloud Village. Itachi and Kisame will handle the four tails in the Stone Village, while Dong Huang Tai and Deidara will take on the five tails in the same village. Scorpion and Konan will be responsible for the seven tails in the Land of Water. and a fae will accompany me to capture the 6 tails that have strayed. As for the 1 tails, 9 tails, and 8 tails, which are under strict protection, we will devise a plan later. Ju will provide you with the intelligence on each tailed beast and their jinchuriki. Remember to act swiftly to avoid alerting the major hidden villages. Having concluded his directives, Pain performed a series of hand seals to dispel the ninjutsu, and once again, a haze enveloped him. Wangzhou felt his consciousness return to his body. It seems the leader must have located us through the rings we possess. Wangzhou mused, touching the ring on his finger with a meaningful expression. Itachi did not deny this, lost in contemplation of other matters. Suddenly, Ju, whose form was half black and half white, appeared before them. Good afternoon to you both. Here is the intelligence on your respective targets. The leader has instructed you to set off promptly. Delays could lead to complications. As he spoke, his form gradually melded into the wall, vanishing from sight. What remarkable stealth capabilities! Were it not for my attainment of celestial perception and special sensitivity, I would have never noticed him. Fortunately, I have yet to be targeted by Black Zetsu's schemes. Our targets are all in the land of Earth. We should proceed together, Itachi suggested, and no problem. I have not had much to occupy my time lately. Wangzhou agreed. The two then set off towards the land of Earth. Along the way, Wangzhou would pause at every major village and town to savor the local delicacies, while Itachi remained indifferent, seizing the opportunity to discreetly relay intelligence to the lurking Umbu members about capturing the tailed beasts. Urging Konoha to heighten their defenses, as they indulged in food and drink, they finally arrived within the borders of the land of Earth, where Kisame and Deidara had long been awaiting their arrival. Deidara exclaimed excitedly, "You have finally come. I can hardly wait to revel in the allure of explosions." Kisame, having collaborated with Itachi previously, was already familiar with him. Their meeting was brief, and they departed, leaving behind the exuberant Deidara and the enigmatic Wangzhou, still shrouded in a hat. You were once from Iwagakure, so you must be well acquainted with the terrain and the Five Tails, correct? Wangzhou inquired. Indeed, the host of the Five Tails is a shinobi from Iwagakure named Han, who sports a red conical hat and is clad in red steam armor, carrying a smoking gourd on his back. He is not only adept in earth release techniques, but also excels in steam ninjutsu. However, his family has fallen into decline and faces oppression within the village, Deidara elaborated slowly. Why does your Iwagakure ostracize its jinchuriki? Tailed beasts should be considered formidable assets in battle. Wangzhou expressed his confusion regarding Iwagakure's treatment of jinchuriki. After all, other villages typically expel one jinchuriki while accommodating two, yet Iwagakure seemed indifferent to both. There is simply no necessity. Our land of Earth has always boasted the strongest defenses and combat prowess among the 5 great nations. Were it not for our economic constraints, we would have long surpassed the land of fire to become the most powerful nation. Furthermore, the secret techniques of Iwagakure are not at all intimidated by tailed beasts. I was merely caught stealing my family's secret arts, which compelled me to leave the village. Why creations possess destructive capabilities that rival those of tailed beasts, Deidara stated with pride. Chapter 53. Capturing the target, the Five Tails, and acquiring Iwagakure's secret techniques. Deidara's words left Wangzhou in contemplation. Indeed, the destructive power of Deidara's techniques was extraordinarily formidable, akin to mobile missiles. Let us proceed to wreak havoc in Iwagakure. Let those old geezers witness my art. Ha ha, Deidara declared with enthusiasm. Wait, our target is the Five Tails. If we attract the attention of Iwagakure, we might find ourselves pursued by them, complicating our mission, Wangzhou hastily cautioned. After a moment's reflection, Deidara conceded the validity of Wangzhou's argument, his expression dimming as he lamented. It's such a shame that I won't be able to properly showcase my art. Wangzhou's mind shifted to a plan, and he proposed, perhaps there is a way for us to accomplish our mission while allowing you to take revenge on Iwagakure. Oh, what method do you have in mind? Deidara inquired eagerly. First, we capture the Five Tails and incite it to run rampant in Iwagakure. Then, we can seize the earth release technique stored by the Ōtsutsuki throughout the ages. What do you think? But I cannot control a tailed beast. Do you have a solution for that? Deidara questioned anxiously. Rest assured, I possess some sealing techniques. As long as I can render the Five Tails unconscious, I will be able to seal it. At that point, we can bring it to the center of Iwagakure and awaken it, drawing the attention of most of the villagers, while we make off with the coveted earth release techniques and create chaos. Wangzhou stated confidently, those individuals persistently conceal their secret techniques, refusing to share them, claiming they are far too perilous. Once I, a genius, have mastered them all, I shall present my artistry for their admiration. Deidara exclaimed passionately. Ha! It is indeed impossible to comprehend such madness in an artist. Yet, I can take advantage of this situation to fulfill my own scheme. Wangzhou sighed in relief as he saw Deidara fall for his ruse. Exploding clay. Giant bird. Deidara produced a lump of clay and placed it into the gaping mouth of his left palm, forming seals to summon a colossal clay bird. Hop on, we shall search the skies. He instructed Wangzhou. The intel is absolute. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails is lurking nearby in the forest. Wangzhou leapt onto the back of the giant bird, and Deidara patted its head. With a powerful flap of its immense wings, the bird took flight, soaring into the azure expanse. The rush of wind whistled past Wangzhou's ears, and for the first time, he stood upon solid ground, experiencing a sensation utterly distinct from his usual travels. Gazing down at the minuscule world below, this elevated perspective enraptured him. Found it, Deidara directed the giant bird towards the rising steam in the woods. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was meandering through the forest, unable to endure the ostracism from the village's elite. He chose to seclude himself among the trees, feeling no animosity towards the beast within him. Rather, he was grateful for its power. Without the strength of the Five Tails, he suspected the antagonistic clans would have done more than merely shun him. Suddenly, a giant bird descended from above, landing two oddly dressed figures. One of them he recognized, Deidara, the recent prodigy of the Ōtsutsuki clan, who had been expelled for clandestinely learning secret techniques. The other, wearing a conical hat that obscured his face, emanated an indistinct aura. The Five Tails within Han continuously warned him that these two meant no good. Han. Long time no see. I never imagined you would fall to such depths, Deidara scoffed. Deidara, as a rogue ninja, how dare you return? Aren't you afraid of the Ōtsutsuki? Han threatened. Tisage, that old fool knows nothing of true art. We are here to reclaim the Five Tails. Surrender willingly, Deidara retorted. Humph, boiling release. Unmatched strength. Han channeled all his chakra into his hands, launching an attack towards Deidara and Wangzhou. Too slow in an instant. Wangzhou vanished from beside Deidara, reappearing behind Han, his blade unsheathed and poised to strike. Bang! A layer of crimson steam emerged from Han, blocking Wangzhou's assault. The sheath cracked, revealing the obsidian blade, which effortlessly sliced through the steam, aiming straight for Han's neck. Tail beast transformation. A layer of chakra enveloped Han, deflecting the blade, while a tail formed from the chakra swept towards Wangzhou. Wangzhou leapt aside, landing beside Deidara. Exploding clay. 100 birds soaring. Deidara unleashed his technique, sending forth a swarm of tiny birds towards the transformed Han. The three tails of the beast flailed wildly, intercepting the 100 birds. Boom! The tiny creatures collided with the tails, erupting in a violent explosion. For a moment, Han was enveloped in the chaos of the blast. As the explosions subsided, he emerged unscathed, though his tails were now incomplete. Han's expression grew increasingly frenzied, and two additional tails sprouted behind him, while the remaining three returned to their former state. 5 tails now swayed behind Han as a phantom, a fusion of dolphin and horse, gradually took shape, encircling him. Having been completely transformed into a tailed beast, it is a pity that it is not a perfect transformation. Possessing only power devoid of wisdom, what difference is there from a mere beast? Wangzhou gazed at Han's eyes, now devoid of reason, and lamented. Hee. Witness my artistry. He formed the seals. Snake, monkey, tiger, summoning C1. Clay spidered, a multitude of spiders, varying in size, surged forth, lunging at the fully transformed Han. Wangzhou hastily retreated, while Deidara leaped onto his giant bird, soaring into the sky. The surrounding trees were ravaged, as if dozens of grenades had been detonated, leaving a radius of 100 meters engulfed in chaos. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the fate of the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han remained uncertain. Just as Deidara prepared to descend, a black-tailed beast bomb erupted, the immense shockwave dispersing the smoke and revealing Han's solidified five-tailed form. Deidara quickly jumped off the giant bird, which was instantly obliterated by the tailed beast bomb, the explosion swallowed by the overwhelming energy of the attack. Secret technique. C2. Giant dragon. In midair, Deidara formed seals, summoning a colossal flying dragon to catch him, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at the released five tails. Haha. Art is an explosion. Up, dragon. The giant dragon exhaled countless clay projectiles, which Han attempted to fend off with his tail. Alas, the sheer volume of clay overwhelmed him, submerging him entirely. Art is an explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Deidara formed seals, triggering a chain reaction of explosive clay, culminating in a massive explosion that shook the earth. a black mushroom cloud rising as everything within 1,000 meters was annihilated. The Five Tails, gravely injured, barely emerged from the smoke when Wang Zhuo, who had been waiting patiently, finally made his move in an instant. He appeared behind the Five Tails, placing a palm on its unsuspecting back. Five Elements Sealing Technique. A myriad of seals erupted from Wang Zhuo's palm, causing the Five Tails to gradually shrink, revealing Han's battered form. Ultimately, the Five Tails vanished entirely, leaving a circular sealing mark on Han's back. Done, Deidara, come and get me. Next, we shall create chaos in Ōtsutsuki. Wang Zhuo called out to Deidara, who hovered in the sky. Deidara maneuvered the dragon to land beside Wang Zhuo. Get on, but this won't do. Your dragon is too large. We will be discovered before we even reach the village center. Deidara, dispelling the ninjutsu, landed beside Wang Zhuo. I have a plan. We shall wait until nightfall, why then? My clay owl will go unnoticed. But can this fellow endure that long? He cast a glance at the unconscious Han on Wang Zhuo's back. No worries. The Jinchuriki possess remarkable vitality. With that, the two concealed themselves around Ōtsutsuki. Chapter 54. The Great Disturbance in Ōtsutsuki. Understanding the blade's intent. Shadow-cutting level. Under the night sky, a bright moon hung high, countless stars embellishing the heavens. A dark silhouette, shielded by the cloak of night, stealthily approached Ōtsutsuki. It was Wang Zhuo, Deidara, and the unconscious Han. The owl, under Deidara's control, wobbled its way toward the village center. There are too many people. My owl can barely hold on. Thankfully, we are almost there, Deidara complained. At long last, they arrived at the bustling heart of the village. Even under the cloak of night, the area was aglow with lights and teeming with life. Yet unbeknownst to the throngs below, calamity was imminent. Your time has come, Deidara proclaimed with a laugh. Wang Zhuo struck Han's back with a palm, invoking the Five Elements seal. He then hurled the still unconscious Han downwards, and the seals upon Han's back gradually dissipated, releasing a surge of ferocious energy. Bang! Han crashed to the ground, demolishing a house. Though the cloak of the tailed beast shielded him from harm. Seemingly devoid of purpose, Han slowly rose, his eyes opening to reveal the pupils of the Five Tails, a powerful chakra erupting forth and shattering the surrounding structures, drawing the attention of passers-by. Humans, all shall perish. The Five Tails roared in fury, its five tails thrashing wildly, resulting in countless casualties. The air was filled with screams and cries for help. Quickly, we must find Lord Ōtsutsuki. The Five Tails has gone berserk, a figure clad in ninja attire shouted to those nearby. Wang Zhuo followed Deidara as they boarded an owl and soared away towards the Ōtsutsuki's office. It seems your plan has proven successful. I can already sense the presence of the third Ōtsutsuki entwined with that of the Five Tails, Deidara remarked, his gaze fixed on the distant flames illuminating the sky, brimming with excitement. Where is the secret technique scroll? Wang Zhuo inquired with concern. It lies beneath the Ōtsutsuki's office. Let us descend, Deidara replied, guiding the owl downwards before leaping off, with Wang Zhuo closely behind. You shall protect me. I will handle the distant foes, Deidara declared, forming hand seals. See one clay spider. Countless tiny spiders emerged, infiltrating the Hokage's office. Wang Zhuo nodded, deciding to conserve his strength. After all, the more trump cards one possesses, the greater the advantage in battle. Enemy attack, bang! The office reverberated with explosive sounds and muffled groans of the injured. Yikes, we've been discovered. Let us charge in, Deidara declared nonchalantly. Wang Zhuo, wielding the demon blade Muramasa, stood guard protectively beside Deidara, and together they fought their way into the Ōtsutsuki's office. Is this the entrance? Wang Zhuo asked, pulling the demon blade from the body of a rock ninja as he surveyed the unremarkable backyard before him. Hee. Ninjutsu earth release. Hollowing out, Deidara formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that coalesced into a small stone, which flew into a crevice in the corner. Crack, the earth split open, revealing a 2-meter-wide passageway hidden within. Completely imperceptible until now, they were fortunate to have Deidara. As they descended underground, the area was brightly lit, leading them to an ancient temple, where a figure donned in a demonic mask stood before it. Wang Zhuo's heart raced. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the guise of the Ghost Gate intelligence organization's specter he had encountered previously. Could there be a connection between the Ghost Gate and the hidden stone village? Demon King Dark Night Wind, you still linger here instead of aiding that old fool. He's quite aged and may not withstand the rampage of the Five Tails, Deidara remarked, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on Dark Night Wind. So it is you, Deidara. You dare to return? The sudden rampage of the Five Tails prompted Master Ōtsutsuki to suspect foul play. Thus he stationed me here. Upon learning of your affiliation with the Ōtsutsuki, Master did not impede you, yet you dare to oppose the hidden stone village. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. Dark Night Wind declared coldly. Humph. I am no longer that rash youth, Deidara retorted. Explosive clay spirit manipulation technique, a clay clone, identical to Deidara, was summoned and charged towards Anya Fong. Ninjutsu. Gravity space. Anya Fong pressed his palm against the ground, and Wang Zhuo felt the weight of gravity increase several-fold. The clay clone, which was closer, was immediately crushed into the earth, exploding upon impact. Deidara, lacking in physical prowess, knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. You truly have mastered the gravity secret technique? The old man is indeed biased. Initially, the teacher intended for you to inherit the position of Ōtsutsuki, but alas, your temperament is too flawed, and you disregard the people's sentiments, pursuing only the so-called art. Later, you even resorted to stealing secret techniques. Even then, the teacher did not send anyone to hunt you down, yet you remain ungrateful, bringing disaster upon a Wagakure, Anya Fong declared, brimming with murderous intent. Hey, are you ignoring me? Wang Zhuo removed his hat and hurled it towards Anya Fong. The rapidly spinning hat, influenced by gravity, began to descend lower and lower, ultimately embedding itself into the ground less than a meter away. The gravity around him was nearly 10 times stronger. Analyzing the situation based on the hat's descent, Wang Zhuo decided to test the effect of his blade aura. Mind intent flow. Wind slash. Standing firm, he swung his blade towards Anya Fong, leaving a trench in the earth as the blade aura cut through. Mind intent flow. Guarding blade clan? The blade aura was unaffected by gravity and sliced through Anya Fong, cleaving him in two and transforming him into a chunk of rock. The other half of the rock took on the appearance of Anya Fong. How could the guarding blade clan involve themselves in worldly conflicts? Who are you, truly? Upon discovering the demonic blade in Wang Zhuo's hand, Anya Fong exclaimed in astonishment, the current wielder of the village's demonic blade. The demonic blade has emerged. I must inform my master. You may not have the opportunity. Die. Wang Zhuo retaliated with Taishang Wang, and a spectrum of blade light illuminated the surroundings, drawing both Deidara, who lay on the ground, and the vigilant Anya Fong into a realm of memories. Closer, closer. Wang Zhuo strained against the burdensome gravity as he approached Anya Fong, laboriously raising his blade to strike. Ninjutsu. Earthfall Heavenly God. Suddenly, the jade pendant on Anya Fong shattered. Awakening him, he quickly formed hand seals, summoning an even stronger gravity. Deidara was pinned to the ground, unable to move, while Wang Zhuo, now nearer, bore nearly 15 times the force of gravity. Even his physically honed body struggled to shift, leaving him confined in place. Anya Fong also suffered. Forcibly using an incompletely mastered ninjutsu caused his chakra to spiral chaotically, and he struggled to draw a kunai to approach Wang Zhuo. Unable to move at all, he pondered whether he must reveal his identity to utilize the 8 gates. No, the time was not yet ripe. Wait. There was also the blade intent. Perhaps he could gamble between life and death. Wang Zhuo resolved to immerse himself entirely in the demonic blade, yet he could only sense the chaotic malevolence within. Reluctantly, he relinquished the demonic blade, opting instead for the Tai Chi Seiken housed within its sheath. Where there is law, there is lawlessness. Where there is form, there is formlessness. This is the way of Takamagara. But what is my way? Is it to abandon the blade and remain with nothing else? No, my way is the harmony of blade techniques. One blade, one path. The myriad philosophies I have perused in past lives coalesce into my own understanding, merging into my blade techniques. Since the great path is impassable, I shall cleave it asunder. This is my blade intent, my way. With a resounding song, the Tai Chi Seiken unsheathed itself, striking towards Anya Fong, a path without roads. Great path obliterated. The blade intent erupted, causing the gravity space to collapse. As the Tai Chi Seiken manifested a colossal blade shadow, piercing through Anya Feng's chest with the might of thunder, soaring towards the temple. Suddenly, a barrier materialized within the temple, seemingly intent on obstructing the onslaught of the blade. However, it shattered like a mirror in an instant, cleaving the temple in two. The force of the blade extended for hundreds of meters before dissipating. Yet the will of the sword lingered, inscribed upon the deep gash, refusing to fade. Those with fragile minds who beheld this place's sword intent would be instantly cleaved, their consciousness shattered, leaving them in a state of utter stupor. Chapter 55. Retrieving the Tail Beast. Fleeing from a Wagakure, the Dark Night Wind was sliced through by the blade's intent, causing him to collapse to the ground, life extinguished. gradually turning to ash from head to toe. Wangzhou did not linger and hastily entered the temple, while Deidara had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming gravitational force, lying motionless on the ground. Upon entering the bisected temple, Wangzhou beheld a seemingly unremarkable stone upon the altar, with a table beneath it housing a scroll akin to the forbidden jutsu scrolls of Konohagakure. After observing for threats and finding none, Wangzhou eagerly approached to seize the scroll. If he were to abscond with the scroll, he would undoubtedly incur the full wrath of a Wagakure, and as an operative of Konoha's Umbu, the risk of his true identity being exposed loomed large. Thus, he resolved to commit it to memory, hoping the Five Tails could endure a while longer. He swiftly unfurled the scroll, harnessing his formidable mental prowess to begin memorizing its contents. While there were indeed jutsu capable of copying text, this particular scroll bore unique seals that rendered such techniques ineffective. It puzzled him why offensive jutsu were not directly inscribed upon the scroll, suggesting some unknown limitations. Time was of the essence, and he prioritized recording every detail. After rapidly skimming through the pages, approximately 10 minutes later, Wangzhou had committed everything to memory. Without the luxury of contemplating the intricacies, he set the scroll down and exited the temple, hoisting Deidara as he hurried towards the ground. Upon emerging, he noticed the distant flames beginning to dim. The Five Tails had likely been subdued by the Ōtsutsuki. Deidara, regaining consciousness on Wangzhou's shoulder, questioned the situation. Dong Huang Tai Yi, you survived? He recalled the last sight of the dark night wind charging at Wangzhou, kunai in hand, before losing consciousness. There's no time for explanations. We must devise a way to reclaim the Five Tails. If we fail, there will be repercussions from the boss, Wangzhou urged anxiously. Wait, you didn't take the scroll? Deidara's mind snapped back to clarity. I was entangled with that guy for quite some time. He was gravely injured and appeared on the brink of death. Intent on taking us both down with him, I hurriedly brought you out. Forget about the scroll for now. Securing the Five Tails is paramount. Upon closer inspection, Deidara noted that Wangzhou indeed bore no hidden scrolls. Aware that forbidden jutsu scrolls could not be concealed or sealed within special items, he chose to trust Wangzhou's words, yet still desired to descend to retrieve the scroll. Quickly, intruders have breached the forbidden ground. Shadows emanating a formidable aura approached, and Wangzhou sensed through their chakra fluctuations that they were all shadow-level adversaries. Damn it, those old geezers have arrived. Let us go. Exploding clay. Giant bird. Wangzhou and Deidara leapt onto the giant bird, soaring into the sky, where they glimpsed several white-haired elders arriving at the entrance of the forbidden ground. One elder spotted the two fleeing in midair and formed seals, declaring, ninjutsu. Earthfall meteor. Large boulders erupted from the ground, transforming into meteors that hurtled towards them at high speed. Damn it, that old coot Oyama-tin. Exploding clay. Twin-winged bird. Get up here, Deidara confronted Wangzhou. Wangzhou reacted swiftly, leaping forward as Deidara commanded the colossal bird to collide with the incoming meteor, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The gigantic avian creature detonated, shattering the meteor into fragments. Yet one stray piece continued its trajectory toward the two men. Wangzhou unsheathed his blade and executed a powerful slash in midair, conjuring a massive arc of blade energy that cleaved the meteor in twain, while Deidara urged the speedier dual-winged bird to hastily retreat. Humph! It's that little brat Deidara, the stern Anoki scoffed. This is dire. The temple has been compromised. Anya Feng has been slain. Such formidable intent behind that blade. Fortunately, the sacred relics and scrolls remain intact. The corridor echoed with voices of astonishment and fury. What shall we do next? Deidara inquired. First, we must reclaim the Five Tails, Wangzhou stated, his gaze fixed upon the distant area where the chaos was gradually subsiding. Anoki observed the subdued Five Tails, with the sealing team diligently performing their task amidst the ruins, his eyes ablaze with anger. Lord Ōtsutsuki, the office has been attacked, and Lord Anya Feng has perished, a jonin from a Wagakure reported. Approaching Anoki. What transpired? Anoki exclaimed, incredulity and rage evident in his demeanor. At that moment, Wangzhou and Deidara descended from the skies upon the dual-winged bird, which swiftly snatched the sealed Five Tails. Wangzhou drew his sword, unleashing a circular wave of blade energy that severed all nearby Idayu shinobi who were poised to intervene. The others were unable to prevent the colossal bird from taking flight, and as Anoki soared through the air, preparing to intercept the dual-winged creature, he witnessed a clay puppet plummeting from it. C3, number 18. Ha ha! Enjoy yourself, old man, Deidara cackled, his chakra depleting and leaving him somewhat weakened. This is bad. The clay's secret technique. At this rate, it could obliterate the very heart of a Wagakure, Doton. Genkai Hakai no Jutsu. A cubic barrier emerged, encapsulating the puppet within, and in the next instant, all matter within the barrier would be reduced to atomic form. Deidara, well aware of his master's methods, would not afford Onoki the opportunity. This was art, boom. A colossal explosion reverberated within the barrier, the immense energy causing it to contort. Onoki exerted every ounce of strength to maintain its form, perspiration pouring down as his chakra rapidly dwindled. After a grueling 5 minutes, the barrier finally subsided. Onoki surveyed the surroundings from his aerial vantage point, but the dual-winged bird had vanished without a trace, prompting him to angrily head toward the Ōtsutsuki's office. In the Ōtsutsuki's office, the bodies had been cleared away, and the Ōtsutsuki sat in his seat, flanked by the 5 elders Wangzwa had previously encountered. A jonin was reporting the extent of the damages, and once he concluded, Onoki gestured for him to withdraw. You all have heard. We have lost 20 jonin and 1 Kaga-level powerhouse, with countless civilians and chunin also suffering casualties. What is the reason for this? Onoki slammed his fist on the table, demanding answers. You cannot solely blame us. You were complicit in the 5 Tails predicament, and the assailants included your former disciple, Deidara. An elder from Ishigakure retorted defensively. Onoki remained silent, but Onoki Taka interjected, had it not been for your feigned delays, they would not have arrived so late. Clearly, the situation could have been swiftly addressed without requiring the intervention of daimyo. And the loss of an entire sealing team is indeed quite grave, as they are not easily cultivated. Everyone, let us all calm down. The matter is in the past, and we should focus on how to recover from the losses. An elder stepped forward to mediate. Indeed, Elder Tianchi Yin makes a valid point. Several other elders echoed in agreement. Observing this, Daimyo was overtaken by a sense of helplessness, as no one seemed to care about the village's defensive vulnerabilities. Collectively shirking responsibility. Teacher, as the economy of a Wagakure continues to decline, what should I do? On another front, in order to evade interception, Deidara hurriedly led Wangzwa towards a desolate area in the Land of Earth. In a secluded cave within the Land of Earth, Wangzwa gazed at the unconscious host of the 5 Tails, pondering what to do next. Just watch me, Deidara replied confidently, as he approached Wangzwa and the tailed beast host. Forming a peculiar hand seal. Secret technique. Reverse summoning with a bang. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, and the trio vanished from the cave in a room within the Ōtsutsuki headquarters in the Land of Rain. The markings on the walls flickered erratically before suddenly emitting a blinding light. As the radiance faded, Wangzwa and the others materialized. This summoning technique? It feels more like a fixed-point teleportation, Wangzwa thought in astonishment. Noticing the puzzled expression on Wangzwa's face, Deidara explained, this is a summoning array developed by our leader, by forming specific hand seals outside and utilizing the positioning of our rings. We can summon ourselves and those nearby to this location. Once we complete the tailed beast mission, the leader should teach you this technique as well. Wangzwa realized he had yet to earn Pain's complete trust. Let's go. We need to find the leader. He hoisted the 5 Tails host and led the way outside, where he encountered Itachi and Kisame, the latter carrying what appeared to be the 4 Tails host. This the 5 Tails host? He looks rather weak, Kisame remarked, curiously eyeing the unconscious figure on Wangzwa's shoulder. Have you all returned? Wangzwa inquired of Itachi, ignoring Kisame. Not yet. We still need to find Kakuzu and Hidan. We should first regroup with the leader. The 4 departed the building, heading towards a secret base in the Land of Rain. Along the way, Kisame felt disgruntled by Wangzwa's earlier dismissal, inwardly vowing to teach the young one the importance of respecting his seniors. Upon arriving at a massive cave, they found a colossal door sealed with a talisman but no lock. Sensing their arrival, pain inside the cave caused the door to slowly creak open, allowing them entry. Inside, they were greeted by the sight of the outer path golem, which had been summoned by Pain at some unknown time. Towering over 100 meters, the golem sat cross-legged atop a gigantic lotus, its hands forming strange hand seals, resembling an odd statue that delivered a powerful visual impact. Wangzwa could feel its immense power, surpassing even that of Kaga-level shinobi. You have finally arrived, the masked figure. Obito suddenly appeared before the 4, voicing his complaints. Do you wish to be blown away by me again? Deidara retorted, visibly displeased upon seeing Obito. Enough, Afei, step aside. You shall bring the Jinchuriki before the golem. Once Jiaodu and Fei Duan return, we shall commence the extraction of the tailed beasts, Pain remarked indifferently while seated atop the golem. Wangzwa observed that 6-tailed and 7-tailed Jinchuriki lay before the golem, alongside the previously captured 4-tailed Jinchuriki, the 4th Mizukage. With emotion, Kisame placed the 5-tailed and 4-tailed Jinchuriki down, standing aside to await the arrival of Jiao Du and Fei Duan with the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Shortly thereafter, the cave entrance swung open once more, revealing Jiao Du and Fei Duan escorting the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The Cloud Ninja Village is truly troublesome. We nearly became ensnared there. Fei Duan laughed heartily, devoid of concern. Humph! Is it not your incessant promotion of that cult of the evil god that led to this? Were it not for your utility, I would have long since abandoned you to those individuals, Jiao Du retorted coldly. With everyone gathered, Pain commanded, now, form the hand seals with me. He descended from the golem and approached the group, deliberately slowing his pace as he began to weave the intricate seals. Wang Zhua and his companions, all prodigies in their own right, effortlessly mimicked him. The hand signs were exceedingly complex, taking over 10 seconds to complete. Upon finishing, Wang Zhua felt his chakra coalesce and flow towards Pain. Pain then addressed the Jinchuriki, illusionary dragon 9 seals. The golem opened its maw wide, an invisible force manifesting as the Jinchuriki's bodies began to levitate, the spectral forms of the tailed beasts emerging from within them, drawn into the golem's mouth. Expressions of agony instinctively crossed their faces as their life force was siphoned away. 3 hours elapsed, and the group felt their spirits waning, exhaustion evident in their demeanor. At last, all the tailed beasts were consumed by the golem, which then closed its mouth. The Jinchuriki collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wang Zhua sensed a tremendous surge of energy within the golem, the sensation shifting from that of a towering mountain to an expansive ocean, the energy fluctuations surpassing anyone Wang Zhua had encountered, including the half of the 9 tails within Naruto. Unlike Wang Zhua and the others, Pain appeared invigorated after the completion of the ritual. Excellent, he proclaimed to the group. Next, we shall devise a plan to procure the one-tailed beast. Once our strategy is formulated, I will inform you. For now, you may all return. Dong Huang Tai, you shall remain. The group did not linger, departing promptly, while Kisame cast a lingering glance at Wang Zhua before leaving. Dong Huang Tai, remember my hand seals. This is the reverse summoning technique. Henceforth, you may return to the Ōtsutsuki headquarters at any time. Pain wasted no time, signaling the formation of the hand seals. Wang Zhua concentrated and quickly memorized them. As Pain prepared to depart, Wang Zhua interjected, Boss, I may need to attend to some personal matters soon, so I might not be able to participate in the plan for the one-tailed beast. That's fine. Their numbers are more than sufficient. If trouble arises, do not hesitate to inform me, Pain assured dismissively. As long as it did not interfere with his plans, he preferred to exercise minimal control over the Ōtsutsuki members, recognizing their rebellious spirits. Instead of returning, Wang Zhua utilized the reverse summoning technique he had just learned to teleport back to the Ōtsutsuki headquarters, where he found Itachi preparing to return to the Land of Rivers. Itachi, please keep this ring for me, Wang Zhua said, handing over a ring engraved with the character for emptiness. Itachi accepted the ring without further inquiry. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Zhua departed, making his way toward the Land of Fire. Throughout the journey, a distinct sensation of being clandestinely observed enveloped Wang Zhua. Upon departing the Rain Country, he came to a halt and called out, Kisame, reveal yourself. What do you mean by trailing me in the shadows? Hehe, allow me to teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. Kisame retorted with malevolence. Water style. Great waterfall technique. An overwhelming torrent surged forth, cascading towards Wang Zhua. Unfazed, he merely executed a single palm strike, cleaving the water flow asunder, redirecting it to either side. Without hesitation, Kisame unleashed, water style. Multiple water dragon bullets. Countless water dragons erupted from the deluge, hurtling towards Wang Zhua. Drawing forth the Taichi Zhongzong, Wang Zhua countered with one blade, round and square, severing the water flow. With a rapid flourish, golden blade light coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon, encasing Wang Zhua in its protective embrace, unwavering against the onslaught of water dragons. You shall receive a blade from me as well, Wang Zhua proclaimed with a smile. With his left hand, he unsheathed the cursed blade Muramasa, invoking starry array. Pursuing stars, an array of luminous beams was absorbed by the cursed blade, plunging the immediate vicinity into darkness, where points of starlight materialized and soared through the nocturnal sky towards Kisame. Chapter 57. The Death of Kisame. In the depths of darkness, the meteor shower instilled a profound sense of peril within Kisame. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals, declaring, water style. Water prison technique. A membrane of water materialized, enveloping him like an overturned jade bowl. The meteors flickered and vanished, the darkness dissipated, revealing Wang Zhua merely 2 meters behind Kisame. His dual blades stained crimson, Shaking off the blood, he cast a glance back at Kisame. The water prison was riddled with countless slits, within which Kisame knelt, his body marred by numerous wounds of varying depths. Shark skin. Chakra transmission. The shark skin, bound with bandages, transferred a substantial reserve of chakra into Kisame, who gradually rose, his injuries beginning to mend. You possess some skill, little brat, Kisame remarked, the fury in his gaze replaced by a calm scrutiny of Wang Zhua. As he relinquished the shark skin and charged forth. Shark skin. Soul-eating slash. He brandished the spiked shark skin, delivering a powerful downward strike. Clang. The Taichi Zhengzong effortlessly parried Kisame's blow, while the cursed blade Muramasa sliced horizontally towards Kisame's abdomen. Kisame hastily retreated, but Wang Zhua pursued relentlessly, exclaiming, "How dare you challenge me in swordsmanship?" Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons resonated continuously. Under Wang Zhua's relentless assault with dual blades, Kisame could only defend himself, while the sentient shark skin emitted pained cries, clearly unable to endure the sharpness of Taichi Zhengzong and the cursed blade. Shark skin. Flying chain slash. The shark skin elongated suddenly, its gaping maw ensnaring Wang Zhua, who evaded with a swift body flicker. Seizing the moment, Kisame formed seals, invoking shark skin, human fusion. The shark skin burrowed into Kisame's body, causing a surge in his aura, his form transforming to resemble that of a shark. Indeed, you are the tail of the tailless beast. Your chakra is alarmingly close to that of a jinchuriki, Wang Zhua remarked cautiously. Heh, you've thoroughly provoked me. Prepare to experience true despair water style. Great explosive water wave. A deluge of immense proportions cascaded from the heavens, capable of forming a vast lake, instantly inundating the surroundings. Water style. Water prison shark dance. An invisible barrier descended, confining the water flow within, ultimately creating a colossal elliptical water prison centered around Kisame. This is the original technique employed against the Eight Tails. Wang Zhua floated within the watery confines of the barrier, struggling to draw breath, necessitating a swift resolution. Water release. Infinite shark. The formidable Kisame fixed his gaze upon Wang Zhua, forming hand seals as he conjured thousands of shark-shaped water projectiles through chakra, relentlessly assaulting Wang Zhua in the depths of the water. Wang Zhua gradually wielded his Taichi Zhengzong, executing the one path. Great Dao Sever. The blade's aura erupted, momentarily dispersing the surrounding water, and countless water projectiles were shattered by the scattered blade's intent. With a gentle slash directed towards Kisame, the latter sensed imminent peril and swiftly dodged aside. In the water, his speed approached that of teleportation. However, the golden blade's aura, empowered by intent, arrived before him, and Kisame's left hand was tragically reduced to mere fragments. The colossal blade cleaved through the barrier, hurtling towards a distant hill with a thunderous crash, splitting it in twain. The barrier rapidly restored itself, yet the seam where the blade's intent had breached remained, allowing water to pour forth. Kisame, filled with dread, glanced at his vacant left hand, which rapidly regenerated under the potent chakra's influence. Within mere seconds, his hand had reformed. Biting his fingertip, Kisame clasped his hands together. Summoning technique. King of Sharks, a gigantic shark, occupying half the barrier's expanse, emerged, lunging towards Wang Zhua. Hee. Allow me to showcase my latest innovation, a fusion of ninjutsu and blade technique. Unfazed by the peril, Wang Zhua responded with a cold smile. Illusionary blade. Spirit butterfly dance. Countless ethereal discs erupted from his twin blades, transforming the tense atmosphere into a breathtaking spectacle. Both the colossal shark and Kisame appeared entranced by the mesmerizing dance of the discs, which contained the essence of blade intent. The aura of the blade flickered in and out of visibility, manifesting wherever the discs fluttered. Soon, the barrier was awash with the swirling discs, and the gigantic shark was sliced into innumerable pieces, turning the barrier into a sea of blood that further accentuated the disc's enchanting allure. As Kisame's flesh awakened in response to the internal turmoil, it was too late. The discs encircled him, and a fearsome blade net formed. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Kisame met the fate of the summoned beast, disintegrating into countless specks of dust. With Kisame's demise, the barrier dissipated automatically, and water surged outward. Wang Zhua approached the now reverted form of the shark flesh, which retained a semblance of self-awareness due to its unique material, having escaped the blade net's grasp. Stepping upon the struggling flesh, Wang Zhua plunged Taichi Zhengzong into it, eliciting a cry of anguish. To his astonishment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A powerful suction emanated from Taichi Zhengzong, drawing forth all the chakra stored within the shark flesh. Before long, the chakra was entirely absorbed, leaving the flesh as mere ashes carried away by the wind. Wang Zhuo gazed at Taichi Zhengzong in amazement, finally uncovering its true potential after so long. He had not realized this effect during previous encounters, indicating it might be ineffective against humans. However, he pondered whether it could affect ninja techniques, perhaps even siphoning chakra from tailed beasts. The blade seemed to harbor a vast reservoir of chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast, filling Wang Zhuo with exhilaration. Taichi Zhengzong appeared capable of converting all absorbed energy into blade aura. With a gentle swing, a blade's aura was unleashed, severing a row of trees effortlessly. In this regard, each time I unleash a technique from the path of no return, I expend a significant amount of my blade energy, rendering me unable to employ it consecutively. However, with the Taichi authenticity at my disposal, as long as my mental fortitude is sufficient, I could potentially utilize it 3 or 4 times in succession. Indeed, the ancient legacies that have persisted through the ages possess their own distinctive qualities. After vanquishing the demon shark, Wang Zhuo did not immediately return to Konoha. Instead, he sought out a secluded forest in the Land of Fire, where he immersed himself in the study of the Earth Release secret techniques recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls of the Land of Earth, as well as the integration of swordsmanship and illusion techniques. The previous illusory blade, Spirit Disc Dance, was a technique birthed from the touch of the gateway to the materialization of illusions. Regrettably, I have yet to fully grasp the realm of Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream. Otherwise, my blade energy would not be elusive but entirely formless, enabling me to slay in silence. The secret arts of the Land of Earth comprise 3 techniques. One is the Dust Release, a ninjutsu that merges Earth Release, Wind Release, and Fire Release, serving as both an offensive and defensive technique. Another is the Weight and Light Rock technique, which manipulates the gravity of objects, utilized by both An Yefeng and Demu, precisely the flying ninjutsu Wang Zhuo yearns for. The final technique is the Clay technique, which Deidara had surreptitiously learned. Undoubtedly, the Dust Release possesses the most lethal capability, while the Clay technique boasts the greatest area of impact, and the Weight and Light Rock technique exhibits the most versatility. Although Wang Zhuo possesses some knowledge of sealing techniques and is familiar with barrier techniques, he lacks the innate talent for Wind Release and Fire Release, making the learning of Dust Release impossible. The Clay technique, being quite demanding, is a cumbersome endeavor that cannot be mastered in a matter of years, rendering it somewhat impractical. Thus, he resolves to focus on the Weight and Light Rock technique. This technique is further divided into 2 branches. The third Ōtsutsuki, Demu, primarily studied the Light Rock technique while also dabbling in the Heavy Rock technique. It is likely that upon ascending to the position of Ōtsutsuki, he devoted himself entirely to mastering Dust Release, ceasing his studies in Weight and Light Rock technique. An Yefeng, due to his innate abilities, leaned more towards the Heavy Rock technique, innovating the gravity space ninjutsu. The most formidable practitioner of Weight and Light Rock technique encountered thus far is undoubtedly Tian, the cousin of Demu. Having determined his research direction, Wang Zhuo plunged wholeheartedly into his training. After observing from a distance for over a month, Zhu discovered that Wang Zhuo, aside from practicing swordsmanship and illusion techniques daily, exhibited no other activities. He left a shadow clone behind to continue the surveillance before departing. Once Zhu was gone, Wang Zhuo ceased his training. Indeed, Zhu had been monitoring me in the shadows. Fortunately, I had not revealed my capability in Earth Release. Otherwise, it would surely arouse suspicion. The shadow clone left behind was easily manageable. Zhu's clone concealed itself within a great tree, and suddenly, countless cherry blossoms began to drift down from the sky. Illusion technique. Heart's vision. Instantly, Zhu's clone became ensnared in the illusion, perceiving only the fade of Wang Zhuo diligently practicing his sword technique. Meanwhile, the real Wang Zhuo departed from that location, seeking out a more concealed spot. After thorough reconnaissance and finding no one in pursuit, he finally felt at ease to commence his training in the Weight and Light Rock technique. Chapter 58. Returned to Konoha 3 months later, having preliminarily mastered the Weight and Light Rock technique. Wang Zhuo soared close to the ground towards Konoha. It had been nearly 2 years since he left, and when combined with several previous covert missions in Konoha, it had been almost 3 years. The once outwardly gentle youth had transformed into a stern-looking young man, with the wind tousling his shoulder-length black hair. This time, Wang Zhuo did not don a conical hat, but instead replaced it with his former golden umbu mask. As Wang Zhuo approached the gates of Konoha, he released the Light Rock technique and gradually made his way forward. Pondering that after 3 years, Naruto would likely return as well, he wondered about Hinata, who had been engaged in family experiments outside and had not been seen for some time. Moreover, Xiaobai was already nearing 8 years of age and should be starting her journey at the Ninja Academy. He also contemplated whether Tian Yin had succeeded in obtaining the Fountain of Youth in the Wetbone Forest. With a heart full of complex emotions, Wang Zhuo arrived at the entrance of Konoha. Halt! May I inquire who you are and the purpose of your visit to Konoha? A guard inquired, performing his routine duty. I am Wang Zhuo, a member of the Umbu. Here is my identification, he replied, presenting the document Kakashi had given him before his departure. A senior from the Umbu. Please, enter, the guard exclaimed warmly after reviewing the credentials. With a heart heavy with mixed feelings, Wang Zhuo approached the home he had not visited in quite some time. Observing his departure, the guard discreetly performed hand seals to summon a small bird. Attaching a note detailing Wang's was returned to its leg before sending it flying towards the headquarters of Root. As Wang's drew nearer to his home, an unexpected calm settled within him. Time flowed on, and his heart remained resolute. After overcoming the barriers within his mind, clarity illuminated Wang's gaze, enhancing his spiritual awareness and sharpening his perception of the surroundings. He could discern the minute movements of ants 10 meters away and overhear the hushed conversations of passers-by. Upon reaching his doorstep, he pushed open the door to find the courtyard immaculate, devoid of fallen leaves or overgrown weeds. Just as he pondered this oddity, a melodious female voice resonated from within the house. Xiaobai, you returned so early today? A stunning young girl, appearing to be around 16, emerged from the house into the courtyard. With flowing black hair cascading down her shoulders, sparkling eyes brimming with innocence, and a complexion as smooth and white as that of a newborn, she wore a pristine knee-length dress that accentuated her figure, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Wang Zhuo, even with his steadfast heart, found himself momentarily captivated. The girl furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the masked Wang Zhuo, and bluntly questioned, "Who are you?" Her frown, though stern, held an endearing quality that would likely prompt any other man to hastily remove the intruder who caused the celestial maiden to frown. Tianyan Shui had been troubled of late. Her brother had promised to guard the wet bone forest for 10 years to gather the 3 necessary medicinal ingredients to awaken her. He had only managed a fleeting visit upon her awakening before departing again. Although the unfamiliarity of her surroundings was daunting, Tsunade had been exceptionally caring, providing her with shelter and arranging for Xiaobai to accompany her. However, each venture outside attracted a crowd of onlookers, with some even daring to harass her. Since the last incident, where one such nuisance was sent flying by Tsunade, no one had dared approach her, until now, when her peace was once again disrupted. Unfazed by Tianyan Shui's demeanor, Wang Zhuo could surmise the reason behind her attitude. "I am Wang Zhuo, the master of this place. And you are?" he inquired. You are the Wang Zhuo that Xiaobai often mentions. My apologies, I am Tianyan Shui, she replied, her face flushing with embarrassment upon realizing she was meeting the original master. No harm done that I recall now. You are Tianyan Yu's sister, and your brother is my friend. Since you have awakened, I presume he has gathered what he needed. It has been a long time. How is he faring? Wang Zhuo, momentarily taken aback by Tianyan Shui's bashfulness, quickly posed the question. Wang Zhuo Gij, please come inside. I will brew you a pot of tea, and we can converse at our leisure, she offered graciously. Upon discovering that 2 individuals still lingered in the courtyard, Tianyan Shui felt a pang of rudeness and hastily spoke up. Wang Zhuo followed Tianyan Shui into the long-absent abode, where a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a young woman permeated the as she settled onto a cushion. Tianyan Shui prepared a pot of tea and brought it to Wang Zhuo, filling his cup to the brim before taking a seat opposite him. She gradually awakened her brother and recounted the matters concerning herself and the wet-bone forest. I see. Wang Zhuo nodded in understanding. Then why do you not return to your family? You are all alone out here. There are only 3 of us left in the family, my brother, grandfather, and my brother mentioned that by the time he departed, grandfather had also passed away. Consequently, I found myself at a loss for where to go. Sister Tsunade advised me to stay in Konoha. However, I still struggle to adapt here and wish to venture to the wet bone forest to find my brother. Unfortunately, Sister Tsunade insisted that traveling alone is far too perilous. Sister Tsunade. Wang Zhuo nearly spluttered his tea, attempting to maintain composure. Steady now, steady. Focus, focus. Are you all right, Wang Zhuo Gij? Tianyan Shui inquired, her large eyes wide with curiosity upon witnessing his flustered demeanor. Cough, cough. I am fine. It is indeed quite dangerous for you to go alone, especially given your striking beauty. Unaware of his own bluntness due to his lack of romantic experience, Wang Zhuo's words rendered Tianyan Shui's cheeks a vivid shade of crimson, silently reflecting on how refreshingly candid Wang Zhuo was. Noticing her head bowed, revealing her exquisitely flushed ears, Wang Zhuo realized his comment had been somewhat abrupt. Just as he pondered how to shift the conversation, a voice rang out from the courtyard. Sister Shui, I'm back. Xiaobai entered the room and paused upon seeing Wang Zhua in a mask, before joyfully leaping into his embrace. Gidge, you finally returned. Xiaobai missed you so much. Gently ruffling Xiaobai's hair, Wang Zhua replied warmly, Xiaobai has grown so quickly. Have you been behaving well? Of course. Xiaobai is the top of the class and Sister Tsunade praises me often. Why do you always wear a mask? Gidge? Xiaobai reached out, preparing to unmask Wang Zhua. Sensing that no one was around, Wang Zhua permitted Xiaobai to remove the mask. Beneath it lay a strikingly handsome visage, his deep-set eyes seemingly imbued with profound wisdom, captivating enough to ensnare the unwary. However, Xiaobai remained unaffected by this allure, instead exclaiming, Gidge, your eyes are so beautiful. Tian Yinxuan nodded in agreement. It appeared that both of them were not easily swayed by the depth of his gaze, leading Wang Zhua to speculate that their constitutions were indeed extraordinary. Just then, he sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching and hastily donned his mask once more. Xiaobai and Tian Yinxue were momentarily taken aback by Wang Zhua's sudden action, preparing to inquire further when they noticed his gaze shifting towards the entrance. The door creaked open, revealing 3 figures, Tsunade, Shizune, and Kakashi. Upon recognizing them, Wang Zhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hey, Wang Zhua, long time no see, Kakashi greeted first. Tsunade then inquired, recently, there has been considerable movement from the Ōtsutsuki, with attacks occurring in both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. It seems you have been involved. Have you made any discoveries? Shizune offered a friendly greeting. Wang Zhua-kun, it's been a while. Noticing the calmness in Tsunade's tone, Wang Zhua surmised that she was aware of his involvement in the assault on the Land of Earth and realized he needed to carefully consider how to respond. By chance, Tian Yinxue emerged from Wang Zhua's side, breaking the tension with her gentle invitation, everyone, please come in. I have just brewed a pot of exquisite tea. In Chapter 59, the sudden turmoil in Sunagakure. As 5 individuals entered the modest living room, it swiftly felt cramped. Tian Yinxue poured each person a cup of tea, aware that Wang Zhua and the others had matters to discuss, and she willingly vacated her seat, leading Xiaobai into another room. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, prompting Kakashi to hastily shift the conversation. Recently, Ōtsutsuki has been capturing various tailed beasts. Wang Zhua, do you know their objective? Noticing Kakashi diverting the topic away from the affairs of the Land of Earth, Wang Zhua replied, Ōtsutsuki's ultimate goal is to unify the ninja world, starting with the accumulation of wealth, followed by the collection of tailed beasts, and ultimately declaring war on the major ninja villages. Humph, with just the small land of rain. Tsunade questioned skeptically, and of course not. I have infiltrated the upper echelons of Ōtsutsuki. Their leader, known as Pain of the Six Paths, possesses the legendary Rinnegan, which allows him to summon the fabled Outer Path Golem, capable of devouring the powers of tailed beasts. This is also a significant reason for their collection of tailed beasts. What? The Rinnegan? Ino exclaimed, while Kakashi and Tsunade were equally astonished. Since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, no one had manifested the Rinnegan. It was astonishing that it had resurfaced after so many years. Tsunade fell silent, her thoughts drifting to the prophecy of the Child of Prophecy that Jiraiya had mentioned. Could it be true? Was the ninja world on the brink of chaos? Impossible. With the formidable military strength of the major ninja villages, how could they be defeated by a mere pair of Rinnegan? Tsunade shook her head and stated, even with the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Ōtsutsuki's plan cannot succeed. My grandfather, the first Hokage, along with the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, 2 titans at the peak of the ninja world, could not unify it. You have no idea how terrifying the foundations of the major ninja villages are. Seeing that Tsunade still did not regard Ōtsutsuki with sufficient seriousness, Wang Zhua had no choice but to subtly imply, Ōtsutsuki's accumulated funds are already comparable to those of the major ninja villages. Moreover, there are Ōtsutsuki members embedded within the higher echelons of various small nations. There are a total of 11 top-tier combatants, including myself, each possessing at least the strength of a Kage. Furthermore, the Outer Path Golem has already devoured 5 tailed beasts. Currently, Pain's strength is unfathomable. While they may not be able to overcome the combined might of the 5 great shinobi countries, they can inflict significant damage upon any single ninja village. Such an abundance of Kage-level power is indeed perilous, Lord Tsunade, Kakashi remarked with concern. Konoha has faced numerous setbacks in recent years, and our strength has been severely impacted. If we were to be attacked by Ōtsutsuki, it could very well topple Konoha from its position as the strongest ninja village. Tsunade nodded gravely to It. Seems we must indeed keep a vigilant eye on Ōtsutsuki's movements. Kakashi, from now on, instruct the Umbu to closely monitor their activities. The next step in Ōtsutsuki's plan involves the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Gaara, Wang Zhua whispered. What? Why didn't you relay this information sooner? Tsunade appeared visibly agitated. What? Wasn't Sunagakure our enemy before? Wangzua expressed his confusion regarding Tsunade's reaction. Silently, he explained that Gaara had become the new Kazekage of Sunagakure. During their initial confrontation, he had been enlightened by Naruto, leading him to foster a friendly relationship with Konohagakure. Even agreeing to form an alliance for mutual support to it became clear that the intelligence was too critical to be exposed. Thus, he had to return personally to convey the message. Without hesitation, Wangzua opted to fabricate a story. Kakashi and the others had no means to verify his claims, and Wangzua's reasoning appeared quite cogent. Tsunade inquired about their plans, insisting they must swiftly inform Sunagakure to prepare for defense. It's already too late. Ōtsutsuki has likely already made their move. Wangzua ruthlessly shattered Tsunade's last glimmer of hope. At that moment, an Umbu ninja abruptly appeared outside the door, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, urgent news." Tsunade hurriedly stood and opened the door, urging him to speak quickly. A distressing report from Sunagakure had arrived. The fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had been captured amidst a village uprising. The council of elders from Sunagakure sought assistance from Konohagakure to rescue the Kazekage. The situation was dire. Kakashi, swiftly organize a team. Wangzua, you must accompany them, Tsunade calmly directed. Another Umbu ninja appeared instantaneously, announcing, "Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has returned with Naruto." Upon hearing of the troubles in Sunagakure, they have already set off for the Land of Wind. Excellent! Kakashi, you must go lend your support immediately. Kakashi and Wangzua, both decisive in action, vanished before Tsunade had finished speaking. Shiro ran out of the room, dejectedly remarking, "Brother is off again. He just returned a short while ago." Tsunade picked up Shiro, comforting her, "Do not worry, Wangzua is helping others. He will return shortly." Tianyinshue gazed at the place where Wangzua had departed, her curiosity about him piqued. Aside from his initial awkwardness, he always exuded an air of mystery. She could sense the inner thoughts of those around her, yet Wangzua was different. Unlike Kakashi, whose heart bore a heavy sorrow, she felt nothing from Wangzua's inner self. Kakashi arrived at the Umbu headquarters to issue a mission. Following Kakashi's orders, Wangzua went to inform Guy and his team. He first found Guy's group at the training ground and then proceeded to the barbecue shop to locate Ino's group. By coincidence, they encountered Sakura, who, upon hearing their conversation, expressed her desire to join in the assistance. The Yuhi team was unavailable as they were on a mission, but they fortuitously crossed paths with Hinata, whom they had not seen in a long time. Hinata had grown into a graceful figure, her long black hair cascading perfectly, her chest now visibly developed, surpassing Sakura in that regard, likely a C-cup. Overall, she appeared slightly less mature than Tianyinshue, yet she, along with Sakura and Tsunade, belonged to the ranks of stunning beauties, each with their unique charm. "Wangzua-kun, it's been a while." Hinata greeted him warmly, reminiscent of her childlike innocence. Observing Hinata's genuinely joyful smile, the family guard accompanying her was taken aback. In all his time safeguarding Hinata, he had never witnessed such a heartfelt smile. Was this masked boy truly the one whom the young lady often spoke of during her trials? The guard speculated silently. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on passing the family trials. Let us go out for a meal to celebrate. Hinata, feeling quite delighted, spoke to Wangzua. Is this about Sunagakure? Unfortunately, my father does not permit me to leave Konohagakure. Otherwise, I would be able to assist you, Wangzua-kun. Please take care, and I shall await your return, Hinata murmured shyly. Wangzua stepped forward and patted Hinata's shoulder, affirming, all right, before turning away and departing. Is he truly Wangzua? One of the guards jested, after all, he is from an outside clan. I wonder if the head of the family will consent. Following Wangzua's exit, the guard approached, teasing. What are you saying? Hinata lowered her head, desperately trying to conceal her crimson cheeks, resolutely thinking. My father may indeed prohibit me from associating with Wangzua-kun, but once I strive to become the clan leader, no one shall dare to obstruct me. Chapter 60. The Great Battle against Ōtsutsuki 6, Part 1. At the border of the Land of Sand. Within a cavern, Pain had summoned the Outer Path Golem. Gaara lay before the golem, unconscious and eerily still. Why have Kisame and Zetsu yet to arrive? Pain inquired, frowning. Zetsu appeared behind Pain, his expression graved. It seems that Dong Huang Tai-e managed to outsmart us, utilizing Jinjutsu to evade our surveillance. His skills in illusion have reached a level akin to that of a Kage, which is critical intelligence. Alas, Kisame has perished, and Kisame? Pain asked Zetsu. He's gone to confront Dong Huang Tai-e and was eliminated. Zetsu replied with a resigned shrug. Pain remained unfazed. While he could manage superficial conflicts among teammates, he could not govern their private squabbles. After all, Kakuzu had slain several of his own comrades. They would proceed as planned. Upon hearing the news of Kisame's demise at the hands of Dong Huang Tai, only Obito, under the alias of Toby, showed a flicker of concern, while the others remained indifferent, performing hand seals in unison. Genjutsu. Phantom Dragon's 9 seals. Akara, still unconscious, let out a pained groan as a tailed beast was forcibly extracted from within him. Soaring towards the outer path golem, it appeared that the golem's enhancement had made the absorption of tailed beasts increasingly effortless. Itachi's eyes glimmered with a fleeting emotion. In the outside world, Jiraiya and Naruto had arrived at Sunagakure. Chiyo was overjoyed to see Jiraiya. How wonderful! I never expected you would personally come to Sunagakure. We must swiftly rescue Gaara. The consequences are unimaginable, Jiraiya stated seriously. Fresh from his return from Mount Myaboku, he had received urgent reports from his intelligence network indicating that Ōtsutsuki had commenced their efforts to collect tailed beasts. He was well aware of his former disciple Nagato. The fact that Ōtsutsuki was on the move signified that Nagato had fully comprehended the power of the Rinnegan and was thoroughly prepared. Shortly after his return, he received news of Ōtsutsuki's attack on Sunagakure and wasted no time in bringing Naruto along. Upon seeing Jiraiya's grave expression, Chiyo recognized the severity of the situation. Initially, she believed the enemy's intent was merely to abduct the Kazekage to leverage conditions. She instructed her brother, Hayu, to remain in Sunagakure while she personally led Jiraiya and Naruto in pursuit of Gaara's captors. Meanwhile, amidst a swirling storm of yellow sand, the vast, desolate desert lay before Wang Zhua and his companions. Is this truly the land of sand? The environment is incredibly harsh, Sakura remarked, tying her flowing pink hair back against the wind. I sense Jiraiya and Naruto's chakra drawing closer to us. Wang Zhua closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit, as the leading Kakashi raised his head and caught sight of 3 figures approaching in the distance. Jiraiya and his companions also noticed Wang Zhua's group and swiftly drew near. Greeting, Kakashi, you have arrived as well, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi respectfully replied. There is no time for lengthy discussions. You must lead the main forces to assist Sunagakure in restoring order. Wang Zhua, take a few elites and join us in aiding the Wind Shadow. Jiraiya quickly instructed. The son of White Fang, is it? Chiyo's gaze swept over Kakashi with a complex expression, recalling her strongest adversary. Perceiving Chiyo's look, Kakashi remained unaffected. Kai, your team will stay to assist Lord Jiraiya. The rest, follow me. His words were decisive and unambiguous. I will stay to help as well, Sakura declared confidently. Noticing the diamond mark on Sakura's forehead, akin to Tsunade's, Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. The group efficiently divided into 2 teams and departed. Jiraiya's side consisted of Wang Zhua, Kai's team, Sakura, Naruto, and Chiyo, 9 in total. Chiyo continued to lead the way, and Naruto, who had not had the chance to speak, exclaimed excitedly, Haha, long time no see, Wang Zhua, Sakura. It's been a while. How have you been at Myaboku Mountain, Naruto? Wang Zhua inquired as they hurried along. Glancing at his silent companions, Naruto scratched his head. I'll tell you more later. Wang Zhua, remember to treat me to a feast. And don't forget Sakura. Witnessing Naruto's noticeable growth yet unchanged clumsiness, Sakura couldn't help but smile, and Wang Zhua's lips curled slightly upward. You haven't changed a bit, Naruto. This is the place, Jiraiya and Chiyo announced simultaneously, halting before a great mountain, where a large gate obstructed the entrance to a cave. It seems there are some unfriendly characters outside the cave, Zetsu remarked with a peculiar tone. Sensing the presence of outsiders and recognizing his master Jiraiya's chakra, Pain, wishing to avoid confrontation with Jiraiya, addressed his companions still forming hand seals. The tailed beast has been successfully captured. Zetsu, cooperate with me using the art of shifting to block them. We must leave this place. Shadow clone technique? Art of shifting. The secondary chakra from Itachi and the others flowed through Pain to create several shadow clones. These clones morphed into the likeness of Itachi and his companions, who were fully aware that they could control the movements of their clones. All right, let us depart. Reverse summoning technique. Pain and the outer path golem vanished into the cave, while the others, except for Sasori, Zetsu, and Ōtsutsuki, executed the hand seals to utilize the reverse summoning technique and departed. Sasori, why are you not leaving? Would you like a ride? Ōtsutsuki inquired kindly. My affairs are not your concern, Sasori coldly rejected. Take care of yourself. Let us go, Zetsu. Ōtsutsuki's Sharingan with 3 tomo slightly turned, and he vanished into the air. Zetsu, with a hint of profundity in his gaze, looked at Sasori, gradually sinking into the earth. Sasori's eyes reflected a sense of desolation as he walked alone to sit beside Gaara's corpse, controlling his shifting body towards the gate. Upon returning to the land of rain, Itachi and his companions also guided their respective shifting bodies toward the gate. Outside the grand gate, Shaoli scrutinized the entrance and pointed to a talisman affixed upon it, inquiring, "What is this talisman doing here?" "This is a barrier seal, connecting to the caster's chakra, with 5 seals placed at 5 distinct locations around the base. Within the confines of these seals, the area transforms into a space governed by ninjutsu. Since this space prohibits the destruction of matter, in order to dismantle the barrier, one must locate all 5 seals and tear them down," Jiraiya elucidated. Kai flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and exclaimed, "Let me give it a try." He executed a powerful kick, proclaiming, "Konoha Great Whirlwind." The impact resonated with a loud bang, yet the gate remained unyielding, sending Kai rebounding from the force. Indeed, it cannot be destroyed. The remaining 4 seals are likely nearby. They must all be torn down simultaneously to be effective. Furthermore, the seals are inscribed with the mirror mimicry technique, which can fully replicate the strength of anyone below the level of a shadow. For those above shadow level, tearing down the seals will prove ineffective unless all 5 shadows act concurrently. Jiraiya continued. Naruto, counting on his fingers, exclaimed with excitement, "Then let us hurry and tear them down. With the perverted sage, Granny Chio, Kai-sensei, and Wang Zhuo, we should have enough for 5 people. By the way, I didn't expect you, Wang Zhuo, to have become so strong. If it weren't for my mastery of sage mode and its sensory abilities, I wouldn't have sensed your power." "What? Wang Zhuo has actually reached the level of a shadow." Shaoli, Tian, and Niji gasped in astonishment, their jaws agape as they stared at Wang Zhuo, while Sakura had already learned of his formidable strength through Tsunade. Wang Zhuo was silently amazed by Naruto's sage sensing capabilities. Realizing it could detect the sage chakra within him, it seems that sage chakra can sense one another. No wonder I felt Naruto and Jiraiya's chakra from such a distance. They must have sensed me as well. However, my chakra is not like yours. It is dispersed throughout my body, Kai lamented. Naruto expressed disappointment, realizing that his hard-won plan was unfeasible, turning to Jiraiya and asking, "What should we do now?" "No worries," Kai replied. "Although I cannot utilize my chakra, it is merely a nuisance. Sakura, Tian, Shaoli, and Niji, you 4 will handle the other 4 seals. I will take care of this one. Since I cannot use chakra, the seal will not sense my shadow-level strength, allowing me to directly dismantle this seal's mirror mimicry technique." Chio's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's a brilliant plan. At that point, we can directly enter and rescue Gaara." Yet she expressed concern. "But can you all defeat your own reflections?" Naruto responded earnestly, "I have faith in them." "Wang Zhuo, you feel the same, right?" Wang Zhuo surveyed Sakura and the others, nodding in agreement. "Do not worry about us. You all can go ahead and rescue Gaara." Sakura was the first to agree, with Shaoli and the others quickly echoing her sentiments. "Then it is settled. I will summon 4 small toads, and I will notify you when it is time to tear down the seals," Jiraiya declared as he bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. Summoning jutsu, with a croak, 4 small toads appeared before the group. Jiraiya conveyed the plan to them, and they leaped beside Sakura and the others. "Shaoli, Tian, Niji, give it your all. The teacher holds high hopes for you all. Let me witness your splendid triumph over yourselves," Kai exclaimed passionately, giving a thumbs up. "Sakura, go for it," Naruto cheered. The masked Wang Zhuo approached Sakura, causing her face to flush with surprise. "What is Wang Zhuo doing? Is he about to confess? I'm not ready yet." Unbeknownst to Sakura's inner turmoil, Wang Zhuo, concerned about her combat capabilities, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Be cautious, I will leave you a ninjutsu. If danger arises, perform the hand seals of the rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit." After gently patting Sakura's shoulder, he declared, "Ninjutsu, mirage of flower and moon." Hearing Wang's was concern, Sakura should have felt elated, yet joy eluded her. Internally, she vowed, "I will prove myself. I am no longer the Sakura who needs protection behind you." Once the 4 departed, Kai positioned himself at the entrance, ready to tear down the talisman affixed to the door. Shortly after, Jiraiya received word that Sakura and the others had located the seal. Instructing Kai to prepare for the countdown, on 3, you all tear down the talisman simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. With a leap, Kai ripped the talisman from the door, while Sakura and her companions, positioned at 4 different spots, simultaneously tore down their seals. The talisman in Kai's grasp trembled violently, soaring from his hand and morphing into a water clone that mirrored him. However, the clone disintegrated into a puddle as it failed to replicate Kai's formidable strength. The cavernous door gradually opened, revealing several silhouettes before Wang Zhuo and the others, unmistakably Itachi, Kakuzu, Hidan, Deidara, Zetsu, and Sasori. Chapter 61. The Great Battle Against the 6 Ōtsutsuki Members. Something is amiss with these individuals. Jiraiya observed the 6 before him, realizing they were not the originals but mere clones. Wangzua remarked calmly, "Kakuzu, you are quite perceptive." Kakuzu retorted, "It's good to see you again, kid. This time, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Without further ado, he charged at Wangzua, prompting the other 5 to spring into action. Hidan and Deidara faced Jiraiya. Itachi confronted Naruto. Chiyo battled Sasori, and Kai took on Zetsu. A smirk crept onto the corner of Wangzua's mouth beneath his mask as he swiftly formed hand seals. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. Sage art, immovable king. Kakuzu felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, forcing him to halt and stabilize his stance. The invisible, immense pressure caused the ground beneath him to crack inch by inch, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? In just 2 years, you have reached this level. The hidden and watchful Zetsu marveled. Such pure sage chakra. This technique seems reminiscent of the Earth Country's light and heavy rock technique. Is it just my imagination, or does he resemble Dong Huang Tai-I? With the mask, it's hard to discern, and besides, Dong Huang Tai-I is an adept in 5 elemental ninjutsu, focusing solely on genjutsu and swordsmanship. Surely, I am overthinking. How could one person master so many skills? Seizing the opportunity while Kakuzu remained stunned, Wangzua executed the hand seals. Monkey, rooster, dog, pig, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, ox, tiger, rabbit, rat, ox. Pressing one hand to the ground, he unleashed sage art, welcoming the Buddha from the west. From the earth, 2 colossal hands emerged beside Kakuzu, palms together, poised to crush his clone into oblivion. Earth release. Super Earth flow wall. 2 colossal earthen walls rose to obstruct the massive converging hand. Yet they were swiftly shattered by the enormous palm. Kakuzu seized the fleeting moment to form over 20 hand seals in a span of 2 seconds, exhausting the 2 layers of chakra within his shadow clones. Ninjutsu. 5 elements release. With arms extended outward, he aligned his palms against the approaching giant hand, unleashing a torrent of wind that coalesced into countless razor-sharp wind blades. Simultaneously, flames erupted from his mouth, morphing into a fire dragon that grew increasingly larger, propelled by the wind release as it surged towards the left. Next, he expelled a stream of water, transforming into a circular barrier, while the earth birthed a massive earthen dragon that charged towards the right. Lightning crackled beneath him, extending outward. Wangzua crossed his arms, an expression of disdain hidden beneath his mask, reflecting that the unintegrated 5 elements release was merely a futile endeavor, and that Kakuzu had wasted years without achieving mastery in any. The wind blades were the first to collide with the giant palm, leaving not a single mark upon its surface. The fire dragon and the earth dragon, augmented by lightning, struck the palm, causing countless golden sigils to materialize upon it. A flash of golden light transformed into a swastika, nullifying all ninjutsu. How is this possible? Kakuzu's pupils dilated in shock as the water release barrier was instantly shattered. A thunderous boom resonated as the palms merged, reducing everything to dust in the land of rain. Kakuzu awoke from his control, his face darkened with frustration. Meanwhile, Jiraiya skillfully navigated the assault from Deidara and Hidan, while Guy and Hidan found themselves in a stalemate. One wielded space ninjutsu to phase out of his body, while the other possessed astonishing speed and formidable taijutsu, exchanging blows in a dynamic back and forth. Guy realized he could not harm Hidan, shifting his strategy to defense in order to conserve energy. Naruto and Itachi engaged in a fierce battle within the forest, aware that Itachi had something important to discuss with Naruto. Wangzua, not wishing to intrude, opted to assist the elderly Chiyo, who was struggling with her limitations. The battle between the puppet masters leaned heavily on mechanisms and ninjutsu, with Chiyo and Sasori showcasing an array of puppet techniques. Sensing their familiarity with each other's skills, Chiyo inquired, "Who are you? How do you know the secret puppet techniques of Sunagakure?" As Chiyo's puppet ensnared Sasori's, Wang's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Lightning release. Heavenly Fong, 3 lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, erupted from Wang's mouth, hurtling towards Sasori's Hiriko. The speed was so immense that it rendered the substitution technique useless, striking him down instantly, his form reduced to lifelessness. Approaching Chiyo, Wang's remarked, "Indeed, it was merely a clone. We must hurry. Gaara is our priority." Chiyo had initially intended to chastise Wangzua for failing to leave a captive for interrogation about the source of his puppet techniques, but upon hearing Gaara's name, she hurried towards the cave, with Wangzua close behind. Sensing the death of Hiriko, Sasori rose. At last, you've arrived. Granny Chiaoed. As Wang Zhua and Chio entered the cave, they beheld Sasori standing beside Gaara, who lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. Chio furrowed her brow, demanding, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Wang Zhua discerned that this Sasori was indeed the original, and that Gaara's vitality was slowly waning. Granny Chio, it has been a while. Allow me to present my latest creation. I am certain you will be pleased, came a deep voice from Sasori, as he summoned the third Kazekage puppet. Upon seeing the puppet crafted from the body of the third Kazekage, Chio gasped, "You are Sasori. How have you become like this?" Chio was taken aback to discover that the individual before her was none other than her grandson, Sasori. Since he had betrayed the village after killing the third Kazekage, she had not laid eyes on him again. Wang Zhua spoke with an air of calmness. "Chio-sensei, now is not the time for reminiscing. Gaara's life force is dwindling, and soon he will be lost to us forever." Upon hearing Wang Zhua's words, a flicker of complexity passed through Chio's eyes, but she swiftly suppressed her yearning and resolutely declared, "Grandson, step aside. Once I have rescued the fifth Kazekage, I shall personally escort you back to atone for your actions." "Ha ha, grandmother, do you not yet comprehend? Only eternity is the most exquisite of arts. Rest assured, I shall ensure you become a puppet to accompany me for all time." With that, he unleashed his mechanism, Iron Sand Shigure. Crimson flow, hand of the puppet. Countless toxic needles and poisonous gas were launched from the mechanism on Sasori's left arm, while the third Kazekage puppet summoned iron sand from the earth, transforming it into minute, pellet-like particles to unleash a wide-ranging assault, earth-style. Triple earth flow wall. 3 earthen walls rose before Wang Zhua and Chio, effectively blocking all incoming attacks. Indeed, the third Kazekage puppet's magnetic iron sand was not as formidable as its original form. Otherwise, my 3 earthen walls would not have withstood the onslaught. Wang Zhua calmly assessed. Sasori's true form must be concealed within the shell. Little brat from Konoha, hold off the third Kazekage puppet while I deal with his corporeal puppet. Chio produced a scroll and formed hand seals, declaring, "White secret technique." Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. 10 uniquely designed puppets materialized beside Chio, each controlled by chakra threads extending from her fingers. Under her command, the 10 puppets swiftly encircled Sasori, while Wang Zhua immediately ensnared the third Kazekage puppet attempting to return for assistance. The vulnerability of puppet techniques was evident. Severing the chakra connection to the controller would render the puppet powerless. And a puppet master losing their puppets typically meant a loss of 90% of their strength. However, Wang Zhua had no intention of pursuing such a course of action. In his view, puppet techniques bore a critical flaw. Their reaction speed was insufficiently rapid. While it may seem swift to an ordinary ninja, it appeared as sluggish as a snail to a taijutsu specialist. 8th Gate of the Heavenly Life. Opening the 6th gate, the Gate of You. Wang Zhua instantly positioned himself before the third Kazekage puppet and delivered a powerful kick. Sasori's control had not yet reached the puppet, which was sent flying upon impact, demonstrating its resilience. Let us test this technique. Lightning style. Thunderous might. A massive surge of lightning chakra converged upon his right fist, enveloping his arm in crackling electricity as he struck the puppet. Magnet release. Iron sand barrage. Under Sasori's command, the Kazekage puppet amassed a considerable amount of iron sand, compressing it into a colossal weapon of increased hardness and weight. Since it was iron sand, it could be molded at will, transforming into a sandball akin to Gaara's to envelop itself. With a resounding thud, Wang's lightning-infused punch collided with the iron sphere, fracturing it under the intense electrical assault. With a loud bang, the iron sphere shattered into iron sand, and Wang Zhua continued his assault, delivering a punch that opened the puppet's limbs to unleash a barrage of toxic needles and gas at close range. Humph! Underhanded tactics, lightning style. Thunder armor. As the lightning armor materialized, it deflected all the poison needles and dispelled the toxic gas. The thunderous fist struck the puppet, shattering it with a force exceeding 10,000 pounds, while the ensuing thunder obliterated all internal mechanisms within the puppet. Wang Zhua landed, surrounded by countless shards of the dismembered puppet. The heart of Scorpion, still entangled with Chio, sank at the realization that his third-generation Wind Shadow puppet had been so easily dismantled. He released all mechanisms within his external shell, temporarily forcing Chio back. Upon witnessing Wang Zhua effortlessly destroy the Wind Shadow puppet, Chio was equally astonished. Scorpion, with a booming laughter, exclaimed, "Allow me to present my ultimate artistry." The shell exploded, revealing Scorpion within, a strikingly handsome youth with crimson hair. Chio, taken aback by the youthful appearance of Scorpion, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you still be so young? Could it be that you?" "Indeed, I have transformed myself into a puppet, achieving eternal life. I have surpassed all the masterpieces of the puppet master progenitor. When Zhuowei Min, I am the epitome of perfection in puppetry," Scorpion declared proudly, eager to showcase his most cherished creation before his beloved grandmother. Wang Zhuo, resigned, touched his mask, acknowledging the truth that every formidable artist harbors a touch of madness. With a flourish, Scorpion unleashed his secret technique. 100 machines in performance. In his human puppet form, he summoned hundreds of puppets clad in red robes through a scroll, each wielding different weapons, their movements governed by chakra threads emitted from the regenerative core within him. Thanks to the regenerative core, even without direct finger manipulation, the will of the puppet master was reflected in the actions of the puppets, allowing him to control them as effortlessly as his own limbs. The synchronization between the puppet master's intent and the puppet's movements was flawless, enabling them to operate with the precision of over 100 elite shinobi, an army in their own right. Hovering in the air, Scorpion spread his arms wide, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, "Chio Baba, this is my magnum opus." Although Wang Zhuo had anticipated this, witnessing Scorpion single-handedly command an army of puppets was awe-inspiring. Each puppet possessed strength comparable to that of elite ninja, entirely impervious to pain, effectively rendering them a legion of formidable shinobi. Chapter 62. The Great Battle with the 6 members of Ōtsutsuki, Part 2. With a resolute spirit, Chio refused to be intimidated by Scorpion's multitude of puppets and launched her own offensive. The 10 puppets of Nara, a masterpiece of the puppet master progenitor when Zhuowei Min, far surpassed ordinary puppets, each possessing nearly shadow-level strength, representing the pinnacle of Suna's puppet weaponry. 3 puppets from the 10 puppets formed a triangular formation, activating a mechanism that unleashed a ferocious whirlwind, intent on drawing Scorpion into its center. Scorpion commanded dozens of his puppets to shield him, as they unleashed a simultaneous wind release. Great wind pressure. The 2 ferocious whirlwinds collided, creating a terrifying vortex that tore apart the ground, sucking debris into its depths. The surrounding puppets, over a dozen of Scorpions and 3 of Chio's, were caught in the maelstrom and obliterated. Sensing the dire situation, Wang Zhuo had already retreated from the area of wind, his expression grave as he observed the clash between the 2, searching for an opportunity to intervene. Standing amidst the throng of puppets, Scorpion felt assured of his victory. "Lady Chio, I still possess over 80 puppets, while your 10 of the puppeteer has dwindled to merely 7. You should surrender." With a sorrowful expression, Chio resolutely declared to Sasori, "I cannot allow you to err once more. I must bring you back to the village." Puppet technique. Manipulation of amber. The scattered fragments of parts around her were reassembled into 3 puppets under the control of chakra threads emanating from Chio's fingers. Continuing to form the formation of the 10 of the puppeteered, I too can wield the so-called strongest puppet technique. Puppet technique. Manipulation of amber. Countless chakra threads radiated from Sasori's core, perfectly reconstructing the more than 10 puppets that had just been shattered. Feeling a heavy weight in her heart, Chio resolved to unleash her most powerful secret technique. White secret technique. Illusionary gathering. The 10 of the puppeteer arranged in a straight line, their mechanisms opening to release all their chakra, converging into a beam of light directed at Sasori. Any puppet that encountered the beam along the way was reduced to dust. The aged Lady Chio astonishingly managed to execute such a formidable secret technique. "Regrettably, I am no longer the boy who merely hid behind my parents' puppets." Sasori gathered all remaining puppets in front of him to obstruct the beam, his hands forming peculiar hand seals, each imprint evoking a sense of artistic appreciation. Wang Zhuo, lurking nearby, was captivated by these seals. Could it be an illusion? No, it is not merely an illusion, but akin to my illusion blade technique. Wang Zhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, anticipating the technique Sasori was about to unleash, which might grant him profound insights. Ninja art, eternal seal, immortal techniques. Marks appeared upon Sasori's body. It was these very seals that allowed his soul to reside within the puppet, untouched by external influences, evading the harvest of the spiritual realm. This was the strongest defensive technique he had developed based on fragmented records in a temple. The beam of light finally pierced through countless puppets, reaching Sasori, who was instantly engulfed by the radiance. The uncontrollable 10 of the puppeteer tumbled from the sky to the ground, while Chio, panting heavily, collapsed, her chakra fully expended. Suddenly, the beam vanished, revealing Sasori standing firm, his seals flickering. "Ha ha! Such power!" Clenching his fists, Sasori felt a significant surge in strength after absorbing the beam. "This is bad. He can absorb such dense chakra. It seems that top-tier illusions involve the transformation of energy. Wang Zhuo hurried to Chiyo's side without a moment's hesitation, yet arrived a beat too late. Boom! The ground beneath Sasori cracked open, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside Chiyo, his speed far surpassing Wang Zhuo, who had activated the sixth gate. Even the seventh gate could not keep pace. Chiyo closed her eyes, filled with guilt, and said, "Go ahead. It is all my fault for not taking care of you, my grandson. How could I ever harm you, Lady Chiyo? You are my dearest relative. I will transform you into a living puppet, just like me, so we can be together forever." Sasori embraced Chiyo, warmth radiating between them. The seventh gate opened, lightning release, thunderous might. Wang Zhuo instantly appeared beside Sasori, delivering a powerful punch that reverberated through the surroundings. "Lady Chiyo, wait. Let me first deal with these troublesome foes. No, Scorpion, you." Before the words could leave your lips, you were struck unconscious by Scorpion's left hand. With ease, he raised his right hand to block Wang Zhuo's thunderous blow, the ground beneath him sinking to reveal the terrifying power contained within Wang Zhuo's punch. A flash of the seal on his hand absorbed all the accompanying lightning. In a swift motion, he seized Wang Zhuo's fist and sent him flying with a kick, crashing into the wall of the cave with a resounding boom. Such a rapid kick that I could barely discern its trajectory. Wang Zhuo emerged from the wall. How surprising! He managed to stand after receiving my kick. How intriguing! Allow me to unmask you and discover who you truly are. Crimson secret technique. Infernal prison array. Raising his right hand, he opened his palm, unleashing a torrent of intense flames generated by fire release. Wang Zhuo clasped his hands together, invoking the immortal technique, Dragon Battle in the Wild. A colossal stone dragon erupted from the earth, engulfing Wang Zhuo and shielding him from the molten flames, while its tail lashed out towards Scorpion. Ha! Scorpion struck the dragon's tail with a palm, causing a resounding crack. The dragon's tail broke, and Scorpion was propelled backward by a powerful inertia. Wang Zhuo appeared at the dragon's head, leaping down while directing the massive beast towards the airborne Scorpion. The sound of thunderous collisions echoed as the cave trembled with falling boulders. Lightning enveloped Wang Zhuo, shattering any stones that dared to approach him. Something is amiss. Wang Zhuo sensed an object rapidly approaching from below. Just as he prepared to evade, a puppet arm, adorned with seals, burst forth from the ground before him, shattering his mask with a single blow. Wang Zhuo quickly grasped the arm tightly. "So it is you. Dong Huang Tai Yi." The arm broke free from Wang Zhuo's grasp and returned to Scorpion, who had crawled out from the pile of stones, eyes gleaming with interest. "I never expected you to be from Konoha. The boss will surely be intrigued to know." With his identity exposed, Wang Zhuo remained unfazed, his icy gaze fixed upon Scorpion as he coldly declared, "In that case, you can rest assured and die here. Blade, come." Swish! The cursed blade Muramasa and Tai Yi's authentic blade sword from the ground into Wang Zhuo's hands. Such arrogance! Do you believe you can slay me with your ability to defeat Kisame? In an instant, Scorpion vanished from sight, at the same time. Wang Zhuo ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing the formless instant immortal technique. Unmoving King, thud. Scorpion's figure reappeared mere meters from Wang Zhuo, held down by the force of gravity. Humph! The seals glimmered on his body, diminishing the weight but not entirely eliminating it. This is one of the three great secret arts of a Wagakure. It is not so easily dispelled. One path, absolute greatness. The supreme blade intent was unleashed, slicing through the air. Under the constraints of gravity, Scorpion could not evade, and the blade intent disregarded the seals, cleaving Scorpion in two. However, the seals mitigated the blade's intent at the wound, and the severed body instantaneously rejoined, as Scorpion cackled. "You cannot kill me. I am an eternal existence. Is that so? It seems your seals have been diminished by my blade intent. Once they are fully eradicated, how will you revive?" Wang Zhuo scoffed. "Humph. We shall see if you have that opportunity." Water release secret technique. Devouring torrent. Scorpion's body erupted with a toxic water that began to corrode the very rocks around him. Wang Zhuo retreated to evade, and as he did, the gravitational force weakened once more, allowing Scorpion to escape the range of the immortal technique. "Unmoving King, you've fallen into my trap." A triumphant voice from behind Scorpion echoed as Wang Zhuo transformed into a mere shadow and vanished. "Illusion! When did this happen?" Scorpion exclaimed in shock. "Phantom blade. Spirit butterfly dance." The ethereal discs swirl gracefully, accompanied by a blade's aura that flows seamlessly, leaving no trace of intent. The Scorpion, confronted by Wang's, was illusory blade. is cleaved into countless fragments, the markings upon its body gradually fading away. Sensing the imminent threat to its existence, the scorpion roars defiantly, "No, forbidden technique. Puppet resurrection." All the seals illuminate brilliantly, and with a thunderous explosion, its body detonates, shattering Wang's domain of illusion, leaving only a core suspended in midair. In an instant, myriad shards are drawn back toward the core, reconstructing the scorpion's true form. The backlash from Wang's illusion disrupts his chakra, rendering him unable to halt the scorpion's reconstitution. As the scorpion's markings vanish, its soul's resonance weakens significantly. Calming the chaotic chakra within, Wang's slowly declares, "Now, you are left with only your core. If I destroy it, you shall never resurrect, correct?" He aims to destabilize the scorpion's resolve with his words. Ha! And what of it? I shall drag you down with me. The scorpion's eyes blaze with madness as it lunges at Wang's. Swiftly evading, Wang's watches as the scorpion alters its trajectory, charging toward the cave's entrance. Ha! Farewell. A dazzling array of prismatic blades flashes, followed by a calm, "Until we meet again." Wang's unsheathes the Tai Zhang Zong, embedded in the scorpion's core. How is this possible? The scorpion's puppet body collapses, its soul dissipating entirely, as the energy within the core is consumed by the Tai Zhang Zong. Just as the scorpion prepared to perish alongside Wang's, he discerned its intent to flee. After all, the scorpion's artistic philosophy starkly contrasts that of Deidara, who might choose mutual destruction, while the scorpion's pursuit is of eternity. Thus, Wang's feigned retreat, seizing the moment to unleash a strike. Supreme forgetfulness. The scorpion, wavering in resolve, is entranced by the blade's light, and Wang's seizes the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This body of the scorpion still holds value. Wang's seals it within a scroll, dons a mask, and secures his twin blades before approaching Chiyo, awakening her. As Chiyo opens her eyes and sees Wang's, she hurriedly inquires, "What has transpired? Where is the scorpion?" "He escaped. Concerned for your safety and Gaara's, I chose not to pursue." The two combatants deliberately avoided the vicinity of you and Gaara, thus sparing you both from the collateral damage of their clash. After a moment of silence, Chiyo responds, "Bring Gaara to me, I wish to see him." Wang's presents Gaara before Chiyo, sensing the faint flicker of life within him. With a furrowed brow, Wang's remarks, "I fear that Gaara may not endure." Without uttering a word, Chiyo places her palm upon Gaara, invoking the healing technique, medical palm healing. A soft green chakra envelopes Gaara's form, yet it cannot stem the tide of his life force waning. Chiyo gazes intently at Wang's, sighing, "Alas, I may not survive. I trust you have slain the scorpion. Rest assured, I bear no grudge. He has indeed committed numerous wrongs, yet I have one final request before I depart this world. I hope you will honor my wish to return him to Sunagakure for burial." Observing the pleading gaze of Chiyo, a once esteemed elder of the hidden sand village, now beseeching for the remains of one who had slain her own child, Wang's heart softens at the sight of her aged visage. He nods in reluctant acquiescence, resolving to study the seals upon the scorpion's body and fulfill the wish of this sorrowful elder. With Wang's nod of agreement, Chiyo bows gratefully and promptly forms the seals for the forbidden technique. Rebirth. Self-resurrection. The vital energy within Chiyo surged entirely into Gaara, who gradually began to awaken, while Chiyo collapsed nearby, her breath faint and fleeting. Chapter 63. The discovery of Kurizetsu. Upon regaining consciousness, Gaara's first sight was the frail Chiyo. Her aura diminished. What transpired? Did I not recall being seized by someone? Chiyo, what has happened to you? Gaara rose to support Chiyo, his voice laced with concern. Coughing, Chiyo replied, "Gaara, you must protect the village. The future of Sunagakure rests in your hands." No sooner had she spoken than the last vestige of her vitality waned, and she succumbed, lifeless in Gaara's embrace. "No? Chiyo," Gaara cried out in anguish. "The departed have left this world. The living must look forward." The calm voice of Wang's resonated in Gaara's ears, infused with a distinctive cadence that quelled his turbulent emotions. "Who are you?" Gaara slowly lowered Chiyo's body, turning to the masked Wang's with inquiry. Simultaneously, Naruto burst into the cave and, upon seeing Gaara, rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Gaara, you're safe. This is wonderful. Naruto, what brings you here?" Gaara struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. He had been captured. Chiyo had inexplicably perished before him, and now Naruto appeared, yet he could sense the absence of the one tail within him. Observing Gaara's bewilderment, Wang's elucidated, "We from Konohagakure received a plea for help from your Sunagakure, and we came to assist you." Naruto and I, along with a few others, were tasked with your rescue. The One Tail and your life force were extracted. Theo save you. Chio utilized a forbidden technique to transfer her vitality to you. You should now feel that the One Tail is no longer present. Gaara's questioning gaze met Naruto's, who nodded in affirmation. How could this be? Has the crisis in Sunagakure subsided? It's unclear. However, Kakashi-sensei has personally led a team of elite ninjas to assist, so there should be no major concerns. Naruto reassured him. Before Gaara could respond further, Wangzua interjected, we must first exit and aid the others in dealing with the remaining foes, then return to Sunagakure promptly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Do not worry, Jiraiya-sensei and Guy have already resolved the situation and are assisting Niji and the others, instructing us to return directly to Sunagakure. Hearing this, Gaara lifted Chio's body and urged, then let us depart at once. The three promptly exited the cave, making their way towards Sunagakure. Along the journey, Wangzua inquired, Naruto, how did Jiraiya-sensei and Guy manage to overcome their adversaries? Naruto, with a peculiar expression, recounted, Guy-sensei opened the sixth gate. Unleashing Morning Peacock. The masked man was caught off guard and struck before he could utilize his space ninjutsu. I never imagined that Guy-sensei, usually so laid back, could be so formidable. As for Jiraiya-sensei, he faced an opponent wielding a strange curse that nearly harmed him, but he managed to dispel it with his sealing technique. Another adversary attempted self-detonation, but Jiraiya-sensei evaded with a summoning technique. Had it been me, I surely would have been injured. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei's combat experience surpasses ours. Just then, Wangzua sensed the activation of the seal placed upon Sakura. Upon witnessing a sudden shift in Wangzua's expression, Naruto inquired with concern, what is the matter? It seemed that some situation had arisen with Sakura. You protect Gaara as he returns to the village, and I shall investigate, he declared. Very well, but do take care, Wangzua replied, and Naruto refrained from pressing further, maintaining his unwavering trust in him. Once Wangzua stepped out of Naruto's line of sight, he swiftly employed the lightweight rock technique, soaring towards the location he sensed. With Sakura possessing Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, she likely wouldn't need to resort to her own abilities. What unforeseen circumstance could arise? Could it be that she encountered the true form of someone from Ōtsutsuki? Moments prior, Sakura had just dispelled her Byakugan technique, an abundance of chakra coursing through her. She fixed her gaze on the peculiar adversary before her, whose appearance was half black and half white. It was Zetsu. After a hard-fought victory over the doppelganger and breaking the illusion, this strange individual had ambushed her. Thankfully, she had narrowly evaded the attack. Who are you? She demanded. Zetsu, with a disarming smile, replied, my dear girl, I bear no ill will. Simply divulge Tsunade's Byakugan technique to me, and I assure you, no harm will come to you. Humph, not a chance, Sakura resolutely rejected. In that case, I have no alternative. Before he could finish, a clone of Zetsu suddenly emerged from beneath Sakura's feet, attempting to seize her ankle. Strange force technique? Sakura swiftly leaped, shattering the ground and crushing the clone beneath her foot. Spore technique? The clone disintegrated into countless tiny spores that surged towards Sakura. Unsure of their purpose, her instincts prompted her to evade. Yet there were simply too many, and several clung to her garments. Zetsu grinned maliciously. Attachment. The spores rapidly absorbed Sakura's chakra and proliferated. Lacking sufficient combat experience, she was momentarily at a loss as the spores multiplied and her chakra dwindled. What to do? Oh, right. The hand seals that Wangzua taught me. Recalling the seals, Sakura hastily formed them. Her figure shattered like a mirror, causing the spores to lose their target. The fragments reconstituted Zetsu's clone, while Sakura reappeared elsewhere, astonished to find that all the spores had vanished from her attire. Interesting. This illusion has begun to touch upon spatial transformation, Zetsu mused thoughtfully. Simultaneously, a seal appeared upon Sakura's shoulder, morphing into a phantom that materialized before her. It was Wangzua's clone. Unlike ordinary clones, this one represented Wangzua's pinnacle achievement in illusion techniques, possessing half the strength of the original. Zetsu, members of Ōtsutsuki, how dare you lay hands upon the people of Konoha? Wangzua's clone feigned a threat, discreetly signaling Sakura to prepare for a retreat with a familiar gesture. Heh. Such covert actions are indeed against the rules. 3 white Zetsu clones materialized around Wangzua's clone and Sakura, forming a triangular formation. Carnivorous plant technique. The 3 clones transformed into enormous pitcher plants, descending upon the duo. Wangzua's clone swiftly scooped up Sakura, executing a single-handed hand seal. Earth release. Inner decay. In an instant, the two were transformed into rock and consumed by the colossal pitcher plants. Impressive earth release, Zetsu remarked, his gaze fixed on a boulder several meters away, slowly morphing back into Wang's clone and Sakura. Ju's mastery of earth escape far surpasses my own, making it exceedingly difficult to flee with Sakura. His clones are alarmingly numerous, leaving me with no option but to stall for time, hoping that the real body arrives swiftly. Wang's clone refrains from attempting to escape. Instead, it charges directly towards Ju's main body. Ju smirks slightly, spore technique. Instantly, his body disperses like bubbles, as the spores seek to latch onto Wang's form. However, they pass through him as if he were air. Not a physical entity, Ju deduces. Illusion technique. Fox heart technique. Haha, illusions have no effect on me. Ju's true form reappears, disregarding Wang's as he lunges for Sakura, grasping at her, only for Sakura to shatter once more like a mirror. How is this possible? Ju exclaims in disbelief. This time, Sakura did not even form hand seals, and he realizes that what transpired earlier was merely a disposable ninjutsu left behind. Of course, it's an illusion, but not one cast upon you. The deception lies not with you, but with the surrounding environment. Sakura had long since been concealed underground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang's clone acts decisively, unleashing ninjutsu. Thunder Spiral Bomb. The spiraling bomb, enveloped in thunder, strikes Ju's true form, instantly transforming into a vast field of lightning. Ju is momentarily reduced to spores, yet within the electric domain, those spores are swiftly turned to dust. Ju's form disintegrates before him. Wang's remains highly vigilant, waiting until the surroundings fall silent before extracting Sakura from the temporary earthen space he had created. Upon seeing a pile of ashes in the distance, Sakura inquires, "Are you all right, Wang's Wakuin? Has that strange individual been defeated?" Wang's clone shakes his head. He is not so easily vanquished, as each clone can instantaneously revert to the main body. However, I can sense that my true self is drawing near. Apologies for the wait. I needed to gather my chakra to materialize my combat form, but I am genuinely intrigued by how well you understand me. Pray tell, who are you? Ju indeed remains unharmed. Emerging from behind a tree, his gaze fixed on Wang's like that of a venomous serpent. First, I shall capture that girl, then I shall inquire further. Would release. Cutting technique. Countless branches erupt from the ground. Wang's clone, being non-corporeal, evades entrapment, but Sakura finds herself ensnared by the branches, which incessantly siphon her chakra. Even with her 100 healings technique and monstrous strength, she cannot break free. Senjutsu. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Wang's clone exhausts all its chakra and dissipates, while Sakura, once again, shatters into fragments, freeing herself from the branch's grasp. Once more with this technique, I wonder how many more times you can employ it. A multitude of branches hurtle towards the reformed Sakura. Devoid of Wang's assistance, she stands no chance against Ju, despairingly closing her eyes. Wang Zhua, sensing the impending danger, hastens to the location and witnesses the countless branches hurtling towards Sakura, urgently forming hand seals for lightning release. Thunderstorm. The lightning descends like a tornado, severing all branches in its path. Ju looks up to see Wang's suspended in the void, his dark golden mask reflecting the sunlight. How familiar that soul's fluctuation feels. I believe I have encountered it before. It is Dong Huang Tai. He realizes that Wang Zhua is from Konoha, and this makes things intriguing. However, Ju refrains from sharing this discovery with Ju to prevent Obito from finding out. Ju senses a familiarity with the individual before him, yet under the clandestine interference of Ju, he is unable to ascertain who it is. Wang Zhua lands beside Sakura, who, having narrowly escaped death, gazes at him with palpable excitement. The number of troublesome individuals continues to grow. We shall meet again next time. Ju sensed from afar that Kai and Jiraiya, accompanied by Lee and others, were hastening toward them. No sooner had Ju vanished than Jiraiya and his companions located Sakura and Wang Zhua, with Wang's supporting the fatigued Sakura, who had suffered excessive chakra absorption. Jiraiya approached and inquired what had transpired. Wang Zhua, what brings you here? Naruto and I were following your instructions to escort Gaara back to the village. On our way, we discovered Sakura was attacked by a concealed member of Ōtsutsuki, so I rushed to assist her. Naruto and Gaara should have already returned to the village. As long as there are no issues, let us make our way back to Sunagakure. Wang Zhua lifted Sakura onto his back, allowing her to temporarily forget the life and death crisis she had just faced, her heart now brimming with a profound sense of happiness as the group made their way towards Sunagakure. Chapter 64. The discovery of Orochimaru's whereabouts upon Wang Zhua and the others returned to Sunagakure. With assistance from Kakashi and others, the internal strife had been quelled, and Gaara had safely returned to stabilize the higher echelons of the village. I am immensely grateful for Konoha's timely assistance, Gaara expressed as he bowed in thanks to Kakashi. It is nothing. Sunagakure is our ally in Konoha, and it is only right to extend a helping hand, Kakashi replied, hastily helping Gaara to his feet, mindful of his position as the Kazekage representing Sunagakure. Gaara, recognizing this, did not insist further, as the villagers of Sunagakure traditionally valued simplicity and were not overly concerned with formalities. Turning to Wang Zhua and Naruto, he prepared to bow in gratitude, but Naruto promptly intervened. Are we not friends? There is no need for such formality. A gentle smile graced Naruto's face. Just a small effort on my part. Wang Zhua felt quite satisfied with the acquisition of Scorpion's body. Politely declining Gaara's invitation to the banquet, he returned alone to the small courtyard temporarily arranged for them. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya had brought a rocking chair to the center of the courtyard, gazing at the moonlit night sky. Ah, Wang Zhua, you don't enjoy the commotion either. I had assumed only those of my age would appreciate tranquility. Naturally, master, I have come to regard such matters with indifference. My sole desire is to seize the opportunity to train. Especially as the world outside grows increasingly tumultuous, I have heard you once infiltrated the upper echelons of Ōtsutsuki. What are your thoughts on their ideology? Jiraiya rose, his gaze intense. Wang Zhua pondered for a moment before responding. I believe the intention of unifying the ninja world to end warfare is commendable, yet the execution of such a plan is impractical. Oh? How do you envision it should be approached? The tailed beasts are not as pivotal as one might imagine. As long as one possesses power that can rival the tailed beasts, accumulates resources, and capitalizes on the discord among the major ninja villages, there remains a viable chance for success. Tio's strike at the tailed beasts now is akin to directly challenging the dignity of the major villages, inevitably inviting a united assault against us. Furthermore, will conflicts between individuals cease upon the unification of the ninja world? I contend it is more prudent to become the architects of the rules. Possessing sufficient strength allows one to establish regulations, thus diminishing the strife between individuals. Much like in the era of the Sage of Six Paths, when all nations adhered to his rules, no wars occurred. As for a world entirely devoid of conflict, it shall never come to pass. As long as there are interests at stake, disputes are inevitable. Only in the fabled realms of divine kingdoms or the blissful lands of Buddhism might such a state exist. Upon hearing Wang Zhua's lengthy discourse, Jiraiya appeared contemplative. While he could discern many truths, regrettably, he remained blind to most. I can sense that your strength has significantly surpassed your previous self, perhaps nearing the prowess of our elder generation. The pursuit of power is commendable, yet remember to never let it lead to the loss of one's essence. Heeding my master's counsel, I wish to seek guidance regarding illusion techniques. The two engaged in a dialogue about their insights into genjutsu within the courtyard, not merely instructing, but exchanging ideas. Under Itachi's tutelage, Wang Zhua had already achieved remarkable mastery, establishing his own system of illusion techniques. Jiraiya was astonished by Wang Zhua's extraordinary talent. 3 years prior, he had been entirely unacquainted with genjutsu. Indeed, your comprehension of illusion techniques has greatly inspired me. I did not anticipate your talent to exceed my expectations. Wang Zhua humbly replied that his master's composite genjutsu had also been immensely beneficial to him. The reason for his rapid progress lay in the nature of genjutsu, which does not require years of accumulation like other ninjutsu to yield discovery. Rather, the deeper the understanding of illusion techniques, the stronger one becomes. This is also why Itachi, at such a tender age, could ascend to the pinnacle of shadow-level strength. In this age of knowledge explosion in modern society, both capacity for learning and knowledge reserves play a substantial role, which fundamentally accounts for Wang Zhua's swift advancement in Jinja. At that moment, a homing pigeon flew down from the sky. Jiraiya caught it deftly, retrieving a note from its leg, his expression shifting dramatically. What is it, Master Jiraiya? My subordinates have discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. You must inform Naruto. We shall depart immediately to prevent Orochimaru from evading us again. His 3-year reincarnation period is drawing to a close, and he is likely to act against Sasuke. Jiraiya turned ahead towards the room to gather his belongings. Upon hearing about Sasuke, Wang Zhua felt a pang of worry and hurried towards the banquet. At the banquet, Sakura had been searching for Wang Zhua's presence, yet to no avail. After reminiscing with Gaara, Naruto spotted Sakura looking around. Sakura, are you looking for Wang Zhua? Ah, Naruto, why did you suddenly appear? Have you seen Wang Zhua? Naruto's unexpected arrival startled Sakura, causing her to pat her racing heart. You're the one lost in thought, Naruto replied with a sense of grievance. Wang Zhua didn't even attend. Didn't you know? Oh, had I known, I wouldn't have come either. Sakura's expression fell into despondency. Sakura, Do you like Wang Zhuo? Naruto teased with a peculiar grin, though he felt a twinge of disappointment, as Sakura had once been his childhood idol. What are you saying? With a swift punch, Sakura left a bump on Naruto's head, her face flushed as she ran away. What the heck? This is hitting. Naruto rubbed his head, muttering softly. Wang Zhuo spotted Naruto amidst the crowd and swiftly made his way to his side, while Sakura passed by without noticing him. Naruto, what did you do to offend Sakura? You've got an extra bump on your head. Wang Zhuo patted Naruto from behind, who turned to see Wang Zhuo, his face filled with resentment. Isn't it because of you? Didn't you want to skip the banquet? Why are you here making a fuss? Jiraiya-sensei has tracked down Orochimaru's whereabouts and urges you to return swiftly. Together, we shall retrieve Sasuke. Wang Zhuo succinctly conveyed this, and the two quietly departed from the banquet, ensuring they did not disturb others. Upon reaching the courtyard, Jiraiya had already prepared his belongings, awaiting their arrival. Follow me, he commanded, leading them away from the courtyard to a secluded area. He bit his finger and formed a seal, invoking the secret technique. Summoning technique, Toad. A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a toad the size of a truck, its mouth gaping wide. Jiraiya guided the two inside. Surrounding them were walls of toad flesh, with viscous slime occasionally dripping down. Naruto appeared unfazed, evidently having mastered the toad techniques of Mount Myaboku. Wang Zhuo, employing the weighty rock technique, enveloped himself in an invisible barrier that deflected the dripping slime, allowing it to slide harmlessly away. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they encountered an exit and emerged from within the toad's body. Outside, they found themselves no longer in an endless desert, but in a forest dense with towering trees, having unknowingly crossed from the land of sand to the land of rivers. Release. The toad vanished, and Naruto inquired of Jiraiya-sensei, where are we? This is the White Snake Valley in the land of rivers, teeming with venomous snakes. Each serpent serves as Orochimaru's eyes and ears. Stay close to me to avoid detection. Jiraiya responded with a serious expression, imparting his warning. Silent hidden barrier technique. An invisible barrier expanded to approximately 3 meters in size, and Wang Zhuo and Naruto stepped inside, the trio stealthily infiltrating the valley. Chapter 65. The death of Orochimaru, Sasuke's Manjiki within the valley. Venomous snakes slithered about, and the underground passages twisted and turned like a labyrinth in a particular chamber. Sasuke sat cross-legged on a cushion, deeply engrossed in his meditation. A knock interrupted him. Lord Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence in the secret chamber. Opening his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke smirked coldly. Is it finally time for action, Orochimaru? Just as well. I have nearly perfected my skills, and you shall serve as the sacrifice for my Manjiki. The 3-tomo spun wildly, forming a hexagram. Indeed, it was the Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes transformed back into stark black and white as Sasuke rose to open the door. Where an Odonin awaited, a flicker of fear crossing their gaze upon seeing him. During his time with Orochimaru, Sasuke had not only honed his ninjutsu but also engaged in life-and-death battles with Orochimaru's subordinates. Leading the Odonin to avoid him in reverence, as they passed through a vast open area at the center of the base. Blood stained the ground, and combat raged on. Yet Sasuke and the Odonin had grown accustomed to such sights. Orochimaru favored a survival of the fittest training philosophy, coupled with his unique brainwashing methods, resulting in a cadre of fervent, albeit elite, followers. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors, they finally arrived at the secret chamber where Orochimaru resided. Even Sasuke would struggle to locate it without guidance. Knock, knock, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Sasuke has arrived, the Otonin announced, bowing respectfully. Creak. The door to the chamber swung open, revealing a plethora of experimental apparatuses within. Kabuto emerged, instructing the Otonin, you have no business here. Withdraw. Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru awaits you inside. Please, Kabuto gestured courteously. Understood. Sasuke nodded and stepped into the secret chamber, while behind him, a glint of malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes upon entering the room. He beheld Orochimaru busily engaged with an array of bottles and jars, with a uniquely crafted metallic bed positioned in the center, inscribed with enigmatic runes. You have arrived, Sasuke-kun. Leave with Kabuto, Orochimaru commanded without turning his head, as if he possessed a pair of eyes on his back, his tone devoid of any emotion. Understood. Kabuto's expression soured, and he suppressed his fury as he exited the chamber. Your dog seems rather disobedient, Orochimaru, Sasuke remarked, arms crossed and his gaze frigid. Hee, you ought to know why I summoned you. Are you not afraid? If I cannot emerge alive, it signifies my inability to vanquish my brother, and I would rather become your vessel. Upon hearing Sasuke's retort, Orochimaru responded gleefully, "Ah, now that is the spirit of a true warrior. I have not taught you in vain. Show me if you possess the strength of a formidable opponent." Serpent of evil, slither forth. A colossal serpent materialized from thin air, its gaping maw lunging towards Sasuke, the stench of its breath assailing him. Unfazed, Sasuke raised his right hand, Chidori sharp spear. The Chidori transformed into a lance, instantly piercing through the great serpent. Unleash your full power, Orochimaru, fire style, dragon flame technique. Sasuke expelled a straight, high-velocity torrent of flames, piercing through Orochimaru's formed. Orochimaru's body abruptly transformed into stone. Earth style. Earth replacement technique. Split. Sharingan. Activate. Behind me. Three Tomos suddenly manifested, greatly enhancing his vision and perception. Sensing a chakra disturbance behind him, Sasuke pivoted and blocked the serpent's sword with his Chidori. Chidori stream. The spear-shaped Chidori shattered, unleashing bolts of lightning upon Orochimaru, who was unable to withdraw his sword in time. A tingling sensation coursed through his hands, and Orochimaru smiled slightly, releasing the Kusanagi sword, his eyes locking onto the smug Sasuke. Naraka technique. Sasuke was instantly transported to a vision of his own demise at Itachi's hands. His Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a six-pointed star, breaking free from the illusion. Oh, so it is a Manjiki. Just as Sasuke seemed on the verge of succumbing to the Jinjutsu, the Manjiki Sharingan appeared, leaving Orochimaru astounded. Humph! Sasuke scoffed. Chidori. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Orochimaru, his Chidori crackling with thunder. Eight-headed secret technique. Amaterasu. An ethereal image of Takamagara materialized from the Kusanagi sword, rushing to Sasuke's side and intercepting the Chidori with a swift strike. Curious eyes, a bloodline of foreign descent? The Takamagara apparition scrutinized Sasuke. Amaterasu. An intangible black flame descended, prompting Orochimaru to hasten towards the apparition. The apparition disdainfully gazed at the Amaterasu flames, form and formlessness. Void slash. Sword energy surged, shattering the indomitable essence of the black flames amidst the sword's might, extinguishing the Amaterasu fire. Form and formlessness. Dominance of the sword. From all directions, a single stroke cleaved through. Sasuke found himself immobilized under the oppressive sword intent, as a tyrannical wave of sword energy erupted from the Kusanagi sword. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Sasuke fervently activated the Manjiki, Susanoo. Chakra surged uncontrollably, transforming into an incomplete dark purple Susanoo, which valiantly intercepted the unparalleled sword energy. The force of the impact left the Susanoo riddled with cracks, propelling Sasuke backward by several meters. The chamber lay in ruins, utterly devastated, as the overwhelming remnants of the battle deterred the sound ninja from approaching. Alas, blood trickled from Sasuke's eyes. Yet, the fissures on the Susanoo began to mend, and its form ascended, revealing layers of armor that shattered the ceiling of the secret passage. High in the valley, Wang Zhua and the others felt the ground tremble. And from the distance, the upper half of the Susanoo erupted from the earth. Wang Zhua recognized this as the Susanoo once wielded by Itachi. Though its hue and shape differed, he surmised it was likely Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan. "Look, that is Sasuke. Let us go see," Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement upon spotting Sasuke within the Susanoo. "Wait, let us first assess the situation," Jiraiya interjected. Raising a hand to stop Naruto, a blade of sword energy cleaved through the ground, and Orochimaru alongside the ethereal figure of Takamagara materialized in the valley, their gaze fixed upon Sasuke. Within the Susanoo, Sasuke gestured with his left hand, causing the external Susanoo to mirror his movement, conjuring a massive bow that he grasped, while Amaterasu's black flames transformed into arrows. Die! With the Manjiki locked on, Orochimaru and the Takamagara figure found themselves unable to evade. The Susanoo drew the bowstring taut, releasing it with a resounding hum. The colossal arrow shot forth. The Takamagara figure raised the grass cutter sword, brimming with battle intent, ready to confront the arrow head-on. However, sensing the urgency of the situation, Orochimaru hastily transmitted a warning. "We must execute the plan. Immaterial and material, heavenly sword path." A colossal sword-like apparition descended from the heavens, cleaving through the clouds and striking the black flame arrow. The impact shattered it into countless shards of sword energy that swept across the valley, causing the black flame arrow to diminish in size, colliding violently, engulfing both Orochimaru and the Takamagara figure in a torrent of darkness. "Not good, Sage Art, immortal golden toad." Jiraiya, witnessing the oncoming sword energy, cast aside his concealment and acted decisively, summoning the golden toad apparition. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as it deflected the sword energy aimed at the trio. As the sword energy dissipated, the valley lay in utter disarray, scarred by innumerable cuts, with trees severed into segments. Apart from the poisonous snakes that had burrowed underground, all life on the surface had been eradicated by the sword energy. Gasping for breath, Sasuke closed his overexerted right eye, while the Susanu's surface was marred with countless fissures. His left eye fixated on the location where Orochimaru had been engulfed by the black flames, which consumed everything before vanishing, revealing a pristine ground with only the grass cutter sword remaining embedded in place. Chapter 67. The Mightiest Earth Release? That elderly gentleman ahead seems peculiar. He carries a potent aura of the deceased. Naruto remarked, perplexed, as he observed the figure before them. A man registering entries into Konoha IT must be due to his prolonged proximity to corpses. IT would be prudent to alert the guards hidden in the shadows. But first, let us indulge in a meal. It has been ages since we savored a proper feast. Wangzwa dismissed the notion nonchalantly, asserting that aside from Ōtsutsuki and other ninja villages, no one could pose a threat to Konoha. The illustrious title of the foremost village in the ninja world was not bestowed lightly. It was built upon the blood of countless foes. Then let us hasten. I can already scent the delicious aroma of Ichiraka ramen, Naruto exclaimed, hurriedly racing toward the gates of Konoha. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Wangzwa, and Naruto, the guards made no attempt to impede their entry, allowing the trio to pass directly into the village. Upon entering Konoha, Jiraiya immediately parted ways with the two individuals. With Orochimaru deceased, he must have gone to pay his respects to the third Hokage. Wangzwa, however, was aware that Orochimaru had actually taken refuge within Sasuke's cursed seal, yet he could not disclose this to Jiraiya, as it was beyond explanation. The streets of Konoha remained bustling with life. Naruto had not returned for 3 years, and during his last visit, he had to rush off to the land of sand without a proper farewell. This time, he gazed around with wide eyes, exploring one shop after another. Everyone recognized Naruto and greeted him warmly. Over the years, the nine tails within Naruto had not once gone berserk, leading to a gradual shift in the townsfolk's demeanor towards him. With a radiant smile illuminating his face, Naruto felt immense joy at the friendly greetings from the crowd. Naruto, you go ahead and call Sakura and the others. I'll head home and bring a few friends along. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a grand feast at Ichiraka Ramen. All right, replied Naruto. The two parted ways, while Wangzwa made his way home, where Tian Yanxue was tending to flowers in the courtyard. Today, Xiaobai had no classes and was assisting her. The garden was already blooming with an array of flowers, a topic of which Wangzwa had little knowledge. Wangzwa Gij, you're back. As soon as the door creaked open, Xiaobai rushed over with excitement, leaping into Wangzwa's arms, which he caught with haste. I promised Xiaobai I would return swiftly. Have you been behaving well lately? Tian Yanxue set down her small hoe, standing amidst the flowers like a fairy, her long hair dancing in the breeze as she smiled gently, saying, Wangzwa Gij, was your journey smooth? Indeed. All issues have been resolved. I'm taking you out for a sumptuous meal and will introduce you to my friends. In my absence, you may seek their assistance if needed. Embracing Xiaobai, Wangzwa's gaze was clear, and before the enchanting Tian Yanxue, he had regained his composure. Though Tian Yanxue was somewhat reluctant to venture out, Wangzwa's words made her realize the necessity of it. Tsunade was often busy and it wouldn't due to burden her constantly. More importantly, Tian Yanxue sensed a newfound warmth in Wangzwa's heart, a stark contrast to the previously imperceptible emotions. As the trio made their way, passers-by on the street were captivated by Tian Yanxue's beauty. Had it not been for Wangzwa's ominous appearance, reminiscent of an Umbu operative, many would have approached her for conversation. Ichiraka Ramen, the most renowned eatery in Konoha, boasted 2 floors. The first was a casual ramen shop, while the second featured private rooms for savoring Konoha's culinary delights. In room 3 on the second floor, Naruto, Sakura, Guy, Hinata, and Kakashi were engaged in light-hearted conversation. When Wangzwa pushed the door open, all eyes immediately turned to him. He beckoned to those behind him to come in and take a seat. Upon Tian Yanxue's entrance, aside from the women present, including Hinata, and the ever-composed Kakashi and the obliviously carefree Guy, the others were momentarily entranced. Wangzwa promptly introduced his companions, stating, This is my good friend's sister, Tian Yanxue, who is currently staying with me. This child is my adopted sister, Shuchuanbai. You may call her Xiaobai. He then proceeded to introduce Tian Yanxue and Xiaobai to the group, who seized the opportunity to regain their composure. Among them, Naruto possessed the strongest resolve. With dreams of becoming Hokage and the weight of Jiraiya's prophecy upon him, he was surprisingly resilient to the allure of beauty. Tian Yinxue greeted everyone politely, exuding the grace of a refined young lady, earning the immediate affection of the group. Kai, laughing heartily, playfully patted Kakashi on the shoulder, assuring him that if any troubles arose in the Hidden Leaf, they could count on him and Kakashi for assistance. With Naruto and Kai present, the atmosphere remained lively, as everyone engaged in cheerful conversation while savoring delectable dishes. Naruto discovered that the diplomatic district of Konoha, designated for hosting important foreign guests, was where his son, Sora, was being welcomed by the village. The district was heavily guarded, leaving Hamikawa with no opportunity to enter. He settled in a nearby tea house, patiently awaiting Sora's emergence, which, according to their arrangement, should occur shortly. Indeed, after an hour, Sora, under the pretext of touring Konoha, stepped out accompanied by 2 Konoha nin. Upon seeing Sora exit, Hamikawa placed a few silver coins on the tea table, indicating there was no need for change. He then approached Sora, who recognized his father disguised as a merchant. The 2 Konoha nin beside Sora noticed Hamikawa's approach and politely requested that he halt. Suddenly, Sora's hands grasped 2 kunai, plunging them into the hearts of the 2 Konoha nin from behind. "Father!" he exclaimed, and Hamikawa nodded affirmatively, placing a hand on Sora's chest, declaring, "5 element seal. Release." Witnessing the murder of the Konoha ninjas, bystanders fled in panic, while 3 patrolling guards immediately signaled for reinforcements, rushing toward Hamikawa and Sora. Sora's face contorted in agony as the chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, its overwhelming presence sending the approaching guards flying. Hamikawa, unfazed by Sora's suffering, commanded in an authoritative tone, "Feel free to wreak havoc. If you encounter formidable foes, fully unleash the will of the Nine Tails." Sora, in pain, responded, "Yes," aware that completely releasing the seal would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He felt a fleeting sense of liberation within. Meanwhile, Wang Zhua and the others, engrossed in their meal, suddenly heard cries and explosions nearby. "What is happening?" Kakashi and Kai immediately leaped through the window. Wang Zhua, "You stay here and tend to them. I'll go check it out," said Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, as he jumped out after them. Seeing his companions eager to assist, Wang Zhua instructed, "You all go help. I'll take Xiaobai and Tian Yinxue back home first." Donning a mask and cradling Xiaobai, the trio made their way to the street, which was sparsely populated, while distant battles raged on with Konoha ninjas leaping across rooftops. Could it be that Ōtsutsuki has arrived? It shouldn't be so soon. They haven't even captured the 8 Tails yet. Wang Zhua pondered, perplexed, as he hurried home to safeguard the 2 children. Tian Yinxue, witnessing the chaos, remained calm, drawing a unique sense of security from Wang Zhua's presence. As they approached home, Wang Zhua suddenly sensed the oppressive aura of death that Naruto had previously mentioned surrounding them. It was a member of the Konoha Umbu, whose perception was notably sharp. Unfortunately, Wang Zhua had no intention of resorting to unnecessary violence. Hamikawa intended to utilize Earth Release to escape Konoha, but was unexpectedly detected by the Umbu holding a child. "Who are you?" Wang Zhua, under his mask, furrowed his brow upon realizing that the person before him was an elite shinobi of significant strength, yet he had no recollection of him. "Haha, allow me to clarify. I am Hamikawa, guardian of the 12 ninja." The revelation of this minor interlude in the narrative suddenly made Wang Zhua understand why he had little recollection of it. "Go think that you are aware of the legendary 12 guardians of the Hidden Leaf. Some knowledge indeed. Yet, your fate shall be sealed beneath the might of the strongest Earth Release in the Land of Fire." Earth Release. Earth Flow Stone Spike. Wang Zhua hastily scooped up Tian Yinxue with one arm and leapt into the air. As 5 sharp stone spikes protruded from beneath his feet, he and Ma struck the ground with both hands, invoking Earth Release. Heavenly Cone. 5 earth spikes surged forth from the ground, aimed at the trio hovering in the air. Xiaobai, in a moment of clarity, threw the shuriken from Wang Zhua's grasp. Regaining composure while in Wang Zhua's arms, Xiaobai immediately retrieved a shuriken from Wang Zhua and hurled it, albeit with a lack of precision due to the chaos. But Wang Zhua had his own plans. Ninja Technique. Lightning Kill Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A single shuriken transformed into thousands, infused with lightning, resembling a torrential downpour of thunder that enveloped Hima's surroundings, instantaneously dismantling the approaching stone spikes. Such a formidable combination of ninjutsu, Hima thought, his heart trembling in shock. Earth Release. Stone must be firm. Clang, clang, clang. A cubic stone wall shielded Hima from the storm of lightning. Wang Zhua landed gracefully, entrusting Xiaobai to Tian Yinxue, and employed ninja technique. 4 Directions Barrier Technique. An invisible barrier enveloped Tianyan Shui and Xiaobai, while Wang's was murderous intent bore down upon Hima, who, as a shadow-level expert, remained unafraid despite the palpable pressure, though Wang's was recent display of skill left him unsettled. The Leaf Village must be obliterated, and someone of your caliber ought to be eradicated. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the strongest Earth Release. Earth Release. Creation of the dead soil. From the ground, hundreds of fallen ninjas erupted around Hima, an unseen force pulling their souls back into their bodies. And in unison, they opened their eyes. Go think this inferior version of the impure world reincarnation dares to claim the title of the strongest Earth Release. How laughable! Wang's were regarded the resurrected ninjas with disdain. Stepping forward with conviction, sage art. My FUD! The revived ninjas, their bodies alarmingly fragile, disintegrated into dust under the weight of tenfold gravity. How is this possible? Hima was astonished. His painstakingly developed strongest Earth Release was thus dismantled. Seizing the moment of Hima's disarray, Wang's would decisively formed seals, ninja technique. Path of no suffering. The sky darkened momentarily before returning to normal, leaving Hima motionless in place. A gust of wind swept by, and Hima's body disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. A once mighty shadow-level warrior had fallen. Those covertly observing the battle were left bewildered, unaware of the events that transpired. Hima's demise was utterly inexplicable. Wang's exhaled slowly, realizing that his latest ninjutsu had been successfully developed. I must inform Danzo-sama. Wang's has surpassed all expectations. In the tumultuous undercurrents of the Leaf Village, Wang's returned home with Xiaobai and Tianyan Shui. Setting up a barrier before casually choosing a direction and heading east, he recalled the resurrection of the Lightning Release Quartet, who possessed an impressive lightning technique, capable of simultaneous execution in all four cardinal directions. It was worth a try to acquire it. Meanwhile, in the presence of Kakashi, Guy, and Naruto's overwhelming force, Kei was compelled to unleash all the Nine Tails power sealed within him. Much like Naruto's transformation, his body was enveloped in a blood-red demonic fox cloak. Yet he bore only 4 tails, his human pupils vanished, replaced by the ominous eyes of the Nine Tails. Aside from that Watergate fellow, there are indeed others who have sealed my will incarnations. Alas, how insignificant it is. The Nine Tails within Naruto murmurs to itself, the Nine Tails transformation. Kakashi and Guy gasp in astonishment. It is astonishing that, apart from Naruto, there exists another vessel harboring the chakra of the Nine Tails, completely under the influence of a mere thread of the Nine Tails will. The empty vessel spews forth a high-density chakra sphere, forming a miniature tailed beast bomb. This is dire. As the tailed beast bomb hurtles towards the residential area, Kakashi removes his forehead protector, preparing to employ his Manjiki Sharingan, only to witness Naruto stepping in front of the tailed beast bomb. It is not exceedingly powerful. It should be manageable. Sage Mode activate. A red line appears across Naruto's eyes. Sage Art, Super Rasengan. He gathers a tremendous amount of Sage Chakra in his right hand, controlling it to spin rapidly, forming a spiraling orb several meters in diameter. Boom. The Super Rasengan collides with the shrunken-tailed beast bomb. After a brief stalemate of 2 seconds, the Super Rasengan shatters the tailed beast bomb, striking the Nine Tails transformed empty vessel, forcefully pressing it into the earth, the shockwave lifting numerous rooftops from the residential area. Chapter 66, Guardians of the 12 Shinobi. Releasing Susanoo, Sasuke slowly approaches the Kusanagi sword, drawing it forth. His Manjiki Sharingan scans the surroundings but finds no trace of Orochimaru. He seems to have been slain by Amaterasu's black flames, leaving even the Kusanagi sword, which he always carried, behind. There is no way he could have escaped. Through his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke detects the distant silhouette of a golden toad, within which are Wang Zhua, Naruto, and a white-haired elder. Summoning technique. Sasuke bites his finger, conjuring a colossal eagle. He leaps onto the eagle's back, patting its head, and the eagle soars skyward. His vengeance remains unquenched, and he must also unravel the so-called truth about his family that Orochimaru spoke of. He does not wish to encounter Wang Zhua and Naruto at this moment. Sasuke. Upon witnessing Sasuke flying away on the eagle, Naruto urgently shouts, "It is futile. He does not wish to see us." Wang Zhua calmly observes Sasuke's departure, noting the fleeting smile upon Sasuke's face. With Sasuke gone, what shall we do next? Naruto's voice carries a hint of despondency. Let us first sweep the underground base. Follow me. Jiraiya refrains from comforting Naruto. Sometimes, life unfolds in such a manner. Partings and transformations are invariably unavoidable. It is akin to the time he pursued Orochimaru, questioning him about his fall from grace. Some matters can only be comprehended by oneself. Even the closest of friends and family cannot fathom. Witnessing Orochimaru's demise before his very eyes, Jiraiya finds it hard to accept. Although he resolved, following the third Hokage's death, that he would one day kill Orochimaru, when the moment truly arrives, he cannot suppress the complex emotions within. Reminded of Orochimaru's cunning nature, Jiraiya hastens to ascertain the details. Arriving at the battleground between Sasuke and Orochimaru, Jiraiya forms hand seals, activating Sage Mode. He releases his Sage sensory perception. It is utterly vacant, devoid of any signs of life, and even Orochimaru's unique chill is absent. It appears he has indeed been slain. Ah, there are still numerous life signs below. They must be the survivors within the base. Jiraiya leaps down into the underground, with Wang Zhua and Naruto closely following. At this moment, the underground base was in utter chaos. The fierce confrontation between Sasuke and Orochimaru had led to the collapse of numerous secret passages, and with the news of Orochimaru's demise, the morale of the remaining members had plummeted. Kabuto had already absconded with all the crucial documents, and the astute sound ninjas soon followed suit, seizing anything of value before fleeing. What remained were those lacking in intellect or those fanatically devoted to Orochimaru. Who goes there? A sound ninja spotted Wang Zhua and his companions, but before he could utter a word, he fell victim to Jiraiya's genjutsu. Who are you? I am the guard of the 3rd District, codename Kanai. The sound ninja appeared dazed, yet compliant. How many people remain in the base? I do not know. When Lord Orochimaru engaged in battle with Lord Sasuke, chaos ensued throughout the base. Lord Kabuto has also vanished, and most have come to believe that Lord Orochimaru is dead. Hastily departing, I was just about to leave as well. Lead the way to the data room. Yes. The sound ninja guided Jiraiya and the others toward the data room, encountering numerous other sound ninjas along the way, all swiftly subdued by Jiraiya's genjutsu. Upon arriving at the data room, they found a scene of devastation. Scrolls and documents scattered across the floor. It appeared that someone had already absconded with the vital information. As Jiraiya dispelled the genjutsu, the sound ninja collapsed to the ground, and the trio chose not to take lethal action. Jiraiya began sifting through the documents, while Wang Zhua joined in to assist, leaving Naruto to guard the entrance against any unwelcome guests. The materials consisted of incomplete experimental records, low-tier forbidden techniques, and ninjutsu. Losing interest after a brief examination, Wang Zhua exited the data room. Outside, Naruto was engaged in a lively confrontation with 3 sound ninjas, who seemed to possess a peculiar ninjutsu that combined their mental energies to unleash a composite technique. Naruto, lacking access to Sage Mode at that moment, found himself unable to overcome them. Senjutsu, Myo Fud. The trio felt their bodies grow heavy as Wang Zhua interrupted their technique. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a flurry of Rasengan. 3 Rasengan shot forth from Naruto's hands, sending the trio hurtling away. Doton, Dori Taiga. Before the injured ninjas could regain their footing, they were engulfed by the mire. Surrender your secret techniques, and I shall spare your lives, Wang Zhua stated coldly. All right. One of them hesitated not a moment to toss out a scroll. Wang Zhua caught the scroll and, after a cursory glance, confirmed its authenticity. Release. Wang Zhua took hold of the scroll and departed, while the 3 struggled to extricate themselves from the hardened earth, supporting one another as they fled. Wang Zhua, are you truly letting them go? What, do you wish to kill them? No, I just thought you might. Ever since returning, I sensed a strong killing intent emanating from you, and I was concerned that your prolonged stay in the Umbu would render you cold and indifferent. Naruto replied with a relaxed demeanor. Jiraiya emerged from the data room, his expression one of disappointment. Did you discover anything significant, sensei? Just some trivial matters. Orochimaru has too many secret bases. Let us depart. The trio exited the valley. While high above, Kabuto observed their departure with serpentine eyes, realizing he could not perform the Edo Tensei on Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru had not perished. It seemed a visit to the Riji cave was in order. Near the land of fire, close to the fire temple. Ha ha, I have finally succeeded. Wait, Asuma Sarutobi. I shall completely annihilate Konoha. With long white hair cascading down his shoulders and a scar etched across his face, he appeared to be around 30 years of age. He was none other than one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, responsible for protecting its daimyo. Having advocated for the abolishment of the Hokage, he was subsequently attacked by Konoha and his fellow comrades, ultimately faking his own death to retreat into obscurity, dedicating himself to the study of Earth release. Kong. Summon him to Konoha. The plan is set in motion. Hamake's face radiated with uncontainable excitement as he instructed his subordinates. Accompanied by his most trusted aides, Hamikaze stealthily navigated through the shadows, arriving silently at Konoha. Simultaneously, his son Kong infiltrated Konoha under the guise of a monk from the Temple of Fire. Burying the remains of his 4 deceased comrades into the prepared soil, Hamikaze formed a series of hand seals. Ninjutsu. Earth release. Resurrection technique. An intangible force emerged from the void as Hamikaze's chakra surged uncontrollably. 4 souls were drawn forth from an unknown realm, infused into the earthly vessels. Crack. 4 pairs of hands suddenly emerged from the earth, an eerie atmosphere enveloping the scene. The subordinates behind Hamikaze recoiled in fear as the 4 corpses, once buried, began to rise. They were the strongest members of the Lightning Release Quartet among the 12 Guardians: Baking, Xingdo, Chingma, and Dongyu. Though these 4 were under Hamikaze's control, they retained their consciousness yet could not defy his commands. Hamikaze instructed the 4 to prepare the ultimate technique of lightning release: Thunder Dream Thunderstrike, positioning them at the 4 cardinal points to establish a lightning barrier capable of incinerating the surrounding space into ashes. The others concealed themselves, awaiting the moment to release the seal on Kong, unleashing a portion of the Nine-Tails' will and power to initiate an assault from all directions, creating chaos within Konoha, allowing the Lightning Quartet to unleash their forbidden technique to utterly obliterate the village. Disguised as a traveling merchant, Hamikaze approached the gates of Konoha. Ha, I have finally returned. Wang Zhua, do remember to treat me to a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Naruto bounced about like a child in front of Wang Zhua and Jiraiya. Chapter 68. A moment of rest as the great ball Rasengan dissipated. The Nine-Tails transformed Kong lay unconscious on the ground, the cloak of the tailed beast gradually fading away. Is he alright? Naruto released Sage Mode as Kakashi and Guy arrived at the edge of the massive crater created by the Great Ball Rasengan. His life force is depleted, and his will has been shattered by the will of the Nine-Tails. He won't last long, Kakashi said, shaking his head. At that moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A shadowy figure emerged from Kong's body, a miniature version of the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails sensed its surroundings and, like lightning, merged with Naruto's body. Naruto, how do you feel? Kakashi quickly approached Naruto to assess his condition. I'm fine. It just feels like my chakra has increased significantly. Naruto immediately checked the 5-element seal within his body and found no signs of loosening. Burp. The Nine-Tails within Naruto's sealed chamber swallowed the miniature Nine-Tails in one gulp, letting out a satisfied belch before changing position and comfortably closing its eyes. Just as Wang Zhua arrived at the eastern side of Konoha, 4 colossal pillars of lightning erupted from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The sky darkened entirely as the pillars unleashed a tempest of lightning, intertwining and enveloping the entirety of Konoha. A crack of black lightning struck down indiscriminately, reducing a civilian house and its surrounding area into ashes and the sky. A pitch-black tempest of lightning slowly coalesced into a sphere of thunder. Wang Zhua mused to himself that with such formidable power, once fully prepared, it would undoubtedly obliterate Konoha, and even the barrier I have set up at home would prove ineffective. At that moment, the thunderbolt in the north suddenly dissipated, the dark lightning vanished, and the other lightning columns crumbled as well, leaving the heavens clear once more. It seemed that Sarutobi Asuma had dealt with one of them. Wang Zhua extended his sensory perception to scan the surroundings and discovered that Dongyu, one of the 4 wielders of lightning, was hiding within the woods. Earth release. Earth flow river. Dongyu was exceedingly vigilant. The instant Wang Zhua initiated his ninjutsu, he was detected. He leapt to evade the mire, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his mouth. Lightning release. Chopping strike. Wang Zhua swiftly dodged, but the tree he had been standing by was incinerated by the electric discharge. Dongyu drew his massive blade from behind, enveloping it in lightning, and charged forward with a leap. Lightning release. Lightning strike. The blade crackled with electricity, his movements as swift as a flash, as he approached Wang Zhua, delivering a horizontal slash. Lightning release. Thunder armor. The thunderous armor materialized to help Wang Zhua withstand Dongyu's strike. Dongyu smiled faintly and declared, lightning release. Charging technique. ZZZ. The thunder armor on Wang Zhua transformed into lightning, which Dongyu siphoned away. How intriguing, Wang Zhua thought, invoking sage art. King of wisdom unmoving. At close quarters, Dongyu immediately found himself subjected to nearly 20 times the force of gravity. His figure sank momentarily, but he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand to stabilize himself. Lightning release secret technique. Thunder rampage. The lightning chakra within him surged, stimulating his cells with tremendous power and vitality, perfectly countering Wang's was king of wisdom unmoving. The thunder armor was entirely absorbed, and the blade came slicing through at an even greater speed, generating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. Sage art. Mirage flower, water moon. As the blade passed, crack. Wang's form shattered like a mirror, fragments scattering into the distance before reassembling. His strength surpassed that of his adversary, and the might of his lightning release was formidable indeed. Wang's gleaned inspiration from Dong Yu's thunder rampage. His mind sparked with clarity as he concentrated, closed his eyes, and felt the natural energy within him. Lightning, swift as a startled hare. Dong Yu, having failed to land a blow, charged once more with his blade. Sage art, all phenomena are thus. Crackling sounds echoed as lightning enveloped Wang's, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ground beneath him shattered into floating debris, and as he opened his eyes, they sparkled with flashes of lightning. This speed, this power. Wang's felt an immense force within him, and Dong Yu's movements appeared to slow to a crawl in his perception. Clang. Wang's raised his left hand, effortlessly pinching the massive blade between his middle and index fingers. Konoha's gale. He soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dong Yu flying, leaving only an afterimage behind in the blink of an eye. Wang's found himself behind Dong Yu, locking eyes with him. Sage art, path of the end of suffering. Dong Yu felt a jolt in his mind, and when he regained his senses, he was transported back to when he was 7 years old, learning ninjutsu from his master. What was happening? It felt as though he had forgotten many things. A profound sense of familiarity enveloped him. He recalled his graduation from his master's tutelage, the adventures shared with his 3 fellow disciples, and being esteemed by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire as one of the 12 guardians of the Hidden Leaf. But then came the turmoil among the 12 guardians, leading to a bloody battle with his brothers. Dong Yu withdrew the bloodied blade from his enemies, and suddenly the sky darkened, with everything around him vanishing. Wang's descended from the heavens, standing before Dong Yu. As Dong Yu encountered Wang's, a moment of confusion clouded his expression, swiftly followed by a surge of memories, akin to a tidal wave. This was an illusion. How could everything appear so vividly real? Wang's, unfazed by Dong Yu's astonishment, gently pressed a finger against Dong Yu's forehead, proclaiming, "Your lightning release indeed possesses unique qualities, which I have now mastered." Farewell. Faced with Wang's singular touch, Dong Yu found himself utterly immobilized. And soon a wave of extinguishing power coursed through him, obliterating his consciousness, in the external world, but a fleeting instant had passed. Wang's, momentarily dazed, leaned against a tree, while Dong Yu, suspended in the air, descended to the ground, gradually turning to ash. Having repeatedly employed the technique of no more suffering, his mental state now rendered unstable, he realized he would need a substantial period of recuperation. After a brief respite, Wang's retraced his steps homeward. The streets had returned to a semblance of order, with people gradually re-emerging to stroll about. The logistical ninjas were busy repairing damaged structures and rescuing injured civilians and fellow ninjas. Upon reaching his abode, he found Tian Yanxue preparing tea indoors, while Xiaobai dangled her legs from the wall, gazing in the direction Wang's had departed. "Xiaobai, why aren't you inside?" Wang's inquired, a thought prompting him to appear suddenly beside her. "Ah, brother Wang's," Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise, looking up to see him, and immediately leaped onto him like a koala, clinging tightly. "Let go. We should return indoors first," he gently chided, playfully pinching her nose. "No. Otherwise, you will disappear again." Xiaobai huffed defiantly, refusing to release her grip. Thus, they made their way back inside, and under Tian Yanxue's curious gaze, Wang's spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness, causing her to stifle a laugh as she poured him a pot of fragrant tea. "Can you release me now?" he asked, smiling as he affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's hair. "No, unless you promise to spend a few days with me," Xiaobai insisted stubbornly. Contemplating that he, too, needed a few days of rest, he realized it was an opportune moment to keep her company, having never truly cared for her since taking her in. "All right, I promise. Is that sufficient?" "Pinky swear," she replied eagerly. Seeing Wang's was so easily subdued by Xiaobai, Tian Yanxue sat across from them, chuckling softly. In the ensuing days, Wang's remained at home, dedicating time to Xiaobai and Tian Yanxue. Naruto and Sakura visited several times, informing Wang's of their reformation of Team 7 under Kakashi's leadership. As they resumed accepting missions, Jiraiya, meanwhile, had stealthily departed from Konoha to investigate the Ōtsutsuki organization. Hinata, constrained by her father's orders from leaving Konoha, frequently sought out Wang's, and her gentle and kind demeanor quickly endeared her to both Tian Yanxue and Xiaobai. During his recuperation, Wang's gradually restored his excessively depleted mental energy, and upon complete recovery, he sensed an elevation in his spiritual prowess. The chakra examination results for Xiaobai astonished him. She could seamlessly harness all 5 elemental chakra types. Consequently, Wangzhou began instructing her in his areas of expertise, namely lightning and earth release, while also delving into the secret techniques gleaned from his recollections with Hima and Dongyu. Hima's earth release exhibited unique characteristics, particularly in defense, utilizing carbon elements extracted from the earth to forge indestructible diamonds that could even perfectly withstand lightning release without conducting electricity. The thunderous rain technique seemingly originates from the Mist Village, harnessing the power of lightning in conjunction with physical prowess to unleash immense destructive force. The secret technique of lightning release, Lightning Dream. Lightning Man utilizes the formidable lightning chakra of 4 individuals to create a realm of lightning, guiding celestial thunder to converge, which truly captivated Wang's attention, reminiscent of Sasuke's Chidori and Kirin. Furthermore, there was research conducted on space ninjutsu, employing the strength of earth release to construct a unique spatial power that opens the realm of the deceased to summon their souls. This particularly intrigued Wangzhou, as the ninjutsu of the 3rd Ōtsutsuki also employed spatial power. Additionally, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, reached the pinnacle of wind release and comprehended the 2nd Hokage's flying thunder god technique. While the 2nd Hokage's water release is widely acknowledged as formidable within the ninja world, it is evident that those proficient in sealing techniques, also known as barrier techniques, can uncover the direction of spatial ninjutsu once they delve deep enough into a particular release technique and sealing art. Wangzhou found himself lacking in barrier techniques primarily due to the scarcity of resources. He planned to acquire Orochimaru's data and the sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan collected by Konoha, which should enable him to grasp spatial ninjutsu. The sealing techniques of Konoha are likely comprehensively documented in the Forbidden Scrolls of the village, making access relatively straightforward, though Orochimaru's data may prove more elusive. It seems he must seek out Itachi, as Sasuke is likely to find him soon. With a plan for the next steps in place, Wangzhou began to peacefully summarize his insights on Earth and lightning release, taking the opportunity to teach Xiaobai, enjoying a period of remarkable contentment, especially with the presence of 2 stunning beauties, Hinata and Tian Yinxue, making his life appear almost divine to outsiders. Tsunade, upon observing Wang's daily revelry, would have dispatched him on a mission long ago were it not for her consideration of Xiaobai. Recently, the Ōtsutsuki's frequent activities prompted preparations among various ninja villages under Konoha's notification, leading to chaos in the Land of Fire as Kakashi and others were dispatched, leaving Danzo too preoccupied to target Wangzhou. The Ōtsutsuki's sudden shift from the shadows to the light created a tempest in the slightly turbulent ninja world, stirring conspirators and ambitious figures in various villages into a frenzy, while small countries descended into utter chaos with relentless bloodshed, and some even predicted the onset of the 4th Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, Wangzhou continued to lead a leisurely life at home. Alright, we'll conclude today's lesson here. Make sure to practice diligently, but refrain from using it recklessly, Wangzhou advised Xiaobai after teaching her the earth release, heart-severing technique. Noticing her excited expression, Xiaobai's talent far surpassed his own. Wangzhou believed she even exceeded Itachi and Kakashi, though her chakra volume was akin to an ordinary person. In this peaceful era, the absence of numerous life and death battles had resulted in a general stagnation in her growth. After finishing with Xiaobai, Wangzhou returned indoors, where Hinata and Tian Yinxue were engaged in lively conversation, likely discussing flowers and plants. Wangzhou interrupted their dialogue. Wangzhou Wangzhou, is there something you need? They chorused, sharing a knowing smile. I must be on my way. I would appreciate your help in looking after Xiaobai. Even though you have been doing so all along, Wangzhou said, embarrassedly scratching his head. No worries, I will often check in on Yinxue and Xiaobai. You take care of yourself? Hinata hesitated, her words trailing off. You're leaving again after less than a month. You didn't tell Xiaobai, did you? Tian Yinxue teased with a sly glint in her eyes. How could I dare to tell her? Otherwise, she'd cling to me and refuse to let go. Hee. Hinata and Tian Yinxue were rarely able to witness Wang's expression of helplessness. Typically, he presented a cold demeanor in front of outsiders, yet before the 2 beauties, he appeared surprisingly gentle, prompting admiration for the preferential treatment bestowed upon beautiful women. However, Tian Yinxue could sense, through her innate abilities, that Wang's heart held no substantial thoughts, as if a wall of resolve shielded him from others. Only the innocent and naive Xiaobai could draw closer to him. Hinata, possessing a woman's intuition, shared a similar sentiment. Though he seemed amiable towards them, he consistently maintained a distance, causing Hinata, who was perceptive, considerable distress. Was it necessary for her to take the initiative? Tian Yinxue, somewhat bewildered by matters of romance, wished to assist Hinata but felt utterly powerless. After relaying the necessary details, Wangzhe promptly equipped himself and set off quietly, without informing Tsunade. Given his current prowess, the Konoha guards would be unable to detect his departure. It was not until Xiaobai returned from school that she discovered her brother Wangzhe had vanished without a word. She attempted to chase after him but was eventually persuaded by Hinata and Tian Yinxue through reason and emotion. It took another 2 days for Danzo's men to notice Wangzhe's absence, yet Danzo paid little heed. He was wholly engrossed in devising ways to exploit the Ōtsutsuki organization to weaken the other ninja villages. As long as they did not interfere with his plans, he had no interest in Wangzhe, who had evidently transformed from the boy he once dismissed into an extraordinary powerhouse akin to Jiraiya. Outside Konoha, Wangzhe pondered and decided to approach Itachi under the guise of Donghuang Tai. Although his instincts warned him that Itachi might recognize his true identity through the familiar mental waves during the rescue of Gaara in the Land of Sand, he presumed Itachi would keep this knowledge to himself. Reflecting on this matter, Wangzhe recalled his encounter with Kuro, whose spiritual power far surpassed Itachi's at that time. It was likely that Kuro had also discerned Wangzhe's identity as Donghuang Tai, so he needed to exercise caution around this most cunning of Hokage. Donning the Ōtsutsuki attire, Wangzhe soared into the sky using the light and heavy rock technique, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. With a whoosh, he pierced through the clouds, and with a thunderous boom, he accelerated to supersonic speed towards Itachi's fortress in the Land of Rivers. What would typically take a J-nin 10 days and nights to traverse, Wangzhe accomplished in merely an hour. He skillfully evaded the castle's servants and sensed Itachi's presence in the main hall, descending onto the balcony. "What brings you here?" "A message regarding the ring." Itachi raised his head, his crimson Sharingan swirling as he tossed Wangzhe a ring inscribed with the character for empty. Itachi exuded a sense of weariness, embodying an aura of impending liberation, indicating his awareness that Sasuke would soon seek vengeance upon him for attaining the Manjiki Sharingan. Grasping the ring, Wangzhe addressed Itachi, "You must be aware of my identity. Have you considered revealing the truth to Sasuke? I have my own plans, yet there is one matter I wish to entrust to you. Is it to help Sasuke return to Konoha? I have no objections, but it ultimately depends on him. I am well aware of the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. He may harbor an intense hatred for Konoha. Some matters are not as simple as they may appear. With that man present, Sasuke must achieve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan to secure the future of our Uchiha clan." Upon hearing the mention of our Uchiha clan by Itachi, it seems he has discerned the existence of Uchiha Obito, or perhaps knows even more, possibly being aware of Obito's masquerade as Uchiha Madara. Given the circumstances, further discourse would be futile. Wangzhe pulled out a chair in the hall and sat down, reminiscing about the delectable cuisine he had not savored in quite some time. "Trouble would soon be brewing here. It would be wise for you to depart. After making the effort to visit, it would be rather unbecoming of you to hastily dismiss a valued guest. Well, it is acceptable for you to remain. Remember our agreement. As for the remuneration." Wangzhe waved his hand, interrupting, "Rest assured, I never engage in inequitable transactions. As for the benefits, I shall naturally acquire them without causing harm to Sasuke." Seeing Wangzhe's resolute stance, Itachi retracted his previously prepared words and instead instructed his subordinates to prepare lunch. Chapter 70. Sasuke vs. Itachi. Indeed, quite good. Wangzhe savored the exquisite dishes while observing the solemn expression on Itachi's face. Suddenly, Wangzhe paused mid-bite as Itachi rose, remarking that his younger brother had arrived rather swiftly. "Remember your promise." Itachi strode towards the entrance of the hall. Wangzhe hastily swallowed the remnants of his meal, positioning a stool in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Outside, Sasuke rode upon the massive eagle known as Garuda, a summoned beast, arriving above Itachi's fortress, where he spotted Itachi standing on the balcony of the Grand Hall. He commanded Garuda to descend onto the balcony and leaped down to form the necessary seals. The summoning beast transformed into a swirl of white mist and vanished. "Brother, reveal the truth to me." Sasuke confronted Itachi directly. "Sasuke, allow me to ascertain whether you possess the right to know everything." "Tsukuyami." Itachi's eyes instantaneously transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan as he unleashed his most formidable genjutsu. Sasuke was caught off guard, abruptly drawn into Itachi's Tsukuyami realm. Within the confines of the Tsukuyami, Sasuke found himself bound to a cross, while Itachi, towering above him, declared, "You remain so feeble. With such meager strength, how can you ever avenge our parents? Do not underestimate me." "Itachi, kaleidoscope, activate." Sasuke's face contorted with rage, his eyes a deep crimson as the six-pointed star of the Sharingan emerged. "Break for me." With fervent exertion of his ocular power, The entire Tsukuyami realm began to tremble, fissures erupting throughout. On the brink of collapse, is this all your Sharingan is capable of? Resorting only to brute force is an affront to these eyes. Allow me to reclaim them. With deft hand seals, Itachi stabilized the space, rendering Sasuke's attempts to unleash his ocular prowess futile. Itachi slowly extended his right hand towards Sasuke's eyes. How can you be this powerful? No. I must conquer you. Amaterasu? Instantaneously, black flames manifested around Itachi, consuming him whole. Sasuke felt a lightness in his being as the Tsukuyami shattered, returning him to the reality where he stood still, witnessing Itachi engulfed by the flames of Amaterasu. Indeed, this is the true kaleidoscope. The black flames enveloping Itachi were entirely absorbed into his right as expected. Your Sharingan also wields Amaterasu. Sasuke regained his composure, fixating on Itachi in search of vulnerabilities. Allow me to witness the power of your left eye. Itachi executed his hand seals with fluid grace, unleashing fire style. Great fireball technique. A dark red fireball erupted from his mouth. Humph. Allow me to utterly vanquish you before inquiring about the truth. Sasuke leaped into the air, his left eye aligning with the fireball as he unleashed its power. Under the influence of Sasuke's ocular prowess, the fireball rebounded towards Itachi, engulfing his figure in searing flames and scorching a sizable hole into the stone-paved balcony. Countless crows erupted from the fireball, coalescing into Itachi's signature technique, the crow clone jutsu, akin to Wang's was sage art. Mirage of flowers and moon, a supreme genjutsu that seamlessly intertwines illusion with reality. Characterized by its low consumption and ability to evade most attacks, is it the power of controlling flames? Fascinating. Not surprised to see Itachi evade, Sasuke activated the seal on his arm, summoning the lightning blade. The Kusanagi sword materialized from thin air, and as he grasped it, he channeled lightning through it, crackling with energy. Amaterasu, fire release. Kagetsuchi. With both eyes employing their ocular techniques, the Kusanagi sword was instantly enveloped in the black flames of Amaterasu, transforming the white lightning into an inky darkness. Raising the Kusanagi, Sasuke formed a single-handed seal for fire release. Great fireball technique. Utilizing the fire release as cover, he charged towards Itachi. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Itachi expelled a column of water, neutralizing Sasuke's fire technique, allowing Sasuke to close in beside him, delivering a swift strike. Water release. Water prison technique. A circular water dome suddenly materialized beneath Sasuke, ensnaring him within. The black blade gleamed as the Kusanagi swiftly severed the barrier, and Sasuke activated his ocular power, transforming the flames on the sword into a lance aimed at Itachi. Susanoo, clang. The lance was intercepted by a shield. As Itachi's red Susanoo materialized, its upper body looming menacingly, wielding the Tenketsu sword for a decisive strike against Sasuke. Lightning release. Body flicker technique. Sasuke narrowly evaded the blow from Itachi's Susanoo, as the castle was cleaved in two, beginning to collapse. Fortunately, the servants had vacated the castle upon sensing the battle's commencement, while Wangzhou ascended directly into the clouds upon a stool. The kaleidoscope swept over the soaring Emperor Tai, who, due to Wang's conical hat and concealed aura from sage techniques, remained unrecognizable. Sasuke, undistracted, activated his Susanoo. The two Susanoos, one red and one purple, towered over 10 meters, confronting each other, with Sasuke and Itachi enveloped within their ethereal forms. Their kaleidoscopes locked in a gaze. The purple Susanoo manifested dual swords forged from the black flames of Amaterasu, facing off against the red Susanoo wielding dual divine artifacts. Without waiting for Itachi to make his move, Sasuke took the initiative, striking down with the twin blades, the pressure from the attack sending trees flying in all directions. Itachi effortlessly raised the 8-span mirror to block, thrusting the Tenketsu sword forward, prompting Sasuke to hastily raise his sword in defense. To his dismay, the colossal sword formed from Amaterasu was pierced through with ease by the Tenketsu sword, effortlessly tearing through Sasuke's Susanoo's defenses. The purple Susanoo swiftly retreated as Sasuke narrowly evaded the blade's edge, but a massive gash was inflicted upon the chest of the purple Susanoo. Sasuke quickly activated his ocular power to mend the wound. In the brief span of their confrontation, the surroundings had devolved into utter chaos, the castle reduced to mere ruins. With his ocular power considerably depleted, Sasuke's eyes bled, and the outline of Susanoo grew increasingly indistinct. It is over. Itachi's expression remained impassive as he directed the red Susanoo towards the purple one. The Tenketsu sword transformed into a shooting star aimed at Sasuke, an invisible wave radiating outward. Making contact with the protective shell of Susanoo, which shattered instantaneously. Am I to perish? Sasuke, in a state of despair, cast his gaze upon the formidable Tenkaken, its blade descending with an overwhelming might, causing the six-pointed star in his eyes to dim. Wang Zhuo, perplexed by Itachi's lethal intent, pondered the necessity of his actions, as he still required assistance in locating the information left by Orochimaru. Even compelling the elusive Orochimaru to act was a perilous gambit. Wang Zhuo was certain that Itachi's strike was devoid of mercy, imbued with a deadly resolve. Just as Sasuke contemplated surrendering his resistance, the cursed seal inscribed by Orochimaru on his neck ignited with a radiant glow, causing Itachi's fatal blow to miss its mark as Sasuke was propelled hundreds of meters away by the light emitted from the cursed seal. Sasuke cried out in anguish, clutching his neck. The seal's influence spread throughout his body, a torrent of potent energy surging forth, threatening to rupture him from within. Amaterasu. In a frenzied attempt to expel the energy coursing through him, Sasuke unleashed his ocular prowess, engulfing everything around him in the flames of Amaterasu, reducing the very earth to ashes. Itachi furrowed his brow, witnessing the flames of Amaterasu enveloping the crimson Susanoo, as he swiftly rotated his right eye's Manjiki Sharingan, drawing the inferno into its depths. Clouds of vapor ascended into the heavens, layering the sky as Wang Zhuo invoked the light-heavy rock technique to erect a barrier, shielding them from the obscuring clouds. The dense clouds collided, unleashing an imbalance of electric charges that birthed a tempest of thunder and rain. Wang Zhuo harnessed the lightning release charge technique to absorb the surrounding lightning. The pitch-black flames of Amaterasu burned fiercely in the downpour. An inexplicable sight, as Sasuke glared intently at Itachi, raising his right hand, channeling the surging power into lightning release. Crack! The lightning in the sky, guided by Sasuke's lightning release, coalesced into a 30-meter-tall Kirin, slightly grander than Itachi's Susanoo. Sasuke gestured towards Itachi, exclaiming, "Lightning release." Kirin. The Kirin, formed of lightning, surged forth like a bolt, colliding with the 8-foot mirror raised by Susanoo, eightfold mirror, devouring the starry sky. Itachi executed an ancient hand seal, summoning an insatiable pull from the eightfold mirror, converting the Kirin into basic energy for absorption. Overwhelmed by the relentless flow of energy within him, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness, the cursed seal erupting from his body to manifest as a black point of light, distorting the fabric of space. From this dark point emerged the ethereal semblance of 8 colossal serpents, gradually enlarging until they reached several hundred meters, resembling a small mountain. The 8-headed serpent spoke in human tongue. "I am the ancient great demon, Yamada no Orochi. How dare a mere human interrupt my resurrection?" It paused, sensing the absence of Orochimaru's servant. As the apparition transformed into corporeal form, Yamada no Orochi sensed its surroundings, perceiving the concealed figures of Ju and Obito beneath the earth, along with Wang Zhuo in the sky. The Yamada no Orochi slain by Takamagara is still alive. It was an undeniable resemblance to the colossal Yamada no Orochi from Takamagara's memories, now a diminutive version. Wang Zhuo, astonished, ceased his absorption of the surrounding lightning. "You insignificant insects, are you the ones who dared to intrude upon my resurrection?" All 8 heads of the Orochi turned their gaze towards Itachi. Itachi remained silent, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning wildly as the ocular power within him erupted. Manifesting the complete form of Susanoo, the embodiment of Susanoo expanded to a size rivaling the mountainous presence of the Yamada no Orochi, as Itachi elevated himself above the Susanoo's head, where a diamond-shaped red crystal of solidified chakra emerged to shield him. Tenkaken, blade of the demon seal. The Tenkaken radiated a golden brilliance, illuminating the surroundings, extinguishing the flames of Amaterasu and dispersing the ominous clouds above. As Susanoo lunged forward, its sword aimed at the Yamada no Orochi. What? The sacred artifact of Buddhism. How can this be possible? The 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, simultaneously opened its mouths. One head exhaled a toxic mist, another emitted dark light, a third released white light, while the remaining 5 heads unleashed lightning, molten lava, heavy water, slicing winds, and meteors. Yet, under the golden radiance of the Ten Kusanagi sword, each of these assaults, equivalent to the power of S-rank ninjutsu, dissipated effortlessly, as Susanoo surged forward with unstoppable momentum towards the 8-headed serpent. How infuriating! Were it not for the fact that this demon had just been reborn in its infancy, how could it be restrained by mere Buddhist golden light? Yamada no Orochi swung its 8 limbs towards Susanoo, and with a declaration of 8 Shaka Mirror, space solidification, the 8 Shaka Mirror released the absorbed energy, momentarily solidifying the space within a radius of several thousand meters, ensnaring both the king and the lurking Obito and Zetsu. The wind ceased, the clouds halted, and all life froze. Itachi, unaffected, could only watch as the Ten Kusanagi sword pierced the serpent's body, the spatial confinement lasting but a fleeting second. No, this demon shall not yield. The Ten Kusanagi transformed into golden flames, engulfing Yamada no Orochi in a fiery blaze. The serpent writhed in a frenzy, mountains crumbled, and rivers shattered, altering the very landscape. The golden flames clung tightly to Yamada no Orochi, neither dispersing nor contaminating anything else, and gradually, the serpent's form diminished, its cries growing ever fainter. Humans, prepare to witness my true power. As the serpent faced inevitable demise, it gathered all its strength to unleash an attack equivalent to its former might. A roar akin to that of a dragon erupted, an invisible wave instantly obliterating Itachi's Susanoo, the solidified chakra of crimson crystal shattering, sending Itachi hurtling towards the earth. Chapter 71. Eternal Kaleidoscope versus Takamagara. As the ground loomed closer, Itachi coughed up blood, and the king rushed down from the sky, catching the falling Itachi and gently lowering him to the ground, on the brink of death. Itachi weakly uttered, "Sasuke, I entrust him to you." "Thank you." Hey, you should take care of your brother yourself. I am one who prefers a leisurely life." The king raised his hand and placed it on Itachi's back, channeling healing natural energy into his body. Itachi's insides were utterly shattered, yet a peculiar energy swirled within. Natural energy could not mend his condition, and the king was compelled to retract his hand. At that moment, the unconscious Sasuke awakened, witnessing the figure beneath the conical hat and the fading breath of Itachi on the ground. What happened? The king removed his hat, and Sasuke was immediately struck with shock as the king succinctly recounted the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. Having already learned from Orochimaru that the events were tied to the higher-ups of Konoha, it was only now, from the king, that he discovered it was Danzo and Orochimaru who orchestrated it all. "Brother, why didn't you tell me?" Sasuke seethed with anger upon learning the truth. Itachi cast a reproachful glance at the king, astonished that he had divulged the entire truth, as he had intended for Sasuke to uncover it himself. Weakly he implored, "Do not harbor hatred for Konoha. It was all my own choice. I have borne the pain of killing our parents, and now I can finally be free." As his words fell, Itachi closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. "No. You all think only of yourselves. What has my relentless struggle amounted to? Why did you not kill me back then? Why did you leave me all alone?" In an instant, Sasuke succumbed to a mental breakdown, unleashing a frenzied roar as he recalled the distant past, the joyous days spent with his parents and brother. Now, he found himself utterly alone, and to his dismay, the brother he despised most had acted solely to protect him and safeguard the future of the Uchiha clan. What, then, had been the significance of his own existence all this time? Crouching on the ground with his head clutched in his hands, fury surged within him. Yes, Danzo is still alive, and Konoha will pay the price. The kaleidoscope of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan transformed, expanding in size as a triangular shuriken-shaped tomo emerged at its center. An eternal kaleidoscope. A chill coursed through Wang's as a sinister aura emanated from Sasuke, while nature's energy surged violently into Sasuke's eyes, converting into a terrifying ocular power. Meanwhile, as the golden flames threatened to engulf the eight-headed serpent, a small snake slithered from its body, traversing the flames to become Orochimaru. Indeed, Itachi would seize this opportunity to force me out, yet little did he know that it allowed me to escape the Dragon Cave's grasp. How fortunate I am to express my gratitude to you all. Orochimaru leisurely picked up the white orb left behind by the vanishing Yamada no Orochi. "You haven't perished. This is the perfect chance for me to unleash my pent-up frustration." Sasuke rose, his eternal Mangeki fixed upon Orochimaru. Confronted by Sasuke's eerie gaze, Orochimaru felt an unsettling tremor deep within his soul, a sensation of life and death being dictated by another. This power. This is the eternal Mangeki, renowned as the mightiest of the Uchiha, once possessed by Uchiha Madara himself. Orochimaru, without hesitation, crushed the white orb in his hand, forming hand seals as all chakra within him was instantly siphoned away, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. "Ha ha ha! I have finally emerged." Suddenly, a rift tore through the space before Orochimaru, from which emerged a figure clad in golden armor and jade robes, adorned with boots etched with esoteric symbols. His flowing black hair danced in the wind, and his visage, though youthful, bore a resolute air, appearing to be in his 30s, as the rift closed behind him. Wang Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment, Takamagara. Takamagara replied with surprise, Ah, it is the previous bearer of the 5-day concealed heart, who has managed to withstand the blade's intent of my avatar. Whoever you may be, those who stand in my way shall perish. Sasuke unleashed the power of his eternal manjiki, darkening the sky as Amaterasu flames cascaded like a waterfall, incinerating all in their path, warping the very space with their searing heat. Sword, come forth! In a flash, the Kusanagi sword flew from Sasuke's possession, landing in Takamagara's grasp. Formless and formless, cut through the void. An endless stream of sword energy erupted from the Kusanagi, extinguishing the Amaterasu flames. Wang Zhuo lifted Itachi and sword away from the battlefield, gradually descending at a distance. Dong Huang Tai, or perhaps I should call you Wang Zhuo. Obito and Ketsu suddenly materialized before Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo felt no surprise at Obito's recognition of his identity. Obito had always lingered nearby, and he had never concealed his proficiency in ninjutsu. With his wealth of information, Obito could easily discern Wang Zhuo's true nature with a mere comparison. What do you intend to do? There is still time. I can save him. And how do you plan to achieve that? Obito removed his mask, unperturbed by Wang Zhuo's potential recognition, grasping Itachi's hand with one of his own. His left eye, featuring a transplanted 3-tomo Sharingan, began to rotate. Izanagi. A miraculous event unfolded as Itachi's injuries gradually reversed, and Obito's left eye slowly closed on its OWNINA moment. The wounds were entirely healed. Itachi opened his eyes, realizing he was alive and fully restored. He glanced at Obito, bewildered. What is happening? Is it you? Indeed, Obito replied nonchalantly. Perhaps we should have a conversation. There are matters you ought to be aware of, but first, take some time to acclimate to your new eyes. New eyes? Itachi processed this revelation, having experienced death and resolved his inner turmoil, inadvertently unlocking the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Just like Sasuke moments ago, natural energy surged around him, transforming into ocular power, albeit on a smaller scale. Wang Zhuo speculated this was likely connected to Sasuke being the reincarnation of Indra. Obito calmly stated, Next, I kindly request His Excellency Dong Huang Tai to step aside. We have family matters to discuss. Wang Zhuo shrugged, rising to depart, intending to observe the battle between Sasuke and Takamagara. Obito cast a glance at Ju, who understood and vanished into the earth to follow Wang Zhuo. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed as Sasuke unleashed his complete Susanoo in combat against Takamagara. Under the immense presence of Sasuke's Susanoo, Takamagara appeared minuscule, yet he effortlessly wielded colossal sword energy capable of severing mountains and rivers, refusing to yield. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. At such a tender age, you possess such power. In light of your assistance in my escape, I shall allow you to survive 3 of my strikes. Sasuke regarded Takamagara's arrogance with disdain, unaware that Takamagara was a survivor from ancient times. With the sword energy, Takamagara ascended into the air, proclaiming, What does it matter if I have been suppressed in the dragon cave for a millennium? Time is eternal. The essence of the sword remains, as long as I endure. My sword spirit shall not perish, and I shall not die. First strike. Azure Dragon Slash. A sword descended, resonating with the thunderous roar of a dragon. The distant Itachi and Obito's expressions shifted as the sound reached them. Obito swiftly grasped Itachi's anxious demeanor and executed a space-time shift. The sword energy coalesced into the form of a 5-clawed azure dragon. Soaring toward the Susanoo, Sasuke commanded his Susanoo to draw a colossal bow and unleashed an arrow of Amaterasu, but the dragon's tail swept aside the arrow, shattering it and breaking through the Susanoo's defenses just as Itachi and Obito arrived. Susanoo. Itachi decisively activated his complete Susanoo, raising the Yata mirror to collide with the azure dragon. Boom. The dragon was repelled by the red Susanoo, and under the Yata mirror's gravitational pull, it sought to absorb the dragon. Instantly, the dragon dissipated into streams of sword energy that rained down, overwhelming the Yata mirror, which began to crack under the relentless assault. Brother, you're alive. In Sasuke's eyes, hatred gave way to reason. We can discuss matters later. Surviving is paramount. Who is this person, and why is he so powerful? Itachi frantically utilized his ocular power to repair the Yata mirror, while the 10 Kusanagi had vanished after slaying the Yamata no Orochi. Obito, equally perplexed, had never heard of such a powerful individual, with an aura surpassing even the aged Uchiha Madara he had encountered. I am unaware, he admitted. But Orochimaru utilized the remnants of the Yamata no Orochi to open a sealed space, releasing this entity, whom Wang Zhuo seems to recognize. Gradually regaining his composure, Sasuke began to strategize, employing his ocular power with finesse. Wings manifested on his purple Susanoo, and the torn sections began to mend. Layer upon layer of armor enveloping him. Before the others could inquire of Wang Zhuo, Takamagara raised his sword, declaring, "Time has transformed all, and this is the creation of my youth. Akin to a sword yet resembling a blade. Sword and knife unified. This is my second strike. As the sun and moon revolve, all things perish. Two entities, one black and one white, wielding a blade and a sword, severed the air, merging into a singular form that was neither blade nor sword, hurtling towards Sasuke and Itachi. Brother, I shall synchronize with you? Very well. Susanoo, dual divine thunder descends. The two Susanoo beings coalesced into one. The purplish-red Susanoo, rather than expanding, shrank to half its size, with the left hand wielding the 8-span mirror and the right hand brandishing a sword formed from Chidori and Amaterasu, enveloped in armor of lightning. The purplish-red Susanoo initially swung its sword at the approaching entity of neither blade nor sword, instantly shattering the sword and diminishing the attack's potency, raising the 8-span mirror to block. Crack! The 8-span mirror shattered, and the purplish-red Susanoo was thrust back several hundred meters, collapsing a mountain behind it, ultimately managing to thwart the attack from Takamagara. Sasuke and Itachi simultaneously activated their ocular powers to restore Susanoo. But before it could fully regain its form, Takamagara praised, "Well done. For the third move, one sword shall cleave the world, one sword shall break all laws, form and emptiness, the dominance of the sword." A pure sword light emerged in response, devoid of sword energy or intent, merely a simple beam of sword light, as swift as lightning, leaving no time for reaction. Itachi and Sasuke were utterly unprepared, and Susanoo was sliced through as if it were mere paper, facing imminent demise beneath the blade. However, Obito appeared just in time, seizing both individuals and teleporting them to safety, yet even so, the sword light pierced their shoulders. Takamagara sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his breath somewhat erratic. Having just escaped, most of his power expended in breaking the seal. Accompanied by Orochimaru, he turned and soared away, the sword light vanishing over thousands of meters. "Are you all right?" Wang Zhuo gently floated beside the three, with Ju materializing to guard them, vigilantly observing Wang Zhuo. "Who exactly is that fellow?" The sudden turn of events caught Obito off guard. "I can divulge this information, but we must engage in a fair trade. Hand over the sealing techniques you have collected, along with the locations of Orochimaru's hideouts." Wang Zhuo unhesitatingly proposed his terms. This was the first time Sasuke had encountered this facet of Wang Zhuo, feeling rather strange. "Very well, Obito," considering his own plans, acquiesced, signaling Ju, who produced 2 scrolls and handed them to Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo meticulously examined them before stowing them away, gradually sharing a portion of Takamagara's affairs with the four, omitting any mention of his abduction by a formidable entity from the Dragon Cave. After absorbing Wang Zhuo's words, Obito fell into contemplative silence, pondering how to strategize his plans. Even Kuro Ju, concealed within Ju's body, wore a solemn expression. Takamagara was a powerful being who existed long before his own birth, leaving him uncertain of the potential impact on his plans to resurrect his mother. Without further regard for Obito, Wang Zhuo addressed Sasuke. "Sasuke, you are aware of Orochimaru's hidden strongholds, correct? I have a keen interest in much of his information. Could you share it with me? I'm not entirely sure, but I do have some knowledge." "There are a few locations at," Sasuke candidly replied, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Wang Zhuo for his past encouragement and for revealing the truth to him. "Thank you very much." Having gleaned the desired information, Wang Zhuo turned to depart. "Hey Wang Zhuo, if there comes a day when I find myself at odds with Konoha, would you stop me?" Wang Zhuo did not turn back. He waved his hand and said, "Your enemies are not the citizens of Konoha. I harbor no fondness for Danzo either, so feel free to take action. However, I have promised to protect Konoha, and should you act recklessly, I will not hold back. Farewell." Sasuke, watching Wang Zhuo soar into the sky, chuckled softly. "All this time, I have never bested you. I shall surely seek an opportunity to engage in a proper contest with you and Naruto." Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, casting a grateful gaze towards Wang Zhuo as he departed. Chapter 72. An unfortunate detour into Myobokuzen. As Wang Zhuo flew swiftly, the landscapes below receded rapidly, and he soon surpassed countless verdant mountains. Wisps of clouds drifted leisurely by his side. Unless one observed closely, they would remain unnoticed. A gentle, slightly chilly breeze caressed his face, and as he listened intently to the whispering wind, it brought a sense of tranquility. Just as Wang Zhuo was savoring this splendid scenery, a tempest brewed ahead, resembling an invisible hand stirring the very fabric of space. In an instant, he was swept into another dimension. the force of the space rendering him unconscious. By a small pond, 2 frogs, slightly larger than ordinary ones, were leisurely soaking in the water. Above the pond, a rift opened, and the unconscious Wang Zhuo fell from it, plunging into the water. Ribbit, what is happening? Frog Ji, come quick, there's a person here. Upon awakening, Frog Long spoke human words, having discovered the disturbance to their afternoon repose. Ribbit. What? Let me see. Someone has wandered into Myobo-kuzen. Father mentioned this has occurred a few times. Who would have thought we would stumble upon it? Let us get him to the shore. Frog Long and Frog Ji manipulated the water to form a colossal hand that lifted Wang Zhuo from the surface. What shall we do now? Ribbit. Watch me wake him up. Frog Ji unleashed a jet of water that splashed onto Wang Zhuo's face. He awoke with a start, opening his eyes to find 2 anthropomorphic frogs staring intently at him, which made him recoil in shock. Ribbit. Frog Ji, he seems quite frightened of us. You can actually speak. Is this really Myobo-kuzen? Realizing his surroundings were filled with bizarre, gigantic mushroom trees and various frog statues, Wang Zhuo noted the air was saturated with rich natural energy. Compared to the outside world, the energy here was remarkably gentle, causing his body and mind to relax unconsciously. Naturally, he began to circulate the energy within him, and it felt as though an unseen black hole was voraciously absorbing the surrounding natural energy. The dense essence enveloped him as he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, focusing on regulating his inner energy. Frog Ji stared in astonishment. Ribbit. This person is extraordinary. He can absorb natural energy so efficiently. It's terrifying. An hour passed before the natural energy gradually calmed, and Wang Zhuo opened his eyes, a golden glimmer flashing within them. The impurities within him had been cleansed, leaving him feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, with his spiritual awareness now extending up to 1,000 meters. Is this Myobo-kuzen? Ribbit. Who are you? My name is Wang Zhuo. I am a friend of Naruto and a disciple of Jiraiya. Ribbit. Grandfather once said that one should not easily trust humanity. You should accompany us to meet the elder. Hama Ji and Hama Long led Wang Zhuo towards the residential area. The Frog clan boasts numerous skilled individuals and harbored no fear regarding any potential schemes from Wang Zhuo. As they traversed the towering ancient tree forest, a plethora of rare and exotic creatures appeared along the way, prompting one to marvel at the sheer beauty of this idyllic paradise. In the distance, a colossal temple stood majestically, with houses spreading out in a circular formation around it. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that there were only a few hundred houses, suggesting that the population of the Frog clan was rather limited. As they passed through the living quarters, various frogs greeted Hama Ji and Hama Long. Many of the frogs were of considerable size, measuring over 10 meters, yet none resembled the gigantic frogs summoned by Jiraiya, which were several dozen meters in length. Upon arriving at the temple, Wang Zhuo was ushered into a meticulously adorned room where 2 elderly frogs, one with white hair and a white beard and the other with a black and white curly head, lounged in rocking chairs, leisurely sipping tea. They were none other than the current elders of the Frog clan. Master Shinzo, the male frog, and Master Shima, the female frog. Ribbit. Grandfather, we have brought a guest, Hama Ji exclaimed. Aji, Along, can you 2 please adjust your rib-biting habits? Shinzo said, tapping the heads of the 2 frogs with his cane. Hama Long, feeling wronged, clutched his head and protested. It was Hama Ji who said we were frogs. It's quite amusing. Hama Long, you betrayed me. Let us settle this outside. Everyone, quiet down. Young man, who are you? Shima scrutinized Wang Zhuo for a moment, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in her eyes before she inquired. I am Wang Zhuo, a friend of Naruto and, to some extent, a disciple of Jiraiya. Shinzo replied in disbelief. You possess a remarkable surge of sage energy. Has Jiraiya taught you the sage mode? It would be impossible to master it in the outside world. No, it is something I stumbled upon through my own reckless training. How could that be? Shima, what is your perspective? I believe we should take him to meet the great sage of the frogs. Intrigued by the great sage of the frogs, who could foresee the future, Wang Zhuo agreed to accompany Shinzo and Shima to the temple, while Hama Long and Hama Ji bickered about wanting to join, only to be met with Shinzo's cane. The typically slumbering great sage of the frogs opened its eyes the moment Wang Zhuo stepped into the temple, an intersection of divine and mortal realms. Shinzo and Shima were taken aback by the great sage's unusual demeanor and hastily inquired, Great Sage, is there a problem? This was Wang Zhuo's first encounter with the great sage, who sat atop the temple altar at an impressive height of around 20 meters, adorned with a headpiece reminiscent of a doctoral cap from a bygone world. While the exterior of the temple exuded no such aura, upon entering, One could feel the vast and formidable natural energy emanating from within the sage. Its power likely surpassed that of the recently freed Takamagara. "Young man, what is your name?" The great sage of the frogs did not open its mouth, yet its voice resonated throughout the temple, akin to a mental transmission. Unable to restrain himself, Wangzhou responded, "My name is Wangzhou. I have heard that you can foresee the future. Could you assist me in seeing what lies ahead? You are the prodigy that Jiraiya mentioned, the one who has grasped sage mode without a master. It seems you possess the potential of a divine being. I deeply apologize, but I cannot foresee your future." The connection with the celestial beings transcends the constraints of the ordinary world, and the foresight of the future merely signifies possibilities rather than certainties. It appears that the essence of the celestial beings I previously harnessed through the union of heaven and man has lingered. Wangzhou did not provide any explanations or prophecies, which may be fortuitous, as it ensures that no one is aware of their true origins. After some contemplation, I continued to inquire of the great toad sage. "Might you impart upon me the art of celestial cultivation? Your current sage mode approaches perfection. There is no need for my instruction. Your arrival at my Bokuzen was indeed serendipitous. Accept this talisman as a token of my gift, and you may take your leave," he replied. Upon finishing his words, a talisman flew from the sage's mouth and landed in Wangzhu's hands, after which he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Shinshaku and Shima, witnessing this, assisted Wangzhou in departing the shrine and arranged for him to rest at their abode until they could contact Jiraiya to return him. It seemed that the great toad sage was concealing something, and even with my connection to Jiraiya, he was reluctant to divulge further, seemingly eager to send me away from my Bokuzen, which undoubtedly harbored some issues. Wangzhou pondered deeply, attempting to piece together the preceding events. While he did not acquire the Toad clan's secret techniques like Naruto, he bore no resentment. What he gained was a stroke of fortune, and what he did not acquire was inconsequential. Moreover, obtaining a talisman was no small feat. One must not underestimate this talisman. It possesses the power to grant resurrection and restore one's full combat prowess, rivaling the might of the Uchiha clan's most formidable forbidden technique, Izanagi. Within the shrine, Shinshaku and Shima returned, and the great toad sage opened his eyes, speaking in a low tone, "I summoned you here, and you can surely deduce my intent. Henceforth, do not approach that young man lightly." "Why is that? His talent surpasses Naruto's. Wouldn't it be better to have another ally?" Shinshaku and Shima expressed their confusion. "Sigh, I sense that this individual will inevitably reach the realm of celestial beings and become a formidable force. However, lacking fortune, he will surely bring great troubles. A millennium ago, the Sage of Six Paths sought to transcend the sage realm but failed, his essence dissipating, leaving only a spirit that barely qualifies as semi-celestial. The connection of fate ultimately ensnared me, leaving me with no hope of breaking through the sage realm in my lifetime. Even though the three great holy lands are allied, ever since the exodus of the celestial beings from various clans 10,000 years ago, my contemporaries, the Dragon Cave and the Whetbone Forest, have successively transcended to the sage realm, while I remain stagnant. My Bokuzen is already at a disadvantage and cannot withstand further turmoil. Stability and development are paramount. The Sage of Six Paths and I agreed that once I assist Naruto, my ties with him will be severed. It will then be up to you, Shinshaku, to revitalize my Bokuzen." "Yes, great toad sage." Shinshaku and Shima departed the shrine, their hearts heavy, realizing that my Bokuzen had fallen significantly behind the other two holy lands. Upon returning home, Wangzhou was diligently meditating to refine natural energy. Such a remarkable place for cultivation must not be wasted, yet the Toad Dragon and the Toad Sage seemed to have wandered off in play. Reflecting on the great Toad Sage's words and witnessing Wang's dedication, Shinshaku and Shima could not help but admire the sage's ability to make such precise judgments after only a single encounter. The two esteemed elders have returned. I wonder if they were able to contact Master Jiraiya? Wangzhou stood upon sensing an approaching presence. "Oh no. Jiraiya is in danger and is summoning us. Prepare yourself, young one." Shunzwa and Jima formed a seal, and although it appeared somewhat peculiar, like a frog, it bore a resemblance to the summoning process of the reverse summoning technique employed by Pain. However, this time, Wangzhou was not overwhelmed by a surge of spirit. Instead, he was fully aware, discovering himself enveloped by a luminous membrane. In the blink of an eye, he materialized from another realm. Chapter 73. Jiraiya and Wangzhou versus Six Paths of Pain. The realm of the extraordinary. The incessant cold rain fell in the land of rain. As Jiraiya infiltrated the Ōtsutsuki headquarters to ascertain Pain's identity, to his astonishment, he uncovered that the Deva Path of Pain was none other than his deceased disciple, Yahiko. Confronting Konan, he learned that Nagato was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. And to fulfill Yahiko's aspirations, he had been transformed into one of his 6 paths, the Deva path. Konan, unwilling to witness a confrontation between Jiraiya and Nagato, found herself torn between her savior, her esteemed teacher, and her childhood companion with whom she had endured so much. Ultimately, she chose to remain neutral, preferring to withdraw silently, regardless of the outcome. After testing the waters, Nagato resolutely dispatched all 6 paths in pursuit of Ōtsutsuki's dream. As Jiraiya gazed at the 6 figures before him, the chill of the rain seemed to seep into his very soul. The disciple he once held in high regard had chosen to oppose the entire ninja world, even turning his hand against his former mentor. Nagato, are you truly prepared to go through with this? Do you comprehend the devastation that war will unleash, the countless souls that will wander lost, the families torn apart, just as you once were, becoming orphans of conflict, sacrifices of this era? The Deva path of pain replied, Teacher, it is precisely because we have endured the agonies of war that we yearn to eradicate it. The root of all conflict lies in the clashing interests of the major ninja villages. If we can unify the ninja world, then war will cease to exist. Even if sacrifices are required, I shall not waver. This is our collective ideal, shared by myself, Yahiko, Konan, and the suffering people of the Land of Rain, as well as the members of Ōtsutsuki. Therefore, I apologize, teacher, but I shall show no mercy. My burdens are not mine alone to bear. Realizing Nagato's unwavering resolve, Jiraiya fell silent. The two stood at opposite starting points, witnessing divergent landscapes. He had initially departed alone, desiring for his disciples to discover their own paths. He never anticipated it would lead to such a confrontation, leaving him in turmoil. Nagato, reluctant to elaborate further, encircled Jiraiya with the 6 paths, their aura surging, as the rain reversed its course, ascending into the heavens. True to his legendary status as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya swiftly regained his composure, suppressing a torrent of emotions and focusing his mind on strategizing his response. Having previously battled the Deva path, he understood its ability to conjure invisible barriers to repel ninjutsu attacks and manipulate gravitational forces. Its power surpassed that of an average Kage, nearing the peak of Kage-level strength. The remaining 5 were likely not far behind. Facing 6 formidable opponents at such a level was akin to challenging 5 Kages simultaneously, leaving him with no viable chance of victory. In a fleeting moment, merely a second or two had elapsed without the 6 paths making a move. Jiraiya bit his thumb, drawing blood to form a seal. Summoning technique. The space vibrated, and a white mist materialized. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The Deva path swiftly formed a hand seal and unleashed a tempest to disperse the white mist. Revealing Shanzua, Jima, and the unexpected figure of Wangzua summoned by Jiraiya. With a look of astonishment, Jiraiya exclaimed, Wangzua, how did you end up in Myaboku Mountain? After this, let us speak of Jiraiya-sensei. It has been quite some time since I last encountered pain. So this is the extent of your true power. With eyes ablaze with combat fervor, Wangzue surveyed the 6 paths of pain, feigning astonishment. Dong Huangtai, I never imagined you would be one of Jiraiya-sensei's disciples. The voice of Tendo Pain was frigid, showing no concern for the additional presence of Wangzue. Little Jiraiya, these individuals are formidable. Those eyes must be the legendary Rinnegan, capable of mastering the 6 paths technique. It seems this old body of mine must engage in some serious activity. Shinzaku wore a solemn expression, gripping his cane tightly. In the next instant, the 6 paths of pain moved in unison. While Shinzaku and Shima leapt onto Jiraiya's shoulders, the second stage of Sage Mode commenced. The 3 entities, 2 toads and 1 human, merged their natural energy into a singular force. Jiraiya's eyes transformed into a pale golden hue, his face devoid of patterns, indicating that his Sage Mode was approaching perfection. As the 6 paths of pain charged forward, Jiraiya struck the ground with his palm, proclaiming, Sage Art. Thousand Needle Jizo. His white hair rapidly elongated, enveloping both Wangzue and himself. The outer strands hardened and were launched forth with the force of a tempest, prompting the 6 paths of pain to hastily retreat and regroup, with Tendo Pain raising a barrier to shield them. The Beast Path Pain, positioned at the rear, formed hand seals, summoning creatures through the Rinnegan. Enormous crabs, lobsters, chameleons, splithounds, Yata no Kagami, rhinoceroses, water buffaloes, pandas, and centipedes appeared, saturating the surroundings. The Azura Path Pain activated mechanisms on its body, releasing a multitude of small missiles that collided with Jiraiya's hair in a thunderous explosion, shattering the defense. Yet, Jiraiya and Wangzue were nowhere to be seen. From beneath the earth, the keenly perceptive human path instantaneously deduced the location of Jiraiya and Wangzue. Sage Art, Dragon battle in the wild. Wangzu erupted from the ground, his hands forming a triangular seal, his eyes entirely transformed to gold, unleashing the full potential of his sage techniques. With a roar, a colossal black dragon, forged from pure diamond and stretching hundreds of meters, burst forth from the earth. As it thrashed its body, the ground trembled violently, ensnaring all summoned beasts of the beast path. The 9 summoned creatures collided with a resounding crash, the unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoing as the dragon coiled tightly around them, rendering them utterly immobile despite their desperate struggles. Meanwhile, Jiraiya charged towards the clustered 6, declaring, Sage Art, 5 right gate, utilizing Toad Oil Fireballs, alongside Shinzaku's Wind Release, Gale Palm and Shima's Fire Release. Great Fireball, the trio combined their techniques to unleash a widespread assault that incinerated everything in its path. At that moment, the hungry ghost path advanced, arms outstretched fearlessly to confront the oncoming ninjutsu. Sealing technique, absorption. The chaotic and destructive ninjutsu transformed in the hands of the hungry ghost path into pure chakra, absorbed into its being. While the ability to amalgamate the Rinnegan's powers into 6 distinct paths is indeed impressive, when faced with adversaries of equal caliber, it proves to be rather trivial. Your collective strength may surpass that of an elite ninja. Yet each individual path falls short of the pinnacle of that level. Allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power. Blade, come forth. Wangzu, brimming with combat spirit, was enveloped in an invisible blade aura, his hands adorned with shimmering seals. The authentic Tai and the cursed Muramasa materialized from thin air, as he gripped the blades with both hands. Sage Art, all phenomena are thus 8 gates of Duanjia. The gate of shock opens. With the addition of lightning release and the 8 gates, Wang's physical prowess in both strength and speed has reached its zenith, enveloped in thunder, his wild hair dancing furiously. Wang's cannot help but let out a long howl towards the heavens, the intensity of his energy surging skyward, as the rain country, long shrouded in thick clouds and incessant drizzle, witnesses sunlight for the very first time. All thanks to the brief dispersal of clouds by Wang's. Pain, Jiraiya, Shinazugawa, and Shima gaze on in astonishment. After years of accumulation, he has finally surpassed the level of a shadow, reaching an even higher realm. Wang's, filled with vigor, possesses a clear mind, and achieves a harmonious balance within and without, as the forces of nature merge uncontrollably with him, allowing him to maintain the state of the Gate of Shock indefinitely. This realm shall be termed as the Transcendent Level. In a flash, Wang's figure disappears, prompting Tendo Pain to hastily erect a barrier. Crack! The barrier shatters instantaneously. Roadless journey, a path of annihilation. An immeasurable blade aura erupts, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, resembling a torrential flood, imbued with an intent capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. How can this be possible? In a certain area of the rain country, Nagato coughs up blood, grievously wounded, his eyes filled with disbelief, as the 6 paths of pain is annihilated by Wang's blade, deprived even of the opportunity to summon the outer path golem. As sunlight vanishes, the clouds above the rain country coalesce, and the rain continues to fall. Amidst the rain, Wang's stands resolutely with his blade. The approaching raindrops are violently disrupted by the blade aura surrounding him, dispersing his formidable presence. Jiraiya remains in shock, his mind in disarray, muttering, "Such power! The legendary first Hokage was not much more than this, was he? I am currently not even a match for the earlier generation, including Uchiha Madara." Wang's speaks with calmness, recalling the might exhibited during the battle between the first and Madara. By his classification, they should both be at the pinnacle of the transcendent level, while he himself has merely just entered it, not to mention Madara, who has already awakened the Rinnegan. Even so, this power is sufficient for you to traverse the ninja world with ease. Jiraiya, with a complex expression, observes Wang's, realizing that the once aspiring young shinobi has matured to an unimaginable degree. Wang's cryptically states, "Teacher Jiraiya, this world is far more complex than it appears, with many formidable entities lurking in the shadows." Before Jiraiya can ponder further, Wang's continues, "We must depart swiftly. Once Nagato recovers and summons the outer path golem to take action, I might barely escape, but you, Teacher Jiraiya, would be in grave peril." Jiraiya, puzzled, feels as though the entire world has turned unfamiliar, asking, "You easily dispatched Nagato's clone. What exactly is the outer path golem?" The outer path golem is the legendary shell of the 10 tails. As I mentioned, if Nagato had not divided his power, our strengths would be evenly matched. Furthermore, with the outer path golem having absorbed the 7-tailed beasts, We stand no chance against it. Wait, the 10 tails. How do you know so much? In the distance, Nagato utilizes the power of the Hell Realm to rapidly mend his injuries, the black rods embedded in his body automatically retracting, as a powerful aura gradually emanates from his Rinnegan. Previously, he had refined the Six Paths clones for multifaceted operations, and since he had not directly engaged with the major ninja villages, his true body had refrained from intervening. Now, with Wangzuo's blade having obliterated his Six Paths clones, he is compelled to take action personally, especially since the body of Yahiko has been irreparably destroyed. A sin unforgivable. Consumed by rage, the power of the Rinnegan seemed to intensify, and an overwhelming aura erupted, reducing the surrounding furniture and decorations to mere ashes. Wangzuo immediately sensed a formidable presence emerging from a certain location in the Land of Rain. This is dire. It is even stronger than I anticipated. I must stabilize my realm and consider retreat as the best course of action. Any issues can be addressed later. Grasping Jiraiya's arm, who was taken completely by surprise, he took flight towards Konoha, his speed surpassing the sound barrier in an instant. Chapter 74. All calculations come to naught in one of Orochimaru's secret hideouts. An ancient altar lay buried underground, inscribed with a formation that radiated blinding white light. Moments later, the brilliance gradually dimmed, revealing a figure within it. After a near-fatal ordeal in the Dragon Cave, I have finally succeeded in mastering Sage Mode. Do, his face alight with excitement, had undergone a remarkable transformation after transplanting the cells of Orochimaru and others, his eyes now resembling yellow serpent orbs, his form entwined with a massive python, his skin adorned with scales. Next, it was time to test my improved version of the perfect Edo Tensei. Do descended from the altar and entered an adjacent chamber filled with various coffins, each marked with different names, including that of the past Hokage and several leaders from other ninja villages. You are all treasures left behind by Orochimaru. I shall make good use of you. Countless plans flashed through Do's mind. First, I shall attempt to resurrect the original creator of this technique, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, as a mark of respect. A mocking smile crept onto Do's lips as he gently caressed the coffin marked with Tobirama Senju's name. He moved the coffin to an open area and raised his hands, fingers of the index, thumb, and little finger extended in opposition, forming the seal for the forbidden technique. Edo Tensei, with a thunderous roar, the coffin began to shake violently, energy surging into it, creating a vortex of wind that howled around Do. Suddenly, the coffin lid flew off, embedding itself in the ceiling, and a figure leaped out rapidly, the resurrected Tobirama Senju, marked by the signs of Edo Tensei, with cracks adorning his body. Slowly opening his eyes, Tobirama found himself in an underground base, confronted by a creature that was part man, part serpent. Sensing his hollow form, he realized, Edo Tensei? Indeed, someone has researched the forbidden techniques I left behind. It appears you are not from Konoha. Do gazed at Tobirama, who now possessed complete autonomy, as though appraising a masterpiece of unparalleled artistry. More perfected than Orochimaru's version of Edo Tensei, it seemed I have succeeded. Let us test the control. Do transmitted commands into Tobirama's mind, who involuntarily began to move about, unaware of his own demise. He dares to use my technique to control me. Tobirama temporarily resisted the control of Edo Tensei, forcefully halting his steps. With a swift gesture, he formed seals with his index and middle fingers, declaring, release. Instantly, the invisible connection established by Edo Tensei between Do and Tobirama was severed. An extraordinary aura emanated from Tobirama, pressing down upon Do. With a crack, objects in the vicinity shattered under Tobirama's overwhelming presence. Tell me, what is the current state of the ninja world? And where is the body of my elder brother? In the center of the pressure, D's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly activated his Sage Mode to withstand the overwhelming aura. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Senju Tobirama, he hastily spoke. Should you attempt to slay me, the reanimation jutsu will be completely undone, and your soul shall return to the Pure Land. Only then did Senju Tobirama gradually retract his imposing presence. Fully aware of the intricacies of the reanimation technique, he merely sought to establish an initial display of dominance, placing D at a disadvantage in the negotiation. Perhaps we can collaborate, Lord Second Hokage, D proposed, his eyes glinting with a newfound scheme upon noticing Tobirama's cessation of aggression. With your capabilities? Pathetically insufficient. Answer my queries, or even if your soul returns, I shall still bring about your demise. The overwhelming aura surged forth once more, pressing D to his knees, infuriating. How dare you belittle me? I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Fury ignited within Dee's heart. Faced with such absolute power, he was compelled to feign terror, hastily pleading for mercy while divulging the basic conditions of the ninja world to Senju Tobarama, even surrendering the corpses of all past Hokage as a gesture of sincerity. Not bad. Tobarama formed seals to seal the corpses of the previous Hokage within a scroll, dismissing the rage simmering within Dee as inconsequential, merely viewing him as an insignificant insect who had yet to reach the pinnacle of the shinobi hierarchy. With the scroll in hand, Senju Tobarama departed for Konohagakure, finally ready to set his long-planned scheme into motion. As he watched Tobarama leave, Dee exhaled in relief. Facing a transcendent being for the first time felt akin to encountering the exalted white snake sage within the dragon cave, leaving him with no room for resistance, only a seething rage born from fear. A murderous resolve welled up within him as he gazed at the coffins containing various powerful figures beneath him. For today's humiliation, I shall repay in kind. I will annihilate Konoha. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobarama arrived at Konohagakure in less than an hour, undetected by the guards. After a covert observation, he nodded in satisfaction. Sarutobi and Tsunade's granddaughter were performing admirably, and Konoha's strength was on the rise. Exiting the village, he made his way to the Senju clan's residence, where Elder Senju Myun was meditating in the clan hall. Suddenly, he sensed the silent arrival of an individual, causing a cold sweat to break out. Myun, after all these years, you have yet to break through to the level of Hokage. Tobarama and I. You have returned, Myun exclaimed, rising in excitement. Indeed, but my soul is currently residing in this empty shell, unable to unleash its full power. How have the preparations I instructed Sarutobi to make fared? All is ready, awaiting your return. Tobarama and I. Excellent. Bring the items to the clan's burial ground. I shall not allow the grudge against the Cloud Village to go unpunished for having summoned the deity of thunder to take my life. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly departed the clan hall, arriving at the Senju clan cemetery filled with closely packed graves. Without lingering at the periphery, he ventured deeper into the burial grounds. Senju Myun brought a branch from a sacred tree and a bowl of spring water to the secluded depths of the cemetery, completely concealed by the forest. Senju Tobarama unfurled the scroll and retrieved the body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, inscribing intricate seals upon the ground and placing the body in the center. He positioned the branch from the divine tree to the left and the spring water to the right. Senju Myun complied with the instructions, arranging the two items as directed. With his hands forming the Buddha seal, Senju Tobarama intoned, "Boundless bliss, rebirth in the pure land, the cycle of heaven and earth, the reconstruction of the flesh, rebirth from the impure soil." The branches of the divine tree soared upwards, transforming into dust that descended into the spring of rebirth. The once clear waters gradually morphed into a deep emerald hue, exuding an intense vitality that caused the surrounding trees to surge upwards several meters merely from the vapor. The completely transformed deep green waters flowed from the vessel, cascading over the untouched flesh of Senju Hashirama, reviving him. Thump, thump. The powerful rhythm of a heartbeat emerged from his heavy, lifeless body, a flicker of life beginning to blossom. The technique of rebirth from impure soil was indeed a forbidden art used by Senju Tobarama to resurrect Senju Hashirama, much to the astonishment of Orochimaru and Kabuto. The souls summoned from the pure land slowly reassembled within the body, and in a sudden moment, Senju Hashirama opened his eyes wide, two divine beams shooting forth into the heavens. What is this? Suddenly revived, Senju Hashirama felt a puzzlement, sensing the faint vitality within him that could extinguish at any moment. Brother, we can discuss matters later. Your recovery is of utmost importance. Tobarama, rising, Senju Hashirama did not pursue further inquiries. He clasped his hands together and invoked Senjutsu, blooming lotus. Instantly, a phantom lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet, its petals enveloping him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as colossal natural energy coalesced in the air, forming a vortex that drew into the lotus. An energy storm gradually formed in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. A terrifying force surged within the lotus, overwhelming the nearby trees and reducing them to splinters that danced in the air. As streams of energy became tangible and merged into the lotus, solidifying it further, the masters within the Senju estate rushed toward the graveyard, and even from afar, the commotion was palpable within the village of Konohagakure. Danzo and other high-ranking officials, realizing it was the Senju clan's estate, hurried to uncover the truth. The Senju clan guards the grave. Intruders shall be slain. The voice of Senju Naori echoed from within the grave. Understood, elder. Members of the Senju clan, approaching the grave, halted their steps, encircling the site, transforming it into a heavily fortified area. What is happening? Tsunade, who had arrived alongside Danzo and others, found herself obstructed at the grave's perimeter. Noticing the hundreds of jonin surrounding the grave, Danzo felt a jolt of surprise. He had not expected the once-fallen Senju clan to possess such formidable strength. Princess Tsunade, the elder has decreed that no one may approach the grave. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Not even I. Having held the position of Hokage for some time, Tsunade had inadvertently developed an air of authority, and a one. The guards of the Senju clan stood resolute that moment. The peculiar phenomenon in the sky dissipated, the natural energy stabilizing, the commotion waning, as a beam of azure light pierced through the heavens, a dense aura of vitality permeating the area for 1,000 meters. Is this my great-uncle's wood release? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment, eyeing Senju Tobarama's gaze. The tangible petals of the lotus detached and transformed into dust, revealing Senju Hashirama's figure, an extraordinary presence sweeping away the dust in the air. Brother, you have fully recovered? Not yet. I have regained only half my strength. Complete restoration will take another month. What happened to you? How is your soul residing in this empty shell? In an instant, Senju Hashirama appeared beside Senju Tobarama, placing a hand upon his forehead. Senjutsu, rebirth of vitality. The magnificent release of wood release energy caused the cracks on Senju Tobarama's face to gradually heal. Outside the land of fire, Obito was en route to Ōtsutsuki when he suddenly opened his mouth and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with sheer terror. The connection to the Edo Tensei had been completely severed, revived from death. How could this be possible? After performing the sage technique, Senju Hashirama's aura diminished further. Brother, there is no need for such urgency. It would be better for you to fully restore your strength before aiding me, Tobarama expressed with concern. Now, you can finally tell me what is happening. Who are those people outside? Namikaze, Tsunade has grown so much. Senju Hashirama easily sensed the presence of Danzo and his entourage outside, whereas Tsunade and the others remained oblivious. Tobarama's gaze swept over Senju Namikaze, who hurriedly stepped forward to explain the current situation in the ninja world. With Tobarama occasionally adding a comment or two, I have always known that Uchiha Madara was not dead. You need not concern yourself with him, for we have our own agreement. I did not anticipate being resurrected by you so soon. But it matters not. As for the audacity of the Cloud Village to breach our agreement and instigate the rakeage, I shall make those old fools pay dearly. A formidable aura reminiscent of his dominance over the ninja world emanated from Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, you must first go and reorganize Konoha. The time is not yet ripe for me to appear. By the way, you have just been revived. Remember not to take action within the month. Understood, brother. Although Tobarama was curious about his brother's agreement with Madara, he felt that it might interfere with the plan and refrained from asking further. Namikaze, you stay behind. I have matters to discuss. Senju Hashirama retained Senju Namikaze while Tobarama stepped out of the grave, his presence gradually intensifying with each stride, his eyes radiating authority. I, Senju Tobarama, have returned. Konoha shall sweep through the ninja world. What is that, teacher? Danzo gazed in terror at the emerging Senju Tobarama, while Tsunade was equally astonished, leaving the remaining Konoha high-ranking officials and clan heads in a state of shock. Fortunately, everyone present possessed resolute minds, quickly regaining their composure and attempting to discern whether this was a transformation jutsu or a mere illusion from Edo Tensei. With a cold snort, Senju Tobarama shattered their probing senses with his powerful spiritual presence, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly, transforming into a gaze of compassion as it lingered on Tsunade. From this moment forth, announce to all major ninja villages that I, the second Hokage, have returned and convene a meeting of the 5 Kage. The reputation of Konoha as the strongest ninja village must not decline. Tsunade interjected. I, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, abdicate and request that the second grandfather take up the mantle. Danzo's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, realizing that all his plans had turned into mere jest. Faced with his former teacher, he, aware of Senju Tobarama's formidable nature, hastily led the way, stating that the Elder Council consented to the second's return to power in Konoha. The crowd quickly echoed their congratulations on the second's return. Meanwhile, Wangzhou and Jiraiya were still on their way back to Konoha. Wangzhou could hardly fathom that in just a month of his absence, Konoha had undergone such drastic changes, and the entire ninja world was on the brink of chaos. The unexpected arrival of Senju Tobarama would undoubtedly stir the future of the Hokage into turmoil. On Miamu Mountain, the great toad sage opens his eyes, heralding an impending chaos. Why prophetic abilities seem utterly incapable of foreseeing the future. suggesting that the great turmoil from millennia past is on the verge of re-emerging. The plans of the Six Paths are likely to face significant obstacles, and I can only hope that our ancestors will watch over Miamu Mountain. In the Dragon Cave, the white snake sage steps out of the forbidden ground with a grave expression. Is the long-awaited Millennium Pact finally upon us? This time, the Dragon Cave shall not yield. In the wet-boned forest, amidst the lush green mountains and clear waters, a petite azure peacock lies quietly beside the fountain of youth. Surrounding it are hundreds of sizable slugs, while countless smaller slugs scatter throughout the forest. Suddenly, the peacock opens its extraordinarily beautiful eyes, filled with vivid emotion. And why, Lord, you have awakened. A gentle female voice emerges from within the massive slug. Little bug, inform Tian Yinyu that unrest is imminent outside, and he must bring Tsunade and his sister to the wet-boned forest. The melodious voice flows from the peacock's beak, after which it closes its eyes once more. How splendid! Being alone here is nearly driving me to boredom. Upon hearing the command from the slug lord, Tian Yinyu hastily departs the wet-boned forest for Konoha. Regardless of Madara, Hashirama, or the ambitious schemes of Danzo and others, including Wang Zhuo, Kuroju, and even the calculations of the Six Paths, all have been thrown into disarray by the resurrection of Shinju Tobirama Deity. Is said that no matter how intricate the schemes, a single pluck of the strings transforms the melody entirely. All the blame rests upon the oblivious Obito and Orochimaru, one preparing to collaborate with Ōtsutsuki, the other plotting the future with Takamagara. Chapter 75. The Great Battle at Cloud Ninja Village within the borders of the Land of Lightning. Two figures materialize outside Cloud Ninja Village. Sasuke, you should return to Konoha. Itachi stands before Sasuke, his long hair swaying in the breeze. I am no longer the younger brother who requires your protection. I must now prove my own ninja way. This world demands revolution, and let me bear this darkness alongside you. Sasuke's gaze is resolute, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan fixed upon Cloud Ninja Village. After a moment of silence, Itachi speaks. According to Akatsuki's intelligence, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki possesses formidable strength, being the first to harness the power of tailed beasts perfectly. Now that presents a challenge. A sinister smile graces Sasuke's crimson eyes. The two then transform into mere afterimages, racing towards Cloud Ninja Village. Outside Konoha, Wang Zhuo halts, sensing an extraordinary presence within the village. Who could it be? Aside from Guy's 8 gates, there should be no one capable of reaching this level. What's wrong? Jiraiya notices Wang Zhuo's sudden stop. Something may be amiss in Konoha. We should infiltrate and investigate. Unable to discern the situation, Wang Zhuo believes it prudent to gather information. Despite just attaining the extraordinary realm, he remains confident in handling opponents of similar strength. Seeing Wang Zhuo's serious demeanor, Jiraiya realizes the gravity of the situation and nods in agreement. The two utilize sage techniques to conceal their chakra fluctuations, evading the guards as they infiltrate Konoha, which is on high alert. They soon locate a lone Jonin, and Jiraiya swiftly employs Genjutsu to extract information. What? The second Hokage has been resurrected and has taken control of Konoha, preparing to convene a 5 Kage summit. The weighty revelations leave Jiraiya and Wang Zhuo utterly astonished. I must inquire with Tsunade about what is happening. What about you, Wang Zhuo? The second Hokage has unexpectedly returned, indicating that the Edo Tensei must indeed be flawed. Orochimaru and Kabuto may have been manipulated by him. Given the second's character, my extraordinary strength would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. It is unwise to meet him. I cannot remain in Konoha any longer, as the plot has been utterly thrown into disarray. Leaving me without any advantages, it would be better to plunge deeper into chaos. No, Jiraiya-sensei, you should consult Tsunade. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I trust you to take care of Mikoto and the others. With a fist salute, Wang Zhuo turned and swiftly departed. Sighing, Jiraiya hoped that he would not become an enemy of Konoha. As Wang Zhuo flew away, Jiraiya hesitated, words caught in his throat. Just as Wang Zhuo was about to leave Konoha, he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. What an impressive perception! He hurriedly accelerated to escape the second's range of detection. In the Hokage's office, the second furrowed his brow, pondering who could surpass even the strongest of the Kage. He instructed the guards at the doorway, summon Danzo to see me. Once out of the second's perception, Wang Zhuo slowed his flight. Nagato was already aware of my identity. After destroying Yahiko's physical form, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me swiftly. I cannot return to the Ōtsutsuki. Orochimaru, still alive and allied with Takamagara, possesses terrifying power. It would be unwise to approach his stronghold to gather information. To alter the current situation, I must locate Obito. Itachi should know his whereabouts. First, I will seek out Itachi. Wang's were headed directly towards the Cloud Village. Based on the plot similarities, Sasuke should have a confrontation with the Eight Tails. Without any other leads, it wouldn't hurt to take a chance in the Cloud Village. Killer Bee strolled down the street, humming a rap tune, greeted by the friendly faces of the villagers. A stark contrast to the cold treatment often afforded to Jinchuriki and other ninja villages. Two individuals clad in peculiar attire approached him, causing the Eight Tails within him to tremble in fear. Those eyes are Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. 2 Eternal Mangeki? Run. What? Killer Bee failed to comprehend the Eight Tails' warning, yet he could sense its fear, instantly shifting into a combat stance. You are the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Sasuke remarked nonchalantly. Gazing at Killer Bee, you are from the Uchiha clan. I thought they were annihilated? Observing their attire, Killer Bee finally grasped the situation. So, you truly are the Jinchuriki. Just as Sasuke prepared to strike, Killer Bee unsheathed his short sword. Lightning release, thunderclap blade, Chidori, clang. The Chidori collided with the lightning-infused sword, and the surrounding crowd scattered in a panic as the Cloud Ninja drew their swords, ready to assist. Tsukuyami, Itachi unleashed his Mangeki Sharingan, and the Cloud Ninja fell to the ground. Killer Bee, momentarily stunned, felt the Eight Tails chakra surge within him, instantly breaking free from the illusion. It seemed that Jinchuriki were indeed immune to most genjutsu. Unfazed by the failure of Tsukuyami, Itachi declared, Amaterasu. Sasuke activated the power of his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan. Not good. The Eight Tails immediately released its chakra, enveloping Killer Bee. Shielded by the tailed beast's coat, Amaterasu was thwarted, and Killer Bee shed the burning parts of his cloak, drenched in cold sweat. This little brat is surprisingly strong, fool. I will lend you all my chakra. You must exert your full strength and find a chance to escape. With 2 Eternal Mangeki, we stand no chance. The Eight Tails roared, Yo-yo-yo. Eight Tails transformation. The Crimson Chakra erupted suddenly, repelling Itachi and Sasuke, while Killer Bee was entirely enveloped in the form of the Eight Tails, its 8 tails thrashing behind him. Ōtsutsuki, head 8 sword style. The 8 great swords affixed to his tails simultaneously slashed towards Itachi and Sasuke from various angles, moving with astonishing speed and effectively sealing off any avenues of escape. Sasuke's eyes flared with power as he prepared to unleash Susanoo, but Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Kodo Ōtsutsuki. Itachi invoked the technique left behind by Shursui, causing a crow to appear before Killer Bee, one of its eyes fixated on him. Embodying Shursui's famed Mangeki Sharingan. Unlike the Kodo Ōtsutsuki released by Danzo, this was the technique preserved in Shursui's eye before his demise, usable only once, yet possessing terrifying power. The Eight Tails halted abruptly as Itachi seized control of the Jinchuriki, rendering any attempts by the Eight Tails to unleash chakra futile. Withdraw your chakra and accompany us. Killer Bee immediately dispelled his tailed beast cloak, his gaze vacant as he approached Itachi and Sasuke. How dare you disrupt the hidden Cloud Village? Damn it! The 4th Raikage arrived, employing the lightning release body flicker technique to position himself behind Killer Bee, striking him unconscious with a swift blow. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. How dare you lay hands on the hidden Cloud Village? Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your clan. Such audacity. Sasuke activated his Mangeki Sharingan, engulfing the 4th Raikage in the flames of Amaterasu. Lightning released chakra mode, lightning body flicker. The 4th Raikage evaded the Amaterasu flames with a speed that surpassed the dynamic tracking of the Mangeki Sharingan, whisking Killer Bee back to the ranks of the hidden Cloud Shinobi and handing him over to the awaiting forces. Prepare to witness the might of the hidden Cloud Village. Form up. Yes. The multitude of hidden Cloud Shinobi sprang into action, coalescing around the Raikage to form a formidable spear. Lightning release secret technique, Thunder Axe of Wrath. Gathering the collective lightning release chakra, the 4th Raikage unleashed a thunderous roar, as the power of lightning manifested into a colossal axe, cleaving through the air with his hand as the axe. Susanoo, Twin Divine Thunder. Itachi and Sasuke simultaneously formed seals to execute their combined ninjutsu. Summoning a violet-hued Susanoo that raised the 8-span mirror to block the giant axe, resounding crash echoed as the axe dissipated, shockwaves wreaking havoc on the surroundings, while a barrier materialized before the 4th Raikage to absorb the impact. With the initial strike yielding no results and witnessing the destruction wrought upon the buildings, a weight settled in the 4th Raikage's heart. Chapter 76. The Eight Tails Falls, Advancing to the Land of Rice. This cannot continue. We must relocate the battlefield outside the village. The 4th Raikage remained composed, resisting the urge to succumb to rage. However, before he could devise a strategy, Itachi and Sasuke advanced with their Susanoo. Kachu! The sound of thousands of chirping echoed as the violet Susanoo wielded the Chidori, aiming at the crowd. Lightning release secret technique, thunder barrier. A barrier of pure, concentrated lightning chakra enveloped the fourth Raikage and his comrades. The Chidori struck the barrier with a thunderous impact, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and arcs of electricity that scarred the ground. After a brief standoff, the Chidori was repelled, and the Susanoo retreated, each step fracturing the earth beneath. Lord Raikage, the elders are hastening to provide support. A cloud ninja approached the fourth Raikage. A furrowed brow, a scoffed. Watch me dispatch them with a single strike. Channel all the chakra to me. Yes, behind him, over 100 cloud ninjas began to transform their lightning release chakra into bolts of lightning. Delivering it to it seemed the opponent was preparing a powerful technique, using Sasuke's move. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan whirled, unleashing a torrent of ocular power. Sasuke raised his right hand, and Chidori surged skyward. Lightning release, Kirin spear, thunder rumbled. The sky crackled with electricity, the earth trembled, and countless creatures shivered in fear. A thunderous roar echoed as a lightning Kirin descended from the heavens, morphing into a lightning spear, which Susanoo grasped firmly. Amaterasu. 8-span mirror. Itachi unleashed a fierce blaze of Amaterasu flames, engulfing the 8-span mirror, which appeared to transform into a swirling mass of black fire, devouring the ambient energy and warping the very fabric of space. He absorbed the collective lightning power from his comrades, feeling the overwhelming surge within him. His eyes turning pure white as his pupils vanished. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground cracked under the immense force, and he launched himself into the sky, piercing through the clouds to a height of several thousand meters. Turning to descend, he gathered all the lightning energy into his palm, creating a fierce friction with the air that manifested as red lightning. Lightning punishment, Chio dance. The Kirin broke through, raised the white lightning spear to collide with the descending A. Crackle, crackle. The spear was cleaved by the red lightning, and it struck down upon Itachi and Sasuke within Susanoo. Itachi commanded Susanoo to elevate the 8-span mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered instantly. The red thunder and Amaterasu flames extinguished each other. As A's palm struck against the crystalline structure of Susanoo, countless fissures radiated from the point of contact. Despite the multiple weakenings, it did not shatter Susanoo's defense. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke seized the opportunity to act. Amaterasu. A's left hand ignited in flames, and without hesitation, he gathered lightning in his right hand and severed his left hand. With a pained grunt, he kicked Susanoo down, instantly returning to the cloud ninja ranks, where medical ninjas rushed forward to tend to his wounds. However, the severed left arm had been consumed entirely by Amaterasu, leaving no possibility for reattachment. Little, even as Raikage, you remain so impulsive. 3 elderly men, their hair and beards completely white yet brimming with vitality, approached. Greetings, esteemed elders, no time for pleasantries. Hurry and heal your wounds, the elder commanded, leaving with no choice but to reluctantly withdraw. Susanoo rose, and the 3 elders leaped before it. Each elder introduced themselves. We are the 4th Elder Amo, 4th Elder Lin, and 4th Elder Ju of the Cloud Ninja Village. Let us witness the prowess of the Uchiha descendants and how it measures against Uchiha Madara's strength. Lightning Release Secret Technique. Breaking Army Thunder Tiger. Lightning Release Secret Technique. Breaking Sky Thunder Eagle. Lightning Release Secret Technique. Breaking Mountain Thunder Bull. Roar. The 3 elders transformed their lightning power into a ferocious tiger, a majestic eagle, and a mighty bull, each towering several dozen meters. The tiger charged first towards Susanoo, followed closely by the eagle and the bull, encircling Susanoo in a relentless assault. Sasuke, break free. Itachi and Sasuke hastily disengaged their Susanoo fusion, reverting to a 2-on-3 scenario, their slightly larger physiques providing a modicum of stability amidst the chaos. Not composed of tailed beasts but purely of lightning power, they were unable to wield the Sharingan for control, and Amaterasu offered little efficacy. The situation was rather dire. Itachi's Crimson Susanoo shield barely absorbed the impact of the Lightning Bull's charge, while the Thunder Eagle soaring above effortlessly breached the Susanoo's defenses with a single strike, prompting Itachi to urgently employ his ocular powers for restoration. Sasuke, wielding dual blades with his Violet Susanoo, found himself in a perilous predicament beneath the claws of the Lightning Tiger. A moment's lapse in evasion resulted in the loss of an arm to the creature's fierce bite. Sasuke, prepare to retreat. At that moment, Wangzhou made his move. He had arrived long before Itachi and Sasuke engaged in battle with the Raikage, biding his time before striking. With a swift motion, he targeted the crucial point. incapacitating the guards protecting Killer Bee and whisking the unconscious figure away. "This is bad. Killer Bee has been captured," someone exclaimed. The elder controlling the Thunder Eagle heard the commotion and hurriedly directed the creature to assault Wang's in midair. Noticing Wang's intervention, Itachi promptly repelled the lightning bull with a powerful punch, unfurling wings from his back to take flight. Sasuke, understanding the cue, commanded his Susanoo to withstand the lightning tiger's assault. Retreating after the clash, his wings sprouted from his own back, and the two Susanoo ascended into the sky, heading towards the outskirts of Cloud Ninja Village. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle descended with tremendous force, a tempestuous wind swirling about, yet Wang's remained unperturbed. "Aha! Take this!" With a resounding clash, Wang's withdrew the Tai Zhongzong, channeling the stored blade energy within, delivering a strike akin to an overwhelming force cleaving through Mount Hua. The vast blade energy erupted from the Tai Zhongzong, severing the Thunder Eagle and racing towards the Elder An entity, surpassing the strength of a Kage. How is this possible? Although Elder Lin was taken aback, he did not relent in his resistance, forming hand seals, lightning release, thunderclap barrier. The vibrations of lightning coalesced into a circular soundwave barrier, attempting to intercept the incoming blade energy, each pulse weakening the onslaught. However, Wang's blade intent surged forth, shattering the barrier with each strike. "Why, life is forfeit." As the blade energy threatened to cleave him in two, Elder Lin shut his eyes. "You have gone too far." A resonant voice echoed from the depths of Cloud Ninja Village. The Elder of the Thunder God Temple. A flicker of joy appeared in Elder Lin's eyes. A colossal hand, forged from pure lightning energy, materialized from the void, as if the Thunder God himself had descended. Surrounded by crimson lightning, its presence exuded a divine authority, effortlessly crushing Wang's blade energy. At last, you could no longer refrain from intervening. Having sensed several formidable auras deep within Cloud Ninja Village, Wang's had refrained from acting directly, relying on sage arts for concealment. His strike against Elder Lin was merely a ploy to buy time for Itachi and Sasuke to escape. With his objective achieved, Wang's made no delay, enveloping himself in the unconscious Killer Bee in blade energy as he swiftly departed. The experts from the Thunder God Temple did not pursue. Seemingly wary of something, at the border of the Land of Lightning, Itachi and Sasuke beheld Wang's arriving with Killer Bee slung over his shoulder. Sasuke, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Who was that last person to intervene? How could he be so powerful? If he had acted sooner, my brother and I would have stood no chance. He likely does not belong to the forces of Cloud Ninja Village," Wang's replied. Placing Killer Bee gently on the ground, "I never expected your strength to grow so rapidly, surpassing even